that put satellites up. I get data. Earth globe. Like,
I was like, what is wrong with this? I was like, the dude had a little bush to drink, like sipping on white wine or something, and was like, I don't know who gets drunk off white wine. It's like
I don't know. That dude was.
we say like refraction. He said reflection. Like I was gonna post it like on the comment, but somebody already beat me to it. It was just too hilarious. It's not like, and then when he asked him, well, how high they send it, like I don't know, I don't really care. It's it's in space. What?
Right. It could have been 35 miles up, could have been 50 miles up. But he received data from the sky, so Earth globe. He was also one of those guys that's like, well, there's the idea of gravity, so Earth globe. Things fall down. The ground is a sphere.
you guys here? Is anyone here?
No.
Well, I just want to wish some of the people that are still in this conversation well. I've just got to a point with all this. I kind of know what's afoot now. I know what I need to do. You know, I've battled the ballers. I've had people tell me I'm wrong. I've had them re-explain it to me, why it works, why it has to be true, why it can't be any other way. And through all this, it doesn't help. It just stifles you. You're basically being told not to ask any questions and stick with mainstream propaganda a lot of the time. Believe in things you're never going to be able to do. There's no spaceships. They're not going anywhere. Their model's dead. We're in a real situation here, guys. It's been nearly 9 years. So I just need to do something about this. And I'm gonna take this as far as I can go calmly. But it's time. Like, I've tested my mettle. I personally feel that we're part of something that's eternal, and that's not on a linear time frame. And to me, the Big Bang is the lie. When you remove the Big Bang, you can't have evolution. You can't have a globe. So it's a framework, and it's based on a body of knowledge that none of us can really verify. Like, apparently our ancestors proved and verified all this. That our generation has battled each other mostly on the internet for 9 years, and either side has definitively proved anything. Should be a red flag to people. Because it was easy, apparently, for our ancestors to figure it out with 2 sticks and some shadows. We've got a problem here, guys. It's not all doom and gloom. We're just in a mystery. But we have to be real about it. I know a lot of you already know this. I know I'm talking to the choir. But it's been 9 years for me. And I haven't stuck with any subject other than music or art that long. So I don't know. I just want you guys to know, like, don't think the battle is going to be won here talking to Zanuck or Dr. Bob, Sean Hawkins. Look at the state of that guy. And the clock's ticking. It's your life. It's all our lives. Just, you know, I thought something would have really shifted by now, and I think 2023. Even I can hear it in them. I was in Gems then for a big long session. They want this to end as well. You can hear it in them. It's like, pull the fucking trigger. So that's a good sign. They're starting to really wane. A lot of the people we're debating and talking to, I think you guys know what's happening, right? It's an exercise. You got to test your mettle. These aren't the real people we got to get to. It's not MC Tune or Fight the Flat Earth or what's that other guy? Fucking Professor Dave. Who are these fucks? Who do they think they are? To stop an awareness growing in humans that there's a massive deception perpetuated by religion and mainstream science, the control of the earth and every single living fucking being in it. That's a real issue, guys. This is the war. Just saying. Gio, I don't know if you're here, man. I know you get it. And I think your heart's in the right place. You have a real understanding of the deeper aspects of this. I think you really do. And it is a spiritual battle. And I just want you to know, like, you know, I'm glad I've walked alongside. I've got to get out of Discord, man. There's other things I got to do. And I keep getting drawn back in because I feel a loyalty to it. And I don't want to turn my back on anyone, but there's no beef there. I'm in total support of keeping the conversation alive. I just feel like I'm talking to a wall with all those people now, you know? But I heard you say today that they might be seeking truth too, and they might be further along than even some of the flat earthers. That was an interesting perspective. But yeah, I don't know if anyone's here because no one's talking, but
Yeah, no, I hear you, but I share a lot of those same sentiments. I personally know that the arguments that take place on here with many of the people that you mentioned are not arguments that I have for myself to, try to convert any of those people or anything like that. That's not necessarily the case, but
yeah.
I do know that a lot of people pay attention. There's a lot more people listening sometimes than we realize, whether that be on various other channels where they can be anonymous, because I was one of those people myself for a very long time. And I just know that the more we have discussions, the more opportunity it is for certain people to be kind of exposed in ways that if people have any amount of discernment at all whatsoever, they'll at least hear how disingenuous people are, which would at least kind of hopefully get some sort of, crack in the shell of a listener that might open up, or at least start to open up, to allow them to think, okay, maybe there's two sides here. Maybe I'm on one that I think is correct, but it seems as though the people that are defending my side are kind of disingenuous. And if they listen to enough of these conversations, they'll start to realize not only are they disingenuous, but they're really kind of shady characters. So sometimes it's less about all of the content or the details of all of the content, and more about the overall, if that makes sense.
Yeah, man. I like your name too, because it's I really see like there's a leveling, like it's like a domino effect, but once all the dominoes fall, it's really everything's on the level, like the house of cards, that thing about it all being level. I really see that like it's an opportunity for everybody. Like, but it takes, it's almost like the ego gets put in its place, and that humility comes back, that we were just sort of led to believe that we had it all figured out, and it's that know-it-all thing, and that's what I see in so many of them. They're just not willing just to acknowledge that. So it's not saying that people who believe in heliocentrism, like they're not all sheeple or they're not all in on it. um I think it's almost like they've got a loyalty to a model they didn't create. That's one of the things I find really strange. Why, yeah, why they have so much faith in something that's obviously deceiving them. But it's neither here nor there. Like hopefully, like you say, as it unfolds, discernment gets sharper, and then I think that's the real thing to get humanity sharp again, so this doesn't happen to them again. Because it's whatever's deceived humanity, like it was obviously implemented generationally and planned thoroughly. But then once humans become aware of that, right? Like the ones who are dealing with that, like, I'm really proud of you guys. It's hard. That's a deep thing.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
there's a bigger there's a bigger picture, and at least in my opinion, the topic of flat Earth is just a really really small portion of that larger picture. It's just one little small section of a really big painting that's on a very large canvas. And I always describe it, um, and I guess it's a decent analogy. Witsit uses it sometimes. My analogy, I describe it as like you're on this path of life, and a lot of us decide to take a little offshoot of that we call maybe truth seeking, or trying to find a bigger truth, whether that be you know uh, spiritually, or um, weeding through the deceptions that other men will try to catch us in, the obvious deceptions of the world around us. And as we go down that path, there's many different signposts, and little offshoots, and little cul-de-sacs, and little campsites on our trail. But I think lots of times we forget that it's a journey, and we don't always know where the destination actually ends, if it really actually ends during our lifetime or not. And we come to some of these signposts, um, and we start to set up camp, one of them being flat Earth. And unfortunately, we set up camp. There may be a couple people, you know, we have this camp here because the view that we see is beautiful. It's a really gorgeous campsite. We all see the way that gorgeous view feeds our soul, and we start trading in our tents for more permanent structures, and then we start building a septic system, and then we build walls around our little what's becoming a town, and then eventually becomes a city. And then that city starts to have gatekeepers and police and all this kind of stuff, and that's not what's supposed to happen. You know, we're just supposed to come to the signpost. We're supposed to take in the view for what it's worth, right? For what it does to feed our soul, and then continue back, you know, get back onto that main path and continue walking, but not forgetting how much that great view at the FE signpost, you know, fed our soul. And yeah, there's a lot more to this journey than just this one topic. But I think lots of times people come to certain things and they really plant their flag and can stifle their growth. Myself included, you know. I don't remove
Yeah.
myself from the analogy.
I've heard it said it's like the hill to die on, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I think
good to
it's a
yeah.
very important, one of the most important, I think, topics in the journey.
Mm.
But yeah.
Have you ever seen the staircase of disbelief? The little video. I think his name's Neil Kramer, something like that.
I have heard of the staircase of disbelief,
Yeah.
in reference to like a line of questioning, maybe.
Yeah, you yeah, just the way he puts it and where he puts flat Earth, it's really similar to what you're saying, but it's like it's like a stare on a huge unveiling, and um, I mean, I sort of I just want to put this out there because I don't know if anyone else is feeling this way. That's why I'm sort of talking up about it. Because if if the Big Bang and evolution and the globe and mainstream science itself and what it stands for, if it is like if the well has been poisoned and they're like fucking Jim Jones handing out the Kool-Aid, it's got to be attended to. It's got to be called out. They've got to be held accountable. And like Napalm saying, like whether that happens in this lifetime or the other generations are gonna pick it up wherever we leave off, or those who tap out and think, you know, I'm out, or they're gonna keep going. It's like I just sort of feel that like where it potentially will bring people is beyond religion as well. To I mean, just let me nearly there. Like when I was first trying to get my head around this, I was I was trying to figure out where it started, and I kept imagining shit like Lord of the Rings, like these kind of like the divine, and they were like knowledgeable beings, and they're very kind of like white, you know, like white hair and fucking beards and staffs, and it's all like that in my mind, like this weird memory. And I brought this to Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. This was years ago, like when very first time I ever spoke to him privately. And he just gave me this really, it was a deep look, like he knew something. And I was like, whoa. And he just looked at me and he said, Merle, like we're eternal. And I mean, I just I wasn't expecting him to say that. And you know, it's not about it's not even about Dell. It's about truth and what's true. And I've kind of gone away and looked at a lot of different things, but I really do think that that's where this leads. That we don't come from some big bang. and we don't come from monkeys. And Charles Darwin, yeah, he's there's a theory there, but it just doesn't. There's just something in I can't fully explain it. It's like a level of comprehension, memory, whatever's being fucking claimed in this reality doesn't match. And that's why I've always been pushing. It's like this doesn't match. And I want to remember, I'm starting to talk to that place, like, and I'm also just starting to realize that I've got to be a human being. I've come here as this, and I've got to live, with two arms and two legs and limitation in a material world, in a fucking world, obviously in a big fucking mass delusion. But it's okay. Like I can still function and still have joy and still have, like Napalm saying, like a worthwhile experience, even though like I'm surrounded by fuckery. I'm just
Yeah.
determined now not to let that infiltrate anymore and stifle this human experience. And that's really what I see, and that's what I'm really pushing for now, Napalm, for us to get our power back. That's the bottom line for me. Even if it's just quiet and reserved, it's not a power trip. Like getting the power back so you can then lord it over other people and be some egomaniac. It's a personal. It's for you.
Yeah. It's one of those. Yeah, I feel you on that. A lot of people think of the ideas like you're talking about of getting your power back as you wanting to dictate or exert that power over others. And really, it's just an understanding of kind of the concept of becoming ungovernable, right?
Yeah.
Like being in this world, but not of this world.
Yeah.
Being our only ultimate authority, other than that in which has created us. And there's a lot of responsibility that comes along with that. It literally means taking responsibility for everything that you do. There is no excuse. And I think that scares people a lot. And that's why we look to other men to tell us what we should or should not do. And we outsource a lot of our liability and all that because I think people are scared. I think we've been convinced in this world that adults are adults by age, but still act as children. And we've been convinced to do this because somebody else wants to be your parent or your controller. And those are people who you should be vehemently against. Everybody should seek to be their own authority.
I'm not laughing at you. It's brilliant, Napalm. And I think that's for me what makes all this worthwhile. Like hearing and knowing that someone else gets it. It's like there's another friend of mine here, and he has a completely different view, and he will assert to me all the time that the Earth's a globe, and he'll call me a solipsist and stuff, and it's like it's funny because I still see his humanity, and I still consider him a friend, regardless of what he thinks or his worldview or his epistemology. So it's like that's been interesting for me because we used to troll each other. But like Dawn, if you're here, I know I assert a lot, but at this stage, if mainstream science doesn't have people outside it, holding it accountable, they're off the chain.
I can talk quick.
You know what I mean? Like, what if no one stands up to them and says, "Hang on, what are you guys on about?"
It's great to challenge things that seem wrong, but the globe seems perfectly correct.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people challenge that. How do you explain that boat disappearing on the water? The easiest way to explain it is that the water curves down, just like the model says.
Yeah.
Bait and observation, proof, Earth's the globe, in a GIF. But
Yeah.
flat earthers have denied it for 5 years.
There's those other explanations for that, but we don't need to get into it.
Made up explanations that are much more complicated than the water curving down.
No,
Yes,
no.
I've heard like 20 of them.
See, he's just like me doing. See how calm it's just
There's another one. Look at that bridge, Milo. It's curving down. Why is that curving down if it's a straight bridge? What's going on?
You know
Why is the bottom? Why are the bottom of the buildings blocked by the horizon? How would you explain that if not a globe?
Well,
So
come
blatant.
on. It's not the only explanation though, you know that.
It's the best explanation by so far that you have to be lying and in denial to pick another one.
That's fair enough. I can
It-
see why you see it that way.
It appears to be that way, right?
If a humanoid has a
appears-
willy, if a humanoid has a willy, that's
Fucking
most
A.
probably a man, right? It's the most
Yeah.
easy explanation to explain why the willy's there.
Yeah.
It's a male human.
Yeah.
Yeah, but optical effects are optical effects, right?
Yeah, that's what we say when we're astral traveling on cannabis.
When you're
Optical
what?
effects. The two words optical effects cannot debunk a curving bridge and blocked buildings. They just won't.
But they can be used to describe the black swan, though, right?
The black swan is from a cliff by a liar. Stood up on a cliff.
No, it's not. He was actually in here
literally
yesterday.
You can look up where it's from.
Yeah, the guy was here yesterday who made the video.
I debunked it in the first week it was available by Googling where it was and seeing there was a cliff there.
You didn't take the time to watch the whole entire video that snapshot came from, where he walks down the cliff, puts his camera on the water and zooms in? Like you didn't even take the time.
Now I'm going to use the excuse of camera trick.
That's hilarious. Oh, it's a camera trick now. That's hilarious.
It jump cuts.
Oh, jump cuts. Nice. It was a Hollywood production. It was conspiracy.
Even if it was from the beach.
Is everything a conspiracy to you?
Refraction on the globe explains it.
Oh, so optical effects explain it.
Yeah. See how that's sour in the
right. So optical effects couldn't explain the opposite? Sinking refraction. None of that? No. Which is why it's not good to use observations like that as any sort of proof.
Well, they're blatant proof. It has to be a globe.
To people that don't even take the time to watch a full video of what they're talking about, but will take the time to spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours in Discord telling people that they're wrong about a video that they didn't even watch.
You're wrong.
I'm telling you, there's blatant gifts that prove Earth's a globe, and they're going past on a conveyor belt, and you're ignoring them.
He'll never agree with you, Napalm.
Yeah, I know that these people are incredulous, but either way, man, sky's falling. What we were talking about earlier and stuff, you know, kind of the bigger picture and the overarching thing, and you were talking a little bit deeper about
dickhead.
Being here and like experiencing this world within the restrictions that we have. And I kind of think of, all of us being, like you're talking about, some form of an eternal being, right? Like we still have some sort of piece of that in us, and we
Yeah.
are restricted here to this realm for
Yeah.
whatever reason, right? Some people say the meaning of life is to realize that life has meaning. And it also reminds me of a passage in the Old Testament, Job 38, which actually, say what you will about Data, whether he's on one side or the other, or just trolling or playing both sides, but he made a very good point one time that has kind of stuck with me, where somebody asked him what he thought about the shape of the earth, and I want to say his real answer, or his only answer, was Job 38. That's, if you want to know what I think, just read that. And Job 38 is where God's kind of being challenged, and God basically says, where were you during creation? Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Where who laid the measure of it, and do you know them? Kind of thing. Who stretched the line upon the earth? And God's basically knocking him down, saying, like, yeah, you think you know everything, or you think you have the ability to know everything, but where were you when it was all established, kind of thing. Like, you and your hubris trying to claim that you know everything of this world, but were you there when it was established? Were you there when it was created? Were you there when it was measured out? No, right? Kind of saying you don't have the ability to understand everything of this world, and you're never going to. So take some humility, right? Be humble a little bit.
Yeah, 100 million, trillion, billion %. And I mean, that thing of humility. I mean, I've heard all these arguments against the creator. I've even been at different points really, really disrespectful different ways, especially in regard to the Bible and Jesus, and like a real cheeky little shit. Nothing venomous. I wouldn't call myself a blasphemous, sinner or anything like that. I've got, I've lied, I've cheated, I've stolen, but I've also acknowledged those transgressions or whatever, and I've tuned in with the creator and my relationship with God, and apologized and said, listen, I'm aware of myself now, and I want to do better, and I'm working on myself, and I've asked for forgiveness, and I've forgiven myself. So that's good enough for me. I don't sort of think that God is like an anthropomorphic judge that's necessarily, scolding and judging everybody. I think beyond that, there'd be much more love, wisdom, and understanding. And I have a lot of trust in that. But and that to me seems to be the point. To if evolution is the thing, like we're meant to be at a certain stage and then mature, and then have gain more awareness, and then self reflect. And because we have that ability, we're able to adjust where we need to, and then change certain behaviors and because all that's in play and it's possible and you see people do it. To me, that's what a lot of this is about. And not being a fuckhead. It's just being cool. There's enough shit people on this plane or planet or whatever you want to think of it as, like just don't add to the confusion and the chaos. That's just how I see it at this stage. I'm in my mid-40s now, so I don't want to add to it, but I just want to say to Dawn, like I was out here seeking the truth, mate. I just thought it would have emerged a little bit by now. I thought something would have come forward to give us a kind of green light. We're on the right track.
You denied it for 6 hours today. Truth. Came about,
Yeah.
and you said no, but what if we fall off? Stuff like that.
I just don't trust Veach or Curved Water or
But
any of them. Did you notice Jim? He didn't mute
their
me.
reasoning. If you listen, the reasoning follows through and it's correct.
Nah.
It is.
Did you hear me challenge Veach about evolution and the Big Bang? Like he had nothing.
Well, that's not the truth I was talking about. I'm talking about the globe evidence.
Yeah.
Geometry.
I mean, it's definitely they've got
sky.
that. They've got that, and they'll fight that position, but they can't step outside their little comfort zone of the globe.
Because this isn't an evolution debate, is it? It's Earth shape and cosmos.
Yeah, Don, but why do you feel the necessity of restating what all of us learned back to us as if we didn't go through the same process that you did, to learn the same things that are in the textbooks that you can reference against us, right?
I'll tell you.
Why do you feel the need to like reiterate that to grown adults? Why do you feel the need? Like what is the power that drives you to back or reinforce the status quo curriculum that we've all learned? Like boats over the curve. Literally, that's like day one flat Earth, and you want to talk to people who have been in this argument for, a decade, and be like,
reminding
boats over the curve. That's
reminding you that
nothing else can explain it, and if you don't understand that, then I don't know what to tell you.
Question, but you devolved into bullshit. As you were adding words, the question expanded and then it changed, and then you just started bullshitting.
Come on, mate.
So you can't answer it.
What was the question? Why do I want to tell people Earth's a globe? Because I think it's true and I care about truth. And I got into the conversation because I was shocked people were questioning it. I looked into it. I realized there was a lot of philosophy involved with how we know stuff. But then it carried on repeat, and people kept lying. And I work from home, kind of, and a lot of the time I'm at home not working. So sometimes I come online and just join the same discussion to tell people what's true and remind them you're lying to yourself and denying truth. Like it's like religion almost. You know how I tell a Christian, you're listening to the Jews where you should be a free pagan. The same reason I'll tell a flat earther, you're listening to New Age nonsense when you should just understand globe's the best model and it's the only one that works.
You do know
layout.
Oh, okay. So we should just listen to Don as if Don is the ultimate authority. Like I said before, what drives you?
I'm just one voice. God drives me.
Hold on, but
Sophia.
Right. The truth. So people have taken in this information their whole entire life. They've re-examined it and feel that it's incorrect, but you feel the need that you to go back and tell them the same remedial stuff as if what they didn't learn it before.
I don't believe them that they've debunked it. I think they've unplugged.
Did I say they debunked it?
I think they've pulled it apart in their brain and lied to themselves over time.
Pulled it apart in the brain and lied to themselves.
Yeah.
About what? What has
I think you're in an
the
honest
average
endeavor.
flat earther lied to themselves about?
I don't think you've decided not to believe and then got on with your life. I think you're preaching it and repeating it online as a psyop movement.
Who am I preaching to online as a psyop?
Well, me right now. Anyone
I'm
else
preaching
listening.
it to you. So I came out to tell you how the Earth wasn't a globe, or did you interject the globe discussion in a discussion that myself and somebody else were having that was way
Each night
deeper
you come
than the flat
online.
Earth?
Each night you come online to say how Earth's not a globe. And in the same way, sometimes I come online and say how Earth is a globe. It's just like a reflection of what you've done.
Is that why I come online? Do you know me that well, Don?
Well,
Is that all I talk
listening
about?
to you for the last year that
being flat?
you've found this special new thing where you've been lied to about the globe, and you're now smarter than everyone else who thinks it's a globe. And I know you're very good at taking the topic to other places. So now I'm just hanging you for other people's crimes. But you asked me why I come here.
Hanging me for other people's crimes because I take the what do you mean by that?
Well, your flat earth cult lied so many times that you end up getting hung because of it, because you hang around with them.
What? So who's the cult leader? There's a flat Earth cult. What are the requirements to be in the cult?
It's a new modern online cult, so there's not one leader. It's a whole movement of lies.
Oh,
Wait, cults have leaders though, right? Because the thing about a cult is like you can be excommunicated, right, if you don't agree with the leader.
Who's the
So if we
leader
don't
of
have
Christianity, Larry?
Christ,
Yeah, so a dead person.
no, obviously
Right.
you don't understand the scripture. You've never read it.
So
You're
you don't
showing
have
your
a real
you're showing
leader,
your
do you?
ignorance right
There's
now.
no
But
real
we don't want
leader.
to talk about religion, right? We're over here talking about the globe religion and how it
I'm
came
telling
out
you,
of
the flat earth
the
cult
Kabbalah.
doesn't have one leader.
Listen, bro,
A few.
don't talk over me. It's rude. We're talking about how the globe came out of the Kabbalah and its Jewish mysticism, right? And you don't want to listen to that because it hurts your feelings. And I'm sorry that you're so tender, but listen to the truth. You can listen to the astrophysicists talk about how the modern, what is it, the theoretical astrophysics, it lines up with old Jewish mysticism books.
What?
it's literally Jewish mysticism rebranded as something that they call science, so people don't think they're in a religion when they actually are.
It's pretty brilliant, actually.
It's
But
very
yeah,
brilliant.
Jesuit
you could look it up.
cosmology. I'll give you its Jesuit cosmology, and that could be Jewish.
Well, Jesuit cosmology is Jesuit cosmology, bro.
But if it works, it works, and if it makes predictions, it makes predictions.
It doesn't work,
It fits
brother.
boats
It's
over
off
the
by
curve.
nine.
It fits
It's off
boats
by
over the
90.
curve.
It's
What?
off by 95% mathematically. It
No,
doesn't
that's
work.
just the energy, dude. That's not being off. That's just
What
we
works?
don't know where the energy is.
How many? So if you take the mass of each planet within the solar system and you model that, are you able to get the orbital movements that are alleged with even just within the solar system? Can you model that to where it quote unquote works just with our solar system?
I model the whole solar system.
Yep.
No, I can Google one.
What do you mean you can Google it?
From actual astronomers make models.
Yeah. If you really want to know what I'm talking
That'd
about,
be
just
easier and better than
Google
me trying to do it.
Google the in-body problem.
The answer is yes.
Are you familiar with the in-body problem?
It's going to be a book. It's a book. It's going to be a movie, TV show, I think.
There's a TV show called the in-body problem or the three-body problem.
I think it's actually called the three-body problem. But it's coming. It's based on a Chinese book, I think.
Oh, so they're gonna make a movie, so then it's all of a sudden gonna make your model work. Is that what's gonna take place?
It's on a fiction book, but anyway, that's sort of a segue. You can keep on going.
Yeah, I wrote in-body simulations. It does work. If that's what
Oh,
you're asking.
so Bacon figured it out. Okay, cool.
You know what the problem is? No, a simulation is not a solution to what the problem is, right?
Oh, so you can simulate it?
Mm-hmm.
You can make predictions with dark
Can-
energy.
Can you send me a link to your simulation and all the details that go along with it, the coding?
If I can what?
You had to code it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you submit that for review?
What
You're
do
the
you mean?
first one to do this. You know that, right?
No, there are plenty of people who have done it. Like that's one of the easiest kind of simulation to do.
You're thinking about this wrong, Napalm.
Yeah.
So
So that's what I'm
you've
asking.
taken-
Do you know what the problem is? Because if you think I'm solving the problem because I wrote a simulation, then you don't know what the problem is.
Wait, did you guys just say that you solved it?
Yeah.
No, he's just saying we solved it because he doesn't know what the problem is.
Yeah,
Wait a
we
minute. You
didn't
guys
say we
just said
solved
that you solved
Bacon
it.
said he solved it. And
No,
now
With a
he's
simulation?
saying
I wrote
he
a
solved it.
simulation.
Said you can. Yes, I said I can write a simulation. I can simulate and predict their motion over time. I can do that.
So based on their gravitation and mass and all that, that's what your simulation does?
Yeah, it's a Newtonian mechanics engine. Yeah, it's a pretty easy one. Like if you're dealing with point masses, so you treat all the planets as point masses. That's good enough.
Oh,
It works quite well.
cool. So you have all the vectors accounted for that everything, all those bodies are doing? The sun moving around the galaxy, all that kind of shit? Like that's all taken into account?
You can do that. The simulation that I wrote was generic. You can put whatever body you want there. But I mean, the more bodies you put, the slower it's going to be to compute. So if you put like a billion objects represent all its stars, then your computer's going to have a hard time running that. But I mean, it's still an n-body
So-
issue. I think
so
I
you have
only used up to 200 points.
So you have a compartmentalized, not complete simulation, which doesn't mean same, just means that it's similar. And right, we can
No,
make models.
It's not that it's not complete. It wasn't meant to be a representation of the universe. It's just an n-body
Oh, so
simulation.
it's-
You can simulate whatever
So it's not even similar
whatever
then.
system. What do you mean? For example, if you want to,
it's not supposed to represent the
can I finish
universe.
one sentence at least? Yes, it has nothing to do with the universe. It's just an n-body simulation. You put bodies there, you put their masses there, and you give them a speed, and it will show how they're gonna behave over time. That's it. It can model the solar system like that if you want to.
Right, but we know what happened when the Imperial College modeled something that we're not going to talk about, and how terrible that model was. And we even had like control groups, like certain countries who didn't participate with all the nonsense, right? And we know that that model was completely
I don't know
wrong.
what
So
you're
we don't
talking about.
trust. Oh, obviously you don't know about the Imperial College because, God forbid, after 2 years of being locked down, you wouldn't do any research about the thing that locked you down, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of
Wait,
course you don't.
Are we still
Of
talking about
course
the
you
big
don't.
body problem?
Yeah, I mean, if he's not talking about n-body problem, that might make some sense.
I
Because
don't
I'm trying
think he
to.
is. I think he changed subjects.
I was
Oh,
talking
okay, that
about
makes
a model
sense.
that was made by a professor in a college and how we don't trust models anymore because they can't be held reliable as to reality.
How is that relate? Okay, so if one model doesn't work, then no model can work. Then no model is
That's not
reliable.
what I said. I said we don't
Okay,
trust
so I
models.
don't care about other models not working. Are they even related to physics?
No.
Well, no,
Okay,
it's not.
So,
But a
so
model
who
is a
gives a
model,
fuck
right?
about the model? Like that's just a completely relevant side point.
All right, so back to your model of the cosmos where it's missing
It's
95%.
a model of the cosmos. It's a model of just n body.
No, we're
It doesn't
talking
have to
about
be the
saying-
cosmos. It's a
that's like
generic.
saying-
eccentric model.
That's like saying metal doesn't float. Metal is metal, right? Metal doesn't float.
That's a false analogy.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's a totally false analogy. So you've solved the 3-body problem then, Bacon. Can you link
the
that?
3-body problem?
You keep saying that.
Yeah, he
and
doesn't
keep
know
on
what he's
saying
talking
done
about.
that.
You said that you solved it.
I didn't say I solved it. I said I
You said
wrote
4
an
times
n-body
you did
simulation.
not solve it. Good grief, people.
Then why
I think
are
you
you
guys are
talking
hearing
about it?
problems.
I think
Why are we
so.
talking about a
Then why did
problem that you
then
didn't
why did
solve?
you speak, when I started talking about the 3-body problem? Why did you speak up then, Bacon? When you
Because
you
you
literally
confusing.
said,
Because you asked if
I
you could
solved it.
model. Yeah, if you were asking if you could model the planets and if you get their orbits right. So the answer is yes. That's just an n-body simulation. You can go to YouTube. There are plenty of tutorials on how to do that. It's one of the easiest types of simulations to write. Everyone
What
knows
is the
that.
big problem, just for the audience, in case anyone doesn't know?
Right. The 3-body problem is a closed form solution for the position of 3 bodies over time.
He's
Okay,
3
so
point
confusing.
you're
masses.
Hold on.
saying they can't hold on, Extreme. Hold on. This is going somewhere, guys. I know. Everyone wants to jump in real quick. So you're saying you can't, if you have more than two bodies, you don't know where another body's gonna be. But you
No,
can simulate this. Sorry, what?
I said there's no closed form solution for that. It's not the only possible solution. There's just not a closed form solution.
So
It's
do you know
not
where
the same as saying
body's gonna
there's
be
no
or not?
solution.
If
Yes,
there's no
with
solution, do you know
some
where the
precision.
body's gonna be?
You keep saying that, and he keeps correcting you.
Yeah, I didn't say there's no solution. Again, I said there's no closed form solution. Do you know what the difference is between a closed form
Okay, so if
solution?
there's no closed form solution, does that mean you know where the body's gonna be?
You can still know where the body is going to be, even if you don't have a closed form solution.
Okay, so why is there no closed form solution then if you know where the body's gonna be?
Because the way to know how the body is going to be is by simulating it, not by applying a certain equation.
So the math does not tell you where the body's gonna be.
Not with a single equation, but with iterations. So if you iterate a simulation until the point in which you want to know how the system is going to look like, then you know how the system is going to look like. But there's not going to be an equation in which you just input the time and then it outputs the positions. That doesn't exist. It can't exist. However, you can work the simulation all the way until you get to that time, which means the longer time you want, the longer it's going to take to compute. That's the difference between like a simulation and a closed form solution. Doesn't mean there's no solution, just there's not a single equation that's going to give you the answer right away.
So
You
you're
have
saying
to
it's
simulate it.
solved and we do know where the body. You're saying it's solved and we do know where the body's gonna be.
A problem as a general problem solved, not the as a closed form solution. That's what the 3-body problem means. It's specifically about the closed form solution, not just
The
about any
3-body
solution.
problem is knowing where a body's gonna be. You're saying
No.
we can't solve.
That's not what the 3-body problem is.
What is the 3-body problem? I thought we just went over this.
I also thought that it's knowing what the body is going to be with a closed form solution, not just knowing what it's going to be, but knowing what it's going to be with a closed form solution.
Yeah, the 3-body problem tells you where the body's gonna be. Right? Is that the result of the 3-body problem?
Jeremy, can I try and explain
It's
it
a
to you?
more specific. I know you want to be less specific, but it's
I don't
more
want to be less specific. I want to be very specific. I'm specifically trying to find
Right.
out what the 3-body problem tells you in the end. What
And
does
you're
it tell you?
specifically ignoring the very thing that makes my solution not a solution to the problem, which is
What are we going to
being a
know about
closed form.
reality? What are we going to know about reality when we're done with this?
It lacks
That doesn't
easy,
summarize the problem.
it lacks easy predictability, right? Like you can't just easily predict where a body's going to be. Like Bacon was saying, you literally have to run run a simulation out up until that point to be able to
Yes,
figure
and you
out
can do
where
that
it's
with
going to
arbitrary
be.
precision. Yes, and you can do that with arbitrary precision.
What is arbitrary precision?
Right. So if say I want to know down to a millimeter. That's gonna give you that's gonna require some amount of computation. But if you want just to the precision of a meter, that's gonna be quicker. It's gonna compute less. So the more precision you want, the more it's gonna have to compute.
Arbitrary means you pick it.
Yep.
I know what
You just
arbitrary
can't pick
means.
zero.
I know what precision means. I just didn't know what he meant by arbitrary precision. That's why I said it like that.
Okay. Do you know now?
Yeah, just random precision. Random precision.
So arbitrary means you can pick whatever you want.
Right. Whatever you randomly pick.
Hey, Bacon, you do this though. Remember earlier today when Jerry was asking you about a straight line and a curve, and it went round and round and round, and then you're talking about angles and two straight lines, and it got really, really complicated unnecessarily, and then Jerry was just like, "Fuck this." Just gets too much.
Well, I was just answering his questions. It's not my fault if he asked questions that the answer isn't that simple.
But you don't seem to have the ability just to go, you know what? I am making this more complicated than it needs to be.
Oh, if I make it simpler, I'm omitting things, and then my answer is not going to be correct. Like if I don't mention that the problem is about closed form solutions, that would be incorrect. Then I would have solved the problem if the problem was just to be able to predict where the bodies are going to be.
Yeah.
And
the thing is,
which would be incorrect.
The thing is, I'm asking you a very specific question about it. Like, what will we know about reality when we're done with it? And you want to play games and act weird.
No. Yeah, we will be able to know the position of celestial bodies by solving or even not
easy.
solving with that.
Wasn't that easy? What the problem's going to tell us in the end of that? We'll know where the bodies are.
But you're going to know that even if you don't solve that problem.
Somebody snoring or hot micing or something.
That's Emerald.
No.
Oh, it's your mic's the one that is turning on.
Oh. No, it's just. Listen, Napalm, I'm gonna push you on this one, Bacon, and try to be calm. Napalm and Jeremy asked you a simple question, as did Jerry earlier today. Answer simply, don't make it complicated, please. You are capable of doing that. You are intelligent. Prove it.
All right. What question?
What's
Straight
a
again.
three-body problem? And Jeremy asked you, what are we going to know about reality at the end of this? So we don't want to go around in circles and hear a
I
big
answered
long
it.
explanation.
Yeah, same thing as if we didn't solve it.
Okay. So you don't have a model, you haven't coded anything, and dark matter can't make predictions. And what Larry said depends about 95% of the heliocentric framework of the universe doesn't work.
No, we don't understand 95% of where the energy is yet. That doesn't mean,
so let me get this straight.
Does not mean the model and the framework is incorrect.
Let me get this straight. You don't understand 95% of the universe. Science doesn't prove anything, but every day. Hold on.
I just said it. Energy, not the whole universe. The energy in the universe.
Is 95% of the universe comprised of dark matter and dark energy?
You stupid liar.
I'm asking a question. How can a question be a lie, bro?
Oh, listen to my fucking word. Energy. No one said universe. Don't conflate it and change it to 95% of the universe. That is not true.
I'll ask the question again. Is 95% of the universe comprised of dark matter and dark energy?
I've got no idea.
Yes.
So you guys have no knowledge claim. Science doesn't prove anything, but every day you come in here to teach people that they're wrong.
Your claim was that we're lacking 95% of something. And
No.
I'm telling you that isn't the framework or the model. That's just the energy.
No, you don't understand. Dark matter isn't energy, it's matter.
I do understand.
Okay, so what is dark matter? Is it energy or is it matter?
It's the missing energy.
No, it's missing matter. Missing gravitation, to be more specific.
In this thing you don't believe in.
Well, I have been talking about it for 7 years, so You know, I'm not exactly an expert, but apparently I know your model better than you do.
My only point is that we're not missing 95% of the model. We're only got a question mark on 95% of the energy / mass.
Oh, so there is matter involved. You
It's the
just
same
deemed it
thing,
as
isn't it? If
mass
you're
to
the
avoid
expert,
the.
you know it's the same thing if you're the
Oh,
expert.
come on, relax, bro. I'm just trying to get you to
Don't
correctly
give me the
parrot your
bullshit.
model. Relax, bro. I'm just trying to get you to correctly parrot your model. Okay, so is 95% of the universe comprised of dark matter and dark energy?
Did you just say correctly parrot my model?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not playing that game with you. That's bullshit.
Oh, so we can't even
Disorganized
get you to
diagram.
correctly represent your model. That's
I
a
asked
game
you
to
about
you.
Christianity. I do not want you to parrot
if I
the model of
asked
this.
you
I want
to
you to tell me what you
correctly,
believe.
I asked you to correctly represent your model, and you think that's a game. That's a game you're not willing to play.
My model is not the Big Bang model.
Oh, it's not. So you don't believe in standard cosmology.
I might not parrot everything that you've already made an argument for.
Okay, I get it. If you're not a standard cosmologist, I understand. Yeah,
You
that
already
makes
know
sense to me.
because I heard you say I'm going to try and make you parrot your model. So you're trying
Well,
to
I was
strawman.
assuming that you were a
That means I'm
glober.
going to
If you're
strawman you now.
if you're not a standard model pusher, that's fine. You don't have to push the standard model.
No, I'm just correcting you on the 95% thing.
So you don't believe in the heliocentric, acentric model then?
Stop strawmanning. It's absurd.
Wait a minute. You just said you don't represent the standard model. Do you represent the standard model or not?
I represent some of it, yeah. But I'm not going to parrot it. That's not how people
Okay, so
discuss.
you cherry pick out of the standard model.
That's not how a conversation works. I don't parrot stuff.
Oh, so you came up with a standard model. It's your original design? Because I parrot things that I've heard from other people. I think you guys are the ones who say that you're standing on the shoulders of giants. That means you're parroting on the shoulder of someone else. You're the little parrot on the shoulder, bro.
Just stop saying that 95% of the model is broken because you know that's not true.
Well, it's unverifiable, so it's not science.
It's just the energy. It's not the whole model.
It's 95% of the model that's made of dark matter, dark energy.
No.
They even say that, mate. Honestly,
It's the energy.
They
and the
say that.
It's not the model.
You can look it up. You can look it up right now.
No, you've read
Google it.
some bullshit newspaper. That's what's happened.
Newspaper. You talking about? You talking about American Scientific American?
5% of the model. No one said that. It's not true.
Well, then if you don't know, then you don't know, bro.
It is, mate.
I can't help it because you're making an argument from ignorance.
You'll see the truth.
Why would you assume that I've never read an article about it?
Oh,
you can Google it right now. Sir, just Google.
Go read an article and find the
Bro,
real
just
truth.
Google it right now. Is 95% of the universe comprised of dark matter and dark energy? Can you do that? Are you capable of learning anything new?
That's not the model.
Yes, it is the standard model of cosmology,
That's
bro.
the part of the actual thing. That's not the model of the thing.
It's a standard model of cosmology, bro. Don't hide from your own religion.
Yeah, the standard model explains the model, the thing. The thing, we don't know where 95% of the energy or mass is. Yeah, but the model isn't 95% broken. The model admits there's 95% more energy here. We're not sure what it is yet. We're still looking.
Well, if I claim
that's not the model. That's what the object consists of.
If I claim that I'm 100 feet tall, and when you actually go to measure me, you can not only see that I'm 6 feet tall, and you say, hey, where's the other 94%? And I say, well, I just, it has to be there. Right? It's not verifiable, but I'm really 100 feet tall. Are you still going to believe me?
That's a broken analogy.
No, it's actually only off by 1%.
One's you and involves being invisible, and one's the whole of the cosmos that we're still working out. Good analogy.
Right, so you're working it out still. You don't know. You don't have any knowledge claims. Science doesn't prove anything, but you come in here to correct people every day because you're so confident that your unprovable, unfalsifiable model is correct.
Well, sometimes I come in to correct people when they lie, yeah.
Right. What about the people on your side that lie? Do you correct them, or are you like a cop? You don't like correct your own side.
I correct both sides when I can. When I have
so can you correct yourself that you said that 95% of the model is energy, and I said no, it's matter and energy, and you said, oh well, it's mass and energy, like mass and matter, and your worldview are somehow different.
Do you agree mass and energy is the same fundamental thing in the heliocentric model?
Well, it's specifically different that there's dark matter and dark energy. They're two separate theories. So no, they're not the same thing.
Which one do you want to talk about?
We're talking about both of them right now because that's what you need to make your model work mathematically. You have to have faith. You have to have faith in the unification mathematically. So if you think that gravity works at the galactic level, then you have to believe in dark matter. But the thing is that dark matter is unfalsifiable. You're talking about metaphysics, just like God. Can't falsify God. You can't falsify dark matter.
I don't care about dark matter. It's just an unknown quantity.
I know you don't.
Energy.
Right, I know you don't. But you believe in gravity, so you have to believe in dark matter.
No.
Yes.
No. Gravitation's proved, but it's a scientific law.
It's a scientific law. Then why do they need 24% of the universe to be made of dark matter?
They don't need. That's what they've come across and decided it must be something else.
They don't need it, huh? So we can just take it out of the model and everything's going to work out mathematically.
You just drop your 95% to 24%.
Because it's dark matter and dark energy.
Well, there you go. There's another lie that you did with semantics.
How's that a semantic
See that
lie?
one, Mal? It's actually 24 now. He's come round
So
to
can you please look up the amount of dark matter in the universe?
Not 95, 24.
Come on, bro. You can do it. I know you have an honest bone in you. It's definitely not the one between your legs. Hopefully it's the one on top of your head, right? So can you be honest and
24%, bro?
Can you be honest and Google the amount of dark matter in the universe?
No, I told you I don't care about it.
So you don't care about the truth. Okay, that's fair enough. You don't care about the truth,
You're up in
and
the
you're just here to
sky.
win arguments. That's
You're up
fine,
in the
bro.
sky talking about dark matter, a model you don't believe in. I'm telling you, Earth's a globe because you can see boats disappear nighttime.
So if I'm sitting at 1 inch above the water, and I assume that the light is bending down, if the light bends down into the water and never actually hits my eye, wouldn't that cause obstruction?
I'm not playing the
If I'm
question.
1 inch above the water
I'm not playing the question.
and the
game.
light's
I'll
bending
wait till
down,
you say something untrue.
okay, let's say I'm a foot above the water and the light's bending down. If the light bends down and hits the water, would that cause obstruction? Did I break them?
Wait, I'm confused. How did we go from dark matter to light, some sort of bending and obstruction?
Because I told him I don't want to talk about dark matter, so he's trying his next best.
So this is a new subject.
Yeah, please join.
I don't care about that
Okay.
either, Larry, I'm afraid.
So you said that if boats go over the horizon, it's obstruction caused by the curvature of the Earth.
I don't care
I
about
asked you if refraction can cause obstruction, and you seem to be terrified to answer the question.
No, the obstruction I'm talking about is blatant, hard obstruction on the horizon that can only be explained if the ocean's curving down. There's no other explanation, so I don't care about any made-up ideas.
You said that I was wrong about what I was saying about 95% of the universe. I'm gonna go ahead and post it from NASA and prove you wrong right here. Is there any way that you'd be willing to recant and admit? Sorry, I'm in the middle of a question. In the middle of a question. In the middle.
Will not say the models.
In the middle. In the middle of a question. Right. So after you go over the link that I just posted, would you be willing to honestly admit that you were wrong about your own model?
That link won't say the model's broken. So what you said is still wrong.
No. That's a red herring, right? We're talking about you said that 95% of the universe wasn't dark matter, dark energy. I'm just seeing if you're honest. Are you capable of being honest, sir? Do you have the capacity for honesty, sir?
You're the one on trial, bro. You're a Christian flat earther. I'm a normal person.
What's normal? Define that.
Someone that doesn't cuck to the Jews or New Age psyops about Earth being under a dome like a pizza in a puddle. Yeah, I'm above that.
So
I'm above
I
that.
don't know if
But
you
you don't
I
get
don't know
to
if you know this.
grill me with questions. That's not going to happen.
I don't know if you know this, but you know, most flat earthers are hip to what's going on in our society. And they're completely on board with you about the cucking, right? And if you were to listen to some of my conversations about the banks, the wars, we'd probably be in agreement unless you're like a
Yeah.
cuck yourself.
Then we'd get onto religion,
So
and you'd be cucking still. And I'm not insulting you. You won't be able to talk down to me with a set of questions. That won't be happening.
all right,
What
I'm
do
not
you
talking
say
down
about
to you.
banks and wars? I'm interested.
What do I say about banks and wars?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a totally different subject. I'm not sure that I want to get into it right now, but I'll put it to you like this.
Well,
There's something called the Aldrich Plan that they came up to enslave us. And it's very similar to that scene in The Matrix where you can't see the prison, you can't smell the prison, right? But we're in bonds when we go before the court, and our bonds are traded, and we're enslaved to the Federal Reserve System that was created by the bankers who didn't die on the Titanic. And let's just say that the United States is losing its sovereignty day by day, year by year, to outsiders like Ukraine, Israel, Saudi Arabia, things like that. So basically, what I'm saying is we've just about lost our country and turned into the United States of Ukraine.
in
Pretty
what
much
way are you losing sovereignty?
Well, I would like to spend 100 trillion on America. I'm pretty sure most Americans would agree.
Right, but how is that your sovereignty? Fair enough. Yeah, fair
Our
enough.
energy,
You might disagree how the money is being spent, but then how is that losing your sovereignty? I don't get it.
yeah,
Your Congress decides where the money is spent. Nobody else.
right. So there was a study done recently in the past 5 years, I think, where they basically said that if the American people want a bill passed, it gets passed 30% of the time. But if the corporations want it passed, it gets passed 70% of the time. And the opposite is also true. If the American people don't want a bill passed, it's not passed 30% of the time. If the corporations don't want a bill passed, it's not passed 70% of the time. So now do you get it?
Completely agree with you, because your system is more corrupt than anywhere, well, almost anywhere else in the developed world in terms of corporate money in politics. Absolutely agree with you on that. That's not losing your sovereignty. That just means your corporations have more power than your citizens, right?
So let me get this straight.
But that's got nothing to do with Ukraine or whatever. That's got with
So-
your corporations.
So let me get this straight. As our state becomes more fascist, we're not losing sovereignty? Is that what you just said?
Your state becomes more
Fascist?
fascist. Are you losing
Yep.
sovereignty?
Yep.
Well, who's losing sovereignty? Depends who you're saying. We, who you're defining as we. If you, as your government,
The people.
your government isn't losing sovereignty.
We the people.
Not really. The people, right? That's a different. We the people. That might be different. If you're talking about average citizen, yeah, probably are in favor of the non-average citizen, right? So that's a
What's a
different.
non-average citizen?
I guess
Can
a
you
definition.
define that? What do you mean by non-average
Not
citizen?
any further than average citizen.
A citizen that isn't average.
Somebody who's who lives on an average wage or thereabouts. You know,
Which would be
I don't know.
The
How
homeless
would
and
you
the
define
super
it
rich.
then?
I mean, average used to be the middle
Constitutional
class,
rights
right?
aren't there to protect the government. They're not there to protect corporations, multinational corporations. They're meant to protect the people, the citizens of the country.
The average used to be the
Agreed,
middle
yeah.
class, right? The blue collar working middle class.
But I don't think we have that anymore. It's literally a tale of two cities with the upper and the lower class. We don't really have an average middle class anymore. So that's why I was kind of confused.
Yeah, but just to go back to the point, the sovereignty of your state, of your country, is a different idea, and you're not losing it by, I don't know, by your Congress spending money in the way that people don't want to
Okay,
spend.
right. So
That's not the same.
100
Those are
billion,
different
100
things.
billion isn't losing it. What if we gave like 300? Oh, sorry, trillion, 100 trillion. 100 trillion isn't us losing our sovereignty, right? But what if it was
That's
500
not
trillion?
sovereignty.
Hold
That's
on,
not
bro.
sovereignty, right?
Let me finish my argument.
Go on.
So let's say that it was not 100 trillion. Let's say it was 500 trillion, and now the price of eggs are costing us, let's say, $20, right? Would that be us losing our sovereignty? Or what if it was 1,000,000 trillion to Ukraine, right? Because we got to beat the Russians, right? We have to stop the Russians from building their capital next to our military bases. Obviously, we have to stop that from happening. So what if it was 500 trillion? Would we be losing our sovereignty then?
Sovereignty, no. You keep your sovereignty. Your
Okay, so
government
the price
keep.
of a dozen eggs
I don't
goes
know
up.
what.
Go
You
ahead.
might have a different understanding of the word sovereignty to what I'm thinking, maybe, because you keep referring to sovereignty, but it's not sovereignty that you're losing. If a country is experiencing hyperinflation, like Venezuela was, doesn't mean it lost its sovereignty. It doesn't mean it lost its ability to govern itself. It doesn't mean some other country came in and took over and is now
Well, obviously, Ukraine took
enforcing its
over.
own rules on it. Your own system of government is still the body that creates and enforces the laws. That means you're retaining your sovereignty. Losing your sovereignty is like joining the European Union. You lose part of your sovereignty because
That's
you then
one way.
uh,
But if the United States
because
government
hold
is
on a
no
second,
longer
hold on, let me finish. Hold on, because then you are giving up some of your court rights. For example, the European Court can overrule your own local courts. So you've lost part of your sovereignty. If you join a monetary union, you give up the ability to print your own money. You've lost some of your sovereignty because you're now under the control of some other central bank. That's where sovereignty is, not when you're experiencing hyperinflation. That's a different idea.
the government is meant to be
Sovereign.
public servants serving us, the people, the
Agree.
public. And if they are not serving us, they are instead serving big corporations and themselves and misrepresenting what the people want. We take the loss. We lose our ability to be sovereign.
Well, you to lose your ability to be sovereign. I guess I know what you mean, but I guess I wouldn't use those terms to define it. But yeah, I know what you mean. Let's leave it there, I think.
Well, no, I think we should really get into, the claim that I've made that this is no longer the United States of America, that this is the United States of Ukraine. And it's obvious that if we can just throw $100 billion at them, right, isn't that some sort of taxation without representation? Because what do I get out of it? Do I get like a Ukrainian plot of land? Because I pay taxes on that, right? Do I get like a Ukrainian wife? Maybe, some Ukrainian dollars? Anything? No? Just, loyal obedience to Ukraine and some guy named Voldemort Zelensky?
What are the other options?
Well, we could just back off from Russia and let Russia do its thing, right? Kind of like if me and you were having an issue and I said, you do you, bro. And we just, separated. Wouldn't that be weird, right? If I just let you do you and you let me do me, that'd be weird, right?
And you think the world would be better off that way?
Well, it
If
could
maybe we
possibly
moved
prevent
our
World War
biolabs
III.
out of Ukraine before Russia takes it, like that'd be a good idea. But yeah, just let them figure it out.
Well, I mean, I think preventing World War III is a good idea. What about you?
I mean, they kind of tried appeasement back in World War II with Hitler, and it didn't really work out. They literally said, "Yeah, we'll let you do this. You know what? You want that country? You can have it." And I mean, now there we are.
Actually, Hitler sued for peace several times, and he was actually waving the peace flag, which was the swastika. Before World War II was the universal sign of peace. From the Navajo Indians all the way to the Hindi Indians, it was recognized around the world as a peace sign. So when he sued for peace and asked for passage through certain land territories and didn't get it, well, he wanted to go save the Germans who were being brutalized, raped, pillaged, mass murdered in those countries, and they told him no, so he went anyway.
So just to be clear, you're defending Hitler. Is that what you're doing?
No,
Okay.
just to be clear, I'm talking about actual
I had
history.
it that way as well.
So if it sounds like I'm defending Hitler just by reciting mainstream history, then maybe you are misinformed.
I mean, that's why I asked.
Or maybe that's how it sounds. That's how you phrased it.
Well, I know you guys like to use stultification tactics because your other, head-on arguments don't work. So just call me
Again,
out.
I was curious. That's why I asked the question. It wasn't an accusation. It was a question.
So let's hear more about, how it's the flat earthers that are cooking. Where'd that Australian guy go?
Don?
Yeah, where'd he go?
I don't know. Don's kind of annoying to talk to.
He just happened to disappear right as soon as the baller is cooking to Israel. Funny.
He's still in text chat. I don't guess he's in voice chat now.
Napalm, I apologize for taking over, bro. Did Napalm leave too?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry I came and rained on your parade.
No, you're good, man. I'm in the middle of doing work anyway, so it's
Okay. It's all good then. So yeah, 95% of the energy and matter in existence, according to the standard model, and according to NASA, is dark matter and dark energy. So when that guy said that I was wrong, he wasn't man enough to recant. So from now on, I will not refer to him as a man when I speak to him. It's unfortunate.
Well, he projects a lot, right? Because anytime you push him on details, right, he just wants to throw out platitudes. You push him on details, and then he projects onto you that you're quote unquote cucking to some sort of whatever flat earth cult, when really he's cucking to the status quo. He enjoys his enslavement, obviously.
Well, it's really unfortunate, but we're going to move on because he's not here to defend himself. But yeah, I just would like people, when they say that I'm wrong and I, cite something from their worldview, like NASA.gov, and show them that actually I'm not wrong, and maybe I have read a newspaper article or two. I just expect them to own up to what they said. If they said that I was wrong and I prove them right, I would just expect them to say, yeah, you know what? I made a mistake there.
Mic check. Bacon, you still there now? Just quiet it
1,
down.
2.
No, Bacon left.
I wanted to go further with that, but
Yeah, I mean, it really would help if we could have an honest conversation, right? Like if I came up with a theory that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon and that's causing the tides, and you said, wait a minute, you can't verify that. And I said, you know what, you're right. It's not even worth really arguing over, right? I would like automatically recant, like, oh yeah, that's just a philosophical argument. It's not even scientific. But these people, these anti-flat earthers specifically, like they cannot do that, right? They admit that science doesn't prove anything, but yet they're every day in here standing on not proof and telling us we're wrong.
That's a great point you made, Larry.
Science doesn't prove anything, but I know you flat earthers are wrong.
Right?
Oh, they'll argue with you on anything because you're a flat earther. You're always wrong. So their viewpoint is always, malleable. They can just pick whichever side they want to argue on. If a flat earther says it, though, they're on the other side.
Completely random, but I posted an article about the Three Body Problem TV show.
yeah, so the solution of the three body problem, this problem, the result of this will tell us where the planet's going to be, right? Or whatever body we're talking about.
No, there is no closed solution.
Bacon left.
What were you saying, Extremistus? I couldn't understand you. You had like a twangy.
I posted an article about the Three Body Problem TV show that's coming out on Netflix.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Who gives a fuck?
I said before I made that, I said not to digress or whatever I said. But anyway, I said I was
if it's coming from Netflix, you can be guaranteed it's propaganda and only half truths, no matter what.
Well, I mean, it's a TV show based on a fictitious book, a fiction book.
Okay, what's the difference between the closed solution and this other solution that they do? If the result of this gives us the position of the body, what's the difference?
So when he says it's an iterative process, that's kind of what he means.
What does that mean? What's iterative?
I'm just saying, if you can't, okay, there's one thing, there's this closed solution that we can't do, but then there's this other solution that you can do. What's the difference between those?
So it's, I mean, and again, he's not here to explain it, but this is the way I would explain it. Maybe I can, if somebody says I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if there's a closed form solution, then basically if you want the future of this particular three body problem 1,000 steps forward, then there's nothing that you can put into one equation that says here is the starting position and 1,000, and here's the whatever effects there are in this system, and 1,000 steps later they'll be in this position. Instead, the iterative solution is you start with the initial solution, the initial starting position. These are the effects, and you run that one time, and you get a where they're going to be in one time frame, 1 second, 1 month, whatever. Then you run it, and then now you still have those effects. You run the equation or the simulation, for lack of a better word, again, and you're going to get another position. And you're going to get another position, and you run it 1,000 times, and then you're going to get your position in 1,000 seconds, years, months, whatever. So there's nothing that you can do in one equation that gives you that answer. So you have to do it basically 1,000 times instead of doing it in one equation. That's the way I would explain the difference.
Isn't that called fudging the numbers, cherry picking, selecting the data that fits your theory and rejecting the rest? Is that what you call iterative?
Don't
not at all.
think that's the same thing.
Okay, so the closed form solution won't give us the position of the body.
Not in a simplified manner. No.
Yeah, you can't put a certain equation down and say where will this object be in year 22 from right now. There's no equation that can do that.
Did you hear my explanation, Zanuck?
What's that?
Did you hear my explanation?
Yeah, exactly. I think
Was
that's
that
what I'm
right?
saying. Right? I'm summarizing because I don't think they got it. So you have to run this thing over and over and over again to get that position. That's what Instrument was saying. You just can't. There's not like there's not an equation that has some factor like an annuity table. You know, what's my loan going to be worth, or what's this annuity going to be worth in 30 years? That's like an equation. You can do that with a three-body diagram. You cannot do that. There's no equation that does that. Is that a good analogy or comparison, Extremis?
I approve. Yes.
Okay. Some things in physics.
So iterative means
sorry.
cherry picking.
Why is that cherry picking?
Within your model,
we have a model.
within your model of gravity, right?
Yeah.
And the solar system, there's no predictive capabilities that you currently have, right?
That's
without
contrary to what
running
we just said.
Without running the full simulation out, you don't have a simple closed form solution for predictability in the future without fully running out the simulation.
For the reason we just said. So, like, again, we put all the values in there. We know the properties of mass. We know that the distances. We know the sizes, the densities, etc. And all the other factors. All the other factors. So we say, here's the equation. Now we don't know what it's going to look like a year from now. So we run the simulation saying, okay, this is what happens after 1 year, or this many seconds. A successive variation of this equation and solving for the equation, and then you get a statistical result, and those statistics that you generate will match the outcome, and then how well it matches will be the R-square value in statistics, and that's what we end up seeing. So we say, if you say, where's the moon going to be in a year, they'll do this process and they'll tell you where the moon, and you know what, lo and behold, it'll be there. So it's not just fudge factor or cherry picking or whatever Larry said about filling in the voids or something, making things up. No, it's actually an equation that has to be run in succession to have predictive qualities. I don't think that's hard. I don't think it's that amazing or hard to understand, is it?
Basically,
you're just
can't do it.
Restating what I said in a different way is all you're saying.
You can't do it in one big step. You can get a pretty accurate, I'll use that in quotes, answer in a lot of little steps.
Which is what I said, but Zanuck said no to spend 4 minutes to tell me exactly what I said in a longer form.
Well, it sounded like you said we had no predictive qualities for the three-body diagram.
Has no closed form long-term predictive qualities.
The equation doesn't. Yeah. Well, it has some, but the reason it has it is because it has to be done in a process.
I didn't ask for the reason, Zanuck, and I didn't ask for the
Zanuck.
Okay.
Now that's clear.
Yeah, it makes it sound like when you made that statement, Napalm, it makes it sound like the equation just kind of made up. It doesn't work. It doesn't work on its own, but it does work when you use it the way it's.
Wait a minute. It is made up, right? Man made it.
I do disagree with
fabrication is different than made, constructed. Man.
Wait a minute. Gravity is a theory, right?
Gravity is a theory.
It's right. It's not really like a fact. It's a theory that people have that people made up. So it's a made up theory, right?
Well, how do you define made up? What does that mean?
Just created out of thin air.
No, then that's not what it is. Then okay, that's why I asked the question.
Okay, created out of mathematics. How about that?
No, again, wrong.
Okay, so you're saying the theory of gravity isn't a mathematical theory?
I didn't say that. What's that logical fallacy, Extremis? I can't remember. That was a good one.
Okay, so I'm just clarifying.
Nice try, Hank. Nice try, Larry.
When you ask a question, it's a clarification question because words have different meanings, right? Do you understand that?
Right. But you.
Okay, so when someone asks you a question, it's not a straw man. I'm either expecting you to say yes, that's my premise, or no, this is actually what I mean,
You said
right?
you said 3 questions that were unrelated, and then you go, therefore this. That's not how it works, Larry. It's not made up. It's not
Okay,
conjured up. It's
so
made, and it's you, and it uses. I should have been clarifying, but I don't want to interrupt you. You do use mathematics in some of the calculations, but it's not conjured up by using mathematics to just fabricate some solution. The
So
process
gravity
of,
is a law, not a theory.
well, there's 2 things of gravity. There is a law of gravity, and there's a theory of gravity. The law of
You're right,
gravity,
sorry.
what we see happen. The theory of gravity is where it comes from. But the law and the theory are based on experimental and scientific data, and correlation of that data and observational evidence as well.
so what's the experimental part?
Well, for the theory of the law,
Either one.
well, let's do real quick. I'm not going to go into the details. Let's say we start with the law. The law of gravity says that mass will accelerate in at 9.8 meters per second squared if we drop something, and we put in vacuums, and we start dropping different types of mass, and we start using different observed distances that it falls, and we isolate independent variables by suddenly isolating this experiment by putting it in a vacuum, making sure that there's nothing acting on it, that kind of thing. So that's real simple. That'd be a real simple overview of how we verify the law of gravity. So different masses all
So
are the same, and the
so let
acceleration
me
is always the same. So and it also varies as you go higher. So there we go. That's that one. For the theory,
so
what I told you I do too, and it's real quick. The theory would be something as simple as, we drop something off the accelerate. We know forces are needed to accelerate something, yet we don't see any forces acting on this object whatsoever. So we think it's bending or warping of space time. There's the theory of gravity.
So you said you put an object in a vacuum to make sure that anything isn't acting on it. Doesn't, electromagnetism like permeate the entire universe according to the inverse
Yeah,
square
sure.
law?
Yep.
So you didn't control for that, did you?
Yeah. They control that. They put things in Faraday cages, or they isolate them.
Faraday
Does
cage
it
would
block
eliminate
out?
that.
There's all sorts of things that they've done to kind of, and then maybe they'll add magnetism in there, see if that affects it. Can they alter the trajectory at all? And they found out that that's not a factor that's relevant in the tests.
That's just wrong, Zanuck. You
Not
think a
wrong.
Faraday cage completely eliminates
No, nothing
electrostatics what's
completely
inside of
eliminates
it?
anything.
Okay, good. So then why did you say that?
Because they try to control the variables as best they can. So in that process of controlling these variables, they've seen no influence of electromagnetic radiation or magnetic or static electricity to actually vary the outcome of this acceleration. Because also two things: the
Can you give me the relation?
the instantaneousness of gravity is different than on the small scales are different than electromagnetism, static electricity, and electronic progression and propagation. So because it's instantaneous, there's a meaning of that. Light, things move at the speed of light.
All right,
Even
Zanuck, you
gravitational
got to be a
waves do.
little smaller,
But hold
a
on,
little
let me
shorter,
finish.
bud.
But gravity has an instantaneity that is just completely different than magnetism.
When you guys are done with this,
Do you think a Faraday cage deals with electrostatics?
Electromagnetism and magnetism. It'll reduce or eliminate most of the interaction between the outside and the inside of those types of flows of current.
Does the geometry of the Faraday cage have anything to do with what it does or does not eliminate as far as even electromagnetics?
Yeah, the
I mean, it
geometry
doesn't take into account electrostatic. Like it can't eliminate electrostatics, but like
yeah,
EM
sure.
propagation.
You cannot induce an electrostatic interaction outside a Faraday cage and have it affect something inside the Faraday cage. That doesn't work. Any
Have you tested
magnetism,
this?
any electric flow, electric field flow, electromagnetic field flow, nothing can flow through it.
awesome.
Readily. I mean, this it's not gonna be perfect.
Cool. So if we're in a Faraday cage that is the size of chicken wire, would microwaves go through that?
What do you mean that Faraday cage is the size of chicken wire?
Do you know what a
No,
Faraday cage is?
Yeah. You're saying the size of the chicken wire. I mean the cross hatching.
Correct.
Okay. Yes. Certain types of radiation will penetrate depending on what it's designed to
Right. So
eliminate.
the geometry of the Faraday cage plays a role on the types of electromagnetic radiation that it will or will not shield for, right?
Yes, that's fundamental to its ability to protect or to isolate the
Okay.
subjects inside.
Just wanted to make that clear.
awesome. That's clear. Briggs, you there? All right, maybe later.
Right. So I was asking for the scientific experiment. I don't know what Zanuck said. Did he ever like come up with an experiment other than like dropping things in a vacuum like they wouldn't go down or something? And then he talked about, the assumed rate of things falling, right, in a vacuum and
No measure.
all that
It's
stuff,
kind of
which is
confusing.
all something that we can observe, but how do we
That's why you
actually
get the law.
verify?
That's why you get the
Sorry,
law
bro.
out of it. See, the
Sorry, I
law
didn't mean to
becomes.
interrupt you with the
I
middle of
was
my
just in
sentence.
concert with you. I thought we were on the same page. Just kind of going back and forth. Two
Right.
bros.
I was just asking for the scientific experiment to verify because how do you know what you know, right, Zanuck? How do we know that mass is attracting mass, even though there's no like physical tether, right? And how do we know that it's not electrostatics or electromagnetism or any of the other things that happen? Like, things can float when you use sound waves to make them levitate, right? So how do we know it's not the lack of that that's causing things to fall?
We can do tests, and I explained to you.
We
You weren't listening when I
don't.
talked about the law of gravity and dropping things, and we measure this acceleration, and then you can dispute this law and say, what, this law is invalid because I found a situation where it doesn't happen. And once
Right.
you have one exception to the law, you will then make that law invalid. You create a situation where that law is now invalid. And
Right, like the
so
sound
you can do
waves.
that. Pardon me? No, sound waves doesn't make it invalid. Sound waves, we
No,
know how
you
sound waves
said that
work.
if you find an exception to the law,
Yes, it's not
right? Like
acceptable.
we can make things levitate with sound waves, right?
Yes, you can. And why do they levitate
So
with sound waves? Because you've added an additional force to that object. If you can't, that's why the scientific method works. You have to isolate. That's an independent variable we would remove. We would not have sound waves there.
right, and then when you remove it, it causes the object to fall to the ground, not gravity.
F equals MA.
That's not how it works,
Not
Hank. I don't want to go down this. It sounds like you're going to go down a rat hole that I don't even want to be part of. You're not even thinking about this. Come on.
If I don't have sound involved, if sound is not involved and it falls, and then I add sound to it and it raises, and then I take the sound away and it falls again. You're telling me that experiment to you shows that sound is making it levitate.
This is the logic they use sometimes.
Yes.
I mean, Hank's being.
Hold on, Zanuck. He's not talking to you. Yes, sound waves can cause objects to levitate in midair. And when you take the sound waves away, it causes the object to fall. Now you're claiming that's because of gravity, and I'm claiming it's because of the lack of sound waves.
Okay, so if I have a, let's say one of those magnets, and I have this paper clip, and the magnet pulls it up, but I add some sound waves, and it doesn't change anything, and I add some more sound waves, and it doesn't change anything. I add enough sound waves, eventually it floats, but then I add another magnet, and now it doesn't float as much. I add a stronger magnet. So what conclusions would you draw from that?
Not a whole lot, because you mixed in so many different variables that you don't actually have an independent variable, which is it's right. Hold on. It's necessary to have the only thing that you modify so that you can see the cause and effect relationship. Now, let me retool your argument. Let's say you have a paperclip and it's sitting right next to an electromagnet that's turned off. You turn it on, the paperclip now is on the bottom side of the magnet and appears to be avoiding gravity, escaping gravity. Well, when you turn the electromagnet off, it falls to the ground. Why did it fall to the ground? The only thing I manipulated was the electromagnet. When I turned it off, it fell. So that would be the independent variable or a cause of things falling.
That's not how that works.
Right?
That's not the right term either.
That's exactly how it works.
So let me explain to you correctly
Okay,
the
so
experiment.
what
Hank,
term was I
let me help
wrong?
you out.
What?
Let me steelman your argument real quick. So you're saying the experiment is like, I think, I want to test to see if turning off the electromagnet will cause something to fall. So I turn off the magnet and then it falls. So in that test, your dependent variable was the falling of the magnet, and your independent variable was this
No, that's wrong.
turning off the electromagnet.
No, stop.
Right?
The dependent variable is the naturally observed phenomenon, right?
No, the dependent variable is. You got it backwards.
Hold on.
You got it backwards.
No, you got it backwards, bro. Stop.
No, I don't. The
It's my
dependent variable is
experiment.
what happens.
It's my experiment, dude. Relax. The natural observed phenomenon is paper clips will get sucked up into a magnetic field and appear to be opposing what you call gravity, right? That's the naturally observed phenomenon. So magnets cause things to defy gravity. Is that right? Do magnets cause metal to?
Magnets cause things to defy gravity. Yes.
Right. So the independent variable would be the thing that I'm manipulating. That's why it's independent, because I'm only manipulating one
the change
variable.
on the independent variable. Yes.
Bro, listen. I'm only manipulating one thing. I'm turning off the electromagnet. And I'm using an electromagnet because I can't turn off a stone magnet. Right.
That's
So
the independent variable, correct?
Right. It caused it to fall when I did that. Right?
The dependent variable is the falling of this object, right?
No, the dependent variable is the fact that magnets can lift heavy metal into the air.
Well, now we changed it. You talked about the falling.
No, it's been the same the whole time. Listen,
no, I've never heard that. The first time you mentioned that.
Listen, bro. Listen. The naturally observed phenomenon is that magnets can pick up metal.
That's the dependent variable then.
That's the dependent variable.
Okay.
The independent variable is when I rig up an electromagnet to test this little theory, right? And I cause something to float, and then I turn off the battery power. I open the circuit to where it's no longer a closed circuit, and the electromagnet drops the steel. That's the independent variable. I turned off the magnet and caused this to fall.
No, you just conflated two separate, completely different experiments. I don't know if you can't see that, but it's obvious to everyone but you, I think. The independent variable is something that's going to cause a change in the dependent variable. Your dependent variable was the attraction of this electromagnet and the object. So you say, okay, I'm going to turn on the magnet, which is the independent variable, turn it on, and then watch the effect, which is the dependent variable, and the change in the dependent variable of it going from the ground up to the magnet. Now you turn it off and it falls. That'd be a different. Now the next test might be, well, I think the next experiment, if I turn off an electromagnet, it will fall. So falling will be now your dependent variable, and turning off is your independent variable. See how this works? And so you turn it off and it falls. So what you said, by turning off the electromagnet, you cause it to fall. That's a perfectly valid experiment. Now, all these experiments together will allow you to validate or invalidate your hypothesis. What's your hypothesis, Hank? That magnets can attract things and not attract things when they're turned off? That would be valid for both of those experiments. So you just don't understand how this experimentation versus hypothesis thing works. I'm not being insulted, but
You
I'm
asked me a question, bro.
through.
And then you accused me of not understanding. So you're the one asking questions, but I don't understand, Zanuck.
No, I'm
Can
asking
I ask a
you.
question?
I'm not asking
I've been
a question.
trying
I told
for
you how
like
it
5
works.
minutes.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Could you please explain the formula F equals ma?
Who are you talking to?
That's for you,
Hank or
Larry.
me? Yeah. Larry? Larry?
You broke him.
Sir, we do not answer rhetorical questions.
It's not a rhetorical question.
He's broken.
I thought it was a pretty salient question that got right to the heart of the matter.
I'm at work, right? So if you want to know the answer to that question, Google it.
Well, do you understand it? That's what he's asking. I think you do. I would say you do, but I don't know if you do or not.
As a hint, he's not really looking for the answer. He's trying to figure out if you understand
All right,
it.
I'm back in my car. Relax. Okay, so we went from talking about science to now he's changing the subject, and now we're talking about a mathematical description of something.
No.
So, no.
It's a major,
so
as
F equals
Nathan
ma.
says,
Is
a major
that
law of
science?
physics. A major law of physics.
Is that science?
It's a law of physics. Nathan always talks about that. Entropy, this. Now, you've heard those arguments before. We're talking about a major
F
law.
equals ma, right?
Right.
Is that like a scientific equation, or is that math?
That's Newton. That's Newton's second law.
All right, so you're mathematically describing something. What does that have to do with science?
Could you just explain what we're
Larry,
describing?
this is why it's hard to really have a conversation with you.
No,
well,
hold on.
I didn't claim gravity. You describe what you're claiming.
Yeah, could you just explain what that formula means and why?
I don't speak on mathematical subjects that I didn't bring up.
You did bring it up, though.
We all know what it means.
No, I never brought up F equals ma. That came out of your mouth.
Right. You didn't understand. The F equals ma debunks what you're saying. It is the reason why the sound waves or the electromagnet not being there can't provide a force, because you need something to be there to provide the acceleration for the object, this steel beam or the paperclip or whatever you're using to move, to accelerate. So F equals ma.
Okay, so what does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
So
I'm talking about an experiment that you can do with an electromagnet. And when you turn it off, it causes things to fall down. And then you butt in the conversation with a category error talking about mathematics that I didn't even bring up. And you want me to describe what's going on mathematically. We're not talking about mathematics here. We're talking about real life that everybody can do with, a battery, a steel rod, a coil, and a paperclip.
So what is the force when the electromagnet is turned off and that causes things to fall?
Well, that would be a claim on your part. I'm saying it's the force that was levitating it. In the absence of the force.
That's what you.
Sorry, bro.
You just said.
You interrupted me. May I finish?
Right.
May I finish?
I'm going to correct you.
So you're going to interrupt me.
I'm going to correct what you said. You said that when you turn off the electromagnet, that causes things to fall. Acceleration, it requires a force. Can you tell me what that force is?
Yeah, if you want to have a little interruption in your conversation, don't start crying if you get interrupted, Kool-Aid, okay?
Okay, so it's real simple, right? Any child can understand this. If the magnet is causing it to rise, and then you turn off the magnet, it causes it to fall, ipso facto.
The magnet causes it to fall? The magnet that's not on causes it to fall?
Yes, the lack of magnetism is what was holding it up, so it gave it energy, right? And then when you turn it off, what happens? It causes it to fall. So it releases that energy.
According to you, it accelerates without a force.
It's the absence of the force that was holding it up. Hello, it's trying to reach equilibrium.
Newton's law is wrong.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. We're not talking about Newton's law. We're talking about electromagnetism.
Yes, we are. No, we're talking about Newton's law.
We're talking about Newton's law. So if the magnet causes the paperclip to rise and I turn off the magnet and it causes it to fall, where is Newton's law in that equation?
F equals ma. What force is giving you an acceleration?
Magnetism. And the lack thereof.
The lack of a force cannot be a force in and of itself. You need a force.
It is if it forces it into an unnatural position.
Larry, you need acceleration. When you're moving, it can't cause an acceleration.
Listen, don't interrupt. The paperclip was at rest, right? Which is the natural state of the paperclip. You pick it up with a magnet, you turn off that magnetic force, it goes back to its state of rest. Now, if you want to describe that mathematically with F equals ma, go ahead, but how do you verify it scientifically? That's the part that I'm getting at.
Where are you getting your acceleration from?
Magnetism And the lack thereof.
A lack of something doesn't cause an acceleration.
Really? Why is it when I turn off the magnetism, it causes it to accelerate right down to the floor?
Gravity. Gravity
Okay,
causes the acceleration down. That
prove
is the force.
gravity without, listen, I got a simple thing I'm just asking. Prove gravity without using electromagnetism, sound waves, buoyancy, aerodynamics, or any other of these anti-gravity effects, and I will pay attention.
Sure, pound Repka.
What?
The pound Repka experiment.
Go ahead, I've never heard of it.
One of the 5 classic example or quote unquote proofs, confirmations really, of gravity.
Proofs, confirmation, bias. What are you talking about now?
So what you do is you take a mass and you excite it until it releases an ion. As the ion is shot up a tower, depending on how far away your receptive mass is, it will either be in phase or out of phase. If it's out of phase with that, the ion will pass directly through the receptive mass. If it's still in phase and the gravitational potential hasn't had the chance to pull it out of phase, it is reabsorbed. That was a really quick version of it. What is this called? Pound Repka.
Pound Repka. So it's like pound sand, but pound Repka.
Yeah.
Okay, never heard of this before, so I can't speak on something that I've never heard of before. So I might have to look into it and do my own research.
Yeah, it's.
Damn, Rick left. I was trying to holler at him.
It's considered one of the 5 classical evidences of gravity.
Okay, so you ever heard of the double slit experiment?
The double slit experiment has nothing to do with pound Repka. Thanks.
I'm not bringing up pound Repka. We're talking about gravity, so I'm just going to find something here for you.
Has nothing to do. The wave particle duality of light has nothing to do with gravity.
Is that what you think?
So why don't we stick to gravity? And
right, we're about to.
And why don't you explain the acceleration on your mass without a force?
Right. You're going to let me speak without interrupting me, right?
Are you going to stick on the subject, or are you going to run away to something different?
We're talking about gravity, right? We're talking about Newtonian gravity this whole time. So right here it says, so we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons. We get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons. We get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons of both slits, we must get 18 hits at point A. Well, what do we get? A big fat 0. Well, what does that mean? This is the end of Newtonian physics. Right? So I guess that's why you guys say that science is never proven, because you thought you had it proved right, but this proves it wrong. So science doesn't prove anything in your worldview. So what are you talking about, bro? And I have 2 more citations from the same professor.
I am talking about F equals ma, and you have something accelerating without a force, and that breaks the second law of motion. And I'm really interested in getting you to talk about that, but you're seeming to be unwilling to.
Okay, so this is really simple. The magnetic force is an actual force, right?
I think it's an emergent property, but either way, it acts as a force.
So magnetism acts as a force or is a force? I need to know.
Does it matter?
Yeah, we're talking about forces.
If it acts as a force, or if it isn't a proper force, at the end of the day, doesn't matter, because it still acts as a force.
Okay, so you don't know that magnetism is an actual force.
It is a force. I don't believe it's an actual force. I believe it's an emergent property.
Okay, so that's your belief. Cool. All right, so the force causes the paperclip.
I'm sorry, that just comes from my chemistry background. Maybe if you have, degrees and citations you could bring up that counter that, I would listen to it. But
no,
right now,
if I showed you a scientific, listen, bro. If I showed you a paper from Scientific American talking about the problems with the standard model, you wouldn't understand it, and you would
Scientific
say that
America.
I don't understand it.
Scientific America is not a peer reviewed or respectable journal. It is a layman's journal. I would take something from a respectable journal.
So Scientific American is not a scientific journal?
Wait, we're
No,
off the
it's
rails here, boys. Hey, Larry, please stay focused. You talked about magnetism being removed and it accelerating downward because of lack of magnetism, which is really kind of insane. But I can have something glued to the ceiling. Glue finally
Well,
deteriorates.
okay, you said it's
Is
insane.
falling due to glue?
Let's address that, right? So you said it's insane that magnetism lifts the object up, and then you turn off the magnetism and it causes that object to fall. That's
To
insane to you?
accelerate downward. That's what he was saying. That's what Kool-Aid was saying. You're saying that, yeah, we removed the force that was holding it to the object, and then it accelerates to the ground. So we know because of F equals ma, I'm kind of taking his thunder a little bit because he was trying to ask you this question, that
So you
we
know
need a
because you
force for something.
described
We
it
need hold on.
mathematically.
A force is required. You're talking over me. You require a force for an object to accelerate. That's Newtonian second law. We understand that. We all agree that's always prevalent. But you're saying that it's accelerating just because I removed a force, which is a little bit crazy.
So you're saying
You heard what I said. I said that you just don't
yeah, give
remove
me
a
a second.
force
I was
and
responding
another
to
force
the
is created
bro.
by that force being removed.
Listen.
I'm trying to.
F equals ma is not something that you know because just because you describe something mathematically, it doesn't mean that you know it. You're just describing it. Any idiot can describe something in any language they want to. I'll be right back.
Wow. It's going to get darker before it gets lighter. F equals ma is just a mathematical equation. It has no validity.
I just got in. So what is F equal ma? What does that mean? What's the F stand for?
A force.
Force of what?
Of what, by what, to what? Is that what you're going to say?
What kind of force are we talking about here?
Something that imparts an acceleration to a mass.
Which is what's the cause of it?
I don't know. You tell me.
That's why I'm asking you.
The cause is actually irrelevant. All that it matters is that there is a force. The cause could be buoyancy, could be gravity, could be electromagnetism, could be the strong nuclear force. The cause is irrelevant. The fact that there is a force is the important part.
Magnetic force.
All right, so let me try to explain this in a way that you guys can understand. You all know that static is a force, right? You can make a balloon sit on the glass or on the wall, right, if it has a static charge, right?
Static electricity can cause a force, correct.
Right. So what are atoms made out of? Protons, electrons, and neutrons, right? So when the paperclip is on the ground, well, it's there for several reasons, right? There's, static force holding it to the ground. Then there's the lack of buoyancy holding it to the ground. And then there's the lack of sound waves holding it to the ground. And the lack of magnetism holding it to the ground. So when I interfere with any of those things, right, like if I tie a buoyant balloon to the paperclip, it's going to go up. If I add sound waves under it, it's going to, hold on, bro, that's not wrong.
Yes,
Are you an idiot? Hold on.
Lack of buoyancy.
Are you seriously saying that if I tie a paperclip to a helium balloon, that it's not going to take off and float away? What's wrong about that?
So
you said that lack of buoyancy is when it's on the ground. It still has buoyancy when it's on the ground. It's lighter because it occupies space. Because that area that it's displaced has weight.
Yeah, I know that it has buoyancy on the ground, but there's a lack of buoyancy to pull it off the ground.
Oh, you're saying
until you
not
tie
enough
the
buoyancy.
balloon. Yeah.
You said
That's
it didn't
what
have any
means, not
buoyancy.
enough. Lack of buoyancy means not enough. Try to stay focused and not interrupt people when they're making
So
an
lack
argument.
means remove.
So back to it being at rest. The paperclip is at rest. Why is it at rest? Well, there's a static force holding it to the ground. And then there's not enough buoyancy, there's not enough aerodynamics, there's not enough sound waves, there's not enough magnetism. Hold on, I'm not done. So when you add magnetism or any of these other so-called anti-gravitic properties, it's going to cause it to do what? Go up. So when it goes up, it leaves its natural state of rest, and it goes up and does what? It sits there until another thing acts upon it. Well, what is this other thing acting upon it? You turn off the magnetism, it goes back to static. So it wants to set at rest, so it goes back to rest. That's what static
Hank,
means,
you're missing
right?
the key point. You're missing the key point again. We can't have objects, and there's no observation of any object that can accelerate without a force. So when you let go of it, if it just fell and had a constant velocity on its own, there'd be another discussion. But we don't just see that; we see it actually accelerate. And for that acceleration to happen, to occur, there has to be something that causes a force. So whether it is a real force, a fictitious force, or a proper force, that's another debate. But there is still the effect of a force still needs to be present. And that's not just present by something being absent. That's nonsensical.
So is static a force? Static
Yes, static
electricity?
electricity can cause a force.
Does static electricity make the thing stick to things?
It can cause a force, correct.
Right. So the static
There's opposite
electricity is
charges of two
causing the
objects.
paperclip to stay at rest. The static causes the paperclip to be static. I'm not
Okay,
trying to be ambiguous. I'm assuming you guys know that there's
so we can
two different
then
meanings.
charge the paperclip and have it the same polarity
Electrostatics.
as the ground. Hold on, and then it will still
Well,
be
you've
on
been
the
talking
ground.
a lot.
So we can
You've
remove
been talking a lot,
remove
dude.
the dice low. We can remove the static electricity, and it's still on the ground. So that's incorrect, Nick.
Let me chime in really quickly. Electrostatic forces, magnetic attraction, and gravity are all three one and the same thing. They're only explained differently because of the non-understanding.
The instantaneity.
So you're saying that
hold on,
bro. Hold
I'm
on,
responding
bro.
to dice low.
No, I'm responding to dice low. He just said that all three are the same things. So if all three are the same thing, then how can you define gravity if I could define it three different ways?
Right. It's a good question.
So-
I mean, that's because gravity is really skewed in their understanding, and they don't really know what causes gravity or what the what the properties of it are, other than things moving towards one another. But they don't necessarily move towards one another. They move towards this null point between the two objects.
Okay. The instantaneity of gravity is completely different than electrostatics or other forces. This is a key point. So if they're the same, there wouldn't be the instantaneity of gravity versus other forces. So they're not the same. That's just one aspect. There's many others, by the way.
What's that word you
Can I
use?
respond to? Can I get
Instantaneity? Instantaneity means that
So
the
can I?
force is a fictitious force. That's how you identify it being a fictitious force. Like you're putting the your pedal on the gas pedal. You're putting your foot on the gas pedal, and you start accelerating. As soon as that gas pedal is removed, the pressure is removed from the gas pedal. As soon as that engine says we're not going to accelerate anymore, the force is removed instantly. So because it's a fictitious force that's pushing you back into your chair there in your car. Other forces only act at the speed of light. So this is a key differentiator between, and on a local scale, and over short time periods. This is a truism of the difference between the gravity and the effect of local gravity, like accelerations. Fictitious forces are local gravity or fictitious gravity, and electrostatics and magnetism and electric fields and magnetic fields, etc.
So Larry, you mentioned earlier that the paperclip was sitting on the table because of a lack of buoyancy. I agree with you on that. I think that is correct. So could we say that when the electromagnet picks up this paperclip and then the magnet turns off, it reacts to the lack of buoyant force, and that's why it falls?
Okay. So when it comes to science, it's never settled. Why? Well, that's rhetorical. Don't answer. It's never settled because there could be multiple causes of the same phenomenon, right? So let's say that I say water boils because of heat, and then you go,
address what I said.
I'm trying to, but I can't address it really fast. Okay. So you threw me off my groove. So there could be multiple causes of the same phenomenon. You guys say that it's always gravity, no matter what. It's gravity, 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 gravity. Right? I'm saying that, okay, let's say I do even entertain gravity. Can you demonstrate gravity without utilizing buoyancy, aerodynamics, magnetism, static, or sound waves? And when I ask
Yes.
that question, you guys go, so
No,
basically
that's
what
not
I'm
what I
saying
did.
is
Hold on.
there's multiple
Is that what
causes.
I did? Is that what I did when you asked that question? Did I say or did I give you the name and link of? Oh, I linked the paper in the wrong chat. But did I give you the name of an experiment that you could actually see all that for yourself?
You gave me the name of it, but I was driving. But if you would like to send it to me, I would love to
Yeah,
review it,
sure.
honestly. So
I'll send it.
that'd be
I'll
great.
send you a copy. So I would appreciate it if you didn't lie and say that I wasn't able to answer the question that you are now saying I was very able to answer.
Okay,
Is
so
that
you
fair?
gave me some experiment that I've never heard of, and I haven't reviewed it. So I don't know if you've answered it or not, right? It could be a bunch of made up bullshit, MSU, make stuff up. But I don't know until I check it out.
Okay, can we please address the lack of buoyancy that's causing the paperclip to sit on the desk? Do you agree
Sure.
with that premise?
There's not enough buoyant force to cause the paperclip to levitate.
Okay. What causes buoyancy?
It's a relationship.
Displacement.
It's not a cause. It's an effect.
Buoyancy is caused
Displacement.
by a force acting upward on an object based on the air that or the medium that it displaces. That's the definition of buoyancy.
There you go. So what is causing the weight of the air? What is giving buoyancy its vector?
Incoherent electrostatics.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You guys
I
not
can
read Griffith's
I can
papers on
hold you
this?
guys'
This isn't a
hands
new
like
idea.
I can hold your hands like preschoolers and I can walk you to the water, but eventually I'm just gonna kick you off the fucking dock.
So I already told you that
Walk through it.
these three things are one and the same thing. The only difference between gravity and magnetic attraction is that in the case of magnets, they're multiplicative point source objects that are accelerating. So the intensity is many magnitudes greater than that of common objects accelerating towards this null point. So mere masses of the conventional kind are point non-specific or incoherent objects. So Larry was absolutely right when he answered that.
And the Stasol only provides 48% of the power of the A2 Genoa, but the A2 Genoa is generally considered to have a much wider range of applications where it can be useful. See, I can talk about things that are completely unrelated too.
And remember, the instantaneity of those forces, dice low, are different. So they're not one and the same. One acts as the speed of light, one is instantaneous. So there's different forces.
Gravity is the speed of light, right?
You said you.
No, on small scales and over short time durations, gravity's effect is it's a fictitious force, and that because it's a fictitious force, that force can be removed instantaneously. So that instantaneity is exactly the reason why they are different, because one's the speed of light, the other one is instantaneous.
Light doesn't have a speed. Anyhow, Jeremy had something to say. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, light has a
Light doesn't have a
rate.
speed. Laser guns can't give you tickets, huh? Okay.
Bro, you guys hear Jeremy talking and you just start
I said
fucking
I'll wait.
training.
I'll wait.
Light doesn't have
not
a
worth trying to fight to get
speed.
in.
Light.
It
Well, that's
has
how
a
they use
rate
laser
of
guns to tell you
induction.
how fast you're going.
It's a rate of induction, sir.
Well, that rate of induction implies a speed.
No, a speed implies something moving from A to B, and light
That's
doesn't
what rate
move
of
from A
induction
to
does
B.
too.
No, it doesn't.
Well, tell me the difference between rate of induction and speed.
It sets up a disturbance in the field, and that disturbance propagates at a rate. So when you infer something traveling at a speed, you're inferring something physically moving from A to B, and light nor sound doesn't move from A to B. It's a field disturbance that propagates.
Wait, sound?
The rate and propagation talk about speed. That's what it means.
Yes, extremistes. Sound does not move from A to B. When you speak, right, the nitrogen and oxygen passing through your lungs gets set off by your vocal cords, and that set off, that disturbance, propagates through the medium. It's the words from your mouth aren't traveling from your mouth to my ear. It's setting off this field
Yes.
disparity, which propagates through the medium, i.e.
Fine.
the atmos, and that reaches my ear at a certain time. But that's not to say that it traveled.
Okay, I got to ask the obvious question. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I don't think
Yeah.
you do. I don't think you do. Do you think sound is something other than a disturbance of air?
So can I go faster than this disturbance?
You would break the sound barrier, and yeah, that is possible. And there's also a light barrier that can be broke as well.
What happens if I go faster than the speed of sound?
I just told you, you create a sonic boom.
Okay?
A
So
cavitation occurs.
if I speak and then and something is traveling away from me faster than the speed of sound, it will never hear me, right?
Sure.
Correct.
Well, not never,
Why not never?
because eventually it'll get to you. Just the sound will be lagging behind the object.
If he's constantly traveling faster than the speed of sound, and somebody behind him speaks, that
Well, I
sound
just
never
wanna-
catches up to him, Zanuck.
That's true. Yeah, that's also true.
Sorry, bro. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, sound isn't really traveling, it's fictitious traveling.
Oh man.
So I'm wondering why.
So, pseudo traveling then, huh?
Pseudo travel.
Yeah, it was a joke. Don't take me serious. I'm not
We,
going
we
to
all,
back
we
up
all
the plane.
understand. We all understand that sound travels through the medium. We get that. And it has a certain velocity, and we know what basically on temperature and the density of the atmosphere, etc. But so what?
Maybe the sound holds its position and the Earth rotates under it.
Yeah, maybe.
Can't say we all get it because obviously
Weird,
Dyson doesn't get that.
Lou, don't be weird, bro.
No, that's
I know
actually
the Earth isn't rotating.
That's a Glober argument. They say the Earth rotates under light and sound, so that's what causes it to move.
I'm wondering why we didn't try to go over Kool-Aid's gravity experiment. You guys, no one was interested in it?
Not really, man.
Oh, I'm driving, bro. I can't do that. I got like 4 deliveries this hour, so.
Yeah, cool. You're busy. So what's the dependent variable in your experiment, Kool-Aid?
The dependent variable is the distance between the target and the absorption mass.
Distance?
Distance, yeah.
That's your effect.
No. The effect
Your dependent variable is your effect.
The effect is the absorption or non-absorption of the ion.
So that's the dependent variable, or is it distance?
What you change is the distance between the target masses.
So that's your independent variable, the cause of the effect.
You asked. I'm sorry, isn't that what you asked?
Talking about the jab?
Bro, what's the dependent variable in the experiment? Is this a gravity experiment?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you. I thought you said independent. The dependent would be
If you don't know, bro, it's cool.
It would be the
I don't want you to just make it up. Seriously, like it's not worth going over if you're gonna just make it up.
I'm trying to go through the experiment to break it down into that format because that's not the way.
So you're giving us your subjective perception of what was said?
No, that is the way science works. They have an independent an effect called the dependent variable, and then they test it.
Yeah, so
they
the
test it
dependent
with
variable,
the independent variable. Go ahead.
The dependent variable would be the absorption, non-absorption, or redshifting of the ion.
So the effect is this a gravity thing?
Yes.
This is a gravity experiment. All right. So redshifting or absorption of an ion or something? That's your
correct.
And how is that Where does that fall in line with gravity?
So you're exciting a mass. It releases an ion which shoots directly up a tower away from the surface of the Earth. There is a mass that can be set at different heights inside that tower. If it is set close, then the ion is reabsorbed into the mass. If it is set further away, the ion has redshifted and been pulled out of phase and actually passes directly through the mass rather than being reabsorbed by it.
So I don't get how this is gravity related.
Gravity is what pulls it out of phase.
That's the claim.
That's what is evidently shown.
So your independent variable would be gravity.
No, the independent variable would be the distance between the two masses.
So distance is the cause of the
No.
effect that you're seeing.
No, distance is not the cause. Distance is what we can change. The cause is there appears to be a large mass acting, or a large force acting on the ion as it is accelerated away from the surface of the planet.
So if that's what your hypothesis is, then your independent variable would be what you think is causing the effect. So if you're claiming that your independent variable is distance, then within your hypothesis, you would be hypothesizing that distance is the cause of the redshift that you're seeing.
So
if you're
this is
claiming
why-
something else, you would need to manipulate
This
the
is why
supposed cause of the effect that you're seeing. This is basic. I mean, this is like
No, I agree.
science 101, buddy.
I agree. Your understanding is very basic of it. And this is why when you're actually doing advanced calculations and these tests are really being done, they're not using a sixth grader's definition of the scientific method. They're actually doing
so you
the
don't
correct-
manipulate what you
I'm going to
presume the
finish what I'm
cause is.
saying if you don't mind.
Ouch, that's going to leave a
They
mark.
are going to actually do the scientific test, and the test is what is valid. If you have questions about it, feel free to look it up. Called Pound Repka.
I'm very
Been
familiar with
repeated
Pound
multiple
Repka.
times.
The Pound Repka makes the assumption that gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, right?
It is
and then they see an effect that they say is caused by gravity, but they don't manipulate the supposed cause to prove that is the cause of the effect that they're seeing.
Yep.
So
It's a presumption.
this has been manipulated. It has been done in multiple different ways, including actually taking the entire apparatus and inverting it. What they found was the relationship when the apparatus was inverted and the mass was being accelerated from the top of the tower is that it would turn out of phase in a different
Blue
and
shift.
inverse related
Blue shift, yes. So height
You almost let me
or
get through that whole
elevation. So height or elevation is what is causing the effect that you see, right? And now if you say
No,
that there is some
you see,
Zanuck,
oh
let
my
me
God.
finish. Now, if you're claiming that there is some sort of effect that is taking place at various elevations, right? If you're claiming that there is
Stop. If you keep asking
something
right,
at
I'm going to
various
keep telling you
elevations that would
no.
cause this, you would need to prove that that is what's
Napalm,
taking.
you made a fundamental error. Can I just make a quick comment on it? Real quick, I promise. You keep on saying that he's changed something. He had a distance as an independent variable. And then at the end, you say, well, now you say because that independent, that's the cause, distance. No, in that experiment, they changed the distance. And then they saw a change in the effect, which is an influence on the dependent variable. That's following your sixth grader scientific methodology. But
Where does gravity come into the experiment?
Hold on. Again, I've said this a million times. The hypothesis says
then
that
nobody
there's
needs
a
to hear
cause
it
and
again.
effect. Hold on, just one last sentence. The hypothesis says that there is a cause and effect relationship, but the experimentation cause and effect is different. This independent dependent variable, everyone's getting confused so often that just because you have something affecting the dependent variable, it's what he's talking about, that doesn't mean that is the cause in the hypothesis. There's two different causes. I hate the way there should be a different word they use for sixth grade science, but there isn't. There's a cause and effect in the hypothesis, and there's a cause and effect in the experiment. You're confusing them.
Is sixth grade science wrong? I'm just curious because you guys always
because
throw
of the
it under the
confusion.
bus.
Yes, it's
So
wrong.
wait a minute. According to you guys, they're teaching the wrong things to our children, and it's the basic understanding, the base of science, the foundation is wrong that they're teaching the children in the 7th grade. Is that what you guys are saying?
No,
No,
me and
there's
Zanuck went over this before, and we were clear that the experiment hypothesis test. So you are testing what is in the hypothesis, aka the cause and effect that's been. I don't know why you say it's a different cause and effect than the
There is.
hypothesis. The hypothesis is what you're testing. It's called an experiment.
Okay.
So
Let me
the
give you
cause
a
in
real
this experiment.
let me give you a real quick example. In one experiment for a plant growing, I use time. I say I'm going to let a day go by, or a week, a month go by, and I see the growth so much. So then you say, "Oh, the time caused it to grow?" No, because in the hypothesis we talk about it takes time, it takes water, all these things. So the time
But
isn't
you
the
would have to
cause;
assume
it's
that
just the
time is
hold
a
on,
thing.
hold on. This is the greatest example of them all because it talks
Time's
about
not a thing.
all the hypothesis is all these causes cause the plant to grow. But in the experiment, each one is isolated.
Ready, kiddo?
We do time, we do water, we do sunlight, all these things, right? Okay, thank you. That's it's still getting confused. Unbelievable.
Time's not a thing, Xanax.
Nobody's getting confused, Zanuck. We're just trying to say if he's making the claim that that gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, right? And that gravity is causing this ion to be absorbed or not absorbed, right? Different gravitational, I'm assuming he's talking about different gravitational influences, right? As you get further away from a large mass.
No, that's actually not at all what it is. It has to do with the amount of time for the gravitational influence to act on the ion and
It's
whether or not
instantaneous, buddy. As Zanuck has already pointed out, that
can I finish
gravitational effects are
can I finish my
instantaneous.
sentence? So it's the amount of time that is outside of the mass and it can be acted on independently, thereby pulling it out of sync.
So so time is the cause then?
No, the cause is the force that is pulling the ion out of sync and not allowing it to be reabsorbed.
What is causing it to not be
You didn't
absorbed?
hear anything
What
I
is the
said.
force?
The force is what is being exerted from the large mass below the experiment.
He asked you, what is the force? If gravity is an effect, and it's not a thing of itself, then what is the force identified with what you're explaining?
Correct.
The force is the emergent property of mass attracting mass that we colloquially call gravity.
Gravity is not a force. So is gravity a force or not a force?
Gravity
is an
is
emergent
not a force.
property. It's like I don't even. Why do I even bother talking when you guys literally asked the question I just answered?
Well, you said it's a force that's acting upon it. Zanuck says it's a fictitious force. It's not actually a force, right?
Is that what I said? I don't think that's what I said. Do you want to try again?
You
have a contradiction
legitimately said that it was the force acting upon the ion. What force?
Right. Okay. And when
Force
you
of
asked
what?
that question, I answered it. You want to remind me what I said?
You just said mass attracting mass. That's what you said.
Right. The emergence property from mass attracting mass that we colloquially term the force of gravity. Would you like to now ask me to repeat that again?
Force.
Ah, there we go. Yes, we've made the circle 3 times.
Yeah, you keep wanting to imply
it's a force when it's not a force, bro.
Yeah, gravity's not a force. It's not a thing of itself. It's an observed effect. And even Zanuck said that, and you're disagreeing with your own people now.
Oh, I didn't realize I was disagreeing. Zanuck, am I disagreeing with you at all in saying that gravity is the emergent property between any two masses?
Nope, he's being very accurate and very incredibly correct.
Yeah. In order for something to have property, it has to be a thing, and gravity is not a thing. There's no particle associated with gravity. It's just
that's
an
not
effect.
true.
There's no
Gravity
graviton
is an
particle that
emergent
you've ever
property.
discovered.
It's an emergent property between all masses in the universe.
Oh boy.
And whether it's caused by the
Property of what?
It's a
property,
property. It's a
or bending of
force.
space-time.
Can
All we know
we
is
get?
it
Can we
causes
get
an
like a?
effect. Go ahead.
Can we get a definition of gravity that's like something that that we can hold you to?
No.
Somebody
Magnetic
define
Effect or its
gravity,
cause?
please.
It's that
It's
simple.
effect or its cause?
It's
Yeah. So gravity is the emergent property of all matter that causes mass to mass attraction. That
So it's a
is
property
just
of matter.
that is an
that
emergent
would be
property
static.
of matter that we can register and describe as a force.
That would be incoherent electrostatics. So you can't define something as something else that's already defined.
Incoherent electrostatics?
That's a new one.
How does
Right.
that- what?
Yeah.
I think that's what
Okay,
happened
so-
in
Right.
Genius.
Pretty
I've
well
heard,
known.
Let's try to
dipole.
understand what is static, right? Electrostatic.
Oh.
What is that? Is that the emergent force
Electrostatics
that all
are
properties have?
attractions, forces caused by a positive and negative charge particle.
Right. What are atoms made of?
A lot of things: neutrons,
Come on.
protons, electrons, strong
Right.
electric.
Negatively
Charged particles. Right. So you just defined gravity
Neutrons don't have any
as
charge. Neutrons
electrostatics.
don't have a charge.
Right. I
Neutrons don't
understand
have a
that.
charge, so I guess they're not
That's why
charged
they're
particles.
neutrons.
But you said atoms are made up
Neutral.
of charged particles. They're also made up of uncharged particles. So
I don't
you're
disagree
correct.
with that. One
Okay, well, why
doesn't
did you
make
say
the
that
other one
atoms are
incorrect.
made of charged particles?
They are. Is there an atom with only neutrons? Show me.
No, but they're made of more than just charged particles.
Okay, then sit down. Be humble.
You should be sitting down and being humble right now.
Okay, so
Someone's
what have
trying
I
to help
said
you
that's wrong
understand
if I need
something.
to
You're just
sit
like
down and be
spitting in
humble?
his face. We're
Okay,
trying to
so
explain things to you.
show me an atom that doesn't have any electrons or protons.
Okay, they all have electrons and protons. What's your point?
What is
Okay,
the
then.
force that keeps them together?
Well,
A strong
actually,
nuclear force. Strong
theoretically,
nuclear force.
hydrogen does not need electrons.
Strong nuclear force. There. Okay,
Does,
go ahead, move
does
on.
it have protons?
Neutrons, electrons,
Does hydrogen
protons.
have protons?
Oxygen has protons. All molecules, all atoms
Yes,
have
sir.
protons.
Hydrogen needs
Okay.
protons. Yes.
Okay, so there's a negative charge there,
No such
and
thing as a
opposites
negative
attract.
charge.
Well, it would be a
Yeah,
positive.
no, it's just a colloquial understanding. I understand
Yeah.
that there's no such thing as
Walter
negative
Russell
charge.
destroyed that a long time ago.
So
Well, I'll
Xanax,
try not to use it in the future.
so Xanax says that atoms, right? What holds the atom together is the strong nuclear force. Is that your claim,
Yes.
or are those subatomic particles?
What's a nuclear force?
This is a force that holds certain matter together.
So what's the difference between that force and the other force that you invoke on a larger scale?
Well, the strong nuclear force applies to one level below what we're talking about, right? Isn't that where like quarks and gluons and all that shit? That's the strong nuclear force. The stuff that makes up the protons, neutrons, and electrons is the strong nuclear force. I might be wrong on that, but
We're essentially describing what gives mass to a said atom, which is all pertaining to magnetism.
Don't they? Or does an electron have mass? On
Electrons
its own?
don't exist, dude.
Okay, well then I guess it's the end of the discussion right there.
In your mind, they do have mass, but there's no matter.
Do electrons ever come together and touch each other, Xanac?
That sounds dirty.
When you have
In your-
multiple
Here's my
atoms,
model of the electron. Show me where he touched you.
when you have multiple atoms creating a molecule, are those atoms touching, Xanac?
No.
So what's between them?
A strong nuclear force.
Oh,
So you have
okay.
this
So
electron.
strong nuclear force is a physical thing, separating material.
Connecting material.
So
When
it's
an electron,
It's hold on. It's connecting yet simultaneously separating, because if they're never touching and they're connecting, then how can you make the connection?
Because this is the quantum field theory.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the
Yeah, but
electron.
there's large discrepancies between the
So the
quantum field
electron.
theory. Go ahead.
So the electron has no matter, right? There's no matter there.
No, it has matter.
Saying it. Oh, electrons have matter.
electrons don't matter.
Oh boy.
Right.
You said there's matter in an electron. Zanuck.
Zanuck, you there?
There's energy.
Yeah,
Well,
let's
sir,
not
an
go down that
electron
road. You
has
can't define that.
mass. An electron has mass, so it must have matter.
What kind of matter?
It doesn't matter.
Extremistus, you're not helping, dude.
It's a dumb conversation. Some levity is needed.
No, it's not. This is actually, we're getting down to the brass tacks here of the contradiction within your paradigm here.
Yeah, and in my opinion, the four fundamental forces are just separated by the intensity of their attractive nature, at least in my opinion, but whatever.
It's all magnetism, folks.
It's all the same action.
Can't
Right,
have
so
an
I'm still
atom
waiting for
without
someone to
magnetism.
demonstrate gravity without utilizing anti-gravitic effects.
Bro, they will never manipulate gravity to
Pound Repka.
prove that is the cause of any type of effect, right? They'll dance around that.
Yeah, watch me dance. Pound Repka. Once again, still a great demonstration.
Bro. Oh,
for-
so
So
they
how did you
manipulated
turn off the
gravity.
gravity? How did you
They
turn off the
manipulated
gravity?
gravity in Pound Repka.
They
Can
got
you
a switch
explain
on
to
the
me
wall.
how they
How do
manipulated
you
gravity?
suggest Sir, how do you suggest we manipulate gravity?
It's a good question.
Yeah,
There's
it
a
is.
switch
Because
on
if
the
it
wall, and
exists, you should
Actually,
be able to
flip it off.
manipulate it.
You can.
You can
The-
manipulate it. Just
you
go
could-
higher. Just go at a
Okay,
No,
higher
you could.
distance.
What do
Oh.
you mean, like Creed?
Increase the distance between objects. There's your manipulation of gravity.
Can we see
You
this
could
on a scale? Can we see this on a smaller scale?
Yes, you can. You could do it with a spring scale. If you take a spring scale and hang a mass off it, say you're a water bottle, it doesn't really matter what it is, and it's going to weigh at 1 pound. You then put a 20-pound steel ball underneath it, not touching it. That mass will suddenly weigh more. That is a manipulation of gravity.
Electrostatics?
Yeah.
You know the plastic can hold an electric charge, right? And
You
water
can do it
too.
you can do it with any object. I literally used a
Any
glass.
object made of atoms is going to have electrostatics and the neutrons and
So-
protons, the electrons.
Yeah, that's how everything's held together, right? It's held together by all these forces. So all these masses are comprised of particles that are held together by the same forces, right? So wouldn't it stand to reason that as you scale that up, the same thing would take place?
No.
No, it wouldn't.
No.
So it wouldn't stand to reason that as particles come together to make elements and matter, and as you increase the amount of matter, right, what we can call mass, as you continue to get more of a conglomeration of these, that there is still some sort of attractive nature inherently to that mass because it is comprised of a bunch of things that are stuck together by forces that we call fundamental forces. Strong nuclear force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, and then we have the weakest of them all that we call gravity.
Which is proportional to mass. It can be very
The
strong. By the way.
hypothetical of them all.
It can be stronger than all of them actually, but that's where people get kind of misled. It's
Can be.
proportional to the mass. That strength.
It can be stronger than them all, even though we're just assuming that, when things go down, it's because of gravity. Even though we never manipulated gravity and turned it on or off, right? It's still the cause, even though it's never been the independent variable. Come on, guys. Science isn't settled, especially non-science. Come on, guys. Non-science isn't settled, right?
So is there something that disproves gravity as a force?
It's never been proven. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Ask Vanek if it's a force extremism.
It's not a unique autonomous field modality whatsoever.
Whether it's a force or it causes a force, it's really semantic.
That is semantic.
Well, see,
It's really
semantics is
acceleration.
important in science because words mean things, right?
Well, yeah, it does.
So
And
if
that's
you
why I
guys
say it's
claim
accelerate.
something,
The
right?
term.
So what, the song Stairway of Heaven, sometimes words have two meanings. We need you to be as less ambiguous as possible and define gravity in a way that can be tested where we can manipulate the
So the
cause and
accurate
see
way,
the effect.
the best way to avoid all sixth grade questions is say that gravity causes a force. This effect we call gravity, the law of gravity, the theory of gravity. This causes, with what we see is an acceleration in mass, an attraction in mass, causes mass to have weight, causes buoyancy to be a force. All these things is what gravity can cause. When in actually, by what we know
I
today,
wouldn't state it that
let
way.
me finish with the crescendo. What we know today is that actually objects, when they're falling, are in free fall. There are no forces acting at all, and the ground is acting and accelerating up
We
to
knew it
them.
was coming. I tried to stop him beforehand.
This is what causes the force of gravity, because the force of gravity is a fictitious force, and that force has what? Instantaneousness. It's different than all other forces that are proper or that act at the speed of light, like magnetism and electricity.
Well, the thing I've always found curious
Magnetism is
about
instantaneous, isn't it?
gravity.
No, magnetism is not absolutely. It absolutely works at the speed of light. That we do know.
No,
for
actually,
sure.
it doesn't.
No, it does, because I am working on systems in electronics that depend on and can measure the effects
Bro,
of
when do you work?
gravitational influence.
It's perceived at the speed
it's
of
not
light.
perceived. When you have a disk drive writing, we know there's a speed at which this magnetism effect and change bit configuration on the magnetic material that has been sputtered onto a substrate. We know for a fact it takes a certain amount of time for that
How do you know if science
magnetic
doesn't
field
prove anything?
to be created and to dissipate. It only can operate at the speed of light.
How do you know if science doesn't prove anything, Zenek? How can you know if science doesn't prove anything?
That was a measurement he was talking about.
The measurement, yeah. Just like a laser gun can actually measure your speed. If it didn't know you were going 186,000 miles an hour,
It calculates it.
we would calculate because we know how far you are away, and we know that it can tell you how fast you're going. And by the way, if that wasn't
The
true,
rate of interpretation.
further away, hold on.
You get
If
it.
you're further away, twice as far away, and you're going the exact same speed, and it measured it, then it would be sound to say and logical to say that it knows that device has been programmed to incorporate the speed of light, which is 186,000 miles a second. Thank you.
So science doesn't prove anything, but you know.
I like the way we just give you all this information for 2 hours now, and then that's the summary you give me, Hank.
Well, actually, the summary is that you can't demonstrate gravity without utilizing buoyancy, sound waves, magnetism, static.
I've given you two different ways you can demonstrate it, one of which is pretty accessible and you can do it yourself, assuming you can find an accurate spring scale. I don't understand what
How do you eliminate static? Right, I'm asking you to demonstrate it without static, buoyancy, magnetism.
What you could do is you could cut off any fields that propagate between the object.
How do you cut off magnetic fields that propagate the entire universe?
I thought I was in the middle of a sentence. Apparently, I was wrong. Go ahead and finish my sentence for me.
Well, you did interrupt me earlier, didn't you? Let's get you back though.
So what you can do is you could put a Faraday cage disrupting any fields that are going to be tampering with it, and then introduce your mass outside and watch the weight of the object increase, thereby knowing that you have affected a non-magnetic field as it penetrated through the Faraday cage.
You can't eliminate all of it with a Faraday cage. It's not like it's a vacuum of
You can
magnetism.
separate.
It doesn't separate at all.
How about saying you can eliminate enough to determine it's not a factor?
Yeah.
How do you know it's enough? How do you know?
They think a Faraday
I'm
cage
asking-
just like eliminates all electrostatic. So it would be like, if that was the case,
No,
like if you
that's
put
not what
some,
I said. I'd appreciate it if you guys would stop lying about what I've said.
you said you put it
What
in
I-
a Faraday cage.
What I
And that
said
just
is
eliminates.
you can separate. What I've said repeatedly is you can separate it from any significant magnetic fields from the outside. You're not eliminating the statics within it. You're not eliminating any of that. You can do that via grounding and other things, but
So
for the
it's
purposes of
negligible.
this, you don't even need to. You can just isolate it.
Faraday
So
cage
it's
cannot
negligible.
block a stable magnetic field. You know that, right?
Faraday. You sure?
So, like I said, you can't demonstrate gravity without controlling electrostatics, magnetism, buoyancy, aerodynamics. You always have it in the system. But the weird thing is that we can actually measure those things. Electromagnetism actually does move things around. And you can turn things on and off and watch things go up and down. Have you done that with gravity yet? Turn gravity on and off and watch things go up and down?
Obviously, that's a stupid
Oh,
question.
no,
We
no,
cannot
we
turn
have.
off
We actually know
gravity.
that. Actually, we have. That's part of the things I was alluding to earlier. This instantaneity of gravity is something you can test. So you just walk out to top of a building or drop something. Let's go to the top of the building, and once you step off, and foot is not making contact anymore. You've now turned off gravity, and now you're in free fall.
No,
We know.
you don't
Hold on.
turn
Hold
off.
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me finish. Thank you. So as soon as you step off, you're in free fall. We can measure that no force is acting on it. Zero. Step on a scale, zero rating. You have any kind of G meter that you're holding, says zero. You're in free fall. You have a box of stuff that's falling with you in that box, helium balloons and water and gold and lead and anything in there, all will be floating. All of it.
Why
Hold on,
are
hold
you
on. Let
falling
me
towards
finish.
the earth?
Let me finish. Let me finish. So we know that we just turned off ground. Glad you mentioned it, because now we turned off gravity. Turned off. It's not affecting us anymore. We are in free
So you're
fall.
no longer accelerating towards the earth?
Not in your reference frame. You're in an inertial reference frame. You are
You're
inertial.
no longer accelerating towards the earth?
You're accelerating toward the Earth. Yes, from the Earth's perspective, from an
Why
accelerator.
are you accelerating towards the earth?
Because the Earth is accelerating toward you. That's
Why is the earth
clear.
accelerating towards you?
Because it has mass, and
Why?
mass is spent space-time. You're following a geodesic path, following a certain path through space and time, and it is not. So when you hit it, it imparts a force in you, which is a proper force, by the way. But it's just
Oh,
stopping your inertial progress. That's why you have
so
weight. Now you have a force
when
acting on you.
you step off the building and then you eventually hit the ground, or the ground comes up to hit you,
Correct.
gravity was not involved in that?
Gravity causes the fact that this object
So how
is
did
now
you
in
turn
your
it
How
off?
could
way.
it cause it if it was turned off? Sorry, Napalm. How
You
did
turn off
how
by
did gravity cause it if it was turned off?
with respect to you. You turn off gravity on you. You want to turn your gravity off? Jump off a building. Gravity's turned off. No gravity acting on you anymore. Zero. There's no gravitational fields. You are just in free fall.
So
You are
there's no
inertial.
gravitational field in the entire universe or on Earth or just on your
Correct.
body.
Gravitational fields do not exist.
Okay, so
What did
gravity
LIGO
wells don't
detect?
exist now.
What did LIGO detect?
Gravitational waves are gravitational waves.
Which are waves in what?
I said wells. Gravity wells is a
No
gravity
gravitational
field.
wells. No, these are
Oh,
gravitational waves.
We agree.
did they but then he'll come back and he'll argue that tomorrow for a different point. That's the funny thing
No,
about it.
it's not. It's not funny at all. It's just
No,
we
it's
know.
hilarious.
Think
Actually.
about it. It's a paradox. Why is something inertial? Why is something having no forces acting on you jump off of a
Your life
Why?
is a paradox.
But yet,
Zanuck.
but yet, you know, but yet you are accelerating with regard to the ground. So how are those two things both true, both observable? If you're just hand wave it, make fun of me, say I'm an idiot, it doesn't insult me because I know I'm secure with my understandings of this.
What reference
You're
frame
not.
is it
So you're going
observable
to start
from?
putting it on me. You're going to project on me.
What
the
reference
confusion. And
frame
that's
is it
okay too.
observable
I can
from?
be. Hold on. I'm still talking. I can be your tackling. I can be your punching bag. I don't mind that here. But just think about it for a second. I mean, honestly, be intellectually honest. You got something jumping, completely free fall, no forces acting on it, yet the ground is approaching you at 9.8 meters per second squared, meaning it's accelerating. How do you rectify that in your little mind?
Okay, you're telling
I'm,
me
I'm
as I'm falling, and there's a force pulling me down, there's no forces acting on me. That's what you're saying.
There's not force pulling you down. You're just you're inertial. There's no force. I just got done
Does
telling
mass
you.
attract
Me?
mass?
The effect is mass
Does
attracting
mass
mass.
attract mass? Yes or no?
The effect is mass attracting mass. Yes.
Mass attracts mass, so that would be a force that's pulling.
No. It
It's
affect
the emergent
that.
property, Jeremy. It's the emergent property. If you say it that way,
Excellent.
then it
Yes.
works.
It's an emergent property, which means that
Which draws
space-time
things
is
closer to each other. That's why in
Space-time is
Kool-Aid's
bent.
thing. That's why in Kool-Aid's thing, the ion goes back to the mass because of this emerging property that pulls things closer together, right? Like
It looks like
Cavendish.
it's an emerging property. It looks like things are in actuality. These masses are in free fall or inertial,
Hey, why do
and
I fall?
they
Why
will
do
be
I? Let's
following
start
a
over.
geodesic path, and that geodesic path will run them into each other.
Let's start over. Why do I fall?
Why would you not fall?
I jumped off a cliff. Why do I fall?
Because you're
Because you
inertial.
move lower.
Because I'm inertial.
Because you're inertial. You're falling with respect to the ground. But you're not falling. You're
So
just in inertial space.
there's
and
no
time.
space-time bending, no mass attracting mass. Nothing's pulling me towards the ground. It's just because why
No,
not?
space time is bent. You're following a geodesic path.
Okay, so space-time bends. So there's this pseudo force of gravity acting on me as I'm falling, right?
Fictitious force to be
A fictitious
accurate.
force of gravity that's acting on me as I'm falling, even though you said
With
there was
respect,
no force. Even though you said there was no force.
no, there is no
Even
force.
though you said
No,
there was
I
no force
didn't
acting
finish the
on me
sentence. I
when
didn't
you're in
finish the
free
term.
fall. I was in the middle of my shit. Why are you talking? You need to take a break, Zanuck.
So once again, I'm just going to state it that they can't demonstrate gravity without isolating electromagnetism, buoyancy, density, or any of the anti-gravitic effects that we colloquially label as anti-gravitic. So sound waves, magnetism, buoyancy, aerodynamics, static, they can't demonstrate gravity without those things because first and foremost, you can't shut off the electromagnetism and the statics because the electromagnetism permeates the entire universe in their standard model. And everything is made of static charged particles. So they can't isolate that either. So all
I
this
figured out how to.
is.
My bad.
I'm
Go
almost
on,
done.
Larry.
Let me
It's
respond
all
to
right. I'm
Jeremy real
almost
quick.
done.
Jeremy,
I'm almost done. I'm
Yeah.
almost done. So all this is mathematics, theory tales about their religiosity.
Okay, great. So I figured out how to phrase it for Zanuck. So when you say when we're free falling, there's no forces acting on us. What was the force acting on us before we started free falling?
the ground accelerating up into you. That
That
acceleration.
doesn't happen, you goofy fuck. That does not. The ground does not accelerate up. We've been through this.
It is. That's
It's
what's
not
happening.
that. If the ground accelerates up, that means antipodal to you. The Earth would be getting
What about the
bigger
people
because
on the
the
other
ground
side
on
of the
both
ball?
sides. I know. Interrupt me. That'll make your shit more
What about the
believable.
people on the other side of the ball?
That's what I said.
I didn't say anything,
That's
Jeremy.
what I said. I know. I thought you were. I thought this guy was you. My bad. So what about the people on the other side of the ball, antipode, antipodal to you, the ground's accelerating up towards them too. If you have two things accelerating up on a globe, that means the globe has to be getting bigger.
You're still thinking things in 3 dimensions. That's the problem.
That's where we live in 3D.
No,
Welcome
we
to
live in 4D.
reality. Welcome to reality. We live in 3D. Welcome to reality.
No, time is actually the 4th dimension, and I think you'd agree we know what
Prove
time
it.
is.
Nope, time
Oh,
is a
science
measurement.
doesn't prove things.
Look at your watch. That's what
It's a
that's
measurement of things within the 3D.
Okay. Well, in Einsteinian physics, time is very well defined, and it is your progress through time in space-time.
No,
And
in
because
Einsteinian
that
theoretical
space-time
astrophysics.
space-time is bent, these line of geodesics all point inward to the mass, all of them. And so I'll put a picture in the chat. It's kind of cartoonish, but it gets the point across rather than me trying to belabor myself and trying to explain it. So we have a bending of warping of space-time. As you move through space-time, that space-time is
Not
bent
a
when you get
thing.
near mass. At any
Cool
mass,
story, Zanuck.
well, every mass bend space and time to a different degree. The more mass,
How can you bend time?
Space-time, different than just time in space.
What is the aspect of this dimension?
That it's a geodesic for which you travel through.
It's a geodesic in which you travel through.
Mm-hmm.
So it has physical properties? Can you point to the physicality of time?
It has length, width, and height, and time as well. That's 4 properties.
Time has length, width, and time.
No, time said it has properties. It has properties of length, width, height, and time.
What is the height of time?
It doesn't have a height of time. It has an amount of time and a progress of time.
I asked you for the properties of time. What are the physical properties of time?
That you have a progress through existence. It's your progress.
Because you have a progress, because there is a change, doesn't mean that there is a physical nature to the conceptual abstraction that you call time. Time is a concept used as a measure. It's in relation to the celestial bodies and their movement. That's it.
When something changes and you can't go back, that's the progress. That's a move forward through time. And so you move forward through time, and time can change. It can change its pace and go slower as you get near the mass too. That's one of the properties that
no, it can't. Your measurement device.
Hold on.
Can only be affected by elevation. That's all that
I
you
was finished. I was in the middle. Napalm was in the middle of a sentence. That's one of the properties of special and general relativity. It connects the two. The fact that time can slow down near mass, which is special relativity, causes warping and bending of space-time, which is general.
You can't point to time at all. It's a conceptual abstraction. It's a measurement tool.
Says you.
Okay. Sure, Zanuck.
No, you're saying it. I don't agree. I don't think anyone else does either, but you can say it.
There's a ton of people who agree.
Who? A ton? How do you weigh people?
Yes.
So
there are many people that agree that time is just a conceptual abstraction, right? That it does not possess physical properties like you claim. You cannot point at any of these physical properties. You can only point to physical things that do stuff in 3 dimensions over a measured period that you call time. Now, I can say that inches exist or that meters exist, but I would be incorrect because inches and meters are strictly a unit of measure for things that have dimensionality within the 3 dimensions.
Just for the audience, the ground is not accelerating up. Okay, definitely not on a globe. On a globe, if the ground accelerated up, if you were antipodal to 2 people, the ground would be moving up, which means the globe would have to be getting bigger. That's not happening. They have a set radius value. It's not accelerating up. And also that force would be happening on you whether you jump off the cliff or not, or if you're just standing there. It doesn't change. The ground's still accelerating up, whether you're falling beneath it or just standing there. So even in that ridiculous thing that you made up of the ground accelerating up, that still doesn't change things because that's still happening whether you're falling or standing there.
Jeremy, you just don't understand infinite
Jeremy
reference frames.
Oh, Larry, wait a sec. So what do you mean? We have no forces that we know. all can agree there was no forces acting on it. You can measure this so easily, it's not even funny. The question is, how do we rectify the fact that we truly are accelerating to the ground? And when we hit the ground, there is a change in acceleration, which gives us the weight, or creates a huge force, which can kill us. That right there, that paradox is what I'm talking about. Now, you can say, well, that's impossible that you can have antipolar acceleration on the surface. But when you start thinking about the concept that these lines of geodesics are pointing toward, and that's the path that all objects follow, mass will follow, or anything will follow, even light's affected by it. That suddenly starts rectifying that confusion, but you're not willing to accept that in any way, shape, or form.
It's a push downwards from the.
You're the only one that's confused. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you're good.
No, you're the only one that's fucking confused here, because we all know how balls work, because we have balls. All right. So anyone that has balls knows how balls work, and if you accelerate them up on either side, and that's the direction of that's an opposing direction from each other, then the ball will have to get bigger. If the surface of the ball accelerates up, the ball has to get bigger. Okay, that's how balls work.
I get it, and it's only and we're talking only 3D. That would be true and correct, because we're talking 4D. That is the extract. It's not intuitive at all. That is why
not realistic
we
at all.
have. Well, then that's the explanation I've given you. You're free to come up with your own explanation of why you can jump off a building, have no forces acting on you, yet have an object like the ground accelerate toward you. How is that possible? Because you can't be accelerating toward it, because there has to be a force acting on it. There's not. So you tell me what would cause that. It can't be electromagnetism. That wouldn't work. Can't be electrostatics. That won't work. Magnetism can't be anything other than what I'm telling you. I mean, it could be other things. I don't know what else it could be. All I do know is not those things.
Okay, I'll tell you what we do know. The ground is not accelerating upwards. That's some fucking, that is some flat earth society shit right there. Okay, the ground is, you cannot measure the ground. If you could measure the ground accelerating up, then the ball would be getting bigger. Your radius would be changing by the second. That's not happening in your model. Okay, the ground's not accelerating upwards. Period. That doesn't happen in reality. You're in like fairy tale land with that ground accelerating upward shit. That's not happening. You know that's not happening.
Yeah, Zanuck, if we could just keep it to like reality, that'd be great. And I know that you believe in like all these concepts of space and time and a continuum, but I just need to know, like, this space-time fabric, space-time that they call the continuum. What periodic table element is it made out of?
Hey Hank, Larry, you just made me think of something. You know, in Back to the Future, what do they have to power the DeLorean with for the flux capacitor to travel through time?
Lightning bolt, right?
No. What do they fill up the little thing with?
I don't know what.
Trash.
Did they?
Yeah.
I don't remember
They just grab a bunch of trash and throw it in a little thing so that they could get the energy needed for the flux capacitor to be able to travel through time.
Yeah, I mean, because mass is energy, so yeah.
Yeah, it was just trash, kind of like all these concepts. In order to conceptualize space-time and the bending and warping of space-time, and this being the fourth dimension, it's all just fueled with trash.
Interesting. So yeah, what element is the continuum or the fabric of space-time? What element is it made out of?
He won't answer. I tried to get him earlier. He'll just speak for 5 minutes about nonsense.
It isn't made of any elements, therefore it's not real.
Well, sir, sound is real. Sound is not made out of an element.
Yes, it is,
utilizes
actually.
particles bumping into each other. Those are elements. Hydrogen,
Well, I guess you
nitrogen,
could say the space-time continuum
helium.
is just the elements of the universe then.
Show me.
Is light made of an element? It's real.
So
Are you
light
talking about
is
illumination?
Well, it depends on if you believe in the
it's
photon.
electromagnetic. Yeah, we know about light. It's electromagnetic in nature, and that's measurable, testable, repeatable, observable. So we
But
know
your
that magnetism is real.
but your thing is, you were describing if it's not real, it has to be real, made of an element. I mean, that was your standard you just announced. Is it has to be made of some sort of element, or it's not real.
Okay, so are you familiar with the background medium? You know what that is?
I gotta go. I'll let y'all continue. Just pointing that out.
So the background medium, quantum foam, is it measurable? Yeah, it is. That's why we call it 0 point energy, because it's always like 0.5 in a system, no matter what. Even if they evacuate all of the air out that they can get and create a thin air space where there's maximum nothingness, they can still pull particles out of that, right? According to the Schwinger effect, which was just proven true. So where's the space-time? Where can we pull particles out of that? Oh, and by the way, light is perturbation of the background medium, not photons.
Sir, what do you mean by background medium?
Quantum foam, 0 point energy, virtual particles, whatever you want to call it.
Whoa, that's a
Background
lot
medium.
of terminology. I don't know what any of those things are.
Oh, so you never heard of ether?
I've heard of ether.
Okay, then you know about 0 point energy, quantum foam, virtual particles.
Side
Virtual
note,
particles? I don't
Yeah,
know
how
what a
did you
side
make
virtual
note,
that
particle.
up? Go ahead.
on a side note, SE is now the new ether expert. Just if anyone hasn't been paying attention.
Incorrect.
Yeah, so just look up quantum foam and you'll see what I'm talking about, the background medium. I can tell this guy's new because he's never heard me talk about the vacuum catastrophe.
It's Larry, it's Sasha. He's just being Sasha.
Oh, okay, so he's not new, he's just Sasha.
No, I've never heard of quantum foam or virtual particles. That just sounds like something a scientist made up to fit their equation. That doesn't
I
sound
know,
real.
right? Exactly, bro. You got it. They call it virtual particles because they pop in and out of existence.
Let's not get crazy. Scientists aren't just making shit up. You can't do that.
No, the virtual particles actually do exist. They just call it that for some reason. Because before the Schwinger effect, they popped in and out of existence. Now they pop in and out sometimes, and sometimes they pop in and stay in. That's when they created electrons out of thin air and got more out of the system, more energy out of the system than they put in, according to the Schwinger effect. That was a quantum prediction over 70 years ago.
But getting more energy than you put in, that sounds like a second law violation, or sorry, a first law violation.
It sounds like it if you don't understand quantum foam and the ether. If you're anti-ether, that's exactly what it sounds like.
Just we know the ground in reality is not accelerating upwards. I mean, that is fucking that's some insane flat Earth society shit. I mean, let's get real.
I think that's some insane Einstein society shit.
Yeah, no, he got
Yeah,
that from Einstein. I think that's where the flat Earth society got it from too, was Einstein, and it worked, so they ran with it or whatever because that's what Einstein actually claims. Yeah, the ground's accelerating up. That doesn't mean that it's just because some nutcase said that the ground's accelerating up doesn't mean that that's what's happening in reality. So,
You know, what causes you to
well,
be
I
weightless
couldn't.
and have the ground accelerate up to you? How can you be weightless
Well,
and have the ground accelerate up to you?
well, Zanuck, were you trolling when you said that, or were you being serious?
I mean, absolutely serious as a heart attack.
But that doesn't make
ground
sense on the
literally,
ball.
the ground
So what
literally is
happens to people
accelerating
on
up to
the
you.
other side of the Earth? That doesn't make sense.
Well, because you're not thinking about it in 4 dimensions.
Well, I don't see how time fixes this.
Yeah, time gives you the 4th dimension so that the geodesics that travel through space and time, which have been time included, are now going toward the center of this mass. So it bends it depending on the strength of the mass to the point where you go toward the center of this massive object. In our case, it happens to be the Earth. And so that's why you go toward it. And when you stop, this object is stopping you from traveling through space and time to where you were traveling before you ran into it. And
What's
therefore,
being bent?
space and time.
What are the properties of those?
That's why I needed the atomic makeup of space-time, because you guys are claiming that it's being bent and warped. So if something is being bent and warped, then it must be made of something in the periodic table.
Says you. No one
Well,
else says
show
that.
me you warping something that isn't made of an element.
Well, you already. It's presupposing the.
Yeah, it's
presupposition right
presupposed
away.
that if you're
That's
going to
also
warp
affirming
and
the
bend
consequence.
something, it has to have physicality. Yeah, I'm presupposing that.
Physicality. Define physicality.
It's made of something from the periodic table. It's an element.
That's not what physicality.
So you can bend and warp non-elements now?
Is light a have physicality?
Comprised of some sort of mass or matter.
You can't bend and warp
No, there's no
light,
mass
bro.
or matter involved with the light. No.
Is that just energy then?
It's a form of energy.
What form?
Yeah, you guys are claiming that you. Sorry, go ahead.
Electromagnetic
Nicholas.
radiation.
Which is comprised of what?
I mean, don't they claim
Has
that light has mass?
electricity and magnetism.
Don't you guys claim that light actually does? Don't you guys claim that light actually does have mass? Ooh, sorry.
No.
Sorry, don't they claim that light actually does have mass?
No. No
Are you
one
sure
says
about
light has
that?
mass. Positive.
Are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
So why
There's
do
no
they
rest.
say it has no rest mass?
Yes, no rest mass,
Yeah, so it must mean it has some other kind of mass.
which is not rest mass.
Okay, if it didn't have mass, they wouldn't say it has no rest mass. They would just say
Yes.
it has no mass.
Well, do you know what rest mass means?
Am I correct in saying that if it didn't have mass, they would just say it doesn't have mass instead of it has no rest mass?
No, because it has the effect of mass, but it's not mass. For example, if you shoot a photon
Rest
at high
mass.
velocity,
It's not rest mass. It has other mass, but not rest mass.
yes,
Yeah, so it has mass.
it has something that it acts like mass. It can have an effect that mass would have at those velocities, but it's not rest mass. For example,
if it didn't have mass,
you can power solar sails. Solar sails can be powered by photons impacting the sail and acting like they have mass, but they don't have mass because of the transfer of the energy. And
okay, I'm just gonna say it one last time. If light didn't have mass, they would say light has no mass. They wouldn't say light has rest mass. They would just say light has no mass.
No, because it has a property of light that acts like it has mass, but it's not
Sail,
directly.
you said the word sail 3 times. It's like Beetlejuice. I have to show up.
Shoot, I gotta go to an appointment. I gotta go, guys. See you in a bit.
Would any baller like to A, demonstrate gravity without using any of the anti-gravitic things like sound waves, magnetism, electrostatics? Is anybody willing to do that? Or can anybody please tell me what element space-time is made out of so that I could witness it bending and warping? I don't think that these are unreasonable requests.
Can any FE provide me a working navigational map and model I could use to plot the ongoing Golden Globe race? I don't believe these are unreasonable requests.
All mats are flat. I think you don't understand that, they're made out of grids, Cartesian coordinates, and that you guys wrap them around a globe in your model, and it has nothing to do with the reality. So if you want to see a flat map, just go to Google and hit map. They're all flat. And if you go to Google Earth and you zoom out, right, that's computer programming that's causing it to look like that. That's not actual reality. And if you think that it is, please go to the North Pole on the Google map and tell me, where does Santa Claus live? Because I thought he lived at the North Pole, but there's no ice there. So Santa Claus doesn't live in reality, just like the globe.
Do you have a map that I can use that I can plot the navigational positions for the GGR?
What is GGR?
It is the current ongoing sailboat race.
Okay, well, I guarantee those guys don't have globes on their ship, and they're using those to navigate. Really? So you're telling me people on the high seas are navigating with toys that say not for educational purposes, and they're not using actual maps that are flat strategic coordinates?
I didn't say that at all. What I said is they are using highly accurate navigational globes.
Highly accurate navigational globe. Can you show me one of those?
Sure. How do I show you?
Show it on a sailboat?
Yeah, you want to see my charts?
Is a chart a globe?
Yeah, when you stitch them together, they are.
Just to understand, Larry, this guy does virtual sailing from his couch. So
I also do real sailing from a sailboat, and have circumnavigated the world. Have recently competed in the largest freshwater race in the world. I've competed in many blue water races. I've do lots of sailing. So, what's your point?
So you used a globe that whole time?
Yes.
And you didn't use any flat maps?
So I used a lot of projection maps, projections of the globe.
You projected them onto the globe.
When you did long distance navigation, you would actually have to take into account the true shortest path, which is not the shortest path that is shown on the projection map. You figure that out.
Let me get this straight.
Average formula.
Let me get this straight. You take a map and you wrap it around a globe, and you think that's reality?
No, that's incorrect.
So you don't wrap the map around a globe?
No.
Why do I see the map on the globe? Why do I see the map on the globe if the map's not wrapped around the globe?
Who told you wrap the map around the globe? That's not how maps are made.
Robert Simmons told me.
Yeah, he's a visual effects artist. He's not a cartographer. Please don't listen to him about cartography.
Well, you asked me who said that. I told you.
Right. Okay. What cartographer has ever said you wrap a map around a globe? And by the way, he didn't say map. He said mat, M-A-T.
What is mat?
The mat? Oh, that would be the pictures he was talking about. The pictures that it's always the sentence before the cherry pick, where he talks about the pictures that come from orbiting satellites.
Let me pull that up.
Yeah, I know that. So could you please tell me where a cartographer has said you take the map and wrap it around the globe?
Well, cartographers aren't into making globes, they're into making maps, so I don't know why they would say
Incorrect.
That. Cartographers don't make maps?
Cartographers start with the globe and project maps. That's literally
they assume they assume the globe.
Never happened.
They measure and document.
Cartographers measure and document what?
Distances and between the landmarks.
Okay. And they start with a globe as a,
Nope. Nope.
No, no.
Nope. Start with the distance measurements. Hey,
Where
do you really
is
not know how maps are made, dude? How long
I'm
you
not a
been in this
cartographer.
game?
I'm not a cartographer. I've never made a map.
Oh, okay. Seriously, you should look into how maps are made.
I suppose
And
everyone
then it
should.
would then you might understand why when ballers come in and say, "Hey, do you have an accurate FE map?" It's ridiculous
They're
that
all flat
FE goes,
maps.
"I don't have a map. I don't have a model because I
No,
can't
they're
handicap
all
my
flat
position."
maps. And you guys don't have a model either.
Yes, we do.
Oh, do you? You have a mathematical complete model?
I have a navigational model that works just fine. Includes the
No, we're talking
orbit
about the
and then the
standard
position.
model.
I'm sorry, I was in the middle of my sentence. It includes the orbits and positions of all major landmasses as well as the heavenly bodies.
Do you
What
have
do
an
you
accurate
have?
map?
Yes.
Really?
Really?
Yep. Nautical charts are accurate to within 1 meter.
So no.
So yes.
Can you link some of those maps?
Sure, Garmin Forefront.
There's no distortion in the maps?
No distortion in the map.
Okay, cool. I hope they're flat.
I
with
don't know.
no distortion. Cool. Go ahead and link those, homie.
Yeah, so
I think
Garmin Forefront.
he was repeating the
Garmin-
question.
Garmin Forefront has navigational maps that are accurate to within 1 meter. I have personally verified this on 3 different oceans. You're more than welcome to verify it on others or any other place that you would like to.
How did you verify in the middle of the ocean that the map was accurate?
I sailed to where I was trying to get and actually got there.
So you got from point A to point B. Therefore,
Yep.
everything in between, right? What were you confirming in between that?
Distance and direction.
All right, so he said that we cherry picked just a few minutes ago. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yes, you did.
It says, right, okay, so he said the sentence before this one, then we wrapped a flat map around the ball, right? So that sentence before, the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data, not pictures. Retro,
Satellite data.
no, the
Damn.
Swiss.
That
Sorry,
just
bro.
kind of blows your whole
I know
cherry
that-
pick out of the water. The fact that
I
there's
know that
actually
you don't-
orbiting satellites.
Hey, stop talking over him, bud.
Yeah, I was trying to read the part where I cherry picked, right? And this, the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data, right? So then they wrapped the flat map around the ball, right? You said that doesn't happen.
Yeah. That's not the way maps are made, dude. That's the way
This
that
is like the
image
most popular
was
map in the world. When you pull up a map, don't they usually
No.
pull up the
No, it's
globe?
not.
Yes. Yes. It
No
is the
one
most
is
popular
using the
depiction of Earth on Earth. That's the globe model.
maybe depiction of Earth, possibly.
Yeah, that's what
Not
a
the
map
most
is. It's a
accurate.
depiction of Earth.
No, it's not.
Yes. A map is not a depiction of the Earth and land masses? Are you kidding?
A map is accurate for navigational purposes.
Yeah, it's
blue
also
marble
that, but
is
it's also
the
a depiction.
2002 blue marble is not accurate for navigational purposes. It is not a map.
Well, then why would they use it on ships? Because you said they use globes to
don't.
navigate with. Wait, you just
They
said that
don't
like 5 minutes ago.
No, I never said they used the 2012 blue marble.
No,
That
you
would-
said globe.
Why would they do
have
that?
globes on the ships
Yeah.
when they're sailing. That's what you
They do.
said. Is that true?
Yes. Current navigational is a globe charts.
Okay,
Such
so
as
do they
Garmin
wrap
Forefront.
flat maps around the No, they don't. But Robert Simmons said he did.
Robert Simmons is a graphic artist, not a cartographer.
He's a NASA employee.
Graphic artist, not cartographer. Do you understand those are different things?
Yeah, but it doesn't make any difference, right? Because they're still wrapping a flat map
It does.
around the globe.
No, it makes difference whether he's trying to make a pretty picture or make an accurate navigational chart. That's sort of a big difference.
Okay, so where's the globe in reality?
Under your feet.
No, that's where the Earth is. Where's the
Yeah.
globe?
That's the globe.
No, there's no
Are you-
globe under my feet.
What do you want? You want the chart room with the globes in it?
No,
Those
I
kind
want
of
you to
fell out
show
of
me
favor in the. I'm sorry,
I
I
want-
almost finished my sentence.
Go ahead.
Those fell out of favor in the 1700s. However, you can still see some great versions of it. It sounds like you're an American. What state are you in? I can get the closest historical one to you.
I'm a Texan.
Oh, there's some great ones down in El Paso. The name of the ship is the. Oh God, what's the name of it? But it's
Can
got
you
a
demonstrate a
beautiful
globe?
map room.
Can you demonstrate the Earth as a globe? And I mean the Earth by the dirt outside, acting or
Yeah.
presenting itself as a globe.
Hi, I'm the sailboat guy. I would like to talk about the water. I can demonstrate the points between the water necessitating an oblate spheroid.
Can you show me the water acting like a globe?
Sure. What would you like? You want to drop from a horizontal over non-restrained body of water?
I want you to prove that the Earth is a globe or the water is a globe.
I'm sorry, I can't do that. I don't do pseudoscience. You're welcome to prove.
Oh, that's a really cool admission you did just now.
Yeah, I don't prove things. That's pseudoscience. I can show you evidence for it.
Oh, that's what you meant. Science doesn't
Yeah.
prove things. So let's say I have a
Correct.
hypothesis, right? And my hypothesis is that I can cause water to boil with enough heat and duration. And let's say that I actually get the water to boil. That would be weird, right? Did I prove that heat causes water to boil?
No.
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 So I demonstrated it in front of everybody that was in the room at the time that heat causes water to boil, and that's how we make macaroni and cheese. But you're saying that's not proof, even though everybody experienced it with their primary
Correct.
senses, firsthand knowledge, experience. And
Yep.
that's
And
not
ate
proof to you?
macaroni and cheese.
So what qualifies as proof?
Can we do shells and cheese? Because that's better than macaroni.
So would you apply heat to water in the process of making macaroni and cheese?
I definitely would.
Why would you do that?
Because there is evidence that adding heat to water causes it to boil.
Evidence, but we don't think that actually takes place. We can't prove that heat
Correct.
causes water to boil, right?
Right. Because if I put...
No matter how many times we do it.
Well, that's the thing. I can actually show you an experiment where adding heat to water causes it to immediately vaporize rather than boil. Just by adding
Vaporizing
pressure.
water is what we're talking about. It's causing a phase change.
Yeah,
Boiling water
sublimation
causes
without
it to
boiling.
vaporize.
Yeah.
What is boiling water
under
not
enough pressure.
vaporizing water?
When you put it under enough pressure, no bubbles form. It instantly sublimates.
Now he's changing it on us. Now he's adding pressure to the water.
Right. This is why you cannot prove that adding heat to water causes it to boil. You can show evidence for it.
So if we add enough pressure and it vaporizes, that disproves boiling water from heat. So pressure vaporizing is disproving heat boiling. Cool. Got it.
No,
Makes
See,
sense.
let me talk for a second without any ballers interrupting. See, science is never supposed to be settled. It's the opposite of religion, right? Jesus will always be the Messiah in Christianity. That's never going to change. He's always going to be the Messiah, right? But with science, it's not like religion in the sense that new information will cause you to change your view of what is actually happening, right? So basically, the science is never settled because I can prove that water boils with heat. I can demonstrate it to everybody and prove it to be true. But science is never settled in the sense that somebody could come along and say, hey, I know about this thing that you don't know about. Low pressure, low gas pressure will also cause it to boil. And I'm not going to say, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. I'm going to say, show me, right? And that's why it's never settled. They kind of get weird at the very beginning and say that nothing's ever proven, right? It's never set in stone, but you can prove things with science. For example,
that's what
if you have a
proven means.
hypothesis, what does proven mean?
Set in stone and unchangeable.
Okay,
That's
so
why we say you
at
can't
any
prove
time,
things. You're agreeing
at
with us.
at any time, if someone's saying that heat doesn't cause water to boil, I'm going to say, show me, right? Because I'm not dogmatic about heat causing water to boil. At any time, Jesus, guys. Anyway, at any time, you can show me otherwise. But until you do, you haven't proven me wrong. I've only demonstrated that I've, done the hypothesis and proved it right, that heat does cause water to boil with enough duration and enough heat.
Except
No
you
matter what the pressure is.
haven't proven it. You've proven it in the colloquial sense, but not in the scientific sense. Where
If science doesn't prove anything, why do we kill people based on a very similar process? It's the deduction process where you deduce that it wasn't this guy, it wasn't this guy, and then you show evidence, right, that this guy was at the same place at the same time. There's a cell phone data that the body appeared, right? And then we kill people based on burden of proof. Why do we kill people if we can't prove anything?
because we're Neanderthals who don't have a better justice system, but I
Wait.
don't really believe that our flawed justice system is the point you're trying to make.
Hey, Larry, he said you haven't proved it in a scientific sense of the term. So if he hasn't proved it in a scientific sense of the term and science doesn't prove anything, how is something proved in the scientific sense of the term?
So what the scientific sense of proved mean is it is unquestioned and can no longer ever be overturned. It is settled.
Like the
That's
globe.
what. Dude, if you could find a single piece of evidence, I would be willing to listen to it, but you can't.
I saw Ingleside on the Bay from Corpus Christi North Beach, 10 mile away, with the water up to my armpit. I was in the water.
What were the refractive conditions?
Well, there definitely wasn't this super parabolic refraction that you guys claim, because if that was happening, then when the listen, bro, if that was happening and we could see things that are 250 miles away, like Mount Conahu, then that means that light would be refracting down around the curve at 250 miles. If that was happening, then there wouldn't be new records set like recently for the shortest day in recorded history. There would
Did
be
you actually do the math
drastic.
for that
Excuse me.
Canada shot?
Excuse me.
I
Talking here.
didn't ask you what there wasn't.
Hold on.
I asked what the refractive conditions were.
Yeah,
Not what they
I'm
weren't.
disproving
What are they?
super parabolic refraction that you guys always claim exists. And I've coined it that, so call it whatever you like. But you guys are claiming that it's bending around the Earth. That means that the sun could set a new a storm come in, and the refractive index changes, and the sun would rise again if that kind of refraction is going on, which it's not. And that's why the set time and sunrise time doesn't deviate drastically depending on the weather conditions of the day.
Would
think
you
about that,
expect
did
it to deviate drastically with weather conditions?
Yes, if you're talking about refraction at 250 miles away, light bending around the
Did you ever
curve,
do the math
then
on
that
that?
means, shh, listen, I'm not
Did you do the
claiming
math?
math. Listen,
You
I'm
do the
not
math on
claiming
that
any
shot.
math. No, I
I
didn't.
know you
I'm
don't
not
want to do
claiming any
math.
math. I'm not claiming math. It's the longest photography in the world record, or it's one of the runner-ups that just got surpassed. But my point is, if light's bending around the curve for that many miles, then that means that the sun could set, a storm front come in, and create this super refraction, and the sun would rise again because it's refracting down around the curve for 250 miles.
All right. So, did you do the math on that shot to find out if it was abnormal or not?
No, please address my argument that I made about this super parabolic refraction being impossible.
There's no such thing as super parabolic refraction. Nobody's
Yeah, it's the
claiming super
refraction that
parabolic.
bends around. Yeah, it's bending around the curve for 250 miles.
And that's a perfectly normal shot given the observer height and the height of the mountain.
Well, if
You know,
that's
it's a rare,
true,
it occurs on a regular basis
if that's
for a
true,
reason.
then we would have widely varying sunset and sunrise times because
By how
this
much?
refraction
By how much?
by the sun setting, and then it would
No, tell me
rise again
how
because
much it would
refraction
change sunset. How much would it change sunset?
drastically, and you wouldn't
How
be
much?
setting new
What's
records.
drastically? Give me minutes.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. If the sun
Okay.
sets and a storm front comes in and creates this refraction that you guys are claiming actually exists in reality, then the sun would rise again because the light would be bending down around the earth.
What would the conditions be required to do that? What
The
conditions would
same
be
kind of
required?
conditions that allows you to see a mountain from 250 miles away.
That's normal. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing abnormal about that. So what abnormal conditions would have to occur in order for a storm to make the sun rise again after it's set?
The kind of
What
refraction that you guys claim is
okay, well,
happening
what kind of refraction is that?
above normal refraction.
Okay, and what weather conditions would have to be occurring?
I guess there would have to be a difference in temperature between the surface and the air.
Okay, which would be warmer?
I guess it would be the air above it.
Okay, and how much warmer would it have to be? Let's take twilight. Okay, twilight means that the sun, the first stage of twilight, civil twilight, means that the sun is 6 degrees below the horizon. How much temperature change would we have to get in order to make the sun rise 6 degrees?
Well, I guess it would have to be enough temperature change to cause this refractive index to be not standard, but above normal or standard refraction index, so that
Great,
the
how
light would
much?
be bending. Hold on, bro. So that the light would be bending down around the Earth for 250 miles, like in the Mount Conahoe picture. That's
Okay,
how
well, you don't
much.
know what that picture even shows, so we won't refer to that anymore. But how much temperature change would you have to have? What would the air temperature versus the ground temperature difference have to be in order to make the sun rise 6 degrees?
This is a hypothetical claim that you guys are claiming. I'm not claiming it.
Okay, so
I
you
don't
don't
think this
have
sort of
any idea. You're
refraction.
just talking out of your
No,
ass.
no, no.
Okay, I
Listen to
got
what
it.
I'm saying. This is what you guys claim is happening. So you asking me how much temperature would it require? I don't know. It's not my claim. This is your claim, bro.
I don't know of
So I'm
anybody that's
asking
ever
you
claimed a
how
storm
much,
would cause the sun to rise again.
bro, does
That's
the
you.
light bend
That's all
around
on
the
you.
curvature of the earth? Does the light bend around the curvature of the earth?
Of course it does.
Okay, so if the light's bending down around the earth and there's normal refractive index happening, and then for some reason the refractive index goes above normal, and
Yeah.
then there's a whole lot more refraction happening, wouldn't that
Yeah.
cause the light that was once invisible to be visible?
How much is abnormal refraction going to cause it to rise?
I don't know, bro. This is your claim.
It's not my claim at all. I'm
Yes, it
asking you.
is. You guys
You say the
claim that
sun will rise.
refraction.
You'll say the sun will rise if a storm comes in. I want to know how much. How
You
did you
guys are
figure that
claiming.
out?
You guys are claiming that light bends down around the curvature of the earth. Yes.
As indeed it does.
Okay, so if this is happening, then we will be able to see objects on the other side of the geometric horizon. Yes?
Of course. Of course.
So when the sun sets, it's on the other side of the geometric horizon. Yes?
Yes, at the refracted
Right,
horizon. Betcha.
right. And then if some, let's say, super refraction, which I mean above normal refractive index, were to happen all of a sudden, then you would be able to see the object that was obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. Yes?
Well, if I had some super balloon with a super mirror and I put it up to a super height, I could see the sun again too. So what?
So the answer is yes?
You haven't described what you even mean by super refraction.
Above normal refractive index. Yes?
It may delay the sunset briefly by a minute or so, but it's not going to
Unless,
cause it to rise up again.
I know, in reality, it doesn't do that, does it?
Because the weather conditions don't exist for it. If the weather
No, it
conditions
does.
existed, it would.
It does exist, because you guys are
Show
claiming
it to me.
that's what the Black Swan illustrates, and other
That's
images
not what the Black
that are
Swan illustrates
impossible
at all.
shots. Please listen if you ask me a question. Other images where we've seen too far, like Chicago from Michigan, you guys are claiming that the light is bending down around the curve. If that's happening, then certain conditions would be present that after an object or the sun sets around the horizon because of Earth curve blocking it out, that there would be certain times when the conditions of the atmosphere can change that causes objects to reappear around the curve. So how come no one's ever seen the sun set and then automatically rise again because of this above normal refractive index? How come that doesn't happen?
Because the conditions required for it don't occur on Earth. You'd have to have almost an instantaneous change in the temperature of the atmosphere to a great extent in order to have that. It doesn't
So
happen
those
that way, ever.
conditions don't happen on Earth where we can see around the curve. So it's
I
not
didn't say
refraction
that at
then.
all. I'm addressing your silly little claim here.
It's your
The
claim
conditions
that light bends
required for
around the
your
Earth, bro.
claim, the
Stop
conditions
projecting your
required
claim
for
onto me, sir.
your claim do not exist on Earth.
Stop projecting your claim onto me, sir. You're the one who says light bends around the curve of the Earth, and we can
And it
see
does.
objects that have already set beyond the geometric horizon because
Yep,
of refraction. So when
absolutely.
this happens, things can sometimes be brought back into visibility because of this particular refraction, what's known as above normal refractive index.
Only if the
Right?
conditions change rapidly and significantly to a
Right, like
point that cannot
they
occur on
happen.
Earth.
Well, you say they cannot occur, but we still
They
see
cannot
things
occur.
in your model that are beyond the viewable distance.
If you see them, they're not beyond the viewable distance, first of all. But no, I've looked at Chicago, I've looked at Canagoo. All of those things are perfectly normal on a globe. Not a problem at all.
If you assume that the refractive index is greater than normal,
No,
and that
no,
causes
not
light
at
to
all.
bend around the curve. No, so
Not at
light
all.
doesn't bend around the curve. You just said a few minutes ago that it does.
I never said that. That's
You
you.
never said that light bends around the curve of
No,
the
I
Earth.
never said it doesn't bend around the curve. That's you trying to put words in my mouth, and I don't let that
Okay,
happen.
so can you explain refraction to me as if I'm a child and why we can see Chicago from Michigan?
Sure, not a problem at all. Now, the first thing that you need in order to see distant objects is you need to know the observer height and you need to know the distance to the object. We know both of those for the Chicago shot. Now, you can normally see Chicago from that point. The thing that was interesting about that picture was that it was on a calm spring day with cold, calm water and warm air above it. So we had a little bit more refraction than is normal, a little bit. And as a result of that, we saw identifiable structures in Chicago more clearly than we normally did. It was a very interesting photograph and made the news because it was so abnormal. But you can always see Chicago from that spot on a normal day. You just don't see as much of it. Now, the question for you is, where is the bottom of those buildings? Because they're missing at least 800 feet. Why is that?
They shouldn't be visible at all. Why can you see the top? Why is
Of
that?
course they're visible. Why wouldn't they be?
Because they're around the curve, and if you do the math,
I did
they
the
should
math.
be under 1,800 feet. The tallest building is like 600 feet. So why can you see the tops of the building at all?
Oh, God. I love dealing with flat earthers that don't have the first clue what they're talking about. How tall is the Willis Tower above lake level?
I think it's above 1,600 feet.
It's 1,475 feet, not 600 feet, which is what you originally said, and then you
No, I
changed
said
it to 1,600.
1,600 feet. I never said 600 feet.
All
I
right.
do not think
So,
that
and
we
what is
have.
the height? What was the height of the observer at Warren Dunes?
Oh, 200 feet above
About
water
180
level.
feet. All right. What
Yeah,
does the curve calculator say for that?
it should be under 1,800 feet of obstruction.
Well, let's pull up the curve calculator right now and check.
Oh, are you going to factor in refraction, the thing you haven't proven yet?
Oh, now you're trying to put conditions on it. Are you saying refraction
Right,
doesn't exist?
because that's the
Are
condition
you
that
claiming
allows you to see.
refraction does not
No,
exist?
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm
so then we're going
claiming
to
that
put in
regular.
standard
Hold on, bro.
refraction
Let
then.
me answer the question. Regular
No.
refraction does exist, right? Snell's law. When there's two mediums and the angle of incident is just right, there will be refraction. But you're talking about this refraction that happens in one medium, the atmosphere, and this super refraction above normal, right? That's what super means. Above a normal refractive index causes light to bend around the curve so that you can see objects that were obstructed by the alleged curve. Is that correct? Is that correct? Does
I'm
light
sorry.
bend down?
I'm pulling up the curve calculator and just answering your original question.
So what causes light to bend around the curve? Is that refraction?
Of course.
Okay, so this super refractive index that you guys are claiming, if
I'm not
that's
claiming any
happening,
super refractive index.
okay, so there's no above normal refraction then.
I didn't claim that. That's your claim. I haven't said anything one way or the other about it.
So you refuse to take a stance and you want to debate. Can you take a stance so we can debate?
I've already taken a stance. You can use the stance that I've already taken.
And what
The
is that?
stance that I've already taken is that there's nothing abnormal about it.
About what?
About those images that you're talking about. They're
There's
perfectly
nothing
visible
abnormal.
on a spherical Earth.
There's nothing abnormal about seeing around a corner.
Who said anybody saw around a corner?
Well, basically a corner is, something that obstructs your not plane of sight, line of sight, right? And because this line of sight is obstructed, you're going to need something like a mirror to cause this to happen. Is there any mirrors in the atmosphere?
If you say so. I don't say that. So observer height is 180 feet. Distance in miles is, what is it, 54? Target
Something like
size
that.
is 1475. We're going to put in just regular old standard refraction, nothing special. I want to make sure that I've got standard refraction listed. Visible 758 feet of the Willis Tower from that position under standard refraction. Now you have an issue with that? That doesn't seem all that abnormal to me. I'd say that's about expected. So where's the bottom of that? Where's the bottom of the Willis Tower then?
So you factored in standard refraction.
Standard
right?
refraction. Yep.
Right. So if there's standard refraction, then that means that the geometric horizon is going to change from location to location depending on the refractive index of the hour, right?
Nope. Not at all.
No. So you're telling me that the geometric horizon doesn't move?
Nope.
Okay, so the geometric horizon does move?
I told you very clearly the geometric horizon does not move. No.
Okay, so if the horizon doesn't move, then how is it some days we can't see the oil
Geometric
wells?
horizon does not move.
Is there a separate horizon that I'm unaware of?
Yes.
So there's two horizons?
Yes.
Where's the other one?
You already know that, so why don't you just tell us? Don't play games with me.
No. I'm
I'm
sorry.
not in the mood to
You're
play
claiming
games with
there's
you.
multiple horizons. I thought there was only one horizon in reality.
That's because you know very little about this. What's an apparent
Okay,
horizon?
so where? That's
What's an
what
apparent
the
horizon?
horizon is.
What is an apparent horizon? And what is its
And
relationship to the geometric horizon?
you're the one claiming there's two horizons. You tell me.
The apparent horizon is the horizon that you actually see under the refractive circumstances at the moment, which is
There's
generally
two.
further away than the geometric horizon is. You would
There's
only
two
see the
horizons.
geometric horizon in the absence of an atmosphere. Now, on the
So-
moon, you see a geometric horizon. On Earth, you see the refracted or apparent horizon.
So let me get this straight. There's two horizons, according to you, right? One of them is the apparent horizon, the one that we can see, and the other one we can never actually see. So your Earth curve doesn't actually exist because we can never actually see it.
That's silly. Not even
Well,
gonna.
Larry,
That's what you just
I
said.
won't even address that.
Larry, I just wanted to point out there are actually two horizons. One is called a true horizon, which is also the apparent horizon. And there is a false horizon, which is typically, if you've got like mountains in front of you or your house in front of you, the house would create a false horizon, meaning it's not a true horizon, which would be seen over like the ocean. And that true horizon is also called an apparent horizon. So there's technically two horizons, a true and a false. The true horizon is an apparent horizon.
Well, that's an interesting point that you raise. Now, you can have a false horizon beyond the true horizon. A good example of that is the black swan image, where refraction is causing the horizon to kind of curl up behind it.
The false horizon is never behind the true horizon. That's incorrect, sir.
Well, I think that there's a lot of documentation out there that disagrees with you. The false horizon, what you're talking about is horizon caused by mountains. I'm talking about a false refractive horizon, such as you see in the black swan.
Yeah, but you're just making stuff up. I'm talking
No, I'll
about
show it
the
to you. You wanna
actual
see it?
definition of what a false
You wanna see
horizon
it?
is.
You want to see it? I'll show it to you. I don't have a problem with that.
Oh, cool story. I'm talking about what an actual false horizon is, not what you call a false
You may be
horizon.
using a different definition than I am using. However,
I'm using
what
the
I'm talking
standard
about is
definition.
absolutely correct. No, what I'm saying is absolutely correct.
The true horizon is the apparent junction between the sky and the ground, and it's an apparent position because it is not consistently the same. It's apparent.
False horizon is
because the sky, the what we call the sky, doesn't actually physically meet the ground, right? Like the cloud deck in the distance doesn't actually touch the ground. It just appears to do so. That is the apparent horizon.
Wait, Napalm, you mean you like the false horizon, like the one that they used on like the set of the moon landings? Is that sort of?
The false horizon would be, if you go outside and you're watching a sunset, but you've got obstructions like a tree, a house, mountains, hills. That's what a false horizon is.
That's not what it refers to. That's not what it refers to. I'm
Yeah,
going to go
that is a
ahead
false horizon.
I'm going to go ahead and put it in for you.
Well, I was just being a little cheeky. I was referring to like it would be a false horizon on the set of the moon landing, right? How they did like the backdrop, and it's like it's fake. Anyway.
Yeah, that would be a false horizon. So, Napalm, thank you for clarifying that there's, multiple horizons. But we're talking about, excuse me, sir, we're talking about the geometric horizon, the Earth caused horizon. That would not actually move. But they're claiming that you can never see it, right? So I'm claiming that, well, it must be imaginary if you can never see it then. Because if I claimed that there were actually, horses with wings called Pegasus, but you can never actually see them, if I were to make an absurd claim like that, you would probably say that I have some form of psychosis and that I need to see a professional to get professional help. But it's perfectly normal to accept that there's this geometric horizon that nobody can ever see because we have an atmosphere, and the Earth curve has to be there because I've, assumed it to be there. Just looking for that geometric horizon. I don't see it. It doesn't actually exist, I think. So there could be a false horizon. I agree. You know, water could cause things to be obstructed, like waves, tides, whatnot. But what I see in the Skunk Bay time-lapse footage is basically, you know, there's nothing obstructing the bay on the other side that would be like Earth curve, but yet you can see that the atmospheric conditions actually obstruct that little white building on the left side about 3/4 from the right. And when this white building is obstructed, that's what refraction actually does. But they claim that it allows you to see things differently. So I'm claiming anti-gravity causes things to fall, and refraction actually obstructs things. And when there's no refraction, you can actually see things.
Well, I went ahead and put the information in here from Smithsonian to correct you, so you can review it, or you can just continue to put out your derp. I don't care one way or the other.
Show me. What are you talking about specifically?
It's right in the chat.
Is there like a specific line that I should read?
You know, this is the problem that you run into with science deniers. You always want to have one line answer for things. The world isn't one line answers. You have to see things in context. Read the damn article. It's short. And quit wasting my time.
Hey, I didn't ask you to come here.
Larry, do you want to learn something ever, or do you think you know it all?
Oh, I definitely don't know it all. And I'm actually reading
You're
something.
projecting, Zanuck.
I'm reading, trying to learn
That's not
something.
Zanuck, do you think you can learn what a circle is on a piece of
I learned
paper in
things
20 years?
because this
Out of 20
interaction
years,
that
you
I've
think
ever
it
learned
takes
in
you a long
college,
time to
just so you
learn a
know.
flat circle on paper through
Thanks,
numbers?
D-Mock. Thanks
Now,
for
do you
talking
know
to
what
me.
physics are?
Yeah.
Do you want to learn something about physics, Zanuck?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I
This
do.
is fascinating
You
stuff
do?
in here.
It's amazing.
Okay.
I've got
On a sphere,
I have two college
things
physics books
disappear
on my desk
from
as
the
we talk.
bottom
I
down.
usually read
On a
them while we're
sphere, they
talking, but
appear on
after
the
I hang up
bottom up. Do
and I
you
have
want to
questions
learn
about things, I
something,
go back and
Zanuck?
read and
I
see
can
if this
fix
old.
this, guys. I can fix
Can you
this.
guys stop
I know how
talking
to
over
fix
people?
No, I know how to fix this. Hold on. There we go. All better, guys. Go ahead.
Right. So I'm looking at this, right, and it shows light rays bend around the surface of the Earth, right? So it's in agreement with what I was saying, right? So if that wasn't happening and the sun was set, and then all of a sudden there was, you know, a condition change in the atmosphere, and that started happening, that would cause the sun to rise again after it just set. It would have to. If light's bending around the surface of the Earth that is curved.
And you think that's possible?
No, you do.
No, I don't. That's not my claim.
You don't believe lights bend around a curve, making objects visible, like in the Smithsonian article that you just posted?
That's not what I'm disagreeing with. I'm disagreeing with that you could have sudden changes in weather conditions that would cause the sun to rise again. That's a silly little straw man argument on your part, and I'm not addressing it further.
It's my argument. How can I misrepresent my argument, sir? It's my argument that if this is happening the way that you claim that it's happening, then this would happen. It doesn't happen, so you have to disagree with it and call it a straw man. How can I be misrepresenting your argument? Sorry, I'm asking you a question. How could it be misrepresenting your argument if your argument is in the Smithsonian that light bends around the curve of the Earth? That's exactly your argument. Precisely.
That is the
your
argument for refraction. What you're trying to argue is that weather can change that quickly and cause an effect. It cannot.
Dude, I live in Texas. The weather can change in like an hour.
Not like that.
Yes, it can.
All right, show it. Show me the sun
weather
rising
changing
again due to weather conditions.
But that would be something that happens in your model. It doesn't happen in reality.
All right,
It's such a disingenuous response. You know that's not what he's saying. You know he's not saying that it happens. So why would you respond with that?
I'm telling him why it's not happening, because the weather.
Why would you respond with that? Why would you say, "Show me the sun coming back" when you know that's not what he's saying? Like, what's the purpose of
His
saying
claim is that with refraction, a storm could come across and cause the sun to rise again. I'm claiming that no, there is no claim in refraction that can occur because weather cannot change that rapidly. Conditions would have to change too rapidly.
He's saying that's
So
the
when
implication of your claim, though. So why would you disingenuously
All right,
respond
I'm
to
not
him
going to
and
address it any
say,
further. If you want to talk
bro,
about it, go ahead. I'm not going to bother
no,
with
I'm
it.
going to step back out. I'm not trying to take over the I'm just saying, like, that's disingenuous for you to say, fine, show me the sun reappearing when you know that's not what he's saying. It's blatantly disingenuous.
He's claiming it could happen. I'm asking him to show me.
in your model, it could happen because your model says
My model
that
doesn't
light
say
is.
that can happen.
Hold on, bro. Just relax. You don't have to cut me off
All
every
right, I'm
time
not
I
going to
make a
address
point.
it anymore. So if you continue talking
Yeah,
about it,
I'd be scared too if I was you, bro, because you know you have no wiggle room out of this argument. So, like I was saying, he just posted something from the Smithsonian. It depicts light bending around the curve. If that wasn't happening and the sun set, and then all of a sudden the weather conditions change and the atmospheric conditions change, and this refraction starts happening, and the light started bending around the curve from the sun to your eye, it would cause the sun to appear to rise again. That never happens, so that debunks their refractive index that they claim to have, but has never been actually proven.
Yeah, that's a good point, Larry, right? Like, if atmospheric conditions can change to show you mountains or buildings or whatever that's not visible prior to, due to alleged atmospheric conditions, then how come the same doesn't take place with the sun? Why don't we ever see that?
because you're
So how
claiming
do you?
impossible weather conditions. You're claiming an impossible atmospheric condition.
So it's
That's your claim,
So I'm
impossible
bro.
not
for
going to.
the
That's why I'm
atmosphere.
not going to address it any further. You're
I
trying to
agree. Wait,
claim an impossible number.
I agree with Bob on this one, Larry. It is impossible for that to take place.
Well, if the light isn't bending around the curve of the Earth because it's impossible, then that debunks their refraction. I agree, Bob. Thanks.
Yep, I agree.
You know what's really funny is, so it's like, think about this,
Yeah,
guys. So like so look, in their paradigm, we never see the sun where it is for two reasons. Like, first, it takes 8 minutes for the sun's light to travel to the earth, so the sun's actually always 8 minutes behind where we see it, right? So it's been below the horizon for 8 minutes. And then in addition to that, refraction lifts the sun up in our atmosphere, additional to that, right? And we see the sun even though it's down below the horizon. So it's like a double.
Excellent. Very good. I think you're starting to get this.
Imagine believing that, bro. Like, just blindly believing it. I mean,
So it's an optical illusion then, Bob?
What's in an optical illusion?
the sunset.
No,
You just said it was.
I said no such thing.
You just said that I was starting to get it, and that's what I said. So
No, you're starting to understand some of the factors that go into figuring out when sunset is. Very good. Excellent.
You mean creating an optical illusion, right, Bob?
No, it's not an optical illusion.
So the sun doesn't actually touch the surface of the earth, right, Bob?
dun dun dun.
No, that's
Yeah, by the way,
it just appears to do so optically, giving the illusion that it is, but it's not an optical illusion.
We wouldn't call that an optical illusion, right? Because it is actually touching the ground, right, Bob?
What a silly claim you're making.
Bob, what's
Awesome.
It's your claim,
silly
Bob.
claim. That's his response.
It's your
Yeah,
claim,
but what's
Bob.
funny is, you know how, Bob, you just talked to me like, you're finally starting to get it. Let's see if you get it. So, like, you said, now I'm finally starting to understand how to predict the sunset and know where the sun is. So can you tell me,
Correct.
like, can you tell me how how much is the sun lifted up every day during the sunset?
It's less than a diameter. There's a thing on telescopes called the King's rate, which adjusts for the sun being down at the horizon, because what happens is instead of going the full 15 degrees an hour, it lags behind a little bit when it gets right down by the horizon. So yeah, it's very, very well described. You can go
How
to
much
Stellarium and
does
see it.
it lift up?
You're more than welcome to go to Stellarium and do the
So
calculation.
you don't know. So
It's
when you
less
talk down
than
to me,
it's less than one sun diameter.
wow, so that's a lot. So you're not
How
answering the
much is
question.
that? How much is that?
Is it? Are you saying it fluctuates within the entire diameter of the sun? Like
Between
it?
5 and 10 degrees. That's how much.
Right. So are
No,
you?
it is
No,
not
it's
between
the
5 and 10 degrees.
the sun is
What's the
half a
diameter
degree.
of
What
the
you're
sun?
talking about?
What's the diameter of the sun?
So are you guys saying that it's like 0.01 up to 0.5 degrees? It fluctuates between it, or is it consistently the same?
No,
you guys are
I'm
being. You
saying
guys are.
that the
You guys are
actual.
giving. Bob
I'm
is red
saying that
herring you
the
guys, man.
actual. I'm
No,
saying that the
I
actual lifting of the sun is within that range, between 0 and 0.5 degrees.
Oh, you didn't answer my question. So maybe Vacant, can you answer it? Like, is it always the same, or does it change?
Are you asking me?
Any of the ballers, you all have a religion. You're telling us that we're crazy for not thinking the sun's not actually there, and that when we see a sunset, we're not seeing the sun. So, can you tell us like how much it
The
lifts up,
amount
please?
the amount of the lift on the sun varies with the distance from the horizon. It starts becoming significant when you get down below about 5 degrees above the horizon, and it can get as high as perhaps half a degree.
You
Oh,
forgot
so
about the
so it only varies based on your viewer height.
I didn't say that.
I'm asking.
Okay. I said very clearly, it doesn't become significant until the sun gets down to around 5 degrees above the horizon, and then it
Does anyone
starts
else?
to kind of fall back a little bit, and it increases. That little lag increases as it gets lower down to the horizon.
Does anyone else notice he's afraid? They're afraid to like directly and specifically absorb the claim because they're uneasy about it because they don't really know the answer
I
to
just
my
answered
question.
it. I answered it
No,
very thoroughly to you.
no, you didn't actually. So is it based? So it's not just based on viewer height. So it changes relative to atmospheric conditions as well.
It changes relative to the amount of atmosphere it's going through. And as you get to 5 degrees, as it continues to go down, it goes through more and more atmosphere, and the effect becomes more and more pronounced. That's why you don't do
So
sextant measurements below a certain altitude above the horizon. It's generally like
so it is
20 degrees.
consistent. It is consistent directly relative to viewer height.
No. Height of the sun. Height, elevation of the sun, the altitude of the sun. 5
Bro,
degrees above the horizon, down to the horizon. I never have once mentioned observer height. You keep trying to put that in, but it's not working.
no, when the sun's down at the horizon, does it always get lifted up the same rate, or does it change based on atmospheric conditions?
Well, of course, you get a little bit of atmospheric change with it. But the question
Oh,
was,
really?
does it change? Does it change as it sets? And it does. And that change increases the closer you get to the horizon.
Because of refraction, right?
Of course.
Okay, so can you drop the math that shows us exactly what the refractive conditions are and how much the sun will refract up?
Sure.
Okay. And can you show us where in reality, because I want to go test it, because I know for a fact it doesn't do this. And what's so funny is you guys don't have that. You won't actually drop it. You'll drop some generic refractive calculator. You won't actually drop specifically the actual conditions that we can go measure in the world. And then we can go look at the sun. We can test it by your model and say, look, so the model says the sun set 2 minutes ago. But actually, according to these refractive conditions that we just measured, it will set, 2 minutes late based on the exact conditions. Here's the math, 2.1 minutes late. And we can do exactly the math of how much it should raise up, and then we should be able to see it. Because you guys claim that you know it happens for a fact, so you should be able
You
to
have
do
that
this.
in the almanac. The nautical almanac have that.
Of course they do.
You have you have a chart for correction for refraction that includes both temperature and pressure that you can take into
course they
account to
do.
make it more precise.
Okay, so if I go take
What
the
you're asking for
temperature and
appears that already
pressure
exists.
okay, so if I go take the temperature and pressure recordings of on the Earth, then the sunset should directly match it every time, right?
It would be much closer that if you don't do that.
Oh, so it won't match it.
Science
I said
does
what I
not
said.
require an exact match all the time.
Oh, so you
Yeah,
guys are just
nothing.
making
Yeah,
shit up.
there's a margin.
So if we don't accept that obviously that claim that we obviously didn't make, then we're making shit up. Like, what kind of logic is that?
No, what you have no logic because you blindly believe that the sun is being refracted up, and that when we see the sunset, it's actually
We don't
never there.
blindly believe anything.
Yeah, you blindly believe this. You've never tested it. Have you ever gone out into the world and tested this claim?
Yes.
You're lying. You're blatantly lying. Okay, I'll give you $5,000 if you can drop your specific experiments, multiple observations where you went and measured the temperature and pressure and then showed that the sun was the exact amount of degrees up it should be relative to those conditions. I know for a fact neither one of you have done it. Neither one of you have done it. You made it up.
We're
and
not.
now you're
I'm
gonna
not
double
claiming to have done that.
Oh,
Why
but
are
you've
you
done
putting
it?
that
Bacon,
why?
Bacon, you
Oh,
think
let
you've
me
done it?
respond to you. Why are you putting the burden of doing something that we didn't claim to do? I'm not getting it.
He just claimed he did it.
He took the measurements.
He just
I
said that
took the
he's done it.
measurements. I took the measurements of buildings in the distance, and you can actually calculate the amount of refraction from that very
Oh,
easily.
so now we're not talking about the sun anymore.
You can
Yeah,
do it with the sun too.
The correction
Well,
we use for refraction
have you done
doesn't
it?
care about what celestial body you're measuring.
Actually, you're wrong. So whenever you look at buildings, the refraction is different than the sun's refraction in your own model. There's
Why is that?
astronomical refraction,
No,
which is
I said
significantly different. There's You're laughing because you don't understand your own religion.
is a building a celestial
You just got
body? Because I
exposed.
said is a building a celestial body?
Why are you trying to save this guy? Is it because
Because
you're all in a
What's the
cult?
difference
I
between
said
Hold on.
astronomical and
One's
what's the difference between
terrestrial,
astronomical and terrestrial refraction in your mind?
one's terrestrial, one's celestial. Come on.
yes.
And how's that different?
That's why I said it doesn't matter which celestial body you're measuring. The almanac doesn't care about which celestial body you're measuring.
Bob wants a clarification. How is
And
that
then he
different?
mentioned a building.
Bob,
A building is
wants
not a celestial body, obviously.
Bob wants clarification. How is celestial and terrestrial different?
Yeah, tell me how
So
that's
with
different.
terrestrial, there's an assumed 7/6R, right?
Well, either way,
for
Bob
fuck's
said he
sake. Are you
makes an
serious about
observation.
that? Do you
Well,
even
Bob
know
said
what
he
This is
makes
what it
the
is.
star refers to?
hold on. Bob said he makes the observation of buildings and then can calculate the refraction. Why would you then calculate the refraction based on the observation? When the ask was, how can you accurately predict, right? So you're making the measurements of what refraction is, and then you have the observation. You say, I'm making this observation. This is what I see. Therefore, based on my presupposition, one, that Earth is a globe, and there's this amount of drop over distance based on my viewer height, that the amount of refraction is this amount because this is what my observation is. That's
Correct.
the complete backwards way of doing it, Bob, because you're presupposing the thing that's in question.
Sometimes that's the way you get it. That's not a problem. There's not a problem
So
with
I'm
that at all.
dropping PDFs for you to learn your own religion and astronomical
No,
and
I'm not
terrestrial
gonna. I'm
refraction.
not gonna read a PDF. I want you to tell me in your own words how terrestrial refraction is different than any other kind of refraction.
Yeah, astronomical refraction is addressing objects outside the Earth's atmosphere being perceived by a person on the atmosphere. Terrestrial refraction is objects within close proximity to the observer, both within the Earth's atmosphere.
And how is refraction different?
The refraction is significantly less for the astronomical refraction because there's much less medium to actually refract the light. You're an idiot.
Okay.
You don't
But
ever
does
know your belief.
refraction change? Does refraction change whether the object is a celestial object or a terrestrial object, given the medium it's going through? Is it not?
It's different mediums.
It's not different mediums. All right.
You're not bright, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I at
So
least
let me explain this
understand
to
what
you.
I'm talking
Let me
about.
explain your religion to you, okay? So
I
say
don't
that
have a
we have a
religion.
building. Yeah, you
I'm not
do.
gonna.
So
I'm not interested in your.
okay, then go on mute or
today.
leave or something. Okay. So according to you guys, the buildings refract, okay, around the globe that you have a religious belief regarding. So that is terrestrial refraction. So you have a certain rate, terrestrial refraction. 7/6 stars is the average, but you constantly change it based because you have a religion, you just make up whatever you want. So then you have astronomical refraction. That's an additional variable. That's an entire additional variable of refraction that you then add to the terrestrial refraction once that object's perceived within the atmosphere. It's an entire additional refractive effect. So how would it be the same if it's an entire additional variable?
It's
Everything you
nominally
guys
the
say is
same.
wrong. It's crazy, bro. And then when I calmly say, wait, have you actually done this? He says yes. And they're blatantly lying. And the problem is, I want to go do it. So I'm going to go debunk your religion because I'm not in a religion. So I'm going to go test your belief. Because if the sun is really not there and it's being refracted over the curve of the earth every time, I want to actually know that. I want to go out and test it and see if that's true. So I'm asking you guys for the specific math, the astronomical refraction of the sun combined with the terrestrial environment's conditions. I want to go test those conditions and see if the sun actually matches the predictions. You guys have never done that, but you know it's true. So how's it not a religion?
Science doesn't prove anything, but it has to be true. I know it.
Like if you've never tested your claim, but you have blind faith your claim must be true, isn't that like what a religion is? I think that's a religion, right? The only difference would be that this is technically somewhat testable. So Bacon, are you saying the only conditions that cause refraction are pressure and temperature?
No.
Okay, what else causes it?
Oh, the cause of refraction is the difference in refractive index.
Okay, what are the variables we need to go and quantify and measure on the Earth to figure out the refractive rate?
It depends on how precise how accurate you want to be. Like if
I want to be
you,
as accurate as possible.
so you take as many measurements as possible
Of what?
of everything that affects the index of refraction of the atmosphere,
I'm
like
literally asking
temperature,
you what
pressure,
that is.
and humidity.
Oh, humidity is a variable?
Yep.
Oh, that's crazy because last time I told the Globers that humidity affects refraction, they told me I made that up and I needed to cite it. And then I dropped like 20 things and then they just denied them. So at least you know that. So when you said that the almanac only accounts for temperature and pressure, then it's not even accounting for all the variables?
Yes, it's accounting for the most two significant ones.
Oh. So humidity doesn't really change it that much, is what you're saying.
I think it's by 2 orders of magnitude less than pressure, something like that. So yeah, not that relevant for navigation.
First of all, we're not talking about navigation though. So when you brought up the almanac, it was really not answering the question then, huh? So can we actually get back to the point? You believe the sun's not actually there. I
Well,
want to go test that thing. I
you're
want to go
asking your
test that claim,
question
Bacon.
kind of generally, right? That's why I asked with the almanac.
I'm moving to the ocean. I want to test your claim. Can you not?
What claim?
Wouldn't you want me to test your claim? Wouldn't you want to know your claim is true, Bacon?
What claim? I don't even know what claim you're talking about.
That the sun is not actually there when we see it. That every time we see a sunset, it's actually not there anymore. That's what
I don't
you
know how to
believe.
test that.
Oh, so we just have to believe it?
Oh, you don't have to believe that.
But you believe it.
Yeah.
But you can't test it.
That directly? No, I don't think so.
Okay. So don't you think that a good way to at least begin to test it would be you take all the variables in, right? You record and measure the data present during your observation, and then you actually observe the sunset, right? You see the predicted time the sun should set based on your model. Then you look at the conditions and you say, okay, the sun is this far behind the prediction because it's being lifted up this much based on these conditions specifically, and it matches the rate that it should based on these conditions. Isn't that a way you would test it?
Sure. I think it depends on what kind of set of assumptions are you allowing. So, for example, if you're working like if you also believe in heliocentrism, for example, then it's much easier to test because we know what should be the expected position of the sun without refraction, and we can just compare that to what we observe.
I just
But if
said
you
that,
want
bro.
to,
I just said that.
right?
I want to test your claim. That's my point. Yeah, I want to test your claim. You guys don't test your claims. I test your claims. I go
Well,
out into the world and test your claims. You guys don't do that.
we know that those corrections work, at least for the purpose of navigation, for example.
Okay, then. So I should be able to go test that and see that the sun doesn't always change at the same rate. It gets lifted up different rates based on the conditions, and it should match perfectly with what you
No, it
think is
shouldn't
happening.
match perfectly. I mean, in order for it to match perfectly, you would have to know like every single variable. Like you'd have to know the index of refraction of the whole atmosphere between you and the sun. I don't think you would ever know that. So there's always some variables that you don't know.
So it's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I guess.
So you have a religion, bro.
No, that
I'm
doesn't mean it's a
sitting. You're
religion.
making a religious claim.
No, I
I
said
want to
that
test it,
this
and
is
you're telling me you
useful.
can't test it. But
I
you're
don't
telling me
think you
can't
can
test
test this directly. Like I said you can test it, for example, if you don't reject that the Earth is orbiting the sun at a certain distance, for example.
I'm accepting your religious claims to go test them.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. So we just need the ground position of the sun. Then you get what should be the elevation angle of the sun from your coordinates, and then you measure what's the actual elevation angle of the sun. And that difference is how
Okay.
much it's refracted.
Okay. So I can do this
Pretty
all the way
simple.
up to the zenith.
Sorry?
I can do this all the way up to the 90-degree position.
Great.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
So I could test the sun throughout an entire day and make sure that it's displaced. Because so you guys are saying that when I look up and see the sun, if it's not directly overhead, it's not actually where I see it ever, right?
Yeah, or maybe not even when it's directly overhead. I mean, there's wind, there's a bunch of things that can refract the sun a little bit when it's above your head. But they're much less significant than when the sun approaches the horizon. That's where it makes any difference if you're considering refraction or not.
Well, we don't dispute that you look through more atmos and it's going to affect the sun.
Yeah,
We're
but visible is
disputing
more
that
distorted,
it
right?
lifts it up over a ball.
Right, but it gets like it slows down. It shrinks vertically. It's what would happen if it was being loomed up.
Oh my god, dude.
So if
Yeah.
the sun sets and all of a sudden looming happens because the atmosphere changed, wouldn't that cause it to rise again or appear to rise as the sun is looming up?
The atmosphere is changing? I didn't say anything about that. I didn't.
No,
I'm not
that's
sure I
why it
understood
came
your
out of my
point.
mouth. That's why it came out of my mouth. I said
He's
it.
asking you. He's
Yeah, I'm
asking
not
you
getting
if
your.
conditions change.
Okay, so does looming happen when light bends around the curve?
Looming happens when the light is bending down.
Okay, so
Around the
let's
curve.
say, yeah, around the curve.
Oh,
So
even if
let's
no,
say,
that's not a necessary part of what looming is. Like if even on a flat plane, it would still be looming.
This is sad, bro.
yeah.
I'm being precise. If you want me to accept
Okay,
things
so
are not
in your model, looming happens when the light bends around the curve, right?
when it bends down.
Around the curve.
No, it doesn't have to bend around the curve to be looming.
So it doesn't bend down continuously.
Why are you assuming that?
Because that's what looming would have to be in your model.
Looming is just that the light's bending down, so things appear higher. That's all. I'm not getting what the implications you're trying to derive from it.
All right, did you see the Smithsonian article that he posted not even 10, 15 minutes ago?
Who posted?
I'll post a screenshot. Would you be good with that?
Yep.
All right, so this is from the Smithsonian. If you look at the top of the picture, right? So is the light bending down around the curve from the object on the right, which is a ship, looming up to the viewer's eye on the left? Is it bending down around the curve?
Yeah, in that example, yeah.
Right. So this is what they're calling a superior mirage, right?
Yeah, but the around the curve isn't necessary for that to be looming. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's not necessary, but if you have a geometric horizon, it would have to be bending over that horizon or from the source down around the curve.
No, because
Right?
objects that are on front of the horizon can also be being loomed up. Even if they're
Dude,
before the geometrical horizon, they can also be loomed up. So it has nothing to do with the curve. You're trying to put the
okay,
curve as a
you
necessary.
guys are so frustrating, right?
Yeah, they
Because you're
don't want to
claiming
test
that
the
this is
claim, Larry.
happening.
You're inserting something in the definition that is not part of it.
Larry, just so you know, the problem is they don't want us to be able to efficiently test a claim because in the back of their mind, they know it may not be true.
Do a fix.
No, so they muddy the waters, and that's why flat earthers have to just talk to each other and try to figure out what their claim is and then formulate a test. Because when we ask them what their belief is and try to get specifics to go test it, they always drag you through the mud. They don't
You
want
talk
you
to
be
each
able
other because you want to. I'm here answering every single question they're being asked.
No, you're literally not answering the questions, though. You're constantly backing into a corner that says that we can't test it. We can't
No.
specifically test it.
No, it's what do you mean? I just said that the Larry's asked if that was what looming was, and I said I corrected what he was saying looming was, and then he asked the same question, and I gave him the same answer. I'm
No,
not
because you know
trying
that
to
in
avoid anyone
he's
to.
talking about in your paradigm, Bacon. In your
Yeah,
paradigm.
but yeah, I'm also answering in that paradigm. In that paradigm, light doesn't have to go around the curve to be looming. Looming is just that the light bending down. Doesn't have to be bending
Okay,
down around the curve.
so it's bending down, right? And the Earth is bending down too, right?
Okay.
So by definition, the light would be bending down along with the same curvature rate as the Earth as depicted in the Smithsonian website, right?
Not necessarily. Doesn't have to be in the same curvature rate.
Okay,
Here's the
if
thing.
it's
You
not, then we're
misunderstood.
not going to see it. If it's less, listen. If the light is bending less than the curvature rate, then the light's going to go off into space and we're not going to see it. It's going to go over our head, literally, right? If
It
it's
depends on
bending,
how far the
if
object
it's
is.
bending more, listen, if it's bending more, then it's going to bend down into the water.
You're
And it's
still
going
going
to
to
go
see it
below.
because,
No,
as I explained
you're
to you
not going to
before,
see. The water can obstruct it, bro. If the light hits the water, it's not going to hit your eye.
yeah, that light that hit the water is not going to hit your eye, but that's not the only light ray coming out of the object. The light rays come in all directions, including higher ones that if the light is bending down can still reach your eye. So the effect that has is that you're going to see that looking higher. That's why down bending light makes things higher even on a flat earth. And I already explained you that like 3 times and you still don't get it. And that's frustrating.
Just because you explain something doesn't mean I have to believe it. The
I
way
didn't
that
say
you
not to believe
guys
it. It's a
explain
pretty
it,
logical
listen,
explanation. You just don't get
if the
it.
light's bending down and it bends down so far that it's actually super refractive, according to your model, it would bend down so far that it would hit the ground, the dirt, or the water. And if that happens, it's not going to hit your eye in the same way. It
Not
might
in the same
reflect
way.
off the
It still
water.
will.
Listen, bro. It might reflect off the water, right? Like when we see the moon at the horizon as it's about to set and it reflects off the water and hits your eye. That's not the same as it actually in the moonlight, is it? Yeah, I
Okay,
just
I have to
explained it
draw
to you.
that. Can you
And
join
it's
my live stream?
frustrating because I was.
You're cutting out a little bit. Is he cutting out or me cutting out? Daryl, can you...
Sounds like
Daryl,
someone's
you're
having
hot
that.
micing.
I think
I
someone's
don't
having
know.
that.
The ballers are not really useful. Like, I don't want to be, I hate to be this guy, but like, look, my worldview, just like I said in the chat, my worldview states that they actually deserve the state of delusion that they find themselves in. And a primary component of it is that they think that we are the ones in a state of delusion because they've been handed over to delusion because they have no love of the truth. And dude, we can try to talk to them. Like I brought Bacon in the conversation. Fair enough. Because I wanted to ask specifically what their claim was because I'm actually going to go test it. Right? We're looking at our next house. We're going to go move out of the ocean. And I'm just going to constantly debunk the globe in many ways. This is just another way you can debunk the globe. So I'm like, okay, can we narrow it down? And then what I always find, and it's my fault for being naive enough to think this is not going to happen, is that when you start trying to genuinely and honestly test something, they just drag you through convoluted nonsense. And then they always back themselves into a corner where you can't actually test it. Well, it could be happening. Well, you'll never actually know. If it doesn't match, they create this preemptive window where if I go test it and it doesn't match their predictions, they can just say, oh, well, there are certain variables we don't know. Well, you didn't actually measure all the conditions 100 miles up. You didn't actually measure the refractive conditions all the way 93 million miles away to the sun. So technically, you didn't actually test it.
Well, I said
Right.
how you could give a prediction. I mean, I'm not trying
I'm talking to the rest of the room.
Yeah, well, again, the answers you got from me at least. If you get the ground position of the sun and you tell me your ground position, we can then determine exactly what would be the elevation angle of the sun without refraction. And then you can apply the corrections for refraction that you get from the globe side. And you can compare that to observation and see how close you get. I don't see why you wouldn't do that. Who's preventing you from doing that by answering what you're being asking?
Okay, now that Bacon has said whatever he said, I checked out. I don't speak religion. So like the problem is, bro, that I came in here and an honest person, like, look, I talk to people that are honest that believe the Earth's a globe. And those people always have lots of more research to do. They don't really know much about the flat Earth position. They have misunderstandings, but they're honest and they honestly believe the globe. So when I'm like, did you know the globe claims this? They'll say yes. They'll say no. Normally it's no. And I'll say, okay, I'm wanting to test this. Let's talk about this. Do you agree that this is the byproduct of this? Let's look into this. This is the claim of this. And they've already heard it. They'll be like, okay, yeah, let's formulate a test. They genuinely want it to be tested. They don't have like a script of 2 or 3 things they know requires calculative assumptions of the model and then to say that it works, hijacking optics. And they just want to focus on that every day, all day. They're like, everything should work. Everything the globe claims should work. We should be able to go test all of it. It should all work exactly like the globe claims. So let's talk about how we test it.
I tested some of those.
No,
so
all you talk about
I
is
think you
celestial
can.
navigation. It doesn't matter
but
what I'm talking about. You talk about celestial navigation.
Like I tested the prediction for centrifugal force, and it matched exactly what was predicted.
Really? How'd you test it?
I used a pocket scale, my keyboard, and a Rubik's Cube. A pocket scale.
Pocket scale, and
Yes.
you went to different latitudes.
Yep.
And how many latitudes did you go to?
I went from -25 to -3, 25 south to 3 south.
Okay. And how sensitive is your scale?
Sorry?
How sensitive is your scale?
0.1 grams.
Okay. And it matched exactly what the globe predicts.
Yeah. It was
No, it
half a. It did. It was half a gram lighter, close to the
Well,
equator.
I know someone that went to the same latitude and got a different weight.
So you're saying mine, that person went to the same latitude as I, and because that person didn't get the same way as I did, then you're saying that I'm lying.
No, that's not.
Well, you said no, you didn't about something I said I
Yes,
did.
maintain
That
your
sounds like you're
latitude.
calling me a liar.
Why are you? You're very emotional. It's because your religion is being challenged, I guess.
No,
I don't
it's because
know.
you're calling me a liar in my face. I mean,
No, I
mean
didn't
that.
call you a liar, dude.
Well, if you're saying I said I did something, and then you say no, you didn't. That
No,
sounds
I
like
said
you're
it
calling me a liar.
I said it didn't exactly match the globe prediction. You have to have a super sensitive scale to know that. You didn't.
No,
So
I
they
had
complain.
I had a prediction for that scale. The
Okay,
prediction.
I don't care.
Okay, so he did
don't
match
care.
the prediction. What you're talking about?
No,
Like the
you didn't have a
prediction.
precise enough scale.
It was precise
You
enough.
don't even know your claim. This is a reoccurring theme, right?
Wait.
You don't know your claim. I know your
I
claim
do
better than
know.
you do.
No,
I
you
know your
don't.
opinion better than you. Yeah, the centrifugal force of the Earth's spin would cause a very specific and consistent weight change, and it is a very
Uh-huh.
precise number, much more precise than your scale. So the
That's
claim
actually
that it
not
was
true.
exactly matching the globe, it is true.
No, that shows how you don't understand the globe, because the change is a change in acceleration, which means the heavier the object, the difference is going to be proportional. So I didn't tell you what the weight of the object was. So without that information, you wouldn't be able to tell if 0.1 gram was enough to detect the difference. It's not a determined weight that is going to change. It's a determined ratio of the weight that is going to change. So if you don't know
I know that. You said
okay,
it was
so
a Rubik's
if you
cube, and it
knew
doesn't
that,
even matter.
you wouldn't say
You
what you
said it was
said.
No, because it doesn't matter. Dude, 0.1 rounds up to that freaking decimal point, and the actual math would be much more precise than that. Thank you for playing, and let me make my point, please,
What
that I've
did the
already tried to
difference?
make. Hey, you
Okay,
said that I was claiming something I wasn't claiming. Can I please clarify? Because I don't care about your religion. I don't care
what
that you have a
claim?
religion. I want to test it. Okay, I said that someone I know took a scale significantly more sensitive than yours, and they just changed latitude. They changed position, but maintained latitude. Okay, so when I said same latitude, I'm not talking about the same latitude you were at. I said they kept the same latitude they were at. They just
Okay.
changed position, and the object weighed different amounts. So how does that work?
Well, why would that be a problem? And how
I
does
thought
that affect what I'm saying?
that shows you
Yeah,
that if there's a weight differential on the Earth, it's not just because the Earth is spinning in a ball.
yeah. No one thinks that the only thing that can change the downward acceleration is the latitude. Everyone knows
Oh,
that's
okay,
not the case.
what else can change it?
The distribution of mass on the Earth is one of them.
Okay, so you see how I said earlier, and I hope the room is understanding that I'm not just making this up. Every time you go to test their claims, they always have a little claim in their pocket
No,
they will pull
actually,
out
that's already
that makes
mapped.
their. You're interrupting me constantly now, dude. So how are you not getting emotional?
Go ahead.
So every time you go to test their claims, they have another little fallback claim in their pocket that they're going to pull out that makes their claim unfalsifiable. So whenever you then go test, you're like, oh, the weight changes perfectly based on the globe predictions. And then he wants to jump in and say something about the word perfect right now, which is another dishonest tactic, right? But he just claimed it exactly matched what the globe predicted. Then I pointed out nice enough. Then I pointed out that I have a friend who kept the same latitude and the weight changed. Okay. And then you get to see the true colors of their position, which is a religion. They then say, oh, well, there are other factors that could change it. So you can never actually disprove their claim, because anytime the evidence disproves their claim, they just say, oh, there's probably something else regarding the Earth's mass distribution or something underneath the Earth, right? Based on its mass distribution that could fluctuate, that could be changing. And guess what? When we actually did, it's just like chasing your own tail, because if I go to a specific place, I say, here's the globe's mass distribution predictor for this location, and then I show it doesn't match that, they will say, oh, there also the mass distribution can fluctuate. Oh, and there are other variables. Maybe it rained and it changed the mass. They will constantly make up something to
Can you
make sure you
wrap up
can't
your
test their
statement? Because I want to respond. It's
Yeah, go
taking too
ahead.
long. Right. So that it's no way near debunking what I did. Because first of all, the difference that you'd get from distribution of mass is much smaller than the difference you get going from one latitude to the other one. The difference you get because of distribution of mass wouldn't be picked up by my scale. So if the person that you were referring to has a very sensitive scale, as you just said, then that scale might be able to pick up the difference in distribution of mass. So if that person keeps the same latitude and changes their longitude, they might be able to pick up that. But if they change their latitude, they should pick up a much higher difference in the weight. And that's not something they're referring to that was tested. You're just saying that person traveled along the same latitude and got different weights. That's totally fine. And that's not an excuse, because the distribution of mass and how much gravity would affect it locally is already mapped. So if it doesn't match that mapping, then you can say you're refuting the model. So what I did, because I was changing different latitudes, which is like an order of magnitude more different than the distribution of mass, then that's all my scale would need to pick up, because that's the major factor. And my scale was essentially for 0.1 grams, and the expected difference was half a gram. So 5 times the resolution on my scale. And that was exactly what I read with my scale. And that's it. I wasn't saying if my scale doesn't pick up, then it's distribution of mass. And I'm saying someone would refute the latitude difference, but then I'm going to claim distribution of mass so I can still preserve the globe model. I didn't say any of that. I was specifically addressing your friend who changed the longitude and not the latitude and had a much more sensitive scale than I had.
Yeah, I want to agree with Witsit. They do change the goalposts quite a bit, right? Like they used to say it was 8 inches per mile squared, and now when you try to hold them to that, they're like, you forgot about refraction. And then when I show them that, hey, if this kind of refraction is happening, it would cause the sunset and sunrise times to change drastically. And they're like, how much? Well, I don't know. It's your claim that this is happening. How much does it need to be happening
I think
for
if
us
you
to be
say
able to see
drastically,
200? Come on, bro. Why do you need to interrupt me? Right? How much does it need to be happening if we can see 250 miles away a mountain, 250 miles in the distance? It would have to be quite a bit, right? I would even use the word drastically.
right? Oh, if you say drastically, then it's on you, right? Like if they ask you by how much and you say you don't know how much, then you shouldn't be saying drastic, right?
Okay, if the light bends down at the same rate as the Earth is curving for 255 miles, so we can see a mountain 255, you might as well say in the next state. That's how far away it is. Because if I go 250 miles and, just about any direction, I'm going to be in another state. And I live in Texas, right? So it's drastically that the light would be bending down at the same curvature rate as the Earth for you, a tiny little man with tiny little eyes, to be able to see an object that's 255 miles over yonder.
All right, can
So
you give
I
me the
got
specifics? Like, can you give me a picture of the mountain? How much of the mountain can you see? The size of the mountain, so I can see if the required curvature is the same as this radius of the Earth, as you're saying.
It's called Mount Conahoe.
Sorry?
Look it up. It was at one time. I don't know if it still is. Guinness Book of World Records for long distance photography. Mount Conahoe.
Right, and then the curvature rate for that mountain is the same as the radius of the Earth for that observation?
Well, wouldn't it have to be?
No, depends. Depends on how much is being loomed up. Can you see the whole mountain?
No, you can't see the whole mountain because there's things
Okay,
in
so
the way,
it's
like other mountains, right?
right. Also, it's much
So
harder to tell.
you guys always do that, right? When we say we can see Chicago too far away, well, how come you can't see the first floor? Because it was built in a swamp and they made a bathtub to put the buildings in, so it's technically below the water level. So why would you assume that you would be able to see that? And I know that's not your argument. It was the guy who was here before you. But still, we can't see the bottom of the mountain. Well, there's mountains in front of it. It's like, well, you
Right.
can't see the bottom of the mountain. So
Because it was your claim that it would have to be curving through all that distance with the same curvature as the Earth. So what you seem to know about it is nowhere near close to giving you the conclusion that you're reaching. So based on what you told me, I don't see how you determine that the curvature rate of the light would have to be the same as the radius of the Earth.
said as the rate of curvature of the Earth.
Yes. Yeah, rate of curvature of the Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
I
if it's more than, it's going to bend down into the ground, and that's called obstruction. If it's less than the curvature rate of the Earth, it's going to go into space over your head, and you're not going to be able to detect it with the camera. So it has to be the rate of curvature of the Earth. It has to be the same.
That's actually a non sequitur. That conclusion that you're driving
How is that a non
just.
sequitur, bro?
I'll gladly explain you. Can you join the live stream? Because I tried to explain with words, you just kept replaying your claim. So maybe if I draw it, you'll be able to understand.
Before that, I just want to say this, so because I got a phone call, I just want to. I'm not. You guys continue. I'm just going to say. So the problem is, because the guys asking in the chat as well, like if you want to claim, I said you have back pocket claims, they always make it unfalsifiable, right? So when you go check the weight claim and then it doesn't change according to the centrifugal force that the prediction is because it changes at the same latitude, you guys will say, oh, well, it must be mass distribution of the Earth. Well, then you go look at the globe model, right? And you go look at the alleged mass distribution of a certain location, and you go take the weight and you test that claim and it doesn't match. Then you guys say, oh, well, there must be a change in mass distribution, or we don't know exactly what the mass distribution is. It's just kind of a guess. So yeah, we could be slightly wrong about that. So that's probably just an anomaly in mass distribution. So you can't falsify it. And then the even funnier part about that is the way that they get these alleged claims of mass distribution in the Earth is they literally take a gravimeter, they go around, they actually measure the difference in accelerated rate, they assume the centrifugal force, they find the difference, right? And they take an average in the difference and say, okay, well, now we can guess what the mass distribution underneath this position is. So then you're going to turn around and say, oh, look, the weight changes matches the mass distribution. That's how you got the mass distribution claim in the first place. And when it doesn't match, you then will say, because I've actually seen this happen, you then will say, oh, mass distribution changes. And there are other variables like rainfall changes mass. And then you guys will come up with whatever you need to never admit that your centrifugal claim isn't actual. So that's my point. Okay, you guys know.
Oh, but the centrifugal,
I'm driving, so I can't watch your diagram, but go ahead and respond to what he said.
All right. Yeah, well, the centrifugal force, as I said, it's like around an order of magnitude bigger than by changing what you get randomly by changing longitude. And what you get by changing longitude is pretty random. So that has nothing to do with the model. But changing, yeah, if you're changing your longitude, then the centrifugal force isn't changing, which means that whatever difference in gravitational acceleration you find is not due to centrifugal force. And that turns out to be much smaller than what you would get from centrifugal force. And it also changes pretty randomly. Like there's no clear pattern in how much something's going to change based on longitude. But on latitude, it's a much bigger factor. So if you're traveling from the equator to another far latitude, then you don't even have to take into account anything about longitude because that's going to be much less of an effect.
No one's talking about longitude.
Yeah, so I mean, the globe doesn't have any specific prediction for longitude.
No one's
but it
claiming
has one for latitude.
You're the only one that brings up longitude. So what the necessary
You did. You said your friend.
No, I didn't.
You said your friend kept his latitude and then changed his longitude, right? And then he got away different. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, but this is the point. The necessary implications of what you just stated, right, is that every time we go to a different latitude, the weight is going to exactly match the prediction of the globe.
Not always going to exactly match. There's always some margin of error.
But the rate is so big that it's going to outweigh any other slight fluctuation. So if I change latitude, it's going to consistently change that bigger rate based on the latitude every single time, right?
Well, that's the thing. If you're changing very little latitude, that difference would be very little. So if you do something like I did.
That was a complete red herring, dude.
Oh, I thought I was answering your question. That's the question again.
So if you're according to
Just give me a second. I'm getting a phone call.
Specific weight fluctuation. I don't know if the guy room here is. I'm sorry if I sound worked up. I'm like driving my Jeep style, but like, bro, it's so frustrating. They don't let you test their claim. Like, am I tripping, or is that not what happens every time? We've gone over 2 different claims from the globe right now. I literally want to purchase the stuff required to go test both of the claims. And so we start to iron it out. And as soon as we get to the part where I test it, right, it's like, no, actually, you can't test it. You can never actually test it. Any attempt to go test it's a futile pursuit because there's always a possibility that something else could be happening. So there's no way to ever test anything. That's
if you go from the equator to, let's say, 45 degrees, that's the bigger difference. There's no distributional mass that can account for if that doesn't match the prediction for centrifugal force.
Okay, so then if I change significant latitude and it doesn't match the globe prediction, then it debunks your claim of centrifugal force?
Yeah, I'd say you have a point, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We came to some type of resolution there.
Yeah, but all that.
Just so you know, I actually think there is a slight centrifugal force, though. And I don't think it's because the Earth is moving. So
then you wouldn't be.
I'm actually going to test it, right? And what it requires is me putting out a team of people all over the Earth doing very precise measurements with very precise scales with a fluctuation of different weights at different times with different conditions and during thunderstorms and during all kinds of stuff to see what's actually happening. right? And then testing different types of material. This is how you would actually legitimately test it. See, I know how to, in this whole debate for everyone, it just requires millions of dollars in resources. Your side has that and still doesn't do it,
I
right?
don't
And
have
that's
millions of dollars, and I also don't think it requires that much to do what you said. Like,
anyway, for me, no, to fully test all the claims of the globe would cost millions of dollars. There
do
are
you need to
efficient
test
tests.
all of them?
Okay, whatever, man. Just forget it. Like, in order for me to myself, right? If I go for me to go to different latitudes, I have to travel. So I have travel costs. Okay, for me to get different materials, I have to buy different materials. I also have to buy a very precise scale. Okay, then I also have to blot out a certain amount of days with different conditions, so I can test all the different conditions, right? And that right there, time is money. So if I combine all that just for one person, it is decently expensive. Now we need to do it like hundreds of times with hundreds of people at different places with different conditions. So that one little test is expensive.
Why
It's
hundreds?
expensive.
Like, if you
Because
did it 20 times,
claim, dude, I want to actually test your claim. I'm not
right?
going to make one observation and then make a leap
No,
to
yeah,
where, oh,
sure.
I can make a whole model. That's what you guys
Yeah,
do.
I would agree. A single observation is pretty weak. But like, if you're making 20, 30 observations, they're all matching, then like I wouldn't go all the way to hundreds from that. I mean,
Okay, but you guys claim that it all matches, but I have evidence that says it doesn't. And then your guys' dismissal is, oh, well, the fluctuation is less. I get that. Yeah, that makes sense, right? It makes sense that the claim of the globe is the centrifugal change is significantly greater than the mass distribution change. So if that's demonstrated to not be true, that literally debunks your claim. It debunks your claim of the Earth spinning causing it, right? And that's the point. This is a testable thing. Now, of course, if the inverse isn't true, meaning if we do see a consistent change that is greater based on what is perceived to be centrifugal force, that doesn't actually prove it's the Earth moving, but it does show us that there is actually a verifiable change with a centrifugal force. So then we would go further from there. You guys assume that's true. Some of you guys will bring a scale out to one place and then another place and say, look, it proved it, blah, blah, blah. I actually looked into all the universities in the Southern Hemisphere, and this test isn't really done there. So you would think that in 2023, it's been done from like the North Pole all the way down. And we would see, no, it's not. Actually, it's just a calculation that was done, right? And then a couple people go and try and test it in the North. It's not actually done. There isn't like a very elaborate testing of this that's ever been done. I looked for it.
I know that's not what you're asking for, but at least my test was in the Southern Hemisphere.
Okay, well, that's good. You know what I'm saying, though, right? Like, in theory, this should have been done. This should be mapped out by universities all around the world. This should be like a coordinated effort. And it's not for flat Earth. This is just like a huge part of the world. And
I think that would make sense if you weren't sure about and weren't confident enough about the predictions. Like, I think the overall, we're so confident about all the predictions, then we don't care about testing every single one everywhere on the world. I think the things that we tested already are just giving enough confidence that not every possible test is being made anymore.
Like, okay, man. Well, obviously, we don't agree with that.
You guys got a guy who's working in the smell lab for NASA for 20 years, right? Because the ISS, if you put onions on the ISS and you chop them, the smell will never go away, right? But when did they ever think, how about humans? Do they stink after they've been on the ISS for 3 years?
Is that the fart argument?
No, just breath, urine,
right?
Dandruff,
Hey, you guys.
So
that's true. Like if you go to a room after you had lunch, and it's a closed room, and stay there for a while, the room stinks quite quickly. But you don't actually feel that. Only if you leave the room and then go back, or like if someone that isn't in the room enters the room, that person.
That is actually true, right? You become desensitized to stuff. Dude, I want to say, if you guys want to see something interesting, I did a modern day debate last night. If you go to the description, there's an after show, and a guy that works in the labs at Stanford, he's actually the grandson of Van de Graaff, the guy who made the Van de Graaff generator. He jumps on there and debates me a little bit and gets destroyed. He gets absolutely destroyed, specifically about gravity and it not being electric in nature, because he got all excited. He's like, "Oh my God, you don't know who you're talking to. You bring up the Van de Graaff generator."
Hey Larry, I think I might be able to. Oh, I think he left. Oh, never mind it.
I'd like to ask a question about an observation I saw, if anyone would entertain that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Jesse Gordon has an observation, and it's on the Straits of Juan de Fuca up in Washington State. And maybe you've even seen these. Someone here might have seen this observation that he did. But what he does is he goes down. What's that?
He has a water level in front of buildings.
No, he has a total station, and he sets it up on the beach in the Straits of Juan de Fuca. And he's looking out over the water. He's got it set up so the total station's about 4 or 5 feet above the water. And he looks out and he sets his camera so you can see through the total station. And he there's a post in the water, probably a couple hundred yards out from the shore, and he uses his total station to find out how much higher. There's a sign on the post, and he said he finds out how much higher the sign is on the post than he is using his total station, and it is higher than him. The top of the sign is a few feet higher than him. And then he looks out, and there's some boats out going by in the strait. He's got it all plotted, he's got his maps and how far those are away and stuff. Now, when he sets the total station looking at the boats, the water line of the boats, they're below him because he's 4 feet above the water, and the boats are right on their water lines are right on the water. So it shows that those water lines are below the level of the total station. Am I making this clear?
I don't know, man. I was getting figured out. Sort of. I'm sort of following you. I mean, someone else. I don't know what's the climax here?
Well, okay. So in perspective, things that are above the horizon or what is level to your view will never go below that level or the horizon. And like when you're looking down a hallway, and things that are below the level of your view or of the horizon will never rise above it, and things that are right on the horizon will never be above or below the horizon.
The horizon constantly fluctuates, though. So what do you when you say like level with us, like what does that mean? It constantly goes up and down.
Yeah, but in this particular case, he's looking out, and I'm not trying to support any, I'm not trying to say this means that, or trying to tell you what all this means. What I just want to know. So he's seeing something that the sign is above the horizon that he's looking out on. The boat's water lines are below the horizon that he's looking out on, level with him. You know what I mean? If you use his auto level, his total station as level, those two things are either above or below. But the boat passes by the sign and actually goes over the top of the sign in his view. But that boat, the water line of that boat is below what is level to him, the total station level. So it's kind of an inconsistency then, because it's showing the boats which are lower are actually higher than the sign. You understand what I mean? Maybe I need to get the video and show it. And it just didn't seem to, like, if you take it, and what I thought was some kind of refraction is happening, so that it's sort of disrupting the laws of perspective, because that boat, because it's lower than the top of the sign, should be lower. But it actually, the boat passes by the sign higher. I just couldn't figure it out. And he has another one where he looks out at levels his auto level, and there are two big ships out there, and his auto level is probably 4 feet above the water. And when he looks out through his total station, the total station tells him that the boats are 20, like one's 21 feet and the other's like 28 feet above the level of the total station. So how can they be higher than level when they're really lower than the level of the total station? Maybe you'd have to look at the video to know, but yeah, it just, I wish he was here and he could, I'm so technically challenged that I'd love to show it to you, but I wouldn't even know how to do it. I could barely get into the station. Anyway, maybe he'll show up and we can hash it out. Anyway, Whitsit, that was quite a debate you had last night.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Sorry, I'm kind of busy. I can't really talk.
Did he kill it?
Well, the dude interrupted and diverted them.
Who was it? Who did you debate?
Some dude named Dell. He's like works in robotics. I gotta go though.
All right.
Be safe, bro.
Hey, Larry.
What?
I think I can explain the same thing without a diagram. Are you free, available? Can we go there?
Yeah, I can listen. I just can't watch.
Right. Okay, so let's say there's an object that is illuminated by the environment light or the sunlight or whatever light. Can you see that object from any direction? Like if you go, like there's just an object on the ground. If you go to somewhere else and you look towards that object, can you still see that same object, regardless on which direction you're looking to the object?
As long as it's bright enough and not obstructed by anything.
Yeah. Okay. So if you can see the object from all directions around that object, like let's say you're not very far, you're significantly close to the object, and you walk around the object, you go higher and lower, and you can always see the object. Wouldn't that mean that there's light coming from the object in all directions?
Light coming from the object in all directions? No, it would mean that light is coming from the object.
Yes, but it has to reach your eyes for you to see it, doesn't it?
Right.
So if it doesn't matter where you are.
Of sight.
Yes. So if you go around the object up and down, you can always see the object. And if the light has
direct line of sight, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So if regardless on where you are around that object, you can see the object. It means light is reaching your eyes in all those. True. I know you don't believe that, but I'm trying to get. Yeah, but that's not a truth claim. What I'm trying to get with Larry is based on that assumption that I know you reject, but Larry doesn't. So I'm not up trying to debate whether or not this is true. I'm trying to debate the implications of that assumption. So if you reject the assumption, I'll ask you to save that debate for later, if you can. that's fine. Because I don't want to debate that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that's fine. It's just illogical to think that photons are traveling to your eyes.
Doesn't
And
have to
that's
be
the only way
photons
you're able to
traveling.
perceive it.
It doesn't have to be. We don't have to call it photons. I have to talk about particles. But anyway, so because Larry's claim is that if the light is bending down and it reaches the surface, it won't reach your eye. And what I'm trying to make him acknowledge is that there is light being reflected from that object in all directions. And you should know that because you can see that object from whatever direction you are. There's no direction that the object simply disappears or becomes black.
Right.
So
Now, let's take that same object, right, and put it behind a hill, right? And the light that's trying to bounce off in all directions, it hits the hill. Does it hit your eye after it hits the hill?
okay, well, don't forget that you have all directions of light. You don't have just light coming towards your direction. There's light going up, there's light going diagonally, left and right, all directions, right?
Yeah, but
So
the light that's headed your way
yes,
is
that light
hitting
is not
the
gonna reach
hill.
me. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
And that light's also not gonna hit me if light's bending down. It's just gonna reach the hill even sooner, right? But there's light coming off of that object that, if light is not bending down, would go up and not reach me, it would go to space. If light starts bending down, that light that was reaching space so far can now reach me. Because that light that wasn't reaching me is going to start reaching me now. So when you see
But
an
I guess
object loomed up, it's not that the light that you were seeing is loomed up. Now you're seeing light that is coming from a different direction, that is now higher. Does that make sense?
if light is looming up,
No,
that
not
doesn't
light.
mean,
Light's bending down.
okay, light is bending down,
Yeah,
right? And is this object on the ground or on the water?
yeah, on the ground.
Okay, then the light would hit the ground if
The
it's
light
bending down.
hits, yeah, the light that is coming off of the object like horizontally will hit the ground. But remember, there's light also going upwards. That light's not gonna hit the ground. Even if it
Right, it's not
curves,
going to hit.
it's still.
It's not going to hit your eye either.
Why not? If light curves down now, that
You
light
said
might
that
actually
light
reach
that's
my eye.
going up. How could it be going up and bending down at the same time?
I
Up
told
is
you,
the
Larry, you got to
direction.
picture an infinite. You got to picture an infinite amount of rays, like when little kids draw a sun. Like that's what's coming off of objects. All those that infinite amount of rays in the sphere everywhere.
I agree with that. But they're claiming that light is going up and then bending down, which is like a parabolic curve, right?
Yes,
So like
exactly.
there's light rays coming off horizontally, and then there's light rays coming off 1 arc second above horizontal, and then 2 arc seconds. So like that light is the one that's going to hit you. If it's bending down, like they say, they can't even prove that, but that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
The thing I'm trying to rebut right now is argument that Larry was making that if light's bending down too much, it would cause obstruction. And what I'm trying to tell him is that if it's bending down too much, it's just gonna make the object appear higher and higher, because the light that is coming out of the object is only gonna reach you from a higher and higher angle, but it's always gonna reach your eye from some angle. It's not gonna be obstructed.
Yeah.
We good, Larry?
I mean, I
Think
would
that's
agree with that.
sensible?
Hang on a
I
second.
would agree with that. I would agree with that for the most part.
So sorry about that. I didn't hear what you said. I thought you guys were talking amongst yourselves.
Kind of were, but was still the same subject.
All right, so the light's bouncing off in all directions. One of those directions is up. So you're claiming that light is also going to be bending down, which is, the thing that we're arguing over. That's your claim. That's what you think is happening, right? So
Not
light is bending.
necessarily. Like
So you
now
don't
I'm
think
just
light bends
arguing.
down?
I'm just arguing about what would be the implications. That's a different debate. Like I don't want to have two topics at the same time. So let's just focus on the implications now. Then, if you want to debate whether or not this
The
happens,
implications of what?
of light bending
Light
down.
bending down.
Okay.
Okay, so want to go forward from what you were saying?
You go ahead. You're the one explaining what you think is happening in your model.
Right. Well, it's not my model. But when an object is illuminated, it reflects light in all directions. There's like an infinite amount of directions, infinite amount of light rays coming out of that object, including light rays that are the ones that are gonna hit your eye, and there are ones that are going to miss your eye and hit your front head, or it's gonna go over your head, or it's gonna go to the ground. There's a bunch of different directions that are not gonna reach your eye. So when light start curving down, if you start creating a downbending refraction in that environment, the light that was reaching your eye is going to now stop reaching your eye and start reaching your nose and mouth because it's getting lower and lower. But the light that was going over your head now is going to start reaching your eye. So by light bending down, you're not making the object disappear. You're just selecting the light coming from the object from a higher and higher angle. If the more light bends down, the higher the angle becomes. That's why downward refraction.
I personally don't see how light bending down would cause obstruction. I think you need it to bend up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bending up would definitely cause obstruction.
Yeah.
Let's say that we're at the salt flat, right? So let's say that there's no curvature in the area that we're at. Let's say it's a perfect salt flat, Jeremy. And I have, let's say, a 6-foot redhead, right? She's got long red hair. The sun's reflecting off of it. You could see it for miles. But let's say, somehow the light starts bending down and hits the salt flat or the salt or the ground, right? Would it still hit your eye if it's being obstructed because the light's bending down, hypothetically?
I mean, I could draw a picture of it on a chalk. I didn't actually get this idea until I drew it out on a chalkboard at school. I could do it for you if you want. Just picture an infinite amount of rays coming off something. So the ones that go horizontal, they might not make it. The ones that are 1 arc second above horizontal, they might not make it. Eventually, though, one of those rays is going to make it.
So how does obstruction happen?
How do I think it I have a couple ideas on how I think it happens.
Yeah, tell me how obstruction happens.
I think there's magnification happening, a very slight amount over such a long distance that it causes that appearing the light actually is bending. I don't think the light's bending the way they think it is, though.
Right, but
They
we're
can't
going over it.
prove that. Like you're under the assumption right now that they're right and the light is bending down. They've never actually measured that.
No. I keep using words hypothetically, allegedly.
Yeah, I think it could be magnification or some kind of optical effect.
Hey, Jeremy, when you're cleaning the classrooms, have you ever came across an unfinished math problem on the whiteboard and just decided to solve it?
All the time, and then the teacher comes and I run away real quick. Yeah, that happens all the time.
What fucking movie was that? I forgot the name of that movie.
Good Will Hunting.
There you go.
Jeremy, can I show you what you mean by magnification and how it would be incredibly hard to argue it for what's happening?
Yeah, or the light could just be bending up. Whatever. I
can show you light. No, I'll show you light bending up as well. I'll go live because I've still got my share stuff. So thank you.
Yeah, I can't watch right now. I'm at work, but light's a very mysterious thing. This light thing that we're talking about. So
I agree.
To claim to know how it's working over long distance in the atmosphere without actually measuring it, non-optically, that's tough to do.
Well, we deal with it because we use the principles of how it does bend towards denser mediums, and we use that every day.
Right, but if we're
Yeah, I
talking
hear
about
that.
like glass and water,
Well,
there's a denser medium there, right? So
correct.
the denser the medium, the more of the change of incident, right?
Yeah. Well, not change of incident, but yeah, the more that the internal, the more that refraction happens internal to that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So if we're talking about 3 feet of air and 6 feet of air, that's totally different analogy than air and glass, right?
Yes, you switch from Snell's law and boundary conditions to what you call Fermat's principle, which still works at a macro level at the same principle, and that's fields interacting. But now Fermat's principle describes how it would happen in a single medium where you have different densities.
Okay. So
what I'm doing right
definitely
now,
not.
I'll show even though Jeremy can't see, but I'll show my curved Earth, flat convex Earth thing with refraction. But this is just the magnification example. If anybody's watching the stream, is you can't really move left or right without incredible distortions if you magnify something.
I mean, Andrew Thomas Young says there's atmospheric magnification happening, magnification in the atmosphere. Now, one of the globers or anti-flat earthers or whatever the group is, they'll tell you that he doesn't know how to use the word magnification, which is weird because he's the leading guy on atmospheric.
He doesn't understand what he's talking about.
Well, no. So the Andrew Thomas Young thing will be about vertical magnification or compression. It won't be about uniform. To get uniform, you have to create a lens element that uniformly or symmetrically controls the cone of the light that's coming in, which is what I'm doing here with the brute force ray tracer. And that's how a lens works inside a camera or a magnifying glass. The issue is, in order for it to magnify, it has to take that column of light and alter the cone of it. And if you spread out that cone as it passes through the glass, you get magnification.
Hold on, real quick.
If you compress it down, you get obviously the opposite. And the issue is, if you move out of the center point around that, it distorts terribly. And that's what we get with magnification.
Okay, just real quick. So in the beginning, you said, he's talking about vertical magnification, and we're talking about things going vertically up or down. So what's the problem?
Because on something like you'll be able to discern the amount of magnification happening because something would be a proportional higher, larger in one direction than it would in another. So if you took a square, for instance, or you took a building where the aspect ratio, where it's 5 times higher than it is wide, then that kind of atmospheric magnification, wouldn't be a constant, which means based on it doing something significant, you'd be able to see it like a wavy mess kind of, because refraction through the atmosphere, since it's non-homogeneous, changes over time because that density and temperature layers change over time.
And as you go up, it stabilizes, and you could get a constant
somewhat
effect. Yeah.
But what I'm showing right now, which you can't see, Jeremy, is I'm showing a curved floor with some columns on it, and I'm showing refraction on the other side that's simulating 3 boundary conditions. I could have 3 million boundary conditions and call it an atmosphere, but my computer isn't the best at doing that. But then I go along and I also show an upward curve if it was flat, and then if it's flat and inverse refraction, we actually get something that looks like a curved Earth with obstruction.
All right. So my thing is that you have lenses in front of each one, right?
These are lenses. So just really quickly, a lens to me, since I'm into camera lenses and photography and optics and things sometimes, a lens is a controlled element that focuses that column of light. So left or right you're screwed. You have to be looking at it dead center. So, for instance, an example would be if we were both stood at the shoreline looking at something, and you were 30 meters to my right, you would not see the same thing at all. It would all be bent out of everything. That lens would only work for a single observer at a single point to do anything controlled.
Right, I understand that, but we're talking about the difference between an actual lens and the atmosphere acting like a lens, right?
Acting like a lens requires lens properties such as altering that cone of light.
Okay, so does refraction happen in the atmosphere?
Refraction, yes, that's predominantly bending downwards because we have atmospheric layers denser lower down.
Right, then ipso facto, the atmosphere would be acting like a lens in order to refract the light, right?
I don't know of any lens elements that predominantly only oh, well, actually, there's something called a tilt and shift lens, which does something to create a weird focal plane, but there's no actual general lens elements that I would say cause that to happen, no.
All right, let's just be clear though. When you say the light's bending down, that's just your idea of what's happening, and it's never actually been measured in the atmosphere over long distances. Yes, that happens in a fish tank. We don't know if that's happening on Earth over long distances, just for the audience's sake.
Well, it depends what you mean by no. If you mean, has it been definitively proven beyond all shadow of a doubt? No. Has it been demonstrated to a point where we've got a model that describes it to an incredible accuracy and is predictable? And the answer is yes. There's two people, I think, a guy called, I forget his surname, Philip, and then Rumpus, who you probably know of.
Never heard of him.
They, don't we all wish that? They created a ray tracer that was able to accurately predict what an island would look like at this specific moment once you input the atmospheric conditions, temperatures of the day, and it produced an image that looked, well, I'll say almost identical, but like 99.9% matched reality based on the understanding of Fermat's principle and refraction.
Sure, but it's never actually been measured and never been tested. We could both be looking at a clock on the wall, and I could say, I think there's gears in it and predict what happens. You could say, I think there's magical unicorns making the dials move and make an accurate prediction, but we've never actually checked and measured it and whatnot, right? Your model of unicorns would be just as good as my gear model because you can predict it and it works.
Yes, well, no, the model unicorns is an incorrect thing because the unicorns would not be useful to me to predict anything.
Okay, you could say, I could say it's gears, you could say it's a pendulum swinging, whatever. You get the point, though.
I get the point, but the two are not comparable. One produces things that predictions against reality that I can go outside and say, hey, did this prediction match reality? Oh my God, it did. And keep repeating that. One, it doesn't produce any prediction, so it's not a fair comparison.
Okay, hold on. So that's it. Your prediction matches reality. So I predict when the hands are going to move and when they're going to land on 12 and 1 and 2. I can predict all that. It's going to match reality.
Yeah.
I can predict all that, and it's going to match reality. So therefore, I mean, I feel like my invisible unicorn prediction is just as good as yours. We never really checked if it was the unicorns or not.
So there, you've got an indication that the hand. Well, you could.
You made a prediction that matched reality. I made a prediction that matched reality. We're both on the same page so far.
Well, in regards to a clock, no, because we know the source of the clock. There's nothing unknown about the clock.
That's
we know
assuming that you can open up the clock.
You don't know. Hold on, Larry. You don't know what's behind the wall. You can only see the dials move. You don't know if it's a battery or a pendulum or what's making the clock tick. What's making the dials move? We have no idea. We can't see behind the clock.
Cool. Okay, so in that circumstance, no, that would be batshit crazy on your behalf, and I would say it's a pendulum swing, it's a gearing system, it's a quartz crystal, it's a piezoelectric effect, it's something that we know about that could do that. A pink unicorn I do not know about, and I've never seen it do that.
So you could say it's a gear, I could say it's a pendulum.
Oh, right, okay,
or whatever. You could say it's a quartz thing. I could say it's a pendulum, and they would both match reality, but one of them's going to be wrong.
Oh no! In that case, correct. One of them would, but I wouldn't say it's going to be this. I would say it could be this.
Yeah, it could be that. Okay. So but you get my point though. One of them's definitely wrong. We both have a prediction that matches reality though. So
the issue
now
there
what?
is, yeah, but the issue is you've taken three things that we know can do that demonstrably, and you said it could be one of these things, and I've said it could be one of those things, and you know we've got a 1 in 3 chance of being right because we've both seen those three things produce that effect definitively to the best of our, our knowledge. Whereas that's exactly the atmosphere and refraction and fields interacting with photons. We've seen that. We control that. We've got dielectric coatings on a lens element. Inside a typical lens, we have commonly more than 10 groupings of elements, and each grouping can have like multiple elements in with different coatings and all that kind of stuff.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I know you don't like. I know you don't like what just happened, but can light, with light bending upwards, would that cause bottom up obstruction? This is kind of rhetorical, but
I've got it on the screen right now. Yes, it would.
It would cause bottom up obstruction.
Yes.
Can light bend upwards?
It absolutely can. Yes.
Okay, so if I say the light's bending upwards, just like the clock, I said it was a pendulum, and I can predict what's going to happen, and you say it's a globe and the light's bending down, and you said it was a quartz crystal, one of us is definitely wrong. We don't know, though, because we've never checked. You've never measured it long distance in the atmosphere.
So what we could do is, since we know the input variable that changes the magnitude of the light bending, which is density difference, we could try it without density difference and try and map what actually happens. Then we come to a conclusion that based on that effect and the magnitude of that effect, it's non-homogeneous, which means the more the effect occurs, the more batshit crazy things look. As an example, we would have, a building looking like it's made out of jelly if it was really, really being affected by the atmosphere bending light. So now what we can do to work out the reality of things is choose a day where it's not batshit crazy.
Let's know when you measure it, and then we'll know what's behind the clock, and we can say if it's a pendulum or what.
But you get my statement, though, whereby we can have this effect. We can demonstrate that when this effect is affecting it greatly, we get divergence and things start to look like you're looking through a liquid and all wavy and jelly-like. And when there's less of that effect, things look pretty normal. I mean, you still might get a little bit of distortion, but things look pretty normal. A square is a square and all that, and it doesn't look like jelly. So therefore, we can look at, well, when it is wavy, which way did it go? And then we can infer which way light is bending.
When it's wavy, were you seeing farther?
Yes.
All right. And so you're saying if the light was bending up, it wouldn't look wavy?
I'm saying if the light is bending at all, the more that the light bends in a non-homogeneous system like an atmosphere, the more divergent effect you get, which would manifest in looking like you're looking through a liquid or everything's made out of jelly. Pick one.
You can make all these inferences, but until we measure it, you're not actually going to know what's actually happening. So,
but then, Jeremy, how would you honestly measure it? What do you mean?
You guys have a good thing going. You got it. There's some good evidence. Light bends down in density gradient. There's a density gradient. You guys got some good shit going on, but you just don't. You think you know, but you just aren't sure. You may think you can always think you know something and not actually know, right?
Oh God, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So
I encounter that on a daily basis in my career.
Yeah. So I mean,
I just want to interject something while there's a little break. I'm not trying to take it off topic, but we have all these people,
go ahead, Larry. Take us away. Take us away.
No, bro, I'm not gonna. We have all these people like claiming what light is doing and what's going on with light, and I think that other than time, right, light is also one of the most convoluted subjects in the world because it's like, what is light doing? Like, I don't know. We can't tell. Is it a particle? Is it a wave? Is it a rate of induction? Like, what's going on? Is it travel?
That's what I'm saying, Larry. Light's one of the craziest things out there, bro. So, who knows what kind of effects the atmosphere is having on it like that.
Right. Then we get into the different wavelengths, right? Of
Oh,
light.
this Matt. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So yeah, is light, visible? Is it invisible? Is it electromagnetism? Is it a photon? It's like, what the hell is light anyway?
I work with light outside the visible spectrum on a daily basis in the same place where I could think I'm right and I'm wrong. So I work with predominantly at the moment. I'm reading raw data from a LiDAR sensor that uses infrared and time of flight.
So light is actually everywhere. Light is everywhere.
Light is everywhere.
There's not one single place in the whole world, in all of existence, that doesn't have light. So it doesn't seem like much of a leap to me to say, oh, light is just already there. And then we perceive it relative to the excited state that it enters.
It's like throwing a rock in a pond, basically, right?
Yeah, like one of the certain excitations cause it to become visible.
Yeah, well,
it's already there, though.
Here's an interesting thought: is when you look at car paint, red is not an intrinsic property of car paint. It's just that car paint inhibits the green and blue wavelengths. So red is the thing that it is not, because red bounces off of it and then causes us to see red. That's weird.
It actually
this whole bounces off of thing. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like this whole lights. It's just like caveman physics. It's everything must be a ball that travels. Like light is not that. That's why I don't even take anyone's refraction claims about the atmosphere somewhat seriously. They all invoke the concept of light rays and photons, and then orthographic straight lines.
I mean, just to say this, I do work with a time of flight sensor. So basically, what that is, it transmits infrared light, and it's got a number of pixels. I think it's the transmitter's wait a minute, the transmitter is 244 by 160, I believe, and it transmits and pulses infrared at an incredibly high frequency, as in a refresh frequency. The frequency of the light is infrared, and then it measures the time that it takes from transmission to receiving it back, and that's emitting, the EM spectrum infrared, and then measuring the amount of time that it takes to get back to the sensor in order to create a depth profile in front.
All right, before we get too far off the pebble in the pond thing, light actually acts like that. Like as the waves get farther out, the intensity gets lower, right? The inverse square law. The intensity gets weaker, just like the waves. You throw a pebble in a pond, the waves get weaker the farther out you go, less intense.
Yeah. But the way it's doing, the way that we calculate depth is time. The time that it takes the light from leaving the sensor to returning to the sensor.
What's up? What about the time?
I said that's how I calculate depth. Is the amount of time that the light takes to return to the sensor after it's emitted from the transmitter.
Yeah. What if you had the medium wrong that you were looking through? Like, what if it was more dense than you? Okay, question. Do you know the medium you're shooting the light through?
Oh yeah, no, it's air. The product, you just use it in the standard atmosphere.
Yeah, so you know but if you didn't know the medium, if you didn't know the medium though, you could get wrong numbers. If you presuppose the medium, right?
Yeah, but this sensor is attached to an iPhone, so I'm pretty sure. I mean, it wouldn't work. There'd be less accuracy, or there'd be an error. There'd be a push bar underwater, but predominantly here at ground level, it's used at, and the differences in pressure wouldn't actually make that much of a difference if you went up like 500 feet or something. So I'm fine.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that, but if you had the medium wrong and you didn't know what you were shooting it through, you would get wrong numbers for your depth or length or whatever you're doing, right?
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Oof. It's like pulling teeth with you guys. I mean, you're not
You
too
got there
bad.
though. Good job, Jeremy. You got there.
Holy shit, bro.
Yeah, no, but it's non-contextual to my product because I don't use it inside of glass. I use
Hear
it
you.
in the atmosphere, so it's just a weird concept.
I know. This wasn't for your thing. That was for something else. Heads know what I'm talking about.
Hey, you guys want to know? You want to know the truth, man? Just so you know the truth, Mr. Light. Light is actually nothing more than a modality or a version of the background medium that's already there. Hence, light being ever present, omnipresent. It's everywhere. Light is just the background medium being excited, and then certain perturbations or excitations or vibrations cause it to be perceivable, not perceivable, different spectrums and frequencies and wavelengths, just how we quantify the movement. But it's already there. What's there is already moving, and that background medium sustains electromagnetic energy and is substantive in nature. So the Earth isn't moving through it, has been proven through precise interferometry and physiocrystal tests. So the misunderstanding of light is actually due to a religious devotion to the idea of heliocentrism and materialism, and it is like causing intellectual stagnancy. That is it. That is the conclusion of the public service announcement.
Yeah, I wanted to go back over that with you. We ain't done with that Lorentz contraction thing. Like, you got time right now, or?
Yeah, I got a few minutes because I'm having to go to the dump. What's up?
Yo, okay. Okay, say we're in a spaceship. There's two spaceships flying by Earth. I fly by at 1,000,000 miles an hour. You fly by at 500,000 miles an hour. The Earth is going to contract at different rates for both of those guys.
Yes.
But that's just a visual thing. It's not actually contracting.
No, that's the crazy part about relativity. It claims it's physically contracting. That your motion through space-time causes a different physical contraction for you.
Xanic's telling me it's just a visual thing.
Xanic's a moron, dude.
He says he's disagreeing with me, though, at the same time. Because I'm telling him that it has to be a visual thing because we can't be contracting at different rates at the same time. That just doesn't even make sense.
Well, that's somewhat logical to you. Yeah, the logic does dictate that. That's why the ballers are so confused, because it's to claim that it's contracting different rates at the same time seems illogical, right? But that's what relativity claims, though. So
this has got to be some kind of like law or something where this can't happen.
Well, that's the law of non-contradiction.
Something.
Yeah, but dude, that's not the only thing in relativity that's like that. So people.
No,
Good.
I listened to like the Flat Earth last night, and somebody was grilling him on this, and he just kept saying it's a relativistic reaction and shit. Like, he wouldn't actually answer the question if it was actually contracting or not. It was weird. And Xanax
because they're sophists.
Yeah.
Well, look, check this out. Check this out, man. I only brought this up because I'm actually interested in waking people up, right? So it's like there's a decision on the table, and one of them includes the heliocentric model with relativity. So I just wanted to show people what that says. Then you have the ballers coming in here lying about what it says. They're actually just distracting, right? So, I mean, at this point, I don't really care what they say. Someone came out named Vladimir Verikak, a physicist at the time of Einstein. He said he was actually kind of critiquing Einstein, right? And he's like, he didn't agree with his idea of length contraction. So he's like, this can't be true for these different reasons. And then he says that Einstein claims that the contraction is just subjective and apparent, meaning it's just an apparent effect based on relative to the viewer, subjective to the viewer and how he perceives it or whatever, right? And Einstein came out and specifically corrected him as a rebuttal to his critique of his theory and said, this author unjustifiably states a difference in mine and Lorentz's view of contraction via the physical fact. Meaning, he says that there's a physical difference between mine and Lorentz's contraction, but there's not. They are physically synonymous. They are equivalent. The only difference is interpretation of it. And he said that it does actually physically contract. It isn't just apparent. That's what Einstein said. So it's understandable that people would misunderstand it, right? Like, I get that, because when you hear two spaceships go different speeds by the Earth.
Hold on. So it's They made it crystal clear that the stuff is actually physically contracting and it's not just an optical thing.
Yes, point blank. That's why when you ask them, you'll hear them, they'll always say, no, it is actual. But then they'll turn around and basically describe it as apparent.
Yeah, you can't have two things, two different sizes at the same time. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, this is what they
I don't
say.
know.
Okay, so they're saying it's basically like this crazy, hard to grasp realm that exists outside of 3D space, and each object has this specific individual relationship with other objects.
Have a good night.
And energy and mass are interchangeable, right, Jeremy? Energy and mass are interchangeable. Okay, and they have these individual relationships. Like this object moving has this specific relationship with this other object. They're like these layered relationships of all the stuff. So it's like there are different versions of quote unquote reality, which is why Einstein says the question, does it really happen or not, is a misleading question. So, I mean, I know it sounds crazy because it is crazy, but it definitely doesn't make me dumb. The ironic part of this whole thing is as they laugh at me and mock me and call me stupid and stuff like that, they're actually calling relativity stupid. And that's like the best part of this whole thing in my opinion.
I agree with it. You've done a masterclass on relativity that probably hasn't been done in close to a century, right? Because nowadays most people just accept it as if it's settled science without even really thinking about it. And if they're not thinking about it, then they're not fully understanding the depths of the actual argument. So I really applaud you. And, I don't always agree with you with it, but on this one, good job, bro.
Yo, did you ever sort that shit out with Bob with the parallax to Polaris?
No, I haven't talked to him, and he's just wrong. So
We got a citation from Harvard. I'm gonna have to.
It's hard
Whenever
to
you
talk
can.
about.
I'm doing something, dude.
Yeah, no doubt. That'd be nice to have, though. I've never seen it.
It's really hard to
come up
talk
with
to Bob
citation.
because Bob doesn't ever actually make any arguments. It's just all tactics, and you're an idiot if you don't believe what I'm saying.
He's been making a lot of shit up lately.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't have an actual debate with Bob. You're just contending with his tactics.
Some good tactics.
I got a question for you. They're good if you're good if you're like a degenerate. But hey, Jeremy, I'm asking.
Are you calling me?
So have you got? Well, if you think that their tactics are good, yeah.
I mean,
so
they're good at using them. They're good at using them. Not they are good.
Yeah, they're good at using the tactics, and the tactics are effectively like immoral bullshit. But hey, have you got any other ballers? Have you got any other ballers to agree with them?
That it's not contract. I don't know. Fight the Flat Earth wouldn't give a straight answer, and Xanax says it's not. It actually is not contracting, and it's a visual thing. I don't know. Is there any Globers in here right now?
Oh no, I'm talking about the parallax thing. Like, have you got any other ballers to speak up and agree with him that you can use parallax measurements to determine something about polarity?
So many varying answers on that. They used to tell me yes, then they started saying no. Now they're saying yes again. I mean, dude,
Dude, the whole thing is the reason they changed the distance to Polaris by over 100 light years is because you can't use parallax. You can't use stuff like that. Then they started looking at spectroscopic data, and they're like, "Oh wow, we have to refine our number way down to at least this." Okay. So.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I've heard so many varying answers on the parallax to Polaris joint that I couldn't even tell you. I'll start taking a poll though, and we're gonna see.
But this is the thing, right, Jeremy? So like, if Bob the science guy, exactly. So if Bob the science guy says something, but then the astrophysics department at Stanford, Harvard, Yale, they all say something else, like, and we're talking about the mainstream model and whether or not it's true. Like, who should we go with? Like, I'm not appealing to authority. I'm saying what the likelihood is that the mainstream model that everyone is told is true, and they appeal to the idea of all these scientists, Well, we should go to the scientist then if they're claiming the scientist makes the perfect model, not some random anti-flat earther on the internet.
But he's a doctor.
Is he? Is he actually a
That's
doctor?
That's what he says. Isn't his name Dr. Bob?
I don't know. He should show his credentials in our modern day debate, though. So I think it's awesome when they have credentials. Like, I just embarrassed that dude that he's like, I work in labs at Stanford. Da-da-da-da. I'm the grandfather of Van de Graaff, whatever Van de Graaff. I'm the grandson. He's like, you have no idea you're talking to. Then he shows his face, shows his diploma, like docs him. And he was just getting beat around, bro. Like, I think it's beautiful because it's nothing to do with me. It's just like it removes this like illusory cape, like as if these superheroes that study stuff automatically are right. I will say that they can have higher level conversations than the average person, right? Like, that's true and that's cool or whatever, but this doesn't mean that they're right. So yeah, I like credentials. Credentials are like my best friend at this
Break
Yeah,
us
no
off
shit.
with that Harvard. Break us off with that Harvard citation. Not, I mean, no rush, dude. But I mean, whatever. Let me know.
Do you have any credentials?
I'm a scientist, bitch.
I was referring
You
to
know that.
Yeah, Woodson's got street cred.
Yeah.
doesn't
Did you
need
not actually
credentials.
follow the point though? Which was that there's a mainstream model that people that promote it love to say stuff like, I don't get it, but there are people smarter than me that did it and they understand it. You think all scientists are wrong? Oh, scientists, colleges, universities, professors, astrophysicists, astronomers. Oh, scientists. They appeal to the credentials of those people.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that I think it's very beneficial to take the people at the top and then beat them in the debates so we can remove that little bullshit narrative that credentials is the most important thing ever. You respond, do I have them is irrelevant.
It was just a question. I mean, you didn't have to go.
No, I dropped out. Dude, I dropped out of
No,
college.
it worked, but that's okay.
You know I'm a scientist, extremist, so don't even go there.
So do you have any credentials there, Jeremy?
I get paid to do this, bro. Science.
That's
What more
not
do you
really
need?
what credentials mean.
See, the thing is that
I'm a professional
accredited,
scientist.
accredited, people from universities, right? They got this thing, but it can be taken away if they say or do the wrong thing. Now, does that mean that they shouldn't lose their license to practice medicine if they're just experimenting on random people, like illegally? Like, of course not. But the way I understand it is that they can pull your credentials if you think the wrong way, say the wrong thing, you'll get blackballed. So there's this movie by Ben Stein called Expelled, and they talk about how in America you can't really go against like the mainstream. Like if you go against it, then they might like take your accreditation away or whatever, your diploma.
Or you get rocked if you go against the mainstream. You will get rocked, blackballed. You get no more grants. You're done.
So
you're
that's
losing
how you know you're in a
tenure,
religion.
all kinds of stuff.
If you can get excommunicated without actually committing a crime and creating a victim, then you know there's a problem. So look at Hegel. He was like the number one guy promoting evolution, right? He gets convicted of fraud by his own college, but yet those drawings are still in the books 150 years later. 150 years later, the drawing of the embryos is still used as evidence for evolution.
Somebody's been watching.
Check it out, guys. If it's little Susie not being able to go to Harvard anymore, what would you do?
Somebody's been
the
watching.
goods just-
Go ahead with it.
Well, I'm just saying moral relativism, which is a byproduct of evolutionary thought, is means that if the goods or if the ends justify the means, right, then you can do it. Which
Somebody's
is also
been watching
subjective.
Can't
Right?
Hold It. Go ahead.
Sorry,
No, you're good.
you got it.
Somebody's been watching Can't Hovind debates, huh? Larry?
Yeah, I started out watching Kent Hovind and debating evolutionists at the store that I worked at. And eventually I started looking at flat earth stuff. So once I realized that cosmic evolution, microevolution, macroevolution, it was all bullshit, right? And I started getting the flat earth stuff. And then when you actually debate these people, it's like, where's the missing link? The whole fossil record. Like the entire fossil record is the missing link that we're looking for? It's like, where's the pre-human fossils? Sorry, where's the human fossils in the pre-human fossil record? Well, there is none. Well, where's the missing link? Where's the link between this ape-like ancestor of ours that we share with monkeys or chimpanzees or whatever the fuck they change it to, right? It's like, where's these, hold on. Where's these mythical creatures, right, that don't exist anymore? Like, where can we see that kind of stuff? I'm not talking about extinct creatures. I'm talking about these missing links, right? Where's these mythical creatures? It's a religion, bro.
If you haven't seen Lloyd Pye, Everything You Know Is Wrong. Now, a lot of that, he's off the rails. He does a bang-up job with the evolution part. And all the bones and stuff. Like, he goes in heavy on evolution. It was good, dude. Lloyd Pye, Everything You Know Is Wrong.
I don't know if I've seen it or not.
It's like 3 hours, bro. It's fire. I'm telling you, everyone should check that out, bro. If you're into like evolution, or he does some Bigfoot stuff.
Yeah,
he does a
I
lot
learned
of,
it. Sorry, bro.
uh,
I thought you were
he
done.
does a lot of fossil DNA stuff, evolution, and Bigfoot. That's it. He goes off into some Zachariah Sitchin shit, which is why I said he went off the rails.
So do you think scientists want to find new science or just stick with the old?
As a
They want to find
scientist,
new science within the accepted paradigm, though. So that's why people are trying to come up with a new explanation for gravity. You zealots on here think relativity is like the most tested theory ever because you guys are religious zealots, but tons of people are trying to come up with a replacement to gravity, but they have to replace gravity within the confinements of Michelson-Morley, assuming the Earth is moving, all the stuff that the model assumes. They have to fit their gravity into that. So sure, people want to come up with stuff, but they really can't challenge the base presuppositions very efficiently, and so that's the distinction.
So if they came up with something that went against Einstein or relativity, you think they would cover it up, or that they would
Did you not hear
publish it?
Did you hear what I said? People are coming
It's
up with stuff
willful
to
ignorance.
challenge relativity. Yeah, it's like crazy, bro. It's like they don't actually want to hear you. They just want to like try to say some little snarky comment and pretend that they won the exchange or something. It's really weird. Like, the point is, there are many people trying to replace relativity right now because it's well known that best case scenario, relativity is drastically incomplete. Okay, there's quantum gravity. There's all kinds of different things. There's like 10 pretty famous ones, but they're all going to fit within the paradigm, right? They all have to fit within the paradigm of no substantive ether. The Earth is spinning, tilted, wobbling, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. They have to fit within this paradigm. Okay, you're not going to get traction if you come out and say the Earth's actually geocentric. There's a substantive ether. Here's my actual explanation for it. No matter how good it works, no matter how much the evidence supports it, it's not going to get traction if it doesn't automatically propagate the base assumptions that are not allowed to be questioned, like a religion. Because in science, you can question everything. So the whole idea of science is that you can question everything. The phrase "trust the science" is like an oxymoron, right? So.
Well, basically, trust the science is like trust the government, right? You don't automatically trust the science just because they're scientists.
that
You don't
shit's like saying
automatically.
amen. Sorry, Larry.
That's all right. You don't
It's like saying
automatically
amen.
like. You don't automatically like trust the government just because they're the government. So I think that it's really weird, that he asked, like if they found something outside of it, don't you think they would, would they, or whatever his question was. It's like, yeah, they found out that the gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, so they came up with this theory of dark matter, right? They didn't like actually explain anything and make it all work. They just made it work mathematically with a mathematical explanation. You're good, bro. Have a good one. Thanks. So basically what I'm saying is that they already found out that gravity doesn't work, and they used the ad hoc theory of dark matter and just, you know, not even arbitrarily, not even randomly place dark matter in the universe. They placed it where gravity doesn't make any sense to make gravity make sense at the galactic level, specifically the outer arms of the spiral galaxy. That's where all the dark matter is, because that's the part that's spinning 10 times too fast, according to Michio Kaku. And that's where gravity breaks down at. Breaks
Yeah,
down.
did you guys
Doesn't
hear, like,
work.
yeah, yesterday I was talking to, I don't remember Zanuck or whatever, but well, I was trying to explain this concept, and I know that the Glovers get the concept, so it just shows that they're disingenuous. I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. When you're like, okay, science doesn't care about feelings, doesn't care about your opinions, it's not supposed to care about your philosophical bias. Sure, philosophy is automatically tied within everything, like a framework of interpretation. But anyway, it's not supposed to care about what you want to be true. It's just a pursuit of discovering what is the truth, right? Like that's the whole idea. So they said, okay, we live in this giant universe and blah, blah, blah. And so here's our theory of gravity, which means this amount of mass, then we have this gravitational effect because space-time bends and warps, right? And then they went and looked at that space, and they saw that using their gravity theory and applying it to the sky, that the masses of the galaxies was only about 3% what they needed to be, meaning they were off by 97%. Okay, make sure I'm not misunderstood, right? They made a claim, really layman term gravity here. Mass has this amount of gravitational effect. They looked at the sky, they saw this amount of gravitational effect. So then they're like, okay, there should be this much mass here. And there was only 3% of the mass that their theory said had to be there. So in science, you're like, what the hell? We just discovered something that directly refutes what we thought was going on. Our gravitational claim cannot be true because there's not nearly enough mass to have this gravitational effect. It wasn't like less than 1%, it was 97% off, right? So what did they do? So scientifically speaking, of course they would have had to, this is not a religion, so they would have just thrown it out. But they didn't do that. They literally came up with a way to add the 97% of mass that was missing just to keep their theory alive. So it was 97% of mass is missing. They're like, oh, well, we'll pretend that actually it has the 100% of mass that it needs for our theory to work.
We'll just make up.
We'll just call it dark matter, meaning you could never actually detect it.
That's what I was trying to tell you the other. That's what I was trying to tell you the other day, bro. Like, they made a mathematical model, and you can make anything happen in it. And you just play with the numbers.
Yeah, but like I just don't see, how does an adult in this room sit there and understand that what I'm saying is just objective? It's not me or my opinion. It's not me misrepresenting it. How do you just breeze past it? And then you just say your script. You're like a robot. You've been programmed. I can say what they're going to say back if you force them to respond, which is, that's how science works. What's it? Yeah, we don't fully understand dark matter. We don't understand everything. That's the cutting edge of science. That's how it works. It progresses. And in reality, it's been almost a century.
Yeah, can I give you an example of how this would not work in the real world, right? So in accounting, if we have some errors, right? In accounting, your books need to balance. You need to get to zero, right? So if we're doing things and we have some rounding errors, and rounding errors for large accounts can be pretty substantial, but they're still usually within a range that's called immaterial, meaning it's such a small percentage of the overall amount of money that you're dealing with that nobody really cares. It's called immaterial. So I might have an account that I'm working on where $6,000 is considered immaterial because I'm working with billions or trillions of dollars, right? So $6,000 in that scheme is considered immaterial. We don't need to waste our time trying to figure out that immaterial amount. We just plug it and move on. So we call that a plug to balance our books. Now, if I was to plug 95% of that account, that would not be immaterial. That would be
fire though.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
the IRS
this
would be
that,
at your door.
that shit obviously doesn't fly in the real world, but when you're doing pseudoscience in a mathematical model, you can do anything you want.
Yeah, but
Well, that's
this
the
is the problem.
problem. That's
We acknowledge
that's why I always
Sorry,
say
guys.
these guys are mathematicians. They're basing their explanation upon mathematical descriptions, and even at that, they're illogical. So it's like the necessary antecedent to a fucking explanation is logic. And the second you ditch logic and think you still have a fucking explanation, nice try, but you just gave us a story, and that's all they got.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm saying like, dude, yeah, it's a mathematical model, but it's so bad that the math doesn't work. Like, what the? It's a mathematical model, but the math doesn't even work.
Yeah, but you can just
can
make
always
it
just
work.
add new
They just
variables.
made it work.
Sure, that is the problem. You're right. You can always add new variables, but the point is that look what they're. So, what's the obvious conclusion? That our theory of relativity and gravity, assuming the makeup of the universe and applying it, was wrong. That's what the evidence showed us. And not just kind of wrong, wasn't even close. It's not even in the ballpark. It's not even close to viable. It's 97% wrong. Okay? It's not even close. Now, the obvious solution is to start over again and throw out that theory. It doesn't work. Okay? Now, we covered how they didn't do this, and that was a century ago, right? Like just under 100 years ago, they discovered this, 1933. So now what we deal with is people at the smaller scale taking that theory despite that glaringly obvious problem, and they're building on it, and they're coming up with new theories based on it. You can't do anything in physics unless you run it through the relativistic paradigm. Every new theory, every new program, every new idea, every new discovery runs through relativity, and they're building upon it. They're coming up with ideas. This is the cutting edge of all science, must be relativistic. So every single thing that you're doing, when you run it through that paradigm, is automatically wrong if the actual paradigm assumption is wrong. And the evidence showed you it was wrong. So instead of hyper focusing on that, you guys have just ignored it and then run through the realms of pseudoscience like psychopaths. And then the people in this room claim relativity is the most experimentally validated theory ever. I mean, that's wild to me, dude. The big picture of it is just crazy.
Yeah, I just want to point out that I've made this argument a few times, and I didn't want to make it right after napalm, but gravity is a material.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm talking a lot, so sorry. I just think that's,
And
you guys see my point, is that like it has a domino effect where everything else that you're doing is also going to be wrong if your base assumption's wrong, and the evidence showed it was wrong, and they just ignored that part. So I think that's funny.
That's why it's so easy for us to debate them. It's without pressure. Whenever we debate, there's no pressure. I feel no pressure when I'm debating, right? It's because when you have fruit of the tree doctrine, one lie makes you make another lie, makes you make another lie. And that's why flat earthers are always getting gotchas on the globes, right? Because you can't have two opposing things that are real at the same time. Like level
Got him.
is curved. Yeah, that's why we get so many gotchas, right?
See, this is what you get now. You have an actual adult that's supposed to be a professional in the chat, and we are in la la land, ha ha ha, which it knows better, right? A bunch of just like mockery and like 5-year-old comments. But like, are you going to address the fact that in 1933 we discovered that your relativistic prediction of the mass of the galaxies was off by 97%? You're just completely wrong.
I like to call it a science fiction prediction because it like rhymes. You should use that in your next rap.
Okay, science fiction prediction. I like it.
That's
Yeah,
not
I just
right.
think it's so weird.
Yeah.
I think it's so weird. Dude, and you know what's so weird? It's just so obvious that they made up something that can't be tested. Since they have no evidence for it, but they had to fix the problem, they called it dark matter because dark means you can't detect it. You can detect the effects of it. Oh, you mean you can assume it? And when you say detect the effects, you mean, oh, we saw that we have a 97% discrepancy. So either our theory's wrong or something else must be there. Therefore, our theory can't be wrong. It's our religion. So something else must be there. And then we can live in this convoluted world where that's evidence for the existence of something that we can't verify, can't define, and can't detect by definition. Like, that's insane, bro. It's so stupid. It's so remedial. Dude, Tesla nailed it on the head so long ago when he said that today's scientists have substituted mathematics for equations, and they wander off through equation after equation
That's one of
until,
my favorite quotes. Hell yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
substituted
bro.
mathematics for experiments, and then they wander off through equation to where they get to where they have no relation to reality. And like, that's literally where we are. That's what this is.
Hell yeah. That's one of my favorite quotes in this whole thing. Because that's what they've been doing with us. Mathematical model.
Fairy tales.
Ask them what space-time is, to tell you it's a coordinate grid system. So that's definitely not going to be bending anything in reality, right? Your coordinate grid system.
Well, dude, have you heard the newest to science?
Go ahead.
So they're actually coming out now in mainstream, and they're kind of saying that they think relativity's been debunked. Dude, you'll never hear that in this room from the ballers, though, dude, because they're the cult members, so they need the leaders to come give the official announcements that it's changing. Seriously.
Yeah.
You know, like, you need the leader to have a meeting and be like, okay, cult update. This is the new, procedure. Until that happens, they have to stick with the old one for whatever reason. And it's just wild because they're coming out and admitting it. Something else they're saying is that by looking at quantum, quantum scale, by developing quantum computing, they've discovered what they think would hold space-time together. So that they're coming up with this last-ditch paradoxical effort of what's holding space-time together. Or there are many other people in the mainstream starting to admit that relativity is just wrong. Relativity is wrong. And these are like top-level physicists. J.A.'s, this is the truth. J.A.'s thinks he comes here because he has a little bit of credential, so he can pretend he's better than everyone else here, and that his opinion is better than and more important than everyone here. But in his world, in like his realm, he's like on the lower end, right? And so he can mock people in here, but he wouldn't go mock the people I'm invoking right now when we're talking about like top level people in his paradigm that have been doing it for 3 decades longer than he has and has way more credentials and actual awards and all this stuff within his paradigm. And they're saying relativity's wrong. Einstein's
well, give him
wrong.
5 minutes. Give him 5 minutes. He's probably out. Let him catch his breath.
Well, I'm just saying that you see,
He'll
that's
come
why
in
they
and fight
come
back.
here. That's why he's here, though, is because he can say that since he has credentials, he automatically knows more than all of us, and he can just talk down and make fun of everyone. But if me and Jace were to sit down with like 15 of the top level physicists in the world, he would be really quiet. He wouldn't really say much, and he definitely wouldn't be ridiculing anyone. And that's kind of my point.
I think he'd be saving other people because he knows these arguments. I think he'd be trying to save the other people. He'd probably be talking the most.
Oh yeah, he'd be shutting shit down. He'd be like, no, don't say that, don't say that. We've argued. Don't say that.
No, he wouldn't though. He wouldn't do that with actual top level physicists in person though, right? Because he couldn't.
I talk to top level physicists all the time. Like, what are you talking about?
You come in here to
they aren't like
your model.
They aren't like
So if you talk to
mythical
physicists all the time,
icons that
chill
we're
out, bro.
terrified of.
Chill
I
out,
talk to them
relax.
all the time.
So you know that they say that 95% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy, right?
Sure. We've already
Okay.
had this discussion.
Right.
It's like
right.
you got
So I'm just making sure that we're still going to tell the truth, right? So once you realize that 95% of your model was like dark stuff that you can't see or detect directly, did you think to question your model? Do you have like any sort of what's it called, skepticism about your model?
Sure, but none of what you just said is true. It's just silliness.
What's
silly
not true
stuff
about
you tell yourselves to feel better about yourselves. That's all it is.
What's not true about
As you project, because you come in here to
If
feel
you got
better about it.
anything real, or
Dude, you should have heard yourself the last 30 minutes, man. Holy moly.
Hold on.
What a
this is-
show.
Well, I only called you out because you're talking so much shit in the chat, dude. And I'm tired of hearing you come in here to pretend you're smarter than all of us, and you're
What a
automatically better
show.
than all of us. No, dude, I'm about to send you a video of a top level physicist explaining in detail in an interview that relativity is definitely wrong, and we've disproven it. and I want to hear your specific rebuttal of why that guy's an idiot.
Yeah, I
How
can
about
give
that?
you a video from Dr. Ed Copeland of Nottingham
Yo.
saying that relativity, his quote, relativity, even on the cosmological scale, is bang on.
Listen, he's having he's having a cognitive break right now, and you're just gonna have to bear with him until he gets through, okay?
So your arguments from authority don't mean anything.
I'm not saying it's true because he says it. I'm saying you pretend that anyone that questions it is stupid, incompetent, and just because we don't know anything about it, but you
Why,
work
though?
with it. So what about the people that do work with it?
Yeah,
That say it's right.
I base how I judge their questioning of the theory based on the grounds that their questioning stands on. If they have a valid way of questioning, valid form of questioning and evidence they can bring up, there's nothing to mock. But when you guys try to question it, it's quite mockable.
Wow, dude.
Because you don't even understand what you're trying to question. So it's all wrong right off the bat.
Hey, have you ever been outside of your house?
Nah, man, I live inside, can't leave.
He's one of those agoraphoba. What do you call that when you can't leave the house?
That's agoraphobic.
Agoraphobe.
Yeah, well, just make sure you take some aspirin. Like, take baby aspirin. That's supposed to be good for your heart. You know, we got a lot of adults that are just
No,
dropping
that's not
dead.
medical. That's not medical advice. Don't do that.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's
like
not
it's
good
a
to take
fucking-
aspirin to
it's a
thin your
slogan.
blood. You know what the best blood thinner is? Water.
So, okay, so Globers, please, relativity or not, where's the Earth's curvature? Where can I go and measure that, please?
Oh, come on, man. We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about how it's better than all of this.
No, certainly not
Dude,
talking about that.
JS, if anyone comes in here with this entitlement bullshit, it's fucking you, bro. Every fucking time. Oh, I work in a lab.
Yes, you
blah, blah,
missed
blah.
the
And you fucking
30
sit in the
minutes.
chat. You sit in the
You
fucking
missed
chat.
the past 30 minutes,
No,
bro?
I've been listening to the last 30 minutes, actually, directly
fingers
responding to
in
what
the
you've been
ears.
saying in the chat, because you won't even fucking come in VC and say shit, but now you will. And all you have
Fingers
to
in the
say
ears.
is,
Now you're
the
gonna
fucking
pretend like I don't
projection.
come in VC ever as I'm fucking talking to you.
No, trust me.
Jay,
You
So
you
come
were
into
silly.
VC
talking
and
reckless in the
you
chat,
mispronounce
dude.
fucking very simple words that are spelled very clearly. You say things like etc. when you can't even pronounce a fucking simple Latin word, dude. And I've
Wow,
heard you in
bro.
VC.
You got me. You got me, bro.
Wait,
He's
Jay,
a
so
fraud.
Isn't that,
We knew it
why,
the
how
whole
why
all
did I
people
time.
in New
bring
York
you up,
say it?
Jason?
Wait. Is it? What did you say? That's how all people in New York pronounce it, and it's a correct pronunciation. Isn't that what you said?
I said that's how we say it in New York. You got a
Oh,
problem
okay.
with that?
Yeah, you're retarded.
Oh,
So, Jay,
it's
can you
me
tell me
who's
what you're
retarded.
skeptical?
Oh
Jay,
man,
can
the
you tell me
laughter just
what you're
doesn't stop.
skeptical about the standard model of cosmology? Is there anything in cosmology that you're skeptical about?
Yeah, of course. There's aspects of
What
both
is it?
general relativity and things like leptogenesis, the baryon asymmetry kind of issues. There's lots of valid things to be skeptical about. But just saying that, it's all wrong, and us flat earthers who don't even fucking know what those words mean understand it way better than the people who work with it every day. It's just
So you're talking about
ridiculous.
baryonic matter, right? Which is like dark matter, right? Which is not on the periodic
No,
table, right?
see, you don't even know. Baryonic
What do
matter
you?
is not dark matter. It's the opposite of dark matter. It's the matter that composes everything around us.
Can I get a box of it?
Yeah,
Well, he's talking
just
about the
touch any
table of
object.
elements.
Oh,
Table.
really?
He's
Okay,
talking
how'd they
about the
isolate,
elements,
how'd
right?
they isolate dark matter? Where'd you get that?
Yeah, he's
Did you
talking
just
about
say
real
touch
matter.
any object?
Real matter, not fake matter. Real matter.
Yeah, any object around you is made of baryonic matter.
So can I get a little
And
piece of
this
that?
dark matter is somehow different, right? This dark matter is not like baryonic matter, the matter that's around us.
I gotta
It's
go
the
for a
kind of
few
matter that we
minutes, so I'll leave
can't
you to
see.
sort that
Dark
one
matter
out,
is
and I'll be
example.
back in a couple minutes.
Dark
He has to
matter.
go when he has to answer the unanswerable question, of course.
You sorted out. How was that unanswerable? It was
What is
silly.
dark matter? You don't know what dark matter is.
Go ahead, sort it out. I'll be back in a couple
You're the one
minutes.
that says you know everything, though.
Yeah, there's tons of hypotheses of what dark matter can be. You should look into them.
Brother, I don't
I
think
have.
you'll
I'll
ever
give
be
you
sorted.
a starting point. Quintessence. You can also look into
Oh my god.
particle dark matter, or modified Newtonian dynamics. There's 3 starting points for you to actually try to understand and have valid criticisms and attempts at debunking the issue at hand. But
There's
you
nothing
won't,
to
because you
debunk.
think
There's
you
nothing
know
to
better
debunk. You
already.
haven't even. Dude, there's nothing to debunk if you
Yeah,
don't make a claim.
you
I asked
think
you
you
what it
know
is.
better
You
already.
said, I asked you what it is, and you said, there's a bunch of people who think that it might be something like this. And then you asked me to debunk it.
I said there's hypotheses of what exactly it can be, and you should look into those. If you're
There
going
are
to have
hypotheses about
any
what
kind
happened
of
after you died,
valid
too, huh?
chance, if you're going to have any kind of valid chance at debunking it, because the evidence that it's there is overwhelming. That's not in question. You're saying that it's not what people say it is. So you should look into what people say it is.
No. Actually, what I said was the evidence that you claim is there for it and you claim it's overwhelming is actually just an assumption of relativity and then isolating the discrepancy and then saying, oh, well, that's evidence of something there because of the gravitational effect outside of our prediction. That's actually what your evidence is.
No, that's wrong. That's not how
No,
it
it's not.
goes. I gotta go for a couple minutes. So.
Yeah, see, and you know, no
You can be
specificity
wrong.
there, Mr.
You should
Credentials. That's
ponder
crazy.
about it. Yeah, you should ponder why the values of the measurements are exactly what the dark matter values say they should be. You should ponder that.
Dude, that's so crazy that you think that makes sense. It was
Wow,
discovered in
that is so
1933. That's where you got the value. Was you made a gravity prediction, you see it's off by this much, and then you get a ratio. And now you're saying every time we see that the ratio is correct, that we're off this much, that proves that something that we don't know is there, and that our theory actually is still true somehow. What the? It's so stupid, dude. It's so stupid.
That was spot on, Witsit. Spot on.
It's just weird because, like, I'm just saying that it's easy for someone with like a little bit of credentials to come in here and pretend that just because of that they get to talk down to us, you know, and like to bring up some niche word here or there or thought here or there and be like, haha, you guys don't know this. So therefore, everything on you guys are just stupid. But whenever you actually look into it, bro, dude, the mainstream academic sources that these people revere, when you actually look at like top level physicists within this paradigm, they say relativity's wrong, bro. There are many people saying relativity is wrong, and he's saying, no, they're wrong. I can show you someone that says it's right. Well, okay, they disagree, right? So then we can't actually rely on them as a source, as a whole, like whatever they say is true, which is cool. We've got the appeal to authority out the way. So then let's see who's right. One's saying relativity is wrong, and they have very substantial arguments showing all the flaws and discrepancies within relativity and how it's fundamentally wrong, even in principle. And then you have the other side who says, oh, well, we're coming up with theories of what might be missing and what we think it maybe could be. And therefore, we can keep relativity. It's like, what a hard decision, dude. Well, that's such a difficult decision for me to make there. Like, the physicists with credentials and like a lifetime of experience saying, like, here's everything that proved it wrong. And then here are the people that are just, like, trying to keep it alive. Skyline, you say goddamn, but you never say anything of value, ever. Do you have anything of value
What's it,
to
man?
say?
You are like so off the chain arrogant, and I'm sorry, man. You're completely delusional. Like, you should go get some help, bro. It's kind of hard to
Dude,
listen
you're the one who thinks that
with
95%
you
of the
trying to
universe is
think
dark
you know
matter and dark
better than
energy,
everyone, and you're so
and that's not a
smart.
problem.
It's like a total delusion you have.
Hey, let's see if you can be honest, Jace. Is it possible that relativity is completely wrong, and that's why we were off by 97% of the mass distribution in the galaxies?
Going to be that we're completely wrong about everything, and the Earth is, oh, whoops, it's actually flat, and evolution's not real, and all this other bullshit. That day's never going to come, man. Dream
See,
the
you
fuck
see,
on.
he didn't answer the question. Do you guys notice he didn't answer the question, and he just tried to
What was
gaslight me?
the
What a
first thing I
professional!
said? I said,
What a
yeah,
professional!
of course.
I didn't
I
hear that
said,
part.
yes,
Maybe
of
I went out.
course.
I didn't hear you say that. So okay, so there you go. So why is that possibility not being seriously entertained for the last century?
It is. That's what scientists do, dude. That's
Okay,
the
cite it.
issue.
Cite the people that challenge it, because you said that they're all stupid. You mock anyone that questions relativity as stupid. So
When
you're
no. I mock you idiots that question it, not actual scientists who know what they're talking about and work with it and have valid criticisms and valid hypotheses towards it, as I said earlier.
No,
I
actually,
think we
you
have some
don't.
pretty
You stay
valid.
in the chat and you say, wow, relativity is the most experimentally valid and proven theory in all of physics, and you stupid people think somehow it's not true. And now you
Yeah,
contradicted yourself. And
that doesn't mean it's absolutely true, and there can't be parts of it that's wrong, or even the whole thing that's wrong. You're like conflating the two statements.
you just see
So
how
I think we
how
have
is that
some
not
pretty.
double speak?
I think we have some pretty valid challenges against it.
Jimmy, you
don't
don't
think
even
so?
know what length contraction is. That's like day 2, week 2 of relativity
Okay.
in college.
Well, can I give you an example of how it might happen? We'll see if
Go ahead.
it's right or not. So you're on Earth. I'm in a spaceship. I drive by. Earth contracts a certain amount depending on how fast I'm going. Right?
All right, hold on. Say that I'm on Earth. You're in a
on Earth.
spaceship.
I'm in a spaceship. You're on Earth. I'm on a spaceship. I drive by at 100,000 miles an hour. Earth is going to contract a certain amount depending on how fast I'm going.
Earth's going to for you.
I'm on the spaceship. Earth's going to contract. Is it going to actually contract or not contract?
I'm trying to follow the situation.
Is it going to physically contract?
You're in a spaceship.
If you can't keep up on who's where, then I mean, just forget it.
It's
on
pretty
Earth. Easy.
You're in a spaceship. You're going how fast?
I don't know, dude. Never mind.
He heard your question, Jeremy, but it's not an answerable question, so he's just kind of like scuffling his feet right now.
I'm trying to get clarification.
He said that he's on a spaceship. It goes by the Earth 100,000 miles per hour. So he's in the spaceship, and that means the Earth is going to contract based on how fast he's going. He's asking you, is it actually contracting?
Yeah, it would be a measured contraction from one of the reference frames. Now the question is, which reference frame, Jeremy?
He's talking about him in a spaceship. He just said that.
Okay, so that's the frame that's doing the measurement.
Sure. Is it an actual physical contraction?
I don't know. That's what I want him to tell me.
See, what he's trying to ask you is, okay, if there's an actual physical contraction, a certain amount of physical contraction that happens when I go 100,000 miles per hour past the Earth, then when I go 200,000 miles per hour past the Earth, there's a different amount of actual physical contraction. So how could they both be happening at the same time?
The contraction happens when he transformed from the ship's coordinates to the Earth's coordinates, and then try to take a measurement of the ship, and vice versa. That's when it comes about through the covariance between the two frames.
So it's just a mathematical.
That's how the contraction happens.
So just an apparent effect, based like our measurements are just measuring.
No, it's a real measured contraction.
Okay, so what? So you're saying that the transform from the one spaceship going slower than the other to the Earth is different, so that's why it contracts differently. So that there are two different amounts of contraction happening at the same time
in different frames. So it's not happening in the same frame. It's when you transform to the other frame.
Yeah, sure, man.
And the amount of contraction during those transforms per frame is different.
Yeah, but that still could happen at the same time, right?
Oh, you asked Winston if he listens
real
to
quick.
himself. Are you even listening
I was
to
on
yourself,
mute that whole time. Shit.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, dude, you guys think you're smart by saying different frame.
Well,
think about
let me just get in real quick with it.
Intelligent by saying the word different frame over and over, as if somehow that means it eludes my grasp or something.
Let me just get in real quick with it. Now, is this Earth as we pass by? Jace, I don't know why I asked you this question. When we pass by the Earth, and when I pass by the Earth in the spaceship, is the Earth actually physically contracting, or is it just an optical thing?
Yes, Jeremy, it's physically contracting.
Okay, but so now there's an issue here, because if I'm in a spaceship and I go by at 100,000 miles an hour and it contracts a certain amount, and that's actually physically happening to Earth. I don't know the mechanism. Can we get a mechanism on that, by the way? Anyways, that's beside the point of no mechanism. And Witsit now passes by and he's going at 300,000 miles an hour in a spaceship. And now you physically contract a different amount at the same time. That doesn't seem physically possible. Like some kind of law of non-contradiction or something.
Well, it's two different observers. You say they're going at different speeds, right? Different velocities.
Yeah.
If they're going at different velocities, then yes, the contraction will be different per each observer. If they're going the same velocity, then it'll be the same contraction. That's
But if
the
you're saying
whole
it's just
point
dependent
of relativity.
upon observer, wait, Jace, this is what I don't get. If you're saying it's just dependent upon observer, which is what you just said, if observer dependent, it's dependent on how it's observed, that would mean it's an apparent effect.
Observer just means a person or a measuring tool in a frame, in a reference frame, doing a measurement. That's all that means.
Yeah, but the point is you can't actually be contracting physically at two. The Earth can't be physically contracting at two different rates in the same exact moment. I don't know. Did you hear it? Did you hear my main point? You can't have Earth. You can't have Earth doing two different things at the same time. That's like got to be some kind of law violation or something.
Not according to relativity, Jeremy.
You can have two different things happening in actuality at the same time.
Yeah, that's why it's called relativity, because it's relative to what you're taking a measurement to. But one of the main postulates of relativity is that the space-time interval remains unchanged between frames. So that value will have to be the same between both frames. But the value of space and time, of time that each frame measures individually can be different from each other, as long as the total, the measurement of space plus the measurement of time in both frames is equal to each other.
Okay, real quick. Can we just, that sounded great, but can we just have a mechanism for what would cause you to contract physically from me moving by you?
Well, the mechanism
sounds like some magical.
You're going to have to give me,
I'm not going to lie,
a minute or two to explain, right? Because it's kind of complicated.
The mechanism for why I would shrink for you, why you would shrink on Earth, because I'm moving by you faster. Yeah, you're going to physically shrink.
Yeah, the mechanism behind it involving, world lines and how events are defined and stuff, which leads to this invariance of the space-time interval, which leads to length contraction and time dilation, is a complicated mechanism, and it's complicated to explain in words. So I can explain it to you if you want, but it's going to take a minute.
But Jason, would you agree that it's debated on? That it's debated and not even agreed upon?
I don't see how you could debate on this, because whatever you come up with sounds like it's going to be some woo. This is more woo than half the shit Lemon used to talk about.
That's why it's debated. People were trying to figure out what the mechanism. Einstein didn't actually offer the specific mechanism.
I mean, dude, you think about this.
I
run by you, and you actually physically shrink. Like witchcraft?
Sort of. It is sort of like that. Dude, be a little honest with us, Jace. Jace, but you can't just say words like that, bro. You can't just say catchphrases like reference frame and relativity. The reason it's still debated is Einstein didn't offer a specific mechanism, and a bunch of people are trying to figure out what would be the mechanism. Everyone seems to agree it has to happen, but no one really agrees on how it happens specifically.
Can I say something?
I say those words because, right, you're trying to talk to me or debate, whatever you want to call it, about relativity. So when I say that's relativity, you should. It's with an assumption on my end that you have the basic understanding of the postulates of relativity and why what you're saying doesn't mesh with the postulates of relativity.
Can I jump in?
That's what I mean by that. But yes, Einstein did not propose like a physical, kind of interaction like quantum mechanics or quantum field theory does to explain it. And not many people have really gone that route since then. They more tend to take the route of how world lines work in the space-time interval and how we define events as the mechanism.
Can I jump in? Because what I'm hearing.
Go ahead, Paul.
Go ahead.
I've been trying. Okay, let me get this straight. So I'm trying to understand. So I don't know the mechanism, but Jeremy's in a spaceship, and I can't remember your name. Is it Napalm? That's or whoever it is. Sorry.
Jace Hood. Jace Hood.
Okay. Jace. Okay. He's on the Earth. If Jeremy is looking at the Earth and he's traveling past it, the Earth is contracting. But if he's looking at you as you're passing the Earth, you're contracting. So
yes,
in both scenarios, they're both contracting, but they're not.
Relativity. Yes, that's what relativity means.
Can I add something to that, please?
Wait. Paul, did you finish?
Well, I was kind of like trying to think about that. So, but if I'm making a measurement on my Earth of myself, I'm not contracting. So it has to be a visual effect. It can't be an actual event. Because I'm, how can it, if I don't measure myself contracting, how am I contracting?
I'll give you
I want to address that directly. Please.
You're next. You're next, guy. I don't know your name.
I'll let him.
Right after Paul, let Paul get like 2-3 minutes, and then you're next, bro. I promise.
Paul is done.
Oh, are you done, Paul?
No, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I just like it. We're not really contracting because I'm on the Earth, not contracting. But as I observe it, it is contracting, and I can measure it contracting according to the relativity. But is it really contracting? Because as soon as you start slowing down, it starts to uncontract. So I don't get it.
Let the other guy, I don't know your name. Sorry. Go ahead. Say what you wanted to say.
What's your name?
ASIC.
ASIC?
Yeah, my nickname.
Go ahead, bro.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's kind of difficult for me to express this as English is not my native language, but I'm trying nevertheless. Because at this topic, I think specific language can be helpful. So don't attack me if I mess this up, right? So if we put the the constancy of the speed of light as our axiom, and use like this as the invariable element of our physical representation, and this is on what it's based. What varies then is like the represented reality itself. I mean, that means that, for example, to the constancy of the speed of light in the all this various inertial frames to be constant, it means that the moving objects contract and the clocks in motion delay, and that there's no absolute simultaneity, right? So from how do I say this, man? It's just that reality is in a way distorted by the theoretical representation used, in my opinion. Yeah, that's all.
Well, I mean, I want to respond to that a little bit because I think, okay, let's say Jeremy is traveling at the speed of light, but if it's relative, then that actually means the guy on the Earth is traveling at the speed of light. So both of them are traveling at the speed of light at the same time. Is that possible? Did you understand the nature of my question?
I mean, the nature of your question is that people can go at the speed of light.
Well, no. I mean, I'm not arguing whether
if they're both going the same speed. If they're both going the same speed, then it doesn't matter. Earth's going to shrink the same. But if you got 10 guys going 10 different speeds by Earth, it's going to actually be physically contracting all different amounts at the same time in reality. Like, doesn't seem possible. That's highly far-fetched that anything could even make that happen by moving by it, let alone to think that actually does happen. Like, very far-fetched.
Well, here's the thing, though. Which is moving past which? I mean, who's moving? Him on Earth or you in the spaceship? Because you could be sitting still and the Earth moving at the speed of light. Or you're moving at the speed of light.
There's going to be contraction. There's going to be contraction. The contraction thing is going to happen.
Right, according to the theory. Right. I get it.
Yeah. So, but it could be happening at 100 different amounts at the same time. We're physically contracting. Like the mechanism, I can imagine what that fucking looks like. And actually, I can't. I don't know what kind of woo crazy mechanism you could come up with to actually make that physically happen, let alone how it could be happening all at the same time.
Well, I just thought of another problem. When you reach the speed of light, time is supposed to slow down because your mass is increasing, right? And that's another problem, which if you think about it.
I feel like
mass is increasing. Hold on a second, Jeremy. Okay, if it's a reference frame dependent, then that means the mass of the Earth is also increasing. Because you're moving, suppose at the speed of light, your mass is increasing, causing you to contract. But the Earth is also moving at the speed of light from another reference frame, its mass is increasing. So that means time in both those reference frames should virtually be the same.
I feel like so far, up until what Paul said just now, we've been making valid arguments on this contraction thing.
Then I just shot it to pieces of what I've done?
No. I'm not saying what you said was whatever. I'm just saying on the Lorentz contraction thing. Like that seems like valid criticisms and arguments of this theory, and I don't think we should be laughed at because that sounded very reasonable.
Well,
right,
I mean, what I was arguing, or what? Is that what you're saying, Jeremy?
Everything up until that point, just there on the contraction thing, like they've been valid points and arguments against it, and I don't know. Are you still laughing, Jace? I'm curious if Jace is still laughing because he was laughing at us earlier.
He's still laughing. Hi, girls. He's still laughing because what you guys don't understand is there's unlimited reference frames, and it's all relative. So no matter what you say, you can't debunk it. No matter what you do, you can't debunk it. And obviously the burden of proof is on you, right? Because they said it.
Well, now, honestly, ultimately, though, math is just a description. Whether that description is valid or not is another question, right? So all this can be done mathematically, but is it valid?
Xanix's going to have a stroke if you don't unmute him soon, Jeremy. He killed a neighbor's cat and he's going hunting for more animals.
Okay, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, when you argue with these guys, infinite reference frame, it's all relative. You just don't understand, right? You don't understand the mechanism, and that's really hilarious, right?
Can you imagine the mechanism for when I travel by you shrink. You actually shrink. Like you get smaller. Like the mechanism for that has got to be no kidding. It's in debate. It's unbelievable.
Thank you, Jeremy, for unmuting me. Thank you.
Dear, oh dear, Jeremy, you had it, man. Until then.
Hey,
Go ahead,
Jeremy.
Sonic. He had it. He had it.
I know he did. He did. Jeremy, and Paul had it right on the money. All 20 reference frames, all 20 things going by you at different speeds. Everybody sees you shrink a little bit differently.
So it's just a visual. So it's just a visual thing. And
yes. Remember we talked about agreeing with you?
Jace was just telling us it actually happens.
No, he's playing with you. He left out the reference frame on purpose.
Oh, he was lying to us?
No, he just left out. He said it, but you didn't
asked
pick
him
up
if
on
we
it.
were physically shrinking, actually.
With respect to the reference frame that they're in. The other reference. So
it's just a visual thing.
Here's a question, Jeremy.
Hold on, Paul. Real quick, bro, please. So it's just a visual thing, and Earth's not actually contracting. Is that what you're saying now?
Go ahead, Xanax.
Yo, Jace. No, this is for you. I could care less. Xanix's been saying insane stuff.
I already gave the answer. He just said it. It's the same answer, but yes, I did. I was implying that it's with respect to the other reference frame. Yes,
and I just couldn't take
just
it anymore.
A visual thing. Hold on, Xanax. So it's just a visual thing.
Well, no, it's a measurement that one of the reference frames will make. So it's not a visual thing. It's not like refraction. It's not.
They're making an optical. They're making an optical measurement, right?
It's a real measurement that people will make.
Because light is constant.
So they measure me shrinking. They measure you shrinking on Earth, And does that mean you are actually shrinking, or is it just some kind of optical visual apparent thing and we're not actually contracting at massively different rates all at the same time?
To them, you are, Jeremy. That's what relativity means. That measurements are relative to you and the reference frame that either you're in or the one you're taking the measurement to. That there are no absolutes that you're trying to speak.
So you're telling me it would be possible for us to be physically contracting all at different rates all at the same moment? Do you think that's possible?
From the reference frame of other, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Zanuck. You got it. You're saying it.
From the reference
please,
frame
Dave,
of
don't leave me with them.
those doing the measurements. Who's ever doing that measurement, you will have shrinked. You would physically be measurably shrunken. But you know what's funny about that? If you talk about length, like they always have the ruler, but that's not really what happens. It rotates slightly and gets all distorted. I can show you because that happens because even those edges of a cube or something all have to travel to you at the speed of light as well. So it doesn't just make the thing shorter; it kind of rotates. You start seeing the back of the object that you couldn't see before.
You know how
the
psychosis is really strong with this one.
It might not even be shorter in your field of
Hold
view.
on.
It's called the Terrell rotation.
Yes.
Is the name for it.
Yep.
You know the psychosis is strong with this one because he almost said I could show you.
Can I talk about mass with it? Can I ask about mass on all these observations?
Paul should lead the discussion because you're the most right of everybody here, Paul. Go ahead.
Okay, so
arbiter of anything because I'm just.
I don't. I'm asking questions and just trying to understand what's being said. So now, from what I understand, hold on, Zanuck. I said so. Let's talk about mass. So if I'm on Earth and I'm watching Jeremy fly by at the speed of light, his mass is increased drastically, right? Now, if he's looking at me, my mass is increased, right? According to the theory of relativity, right? Is that right?
Saying in this contraction, hold on real quick, Paul. Are you saying in this contraction?
Well, I mean, okay. As you travel, right, in movement, like I'm traveling down the road right now, I'm driving. Because I'm moving, my mass is increasing, according to general relativity, right? And technically, the sign that just drove by me, because I saw it go by me, its mass is increasing because I'm driving by it. I'm in a different reference frame, but the mass of that sign or that tree or that telephone pole is increasing because it's moving too relative to me. So its mass is increasing. This is the logic, right?
I don't think you're on the right track, but this is not due to relativity per se. It's kind of just due to how motion works and stuff and like four vectors. But what you're getting at is that mass is not it's not like the classical just how much stuff is in a substance kind of thing. When you boil down to what mass really is, it's a sum of all the energy that is acting on an object and binding an object. So you have a contribution from like the electromagnetic binding energy between the electrons and the nucleus of all the atoms in the object. You have a sum from the strong nuclear interaction binding energy. And you also have a term from the kinetic energy of the object. So, and the kinetic energy is dependent upon your velocity relative to either your frame or another frame. And so it becomes larger as your velocity.
So that's fine. That being said, as I watch this telephone
is said to increase.
Yeah, hold on a second. Okay, so as this telephone pole is passing by me as I drive by it, is its mass increasing or mine or both?
It would be yours in that case to keep things simple.
Why? Why is that? I mean, it's my reference frame.
Why? That's a good question, right? Why is that? Therein is where relativity has the answer.
Right, because that pole, according to me, is traveling the same speed that I am.
Yeah, at times. But the thing
Right.
that
So it should have the
breaks
same mass. It should
So
have more. Its mass is increasing as I'm traveling towards it.
at times, but if you were to make an actual world line, so if you were to do, the principle of least action and actually take your whole trip and map it out, you would see that you're going through periods of acceleration and deceleration that the pole or the light post, whatever it is not going through. So that breaks the symmetry between you two, and that's why it would be your mass that is increasing in that case.
Okay, so if I had it for consistent speed over an hour, I held that speed constant. You're saying that only my mass is increasing, not the pole.
Yes.
How do you know that? They're both. I mean,
Because I just
I'm
explained it
just.
to you. You have
I know,
to.
but
It comes
I
from
just
the
said it.
principle of least action, where you're going to plot out your world line as you make this observation. And at some point, you had to accelerate and then you had to decelerate. And this changes the symmetry between the two frames, leading to your frame being the one that experiences what's called the maximal proper distance or proper time, which means your mass is the one that's increasing. It's what the conclusion eventually leads to.
Okay, so really, it's just a mathematical guess on which one it is.
It's more like a map. You're making a map from like what you're doing in the real world, and you're just mapping it out onto a piece of paper in a specific way that's consistent with relativity.
All right, I got a question.
Well,
So go ahead, Paul.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say though, if I mapped it from the pole's point of view though, and if I was mapping it with me, it would almost get the same result.
Yeah, but the pole never accelerates or decelerates. So
yes, it does. According if it's in relationship. Oh, yes, it does. If it's in relationship to me, because maybe I'm accelerating. Yeah.
No.
If I'm mapping it from the pole's point of view, it could be accelerating and accelerating as far as it's concerned, because it's in relationship to me.
No, again,
no,
it would still be you accelerating relative to it, even in its map. So, right, there has to be a way to distinguish between the frames, and this is one of the ways. There's another. You can get more complicated about it and say that the pole would experience this fictitious gravitational field, but that's way more complicated than things really need to be. It's just the two frames do not have the same world line.
Okay, that's probably getting beyond me at this point. So go ahead, Hank, if you want to say something.
All right, so the whole if you're accelerating, you're gaining mass thing. So if I'm accelerating away from the surface of the Earth, heading away from it, so there's more mass, wouldn't that slow me down if there's more and more mass?
No. I've actually heard that. That's why you can never reach the speed of light, because your mass becomes infinite at that point. That's why you can never reach the speed of light.
Yeah, it kind of asymptotes and heads off in a vertical direction where your mass just keeps getting more and more. But it's not going to be that like your mass, relative to the Earth, that you're going to come back down to the Earth. That's not what's going on.
Yo, so you're saying if the Earth were accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, it would constantly be gaining mass? You guys catch that? Hello?
So the Earth is constantly in motion, according to the
Did you guys
standard
catch what I
model of
just said?
cosmology. Yeah, bro. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, Xanix sitting here saying the Earth's accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. It would have to be gaining mass, right?
No.
It's going around the sun, so it would have to be gaining mass. Sun's going around the galaxy.
Space time is bent, so that it appears that would happen. All surfaces on that sphere are accelerating outward at 9.8 meters per second squared relative to an object on it or near it. That's why you see the acceleration, but you don't feel it. There's no forces acting on you. You're completely inertial.
So things accelerate, they gain mass, except for your scenario where they accelerate and don't gain mass.
No,
We have to
it's completely different.
we have to
example.
be able to distinguish just between the idea or the fact, whatever you want to call it, that your kinetic energy has a term in it that comes from your velocity, but this asymptotes. There's only a specific value of kinetic energy that you can really reach as a massive object. We have to be able to distinguish between that and then the effects of relativity with that, because they're two separate things. That's why Einstein wrote two different papers. One was called On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies, which was the paper outlining the postulates of special relativity, and the other was the E equals mc squared paper, where he outlines this kinetic energy having an effect on your mass kind of idea, because they're two different.
So does he say when things accelerate, they gain mass?
Yes, but it, again, Jimmy, it asymptotes. There's a limit to that.
Okay, and if the ground was accelerating up, it would be gaining mass.
To the asymptote, it doesn't go on forever.
Only to a certain point, you're saying?
Yes.
But we know the ground's not accelerating up in reality because you live on a globe, and the ball would have to be getting bigger, right?
Yeah, it's more on a geodesic than it's accelerating upwards.
No, Xanax says when you're free falling, it's the ground's accelerating. But we know that's not actually happening in reality.
It's not really an acceleration, it's just free fall in a curved space-time. So there's no force acting.
We know the ground's not, but we know the ground's not moving up.
The ground appeared to be accelerating into you based on the curved space-time. That's the path.
But we know it's not actually happening.
You have a path. You have a path.
Xanax and they're telling me it's actually happening.
The mass has bent the space-time
for like 2 months now.
Yep. No, he's right. I mean, that's getting even more accurate. We are on a path, inertial. We're just free falling. But now we're heading toward this object because space-time has forced us to run into it because it has mass and it has bent these geodesic lines. So it appears to us that we are accelerating to it. Because we're moving through space-time, even though we're inertial, and this thing is going to be in our way, this mass, and so we'll hit it.
Yeah,
so the acceleration is real because it's related to the bending and warping of space-time, not because the mass is expanding.
Yeah, that's right. It's just the term acceleration, right? We just have to make sure we know we're not talking about like a force causing an acceleration. If we're
me and Xanax defined clearly what we defined clearly before we started talking about this what acceleration meant.
I never said there was a force behind it. I never said it was actually getting expanding. The Earth doesn't get bigger, even though it has an antipodal. Remember your words on the South Pole, North Pole, both appear to be expanding to anything free falling toward them. But that's because, as Jason
we know
said,
that's not actually happening, right?
It appears to happen because.
But we know it's not actually
the bending warping of space. Remember, I told you it's due to the.
We know it's not actually happening, though, right?
It's happening because space-time is bent, and our
we know that can't.
It's going towards something that's happening. Oh my God! Everybody say something. You say something.
So there's only like 4 ways things actually move. You got force and motion, you got inertia and acceleration, you got centrifugal, centripetal, and then you've got charge and discharge. That's about it, bud.
Energy people. Here's another good creature of God. Courtesy of our divine path.
Xanax, what were you gonna say? I clipped you a little bit there. My bad.
No, I was just saying what we both said. I mean, it's not that the Earth is expanding. It's not gaining any mass. It's just that the mass is bent and warped space-time such that the path of geodesics is going toward the surface, and it appears that the surface is accelerating toward us. We're not accelerating. We have no forces acting on us, but our path has been altered due to mass bending and warping of space-time. So that fourth dimension is critical here to understand why this thing's in our way now, and we're going to hit it, and then there will be a proper force. There will be a force when we hit it.
Yep.
Danik, what's your real name?
Why are we trying to dox me?
No, I just want your first name, dude.
No, we don't do doxing here. We don't. That's a question we don't need to answer.
Did you have a mullet at one point in your life, Zanik?
Oh. What do you want from me? Why? This is weird. You're getting spooky, creepy.
Zanik,
you're being creepy.
You want to meet up?
Don't be creepy.
You want to meet up and hang out, Zanik?
Pleasure. That's even more creepy. Y'all have a beer? I would love to have a beer with you. If you're in town, look me up.
Yeah, that would be kind of interesting.
That'd be fun.
Put you in a
Any
headlock.
Of you guys,
I would put you in a headlock, Danik. Figure 4 leg lock.
Oh, I would give you such a noogie. You would freaking have a bald spot when I'm done with you.
Give you a purple nurple.
Who's hot micing?
That's barrel rider.
Of course. Riding a barrel.
But yeah, Jeremy, he's got it. We're on a geodesic path, which would typically be a straight line if the Earth was not here. But because the Earth is here, that geodesic line is bent towards the surface of the Earth. So we're just moving through space as we normally would. That's why all objects fall at the same rate. It's because they're not being accelerated. They're just moving on a geodesic. But because the Earth is here and has a lot of mass, those geodesics are curved and they wind up at the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, what he said.
This all came about because Witsit kept on thinking there's this actual contraction, and they measured this fringe shift, and that showed there was some contraction, but it was offset by the fact that the measuring device itself contracted. He's like, no, that's not how it works. I mean, even if you could see something contract in it.
All right, Zanik, you got to clarify this thing. So say I'm here on Earth. Let's just say the Earth is stationary or it's inertial, whatever you want to call it. And Jeremy is in a spaceship and he's zooming by. I'm looking at him from the Earth and I'm taking a measurement of his speed. You know, say it's 3,000 miles per hour. He zooms by in his spaceship from my point of view. So who's contracted? Who isn't contracted? How are things working in that scenario?
So Jason,
I saw his butt cheeks pucker.
Wait, he asked me.
I guess he contracted.
He asked me. Oh, did he ask you? I don't know. Whoever wants to respond. I thought he asked me.
I was being funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Jace, you are looking at Jeremy flying by at 3,000 miles an hour. You would see him. You on the Earth would see him contracted, measurably contracted by a factor of what is it? The velocity divided by speed of light, square root of that, and 1 over the square root of that.
Yeah, it's the Lorentz factor.
Yeah, something like that. So that's what you would actually see. Now, would you see that in your little spaceship? No, you'd see no changes at all. Nothing. And if some other guy whizzed by you even faster, they'd see you contract even more. And all those contraction would be only in those reference frames that are observing you fly by, or I forget who's flying by who, but who's ever
Jeremy's
flying by.
flying by.
Yeah, whoever sees Jeremy fly by, they will see him contract exactly proportional to the speed difference between them and that, and then Jeremy flying by.
Now, what about from Jeremy's point of view? So now Jeremy's in the spaceship, you know, and so what's going on for him?
So Jeremy looks at you on the Earth and goes, man, look at how squished that guy got. And I'm going to measure how much he's contracted, and it'll be the same Lorentz contraction equation as well. So he won't see anything in this thing. Again, he'll look at you and say you have contracted because of this differential in speed between the you being flying by the Earth and you being stationary, or him flying by the Earth and you being stationary on the Earth.
So I got a question. How do we verify any of this?
Well, I'll tell you once I'm done with this. So now what happens if we're still in the same situation, we're back at my point of view or my frame here on the Earth. I'm looking at Jeremy and I want to transform into his coordinates and take a measurement of myself on the Earth. What happens then? Is it just the same thing?
If you transform, that means you're going to make yourself smaller so that you can be looking at him. Wait, I don't know.
Because,
go ahead, sorry.
Like, I'm just transforming, so my coordinates, I'm just going from my frame to his frame.
Okay. You're going to transform his coordinates to your coordinates?
No, my coordinates. The person on Earth, I'm going to transform those coordinates to the person in the spaceship's coordinates.
Then
would it just be the same?
They will be the same. You would arrive. Those coordinates would arrive onto the spaceship and be the same size as Jeremy, so they'd be smaller. Oh no, they. Ooh. You got
right.
I'm thinking maybe they're the same. I'm guessing.
I mean, the same as in if I transform from my frame here on Earth into Jeremy's frame on the spaceship, will I still see the Earth contracted? That's what I mean by the same.
Oh. Yes, you would still see the Earth contracted.
Okay, yeah, that's my understanding of it as well. But Hank, so you want to know how we can verify this, right? So there's a lot of experiments in chemistry where you have a scientist, a chemist in the lab frame on the Earth, so they got their feet planted on the ground on the Earth in the lab. Then you have an atoms frame. This is going to be a heavy metal atom, something like gold or silver, lead, uranium, something like that. And from that frame, the electrons are traveling around at a relativistic speed, the outer shell or the valence shell electrons. And when you transform to the lab frame, person who's in the lab here on Earth taking the measurement, they see that the electrons are contracted, the valence electrons, the ones that are traveling at a significant speed, a significant percent the speed of light. They see that those orbitals, the literal distance from the nucleus that the electron is smaller. And there's a whole bunch of these kind of measurements that you can find. They're called relativistic effects in chemistry, and I've done this all the time.
And you guys think that proves what you're saying is true?
Well, yes, because beforehand I could literally predict how much closer to the nucleus that relativistic electron will be measured as compared to an electron in hydrogen that's not relativistic. So it's very good evidence that the theory, the hypothesis I'm using to make that prediction before the measurement is true. Because if it was some other variable affecting it, unless that variable had the same value and the same units that the relativistic variable has, the measurement outcome will be different. There's no way around that. But unfortunately, the measurement outcome is exactly what relativity predicts.
So how do I know that relativity didn't predict this? This is well known, and then they just added it to, relativity, and then said, "Aha! I have a prediction," when it's actually a postage.
Well, you can, look into the history of how these things were figured out. Things like relativistic quantum chemistry, figuring out why for the longest time chemists didn't understand why gold was that gold color rather than just a transparent or just a reflective clear color, white color. There's also why mercury is a liquid at room temperature under standard atmospheric pressure. Chemists were like, all of our normal equations and hypotheses that work for every other atom are predicting that mercury should be a solid at room temperature, but it's not. And then all of a sudden we get this relativistic hypothesis with some equations, and it predicts that mercury is a liquid with a specific internal pressure, internal energy, etc., etc. And it's bang on with what's measured in experiment.
Okay, so now what about the quantum level? How do we know that this relativistic stuff is happening at the quantum level?
Well, that is the quantum level. These are quantum calculations. They're quantum field theory calculations.
Yeah, but the quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density vacuum. However, predicts these large gravitational effects. Sorry, I'm just trying to quote Harvard here. So yeah,
and does Harvard have any kind of substantiation for this, rather than just saying it?
Oh,
Because
now
again,
you need
arguments from
substantiation.
authority.
You guys have been talking about light speed travel all this time, this whole past hour, and now you need some sort of substantiation.
Of course. When I'd never referenced light speed travel, at least, but the one thing I was referencing, that's how we got on this topic, was because I provided you examples of the substantiation for it. You know, the whole thing I was just talking about chemistry. So now you're claiming that quantum field theory has some kind of contradiction or doesn't work with energy density and dark energy and all this other stuff because Harvard's authority has said so. But what have they provided other than their written words or spoken words that substantiates that? What kind of experiments did they provide? What kind of measurements? What kind of hypotheses? What conclusions were ruled out? What conclusions were ruled in? You know, how science works here.
There's nothing wrong with asking that question. I'm just kind of surprised that after we spent like an hour talking about if I'm going 100,000 miles an hour and this guy's going 300,000 miles an hour, is the Earth like contracting at the same rate, both people, or is it different rates? And you know,
I was just
asking for
asking
any substantiation for any of that. It was all
because
relativistic, settled science, right?
because all I was doing was just asking for clarification from Zanuck of his position to get it on record, you know, so that we can allude back to it that you know, this is what his position is and that I was in agreement. And I was hoping that maybe having clarification in such a very detailed form would help some people who, you know, to be helped.
Zanuck and Jace sitting in a tree. Gravity. First comes space, then comes time, then comes the baby slime. I don't know.
That was good. That was good.
No, it got so complicated because Dwitsit made it so complicated. He started talking about all the quotes were misinterpreted and false conclusions were arrived, and then it made everybody like, "Oh, what?" We all started. Even I started questioning myself, like, "What?" Yeah, maybe he's reading. Then I go read the quote, and I go, "Oh, I know what he meant by that." Oh no, you think you know what he means, and no one else does. I mean, this is why we've had such a shit show for the last month about this. It's actually pretty. I mean, it's very complicated, but how we're looking at it at the high school level, no, nothing contracts in the frame that's moving. The non-co-moving reference frame measures the contraction, not the guy that's in the spaceship going super fast. You don't contract. How could you? Because if you did, that's why I kept on talking to Whitsitt about this early on. Is he contract depends on who's looking at him. He contracts more or less. Hey, who's looking at me? Oh, I'm really small now. Oh shit, some other guy going real fast is looking at me. Now I'm really tiny.
And
no, he's not looking at me. I get really big. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So that's why they say it's not contracting in the reference frame. It's relative to the observer. That's it. It's that simple. And even if you could see it, it wouldn't be like this ruler that just perfectly shrinks. That Terrell rotation would come into play, and it would look all friggin' weird. It might not even be smaller, according to some of the calculations I've seen on that effect.
Yep. And the substantiation of that I was asked to to provide after we had that conversation. Why we propose such ideas is because chemists in the laboratory, in the lab frame, measure these contractions. They measure exactly what you're asking for, including myself. Any chemistry student, any chemistry minor who's taken the senior level inorganic chemistry course has done these relativistic measurements on heavy atoms, or at least they should have done it.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they do this like every day at Slack. I mean, they don't measure, and I've read they haven't measured. Obviously, it can't measure the contraction directly because we're all in the moving reference frame, but they have ways of indirectly measuring this actual this.
Well, no, it's directly
No, hold
measured,
on.
Zanuck, because we're in a frame different than the nucleus and the electrons. And the way that it's directly measured, what I mean by measurement is they're literally measuring the distance change between non-relativistic atoms like electrons and hydrogen and relativistic electrons like electrons and gold. They literally measure the distance change. They measure it as, let's just say, 10 nanometers in a non-relativistic atom, where it should be exactly the same in gold, but it's not. It's 8 nanometers or 7 nanometers. They measure it contracted. And you can do this in an undergraduate inorganic chemistry laboratory with a photoelectron spectrometer.
I was going to say, it must be. I was just going to say it was spectroscopy that's actually allowing you to see this, right? But,
yes.
Okay. Because you're seeing a redshift.
All right, so you asked me to back it up. What does Harvard say? Blah blah blah. I posted the link. You can check it out for yourself.
Larry, just to give you kudos. It's so funny you came in there. Look, I'm trying to quote Harvard here.
Yeah, he interrupted me.
Well, I've already explained to him like 4 times why it's wrong.
I dig that. Awesome.
Yeah, you think it's wrong. I get that.
No, it's right. No, you're right, Larry. Because when you're quoting Harvard, we all should stop and listen. You're right.
Well, technically, it's not. Well, it is wrong. The method of how they're arriving at that conclusion is wrong. But if you claim that that's a valid method, then yeah, you can say that all of that's true and that it's a real proper result. But most astrophysicists and physicists and astronomers and quantum physicists, because they're using quantum field theory kind of equations to make these predictions, most of them claim that the method being used is not the proper method. You don't do perturbation theory with quantum chromodynamics. That's not how you come to a proper answer. And that's not how they come to their answers in quantum physics and particle physics and nuclear physics. They don't do the methods that are being used in that cosmological prediction. They don't do those methods in what actually works in particle physics and nuclear physics. And that's why it's wrong.
Okay, so what's the right way to do it?
Lattice quantum chromodynamics, not perturbation theory. And lattice quantum chromodynamics gets you much closer to the actual cosmological constant. You can get it even bang on pretty much with lattice QCD.
I heard it was 60 instead of 120 zeros.
No, lattice QCD can get it bang on.
Well, then there is no problem. There is no cosmological.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you. That's
so
not
they
the
just
problem.
made it up.
That's not the problem. I've tried to tell you that before. You're confused as to what even the problem is. The problem is not this 10 to the 120 Michikaku bullshit. That's not the problem. The problem is the discrepancy in the two original methods for measuring the Hubble constant, where one came out to 66, 67 kilometers per megaparsec, and the other was 70 kilometers per megaparsec, and the error bars began to no longer overlap with each other. That was the actual cosmological crisis. And there's new methods now that have been discovered since then, since that term was coined, There's been new methods that are sorting it out. Now we have more than just 2 methods.
Wait a
There's
minute.
like
I
5 or
thought it was
6.
sorted out. I thought it was
There's like
sorted out.
5 or 6 that are starting to converge on one value from one of the original 2 measurements. So we have more
And it's
confidence
Michio
then
Bukaki,
that
by the way.
that is the proper measurement value.
Yeah, but here's the problem. They recently proven the Schwinger effect true. So how's that going to calculate in when you guys can pull something out of thin air? How are you going to pull
Oh
electrons
boy,
out of
I was
thin air?
worried about the Stringer effect. Oh, Larry, now you went and done it.
Because number one, that has nothing to do with, like I said, the Hubble thing. This is, again, getting to the Michikaku bullshit.
Michio Bukaki.
Whatever the fuck his name is.
Michio Kaku is the guy who's working on string theory, so it's the theory of everything. They're trying to unify everything, and you guys make fun of him because you innately know that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level or the quantum level. That's why you guys
Well, we've
always
gone
make fun
through
of him.
this too. He's not
So
trying.
you use
He's
part
trying to unify all the forces to be specifically all the interactions.
Well, at least somebody's working towards what they claim they're supposedly trying to do.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday, Jace, about how we're all messed up because we have different rules of physics at the quantum level and different rules of physics at the galactic level and different quantum physics level behavior at the level we can see and touch. And that means everything basically is null and void because that's inconsistent. And then there's breaking the law of non-contradiction or whatever these logical fallacy lists that he brought up yesterday. I said, yeah, and I just said, look, things that we understand work really well at the quantum level, and we're actually creating and making things. A lot of our electronics, are dependent upon quantum physics, and things that are at our level day to day also work, and things at the galactic level we've modified to work. There's nothing that says we have to have one theory for everything, although it'd be nice, but
Yeah.
that's very evidence that we don't know what the fuck we're talking about, and everything should be just tossed out.
Yeah.
No, not everything. Just the stuff that you can't verify.
I've
right?
put that forth. Go ahead.
You guys think that we're just supposed to believe what's being said by a majority of the scientists? If all the scientists don't even agree on it, then how are we going to go ahead and say yeah, some of the scientists agree on it, therefore if you don't agree with them, you're crazy? All the scientists don't even agree with each other.
Well, in that case, you should be digging into the literature and the experiments and seeing where a specific model or hypothesis was correct to the experiment, where it wasn't, and you should be formulating your level of confidence based on that, as scientists do. But I've put forward before that, yeah, like Zanuck said, that it would be nice if everything in nature unified into one singular model or one singular hypothesis, conclusion, whatever. But there's nothing in nature that dictates that has to be true. That's just a human desire. And we know the limits. It's not that these things don't work with each other. It's when you do them incorrectly, they don't work with each other. But now in modern day, we know the limits. We know how to get to Newtonian physics from quantum mechanics. We know how to get to quantum mechanics from Newtonian physics. Same thing with general relativity, special relativity. We know where these limits are and how to properly formulate your model through them.
Yeah, I mean, I get it works in your model, but how does it compare to reality? Is there really dark matter? Is there really dark energy? Or is it something you guys are proposing to make your model work mathematically?
Well, what I can say with confidence, extreme confidence, is that there may not be dark matter, there may not be dark energy, but it's never going to come to the point where we're just oh, we were totally wrong about everything about cosmology, and we were actually created, there was no big bang, and we were totally wrong about the earth, and it's actually flat, it's not a globe. That day's never gonna come, man.
Yeah, I agree. You guys are hardcore bigots, and no matter what evidence you guys find, you're still
We will
going to
never give up.
hijack the
Right, Larry,
narrative and
to the
spin
death.
it back
We will
into
die
the
on that
mall.
hill.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Larry
I'm
will.
extremely confident.
Larry,
Hold
we're
on,
gonna
Zach.
keep
I'm
on.
extremely
We
confident
are the
of the same exact thing.
my
But no
friend.
matter what you guys discover, no matter what science comes
We'll
through
keep
that's
on
new,
fighting.
you're going to spin the narrative back into the ball.
We are the.
Well, no, it's just how science works. We know those
No, that's how
ideas
narratives
aren't
work.
right.
That's how narrative and fake news work.
We can test and show that those ideas aren't correct with relative ease nowadays. And it doesn't matter if any of our future ideas are incorrect. That's irrelevant. We can show that these other ideas are not correct. And people should accept that and move forward.
Accept a science that doesn't prove anything. That's what we're supposed to do.
Larry, come on, you're outdoing yourself.
Oh, I'm in agreement with you guys. You guys are never, ever going to do anything but take everything and spin the narrative back into the ball.
We're spin doctors, right?
That's what you guys are, spin doctors, just like the 1990s band.
Remember that?
Yeah. The redheaded guy.
But Larry, in all seriousness, Larry, do you know that, like, when you make statements like that, you're just ignoring millions upon millions of experiments in geology and astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, chemistry, particle physics, nuclear physics.
What kind of
You're
experiments
claiming all
in
of those
geology?
people are wrong,
And
or they're duped,
what kind of experiments
or they're
you do
part
in,
of the conspiracy.
That's
You don't see
wait a
how
minute, hold on,
that's
time out.
like ridiculous?
What kind of experiments? What was
S
the first
waves,
thing you
P
said?
waves.
Geology? What kind of
S waves, P
experiments do you
waves.
do in geology?
S waves, P waves.
It's not an experiment.
It is an
There's
experiment.
a bunch. You can test how minerals form, rocks form, radiometric dates of rocks. There's
That's not an experiment. That's an assumption that
all
the decay
sorts
rate's
of
been the same all throughout time.
radiometry. No, it's not an assumption. It's an experimental result that you can't show is not true. Until
Actually, yeah,
you
I
can do an
can.
experiment that shows that the result isn't true, provide evidence for your hypothesis that is mimic to the conditions here on Earth, because I already know what you're going to say, and these all come from experiments that are, conditions that are akin to inside the core of the sun, which is not what's happening here on Earth, so they aren't valid for talking about, the ages of rocks here
How do
on
you know
Earth.
what's going on in the center of the sun, bro? You been there?
It doesn't matter. These are temperature and pressure
doesn't
values that you're claiming. You're claiming temperatures and pressures that are astronomical, dude. Doesn't matter if
So
we
the
know
decay
or
rate
not
of
what's
carbon
going
life
on.
is about 5.5, 6,000 years. But how do you know how much carbon the thing started out with?
I believe it's more on the order of like close to 50,000 years.
Carbon?
Yeah, the total that it can be done for.
I said the half-life.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Yeah.
So I don't really understand that, that you
It's just
guys
a back
claim that it's been.
calculation, dude.
Yeah,
When
I
an
know
organism
but it's based on
dies,
assumptions.
when an organism dies, they can no longer intake carbon-14 in conventional ways. Thus, we can back calculate how long it's been.
Calculate, not measure. Got it.
Yes. It's a calculation based on half-life measurements. Do you think that somehow invalidates it? Because it doesn't.
Well, have
It's called the
measurements
radioactive
been done
decay
for the
law.
past? The measurements, have they been done for like the past 200,000 years, or have we just only been making those measurements for about, a couple hundred years?
Couple hundred. Do you and you think
Okay.
that invalidates it somehow?
Well, yeah. What if the decay rates changed? Why would you assume that
how
it's
do
a
they
constant?
change? Because
Well,
you
different.
can't provide any. I don't have to agree with anything you can't provide any evidence for. We can only
And
show
I don't have to agree
evidence
with
that the
anything
decay
that you
rates
can't
are
provide
the
evidence
same.
for. Yeah,
We
you
can
can show
only.
evidence that they've been the same for a couple hundred years, but have you been here for thousands of years measuring decay
Yeah.
rates? No, you're just assuming that it's a constant.
Hang on.
I think Larry's trying to break Jace right now. What is a short circuit?
No, I'm trying to free the mind of the audience. Anyone who might be listening, why
Well, you
assume
say
things
things
and
No,
like,
call it
okay.
science?
I'm back. No,
what
that
if
is
light
totally
bent differently?
fallacious, dude.
What if light bent differently like
It's
5
a
years ago?
fallacious argument to say, how do we know something's constant or
Yes,
whether or not it's constant?
it's not on me, right? It's not on me when everything that we can measure shows that the decay rates have stayed the same. That's the evidence that the
Everything you've
decay
measured in
rates
100 years.
have stayed the same. We should not, accept that the decay rates have changed without any evidence that they changed. That's on you to
And you
provide the
shouldn't
evidence.
accept any evidence that it stayed the same for 100,000 years when you haven't shown that they have. And that's on you to provide the evidence that they have stayed the same and that your calculations based off of these assumptions of it not changing are actually legitimate.
Yeah, that's what all the evidence shows, that these decay rates for multiple different kinds of radioactive atoms are constant. They follow the radioactive decay law, first order chemical kinetics. It's been shown over and over again. So
Yeah,
until
I'm not
someone can
doubting
show
that.
otherwise, that's what we should go with.
I'm doubting whether or not it's a constant decay rate.
Yeah, and you're free to doubt that, but there's no validity to it until you can provide the validity.
So you're claiming something is true. I'm
No,
claiming I
you're
don't know if
claiming
it's true.
something's true.
And then no, bro, listen. You're claiming that carbon dating methods are good because they're based off of good assumptions. I'm claiming I don't know that these are good assumptions because there's no evidence that the decay rate has remained constant for hundreds of thousands of years. So you're saying, well, I don't see any reason why you don't believe this. Well, because no one's been around to check and measure it, right? And now you're putting the burden of proof reversal back on me because I'm
No, buddy.
doubting what you're saying is true for something that nobody could have measured.
No. That's not how logic works. And it's actually you who's trying to reverse the burden. When I take measurements and they all show the same thing, they show that the decay rate follows the radioactive decay law, it's first order kinetics, it doesn't change. I have confidence in those results, and I should not propose that, wait a minute, actually, I can't measure it, I can't give any evidence that it does change, but I think it does change. No, that's on the person making that claim to provide the evidence that it does change. It's not on me to provide evidence that your claim about it changing is wrong when all I can measure is that it's constant. That's not how logic works.
You can
Or
measure that it's constant for maybe a couple hundred years at best. You cannot go back in time and measure it 50,000 years ago. Even in your own model, the Earth would have been very different just a few decades, not decades, just a few 100,000 years ago. Humans didn't even exist in your very own model, right? So you guys claim all the time that humans have caused all this climate change. So before humans caused climate change, you want to say that everything's constant after humans have caused 200,000 years worth of climate change?
this is all just obfuscation. When we make a measurement, all we can say about the measurement is what the measurement results show. In this case, the measurement results show that the rate is constant. It follows radioactive decay law, which is a first order chemical kinetic kind of relationship. And if you're going to propose differently from what we can measure, that's on you to provide the evidence of it. It's not on me to refute that claim. It's on you to show the validity of it.
Well, if you want to assume that it's remained constant for hundreds of thousands of years, that's on you. That's your faith, right? I don't have any faith. I'm saying I don't know. I'm with George Carlin in the
There's
corner
no
of a doubt.
faith involved in what measurement tells us, dude.
Okay, so
I
do you
understand
believe
the
that
tu
it's
quo
remained
qui.
constant?
I get the tu quo qui, where you're trying to project your deficiencies onto me, but I'm not going to accept them. There's no faith involved in accepting what measurement tells you, dude. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm not talking about current measurements. I'm talking about the measurements of the decay rate from 100,000 years ago that don't
Are you
exist.
guys
Oh,
talking
man.
about are you guys talking about carbon dating or what is this?
Yeah,
I
dating
missed it all.
methods. Right, because remember when
Which
they dated Mount St. Helens, right? They sent some rocks from the eruption, and they were like, I don't know, they're like somewhere between 80,000 and 100,000 years ago. Actually, Mount St. Helens erupted like in 1980 something.
Yeah, it wasn't they.
And then they
It
were like,
was
why didn't you tell us so
creationists.
we could give you a more... It doesn't matter if it's creationist. The
No, they
labs that did
didn't
the test...
eliminate.
Hold on, bro.
They didn't
Hold on,
eliminate
bro.
the variables that make errors in the measurements because they purposely
So how do
wanted
you
to
do that
deceive.
with things that you don't know when they erupted? How do you date a rock when you didn't see it come out of a volcano?
Well, we
You're
have
admitting what I'm saying.
experimental.
You're making my argument
No,
stronger. I
not even
appreciate that.
close. Yeah, I'm admitting that creationists deceived the lab that didn't have the proper kind of equipment. They didn't have the accelerated mass spectrometry you would even need to do that kind of dating. And the creationists who did this knew that. That's why they sent it to that lab and not another one. They also did not do the sampling properly to eliminate the variables that conflate radiometric dating because they were purposely intending to deceive people. That's what they were doing.
You're saying evolutionists don't deceive?
No.
Oh, so they do deceive. So evolutionists do deceive too.
When give me an example. When did they deceive?
Piltdown man.
You just well, there you go. There's one. And I've actually started a dentist that
No,
actually
man.
analyzed the jaw of one of these so-called I can't even think of the name of it, of one of the prehistoric man, and they found that he as a dentist said this was flawed. And it was
Yeah,
they were
that
using
was
a
proton
deceiving
man.
right.
So
So evolutionists deceive too. So that's not a valid point.
Hold on, buddy.
What
We
about the
can
living
scoop.
snail that
Hold
was
on,
dated in
we're
like...
not
Go
skipping
ahead.
past the graveyard on that. The person who was not a scientist who found that, who had a well-known that he verbalized and wrote down grudge against the museum, he attempted to deceive with it. That was then later, and then when it was published, all the other scientists in the anthropological community and the biological community that said this isn't right. We're finding all these other fossil hominins in Africa. It doesn't make any sense that we're going to find this guy in British. Makes no sense. Then later on, it was scientists who did the fluorine dating after everyone already suspected it was a fraud. They did the fluorine dating to confirm it was a fraud, where they had just been dismissing it throughout the ages anyway. They didn't say that it was real to begin with. It was the creationist who wanted to deceive everyone who did that.
So what about
just so
Hagel,
you
who
know?
drew the embryos, right, and was convicted of fraud in his own college, but
That's not
not even
true
10
either.
years? Oh, so he didn't commit fraud?
Yeah, find any court case. No. You said convicted by his own college. Colleges
Yeah,
aren't
his own
courts.
college.
But go ahead, find any kind of documentation
I didn't
of
say that it
him
was a court.
being convicted by his own college. Because I've looked for it, because I've heard all these arguments a million times before. And I've looked for it. Can't find anything about that.
Well,
But
how am I
he
supposed to believe
did,
you?
because you can look yourself. You're not going to find
No.
anything either. Go
You didn't let
ahead.
me finish. How am I supposed to believe you when you just said 10 minutes ago that no matter what evidence is brought before you, you're always going to spin it back to the globe because you're not going to accept that this place was created no matter what you find? You said you were extremely confident that that would never happen, which I agree with you. No matter even if you
When
did
did
find
I say that?
Hegel's...
That's not even close
Dude,
to what I
that's like
said.
10 minutes ago. That's what you said. And that's
No,
when we
what
started
I
talking about
said
spin doctors.
what I said was that it's never going to be the case where we just go, oh my God, we were totally incorrect. There's no such thing as dark matter, dark energy, cosmology is all wrong. The Big Bang's wrong. We were created and oh shit, whoopsies. The Earth, it's actually flat. It's not really a globe. None of that's ever going to happen, man, because we already have, the reason I say that is because we already have decisive and thousands upon thousands of experiments showing that those ideas are not correct. And even if
That's when
our
I
ideas
started.
in the future are wrong, they are never going to lead to those ideas that we already know are wrong. We're not going to
How
go
do you
from a
know if
wrong
science doesn't prove
idea
things?
to a more wrong idea. That's
How do
not
you
how
know
science
if
works.
science doesn't prove things? How are you making all these knowledge claims like you know somehow?
What do you mean? We can
You
show
know that
it's
that's
either
never going
valid
to
or
happen.
invalid.
Right. How do you show that with a scientific method doesn't prove anything?
When did I ever say that?
So do you believe that you can prove things in science?
Define proof. If you're
You know,
talking
beyond a shadow
colloquially,
of a
as in,
doubt.
yeah, sure. In that sense, yes.
Okay, so science does prove things now, colloquially.
In that sense of how you just defined it, yes.
Okay, so you think that science closely proves things, but scientifically does not prove things.
No, didn't say that.
Okay, so can you prove things in science by science's standards?
Yeah, using the definition of proof that you just said were, evident or beyond a
What a
reasonable
semantical
doubt.
argument now. Okay, so
Then yes,
I'm
you
talking
can
about
prove
not
things.
reasonable doubt. I'm talking about the scientific accepted definition of proof, right? Because science is never settled. You can't prove things in science. Is that right?
Not by the way you defined it before, no.
Okay. So the way that I'm defining it now is that science doesn't prove anything because science only offers evidence, right?
So your definition of proof now is science doesn't prove anything. It only offers evidence. And now what do you want me to do with that?
I'm just curious, how do you make like truth statements with a worldview that science doesn't prove anything? And you're so convinced that it's never going to be proven wrong. And I'm wondering if that's because you think that science doesn't prove things. So how could it ever be proven wrong if science doesn't prove things?
Well, I'm pretty sure I said, I never said that I'm extremely convinced it's never going to be proven wrong. I literally said that even if our future ideas are proven incorrect, we're not going to go back to past, even more incorrect ideas. That's not going to happen. That's not how you advance.
Right. All you leftists want to advance by tearing down the statues and rewriting history and redefining words. I'm very familiar with your type, bro.
Well, you're the one who is redefining proof, not me.
I mean,
I'm
does
just going
science
along
tell
with
us
your
that
definition of it.
you want to keep going, Larry? Or?
No, you go ahead, dude.
Does science tell us the truth about reality? Jace?
Define truth.
Really?
Yep.
I don't know. You don't know what these words mean. I can't help you.
Oh, man. That sucks.
I'll define truth. Truth is that which is verifiably true. If it's not verifiable and falsifiable, then it's not true. For example, sometimes the sky is blue. That is a truth statement because anybody with a good set of eyes can verify this to be true. Now, here's another statement. Dark matter exists. That is not a true statement because dark matter is not verifiable because it allegedly exists in the distant arms of the galaxy.
But
Yeah, when
yesterday
you
we
forget about
argued
all
for
the...
hours that dark matter was 50% of the solar system, and now you're
Yeah,
saying
when you leave out all the measurements of dark matter, then yeah, it doesn't exist.
Oh, you directly measured something you can't see?
you
Sure.
do that all the time.
There's
How
been
do you directly measure
indirect
something
and
you can't see?
there's
You do that all the time.
preliminary. Yeah, we measure things we
Electron
can't see all the time.
microscopes, no problem.
Would you say
But
it's true that...
nonetheless, there's... Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Would you say it's true that heat causes water to boil? Would you say that is a true statement?
Again, define true.
Would you say that statement like that's true? Heat causes hot water to boil? Like, it actually happens in reality. It is something that exists or happens in reality. It's true.
What
No
if I
question.
said it's energy that actually causes the water to
Yeah, which causes things to get hot and then
Oh
it boils,
boy, you
right?
got you there, Jeremy.
because
we
I
know
can
what heat
show
is.
Heat's not
So
energy,
now you
right?
don't
He,
know
he got
now you don't know what heat means. You
Well,
want to define
what does
heat? Like,
boiling
I
mean?
feel like you're playing this giant.
First, let's talk about
I
what
feel like you're
boiling
playing
means.
this giant.
Hold on,
Zanik.
hold on. What is
Hold on, real
Jeremy?
quick, because Jace keeps playing this weird semantic game with me, like define proof, define truth, define heat. Like, you don't know what heat means now.
well,
No.
what's actually
Can you
funny,
define
Zanuck,
what
hold
boiling
on.
means, Jeremy? Jeremy, define boiling.
What Zanuck, hold on, because he's literally confusing heat with temperature, which is quite hilarious. You're saying temperature causes
He's
things
saying
to boil, not
Don't
heat.
play his game, Jace. He's saying heat. Does heat cause it to boil? No.
Well, no, if we're gonna be, if we're gonna be sticklers about definitions like he was trying to do, then no,
That's what you were
heat is
doing. No,
not
not
what
what I was.
causes it to boil.
I
had
wasn't trying to
heat.
be a stickler with definitions. You were the one trying to be a stickler with definitions, like right now with this heat thing.
Well, you tried to get cute, and then
I'm not getting
you
cute. You're
messed
playing
it up
weird.
so bad.
How'd I try to get cute? Heat doesn't. So you're saying heat doesn't cause hot water to boil?
Not always.
Can it cause water to boil? Can heat cause water to boil? Or heat can cause water to boil? Would you say that's
Only
a true
in
statement?
specific situations? Yes.
Okay, so yes, that is a true statement. Heat can
No,
cause
only under certain conditions.
Okay, but it can cause it to boil. We know that there are certain situations
Yes,
where it can cause.
Definition of can is probability. Yes, it's possible.
So that is a true statement.
Well, really, in physics, heat is
Why are you guys
the
fighting this?
wasted
It's weird that
entropic
you're fighting it.
energy that can't be used to perform work. So it's not really heat that's causing things to boil, other than in the colloquial sense. It's really temperature is the energy that can be used to do work. And
That's why I
it's
said it was
again,
conditional, because if your system was large, you could keep on adding heat to it; it would never boil.
Okay, but we know heat can cause water to boil. That is a true statement.
Temperature is
correct?
more accurate. Temperature causes water to boil. And by the way, what is boil? What's the definition of boiling? What's the difference between boiling?
Never mind. I'm done.
and
I'm done.
evaporating?
If y'all
What's the
don't know
definition
the
of boiling versus
definition of
evaporating?
boil,
I'm good on
Well,
it.
tell me, Hank.
sorry. If you don't know the definition of boil, bro, I don't know if we can continue having
Versus
this
evaporating.
conversation.
What's the difference? What's the difference between boiling?
We're talking about a phase change, Santa. Keep up, bro.
Both are phase changes. It's there. See, both are phase changes. What's the difference?
I could play this game with you, but I just
No.
I don't feel like
This
it's
is
really
important.
worth it.
This is how you.
well,
how to take
you're
chemistry.
trying to argue science. Use the proper science words rather than colloquial phrases.
He tried and
Okay,
he
does
failed. And I was
science
thinking,
does
going, oh
science
shit,
have
what did I screw up?
does
What is
science
the
have a
difference?
word for truth?
Wait, don't obfuscate. I'm
What's
with
the
Larry.
scientific definition for truth,
Yeah,
Jace?
it's more akin to confidence. We develop confidence intervals in our measurements.
So there's no
Jeremy.
truth in science?
No, we don't have a parameter called truth.
You have a word for truth. So the regular
I got a
definition
question for
would
you,
be
Jeremy.
Panic, please, bro.
Well, no, it's a question for you. Is it true that boiling's the same as evaporation?
No, it's not.
Why is it not true?
Because boiling is a rapid evaporation.
Oh, rapid evaporation? Okay, I'll accept
Yeah.
that. Give you half credit.
So one of them's rapid, one's not.
Wow, okay, impressive. Good job.
Wow, how is that impressive? Dude, you're
Most
remedial.
people don't know that. Larry doesn't.
You are remedial. Listen, how long have we been in this?
Wait a
in
minute.
this topic?
Why would
We're
you
still
say that?
wrong. We're still wrong. The difference is one occurs below the vapor pressure of the substance that's boiling,
So I give him
or
half
phase
credit.
changing.
Half credit.
I'm not getting half credit. Bull fucking shit. You agreed with me until Jace came through with his mumbo jumbo.
You got the answer relatively right, which is good enough.
That is right. Let's Google it right now and see what the definition is or what it says.
Well, I mean, if we're going
Well,
off of relativity, then everything's right.
We should, if we're going to be arguing science, we should go to the scientific literature and see how they define it.
Where's the scientific dictionary?
Oh, like a textbook in this case, like a basic undergrad chemistry textbook. I think
debating
you'll
the
find the definition in there.
Here, I'll
Jace,
pull
you're
up. Here,
debating the
here in front of me.
definitions of these words.
I got it
Jace,
right
you're
in front of me. Hold
debating.
on.
Hold
Something
on,
like
Xanax.
OpenStax.
Hold on, guys.
OpenStax
Please,
will
can you
get
hear
there.
me? You guys hear me?
I hear you.
You're debating the definition of these words and telling me they're different, but you don't have another dictionary to show me.
I do. I got a physics
So I
book
can
right
learn
here.
your words.
Yeah, we have textbooks like the OpenStax chemistry book, or
Yeah.
you know,
Where's your
just find a
dictionary so I can know what the words mean?
scientists
Your
don't write
dictionary.
dictionaries, Jeremy. That's
So
silly.
then we're
We
gonna go
write
with the regular.
papers and textbooks.
Okay, so we know what the words mean then from dictionaries.
Not always, no. Some
Where are
scientific
you getting
terms
your
have a
words from?
different
Are you making
meaning.
them up?
No, we define them in our literature,
303.
like a
So
textbook.
you have no dictionary. You got to go search through countless papers to find what different words mean.
Here we go.
No,
Phase
you
change.
just look in your textbook.
Here we go. Want to hear it? Find your phase change?
And which
55.
does the textbook have all the definitions, or the definitions scattered out throughout different textbooks?
No,
The term
usually,
phase is used
if
here.
you're talking
Okay, sorry.
chemistry terms, you should find the definition of those chemistry terms in a chemistry textbook. Duh.
Providing they do not decompose at high temperatures, all substances can exist at any three phases under the proper conditions of temperature and pressure. Transitions from one phase to another are accompanied by the absorption or liberation of heat, usually by a change of volume, even when the transition occurs at a constant temperature. So that actually means pressure could actually make things phase change, by the way, and I've said that many times.
Yeah, because it's
Temperature is
really
at-
the energy that's making
Right.
Can you
the
show me
phase
some
change.
solid helium? Show me some solid helium,
The
guys.
temperature at which a phase change occurs also depends on pressure.
The
You
temperature.
say
That
all
means how much?
elements?
Does that mean how much heat?
No,
When you say temperature, do you mean how much heat?
heat is the average kinetic energy in a system. Excuse me, total energy in a kinetic system. The temperature is the average temperature.
Okay, in your little book, is temperature heat? If you have a high temperature, does it start to get hot, or is heat mentioned anywhere? I'm just curious. In your
Temperature is what
chemistry,
you're talking about. You
in your
confusing
chemistry
temperature and heat.
textbook, do they mention heat?
You're confusing temperature and heat right there. Because I can have a large room and add heat to it, and the temperature doesn't go up very much. That's what how you measure entropy is the actual value of the heat energy divided by the actual temperature. That will tell you the entropy of the system.
Yeah, I don't care what you say. What does the book say on heat?
Well, that's
Jace
a
acted like
definition.
I was using it wrong.
What Zanuck just said is it's a definition from the Clausius-Clapeyron equation.
The definition of heat.
Here we go. Right,
No, it's
here we
of
go.
entropy.
So as soon as the temperature is reached, the liquid water begins to appear in the container. In other words, the ice begins to melt. The melting process is a phase change from solid to
when they say
liquid
temperature
phase.
is reached, do they mean
thermometer?
it got hot?
The thermometer, however, shows no increase in temperature, even though the heat is being supplied at the same rate as before. The temperature
The
remains
heat
at
is
zero.
being supplied. Hold on. So they mentioned heat. What do they mean by heat?
Well, it's a form of energy. It's a total kinetic energy in the system.
Yes, and the hotter it is, the higher the temperature it gets, right?
The hotter is, you're saying, yeah, the hotter is, the higher the temperature is, because hotter means temperature. Heat doesn't
Yeah,
always
I don't
mean-
know. Jace acted like I was weird that I said heat instead of temperature. Like they're not like.
Well, no, because you can add heat. You can add heat and you can add heat and have no temperature change, and the ice will phase change from ice from a solid to a liquid. That shows that you've just added heat, and there's no temperature increase because the energy was dispersed differently. It was dispersed in a phase change, released in a phase change, and then of course, as soon as it's melted, then it starts to rise again.
Okay, so if something gets hotter, it will have a higher temperature, right?
Well, I just got done. Something gets hotter.
Yes.
If something gets hotter,
yeah. Because we're back to
has more
temperature
heat.
again. Yeah.
If something has more heat, it'll have a higher temperature.
Yes, Jeremy.
Yeah, so cool. So you can use heat when you add heat, or you add temperature or more energy, whatever you want to put there. Sure.
I just love how Jace was rubbing his hands together like a little cricket. Like he said heat. Obviously he meant energy. Fucking idiot.
Oh, dude, it's great. You
Yeah,
should see
you're
me.
playing weird word
It
games. Like
brings a
I've never
smile
seen you
to my
get.
face.
I've never seen you get so semantic like this.
No, it's fun sometimes.
Well, when you can't defeat the argument,
And
you
if
have
that's
to
all you got, yeah.
argue the definition of words.
That's
I
all you
don't,
got.
I don't
Jason,
mind
I know.
clarification, right? When you have a clarification problem, like, hey, what did you mean by that word? Like, that's no problem. That's normal. But to say you said heat, but you meant temperature and energy, what a fucking moron! Like, that's weird.
Well,
to me,
yes,
bro.
when you're claiming you know better than all the experts in their field and you can't even get the definition of simple words right that are used in
Never
that
said I
field,
knew better.
it
Never
is
said I knew
kind of
better.
moron.
So what is heat, bro?
As Zanuck was saying before, it's the total energy in the system,
So higher temperature.
Total energy.
including the kinetic, the internal, the binding, and the entropy and enthalpy.
How do we measure
energies.
heat? How do we measure heat, though?
MC delta T.
No, how do we measure it?
So the
How do we measure?
mass, yes. So
How do we measure
measure
it? Not the
Jesus
formula.
Christ, I'm telling you, Jeremy.
Right in
We
my book,
measure
too.
the mass of an object, its specific heat capacity, and the change of temperature.
Wait a
tells
minute.
us
That's not.
what
Then
the
you got it
heat
wrong,
is.
Jace. Jace. M.
How do you
The
measure? How do
integral
you
from
measure how
T1
much
to
heat it
T2,
has,
then
though?
C dt.
Oh,
Zanuck,
You
hold
left
on.
out that
How do you
integral.
measure? Hold on, man.
You get an
How
F,
do you measure?
Jace.
If I
You
wanted to
failed.
measure how much heat something had, how would I go about that?
Yeah, you measure its mass, you measure its specific heat capacity, and the change of temperature when you add that heat tells you how much heat was added.
That's how you measure heat?
Yes, you
Yes.
multiply those three things together. That tells you how much heat was added.
Is there a tool we could use that would just tell us what the
A
how hot it was?
thermometer and a scale,
Oh
Jeremy.
shit, a
A
thermometer.
thermometer and a scale. Holy fucking-
Thermometer that will tell you how hot something is. That was tough to coax that out of you. Holy
better
shit.
and better.
It's
Dude, you don't
funny
think I
'cause
knew
he's
that,
acting
Zanuck?
like
I was
he
trying to
won.
I
coax
know
that
you
out
know
of you for
that,
like
but
20 minutes.
that's why it's funny, Jeremy. You're not stupid at all. But the things you're asking are kind of funny. You got to admit. Come on.
So we're gonna use the
How do you
temperature.
measure the
You need to use a
It's like with
scale.
the
Hold on
thermometer.
a second, Zanuck. Zanuck, hold on. So you need to use a scale. You can't when you get the temperature of something, Jace, you use a scale like your bathroom scale.
Yeah, Jeremy, because if you just measure the temperature change, that's not the amount of heat added, you numbnut, because an object can't absorb 100% of the heat you add. Holy
Well, I was just
moly,
talking about
dude.
how we figure out how hot something is, like how much heat it has.
That's not
I
what
don't
you
know about you.
said.
I said, how do we figure out how much heat something has?
No, you said, how do we measure heat?
Yeah, how do we measure it? Yeah.
Yeah, and I told you how we measure it.
With a bathroom scale and a thermometer. Yeah, I don't know where the bathroom scale comes into play,
Why
but
is it
I usually just use a
why do they
thermometer.
sell laser thermometers? Where's the scale?
Because
I
the
usually just use a
temperature,
thermometer. I don't know
the-
what the fuck you're on.
the
Tell me what you do with
temperature-
the weight. Okay,
the
I'm trying to figure out the temperature. Hold on.
The
My
temperature
kid's
is
sick.
not the heat you
You need the
numbnut.
mass, dummy. Mass.
Jade, I'm trying to figure out how
You
hot.
gotta get the mass. Use the scale for the mass.
Oh,
I know,
this is
funny, right?
priceless.
So I'm trying to figure out what.
Oh, God. I had to mute because I just blew a gasket. My ears were popping up.
Can we stop, please? I don't know why this is so funny. I'm trying to
Because
figure
it's
out
hilarious. Dude, it's funny.
my kid's coughing, right? I'm like, oh shit, his head feels warm. I want to figure out exactly how
I
hot
thought
he
you
is.
were serious. I started worrying for you.
Can you stop, Zanuck? Please?
No, I started worrying.
I'm trying to
Your
go.
kid was sick.
I have a
thought you were
scenario.
taking
My
a
kid
pause.
is sick. It is sick. I have 2 sick kids right now.
All right.
Okay, that's not the point. Shut up.
Don't talk like
excited.
Witsit.
I'm
Witsit
getting
can do that. You
excited,
shouldn't
bro.
do that.
I know I shouldn't. I'm getting excited. You're getting me excited. Just relax. Let me pitch you this scenario. My kid's coughing. He's sneezing. I touch his forehead. I can feel he's warm. I want to figure out how hot he actually is. I get the thermometer and the bathroom scale. Now, what do? I know how the thermometer works. I'm just figuring how does the weight come into play?
Holy shit, Jeremy. When you measure your kid's temperature with the thermometer, you're measuring the temperature, Jeremy, not the heat content of your kid. Do you not
measuring
know
how hot.
that there's a
I'm not measuring how
difference?
hot he is.
Hot is a colloquial term. And if you mean hot equals temperature, then yes, But in physics and chemistry, heat and temperature don't mean the same thing, Jeremy. That's the point we're trying to get across to you.
Maybe we should talk about the molar heat. Maybe we should talk about the molar heat capacity then instead.
So you're a chemist. So Jace, you're a chemist. You want to figure out how warm you have a kid, he's coughing. You want to find out how warm he is. You're not going to use the thermometer. You're going to use the scale and the thermometer, right? Because you're a chemist.
No, Jeremy, in that case, I'm not trying to figure out how much heat my child has, and I'm not performing scientific
Jace, you need to know how many
experiment. I'm
bags
just
of ice
trying
you
to
need.
take his temperature, so I stick a thermometer in his mouth.
Jace, you need to know how many bags of ice. You need to know how much
And you're
bags of
telling
ice you put
temperature
in
doesn't tell us
the
how
bathtub.
hot things are somehow. Somehow temperature doesn't tell us how hot things are. We need to wait.
He needs to know how much ice to buy so he can put the kid in the ice bath.
Oh, this must be fucking hilarious. I don't know what you guys are even laughing at right now.
Hey, wait a minute though. Remember, there's more kinetic energy in something that's really hot, so he's going to weigh more the hotter he gets.
Oh man. Hey, do you know how much? You should do the calculation, see how much he would weigh. You think you can measure that?
I don't know. You do it. You're the chemist. I'm just.
Yeah,
I know.
We
I
don't
know
even
the
know how to
concept.
see how.
It's
We're
nowhere near
just guys
measurable.
who don't even know how to see how hot things are. Apparently, I thought I knew my whole life for the past 40 years. I thought I knew how to see how hot things were.
You should look into calorimetry, Jeremy. I think it would blow your mind.
bro.
Can you imagine going to the doctor and be like, hey, excuse me, doctor, I think my son has a fever, right? We measured 101.5. And the doctor goes, yeah, but how much does he weigh, dummy?
No, because in that sense, only the temperature matters, not the total heat.
And the temperature tells us how hot he is, right?
Yeah, hot's a colloquial word. You can exchange it with temperature.
If we want to bring the temperature down, though, we need to know how much mass he has so we can tell how much energy we need in the system to cool him down. Right, Jace?
Yeah, because now we're talking about removing heat from his body.
So that's
and
why I said you have to know
heat
how
is
many.
a fucking different thing than temperature.
we got to get the weight so we know how many bags of ice to buy.
Is temperature not the measurement of heat?
Temperature is the average kinetic energy of the atoms and molecules in the. That's what temperature is. Heat is the total energy combined with like the internal energy, the enthalpic energy, and the entropic energy. It's not just the kinetic energy. That's what temperature is.
I got a definition.
You get the dictionary out? You get that trusty Webster's out there,
do you have your scientific dictionary I can look at, or do you not have a dictionary?
Well, that's my physics book, but I mean, it's got the definitions here.
Okay, but do you have a dictionary, though? Because dictionaries is where they define words.
Temperature will say definition.
My definition.
The man
says,
didn't like what he heard, so his temperature went up.
My definition says the degree or intensity of heat present in a substance or object. Laughing matter, though, that's what people think. That's crazy.
Well, it's kind of
that's
fucking ridiculous.
It's good for every
for a
day.
dictionary.
Good for everyday terms, but if you're doing like calorimetry, that ain't gonna cut it. Right. They're not the same thing.
Well, doctor,
trying to argue that they are.
Weigh the child. I thought
Show me your definition.
His forehead gave a temperature of 101.5.
No, where's the book? Where's the book you're getting these definitions from?
It's a free book on the internet, Jeremy. It's called the OpenStax chemistry book, and it's got I think it's called Atoms First, and then an addition, and you'll find it in the calorimetry section or the thermochemistry section. That's where you'll find those definitions.
If you want to call it heat or temperature or whatever the fuck, I could care less. Does that saying that temperature? Do you want to use temperature instead? Is that what you want, Jace? For your pedantic little bullshit game you're playing right now? This is beneath. This is beneath.
It's honestly. All the original statement was wrong anyway, because it's energy that makes things phase change.
You want us to use energy? Okay.
And yes, temperature is just one component of that.
It's a measurement, yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay. Cool.
when my
So
wife is cold, and she
energy.
wants me to start the car for her, like she's like, please increase the energy in my car, and I'm gonna say like, what did you weigh it?
Hold on, Larry.
Sure, if you want
So
to. Whatever floats your boat, dude.
okay, back to the point I was on before this pedantic little bullshit thing Jace pulled, which is really beneath you, Jace. But so
you gotta admit,
energy,
Jeremy, you're a good sport.
you guys just give me a headache. Like I don't even. Is this even worth it?
It's fun.
Is anybody listening
Well,
to this?
we're not talking about curvature, so that's all.
I haven't looked at.
Anyways,
I'll-
so if we go ahead, Jace.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
If energy can cause water to boil, is that a true statement?
Yeah, we should have good confidence in that, Jeremy.
So
Because
is it true or no?
it's an induction that's the case that we most often observe.
Is that a true statement? Do we know that we can do that? Use energy and cause water to boil? Do we know that's
if
true
it
or not?
makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside to say that it's a true statement, you can say it's a true statement.
Is that what do people? I mean, does the scientific world think that that's true, or
No, we say we have confidence in that it'll be a confidence interval. We say that it's 99.99999% that we're not witnessing energy make a phase change occur by chance, but it's because that the energy is making the phase change occur. It's not chance. We have confidence in that result.
Okay, so in the dictionary that you don't have, does it have a definition for the word true anywhere?
No, because scientists don't talk in those kind of terms in their form.
So science isn't about truth. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, we don't claim to have the absolute proof of the absolute truth, because anyone who ever does that is always just totally wrong.
Wait a minute. Okay, truth is there's no absolute anything. It's either true or it's false.
Yeah, we have confidence in it or we don't. We discard
Okay,
it.
so it's either true or it's false.
Yeah, if that's what you want to say, but that's not what we say in science terms.
So science is not about truth. It's just about how confident we are that something is what it is.
Yes.
Okay, so science is not about truth.
Confidence in the accuracy
Science is not about
and
truth.
precision of the result.
So science is not about making truth claims.
Yeah, because when you make truth claims, you're always wrong. So why would you do that?
So
Okay,
if somebody made a truth claim, hold on real quick.
Well, wait a minute though. He has a contradiction.
Oh no, contradiction.
All right, go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
Okay,
Science is
so
provisional,
you're always wrong, so that means you're never
Provisional.
right. So how can you know anything?
It's provisional. When we say things absolutely true, that this is 100% true, we're closing our mind to the future possibility that
No,
another
that's your assumption.
experiment will come
Paul, let me get
along
in there real
and
quick.
show that we're incorrect. So we don't say that this is 100% true. It's the absolute proof of the absolute truth, because science is provisional, and we need to be accepting of future results that
Okay,
might show
I want to give him
our
an axiom.
experiment incorrect.
Look, can I just, before we get too far off of this, just real quick? He said that anyone that ever makes a truth claim like that is always wrong. Well, if I make the truth claim that energy causes water to boil, I mean, is that wrong? Would that always be wrong? It's definitely going to be wrong. You're saying you're making this absolute statement about that thing. Anyways, go ahead, Paul.
Well, and I would say I would take it to the next level. Is this statement true or false? The Earth is a sphere. Is that statement true or false?
True.
Right.
We're not about absolute. You can't say that. How's it true?
We're completely missing context here. There's an everyday context where it's perfectly fine.
You're getting ready.
There's an everyday context where it's perfectly fine if you want to say something's true or false, or however you want to word it. But if you're talking in a scientific context, we don't use those words.
True and
You
false?
just don't.
You don't use
No.
true and false in
Well,
science.
Jace, I have
About
to disagree with
Wow,
you.
Xana.
About
Even Xana
claim.
got beef with you now.
I
Right,
got to
Xanac, what's
disagree
your
with you
beef?
About
there,
to have
Jace.
beef.
Because if the second law were not true, quote in my physics book, then it would not be possible to drive a steam engine across the ocean by extracting the heat from the ocean, or run a power plant by extracting heat from the surrounding air. So
The
Yeah, but
engineering that goes,
they use
the
true.
they're not
engineering that's
making.
attached to this. Yes, Xanac. If these
Oh,
scientists
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
get this shit right, if
They're
these
not
scientists
making.
didn't get that shit right and know what was true, the engineers would not be able to use it because it has to be true for engineering to be possible.
So is the second law true?
Get them,
They're
Xanac.
not using it about the validity of results of experiments.
You
That's
guys
the
are killing me. I
thing.
can't even stand this. It's so funny. You guys stop.
I don't know what you're
I
laughing
think
at. You're
I
laughing
think I
at
was really
Let me ask.
desperate for a laugh.
Let me
No, I
ask
think
a
I might be
simple
just a little
question.
desperate. Sorry.
Let me ask a simple question. So, Jace Ace, or whatever your name is
Jace
it
Hood.
true? Whatever. Is it true that lack of vitamin C can cause scurvy?
Sure.
It's true.
Sure.
Scientifically true.
He's just yesing you to
No,
death.
we would have we have great confidence, young one, in the result that lack of
So,
vitamin D
so let me
will
get this
cause
straight.
scurvy.
In science, there's no true or
Vitamin
false.
C.
There's only confidence, what I would call belief. Got
To
it.
the best of our knowledge.
If you want to be
No, just
proper
there's no
and
knowledge.
eliminate the
Sorry, you can't
chance.
prove things in science, Left Lane. There's no knowledge. There's only confidence, which I would call that belief
Yeah,
in layman's terms.
it's a measure of the confidence of your knowledge, dude. That's literally what it is. It's how confident you are in the knowledge, that the knowledge is not just due to statistical flukes like random error or human errors, systematic errors, that the result is actually due to the variables in the experiment.
So if I said that some women have uteruses and other female reproductive organs, you would say that's not true, but I have confidence.
I have confidence that that's not true, that you're wrong.
Okay, so some women are not born with uteruses and reproductive organs.
Wait, what did you say at first? I thought you said something
You said
different,
women,
maybe.
not female or something.
No,
Let's hear this
Maybe
one.
I might have just say the original thing over again.
Okay, so females are sometimes born with uteruses and other reproductive organs. Is that true?
Yeah, we would say we can have confidence in
So
the
you
fact
believe.
that that's a fact.
So basically what you're saying is there's no true
It's
and
not a
false in
belief,
science.
dude.
Hold
I
on.
can take an
Hold on.
MRI of a woman
But
and
what is
see their
confidence?
uterus.
What is confident? If you're confident in something, that's a belief,
No.
right?
No.
I'm talking about
No.
confidence intervals. We have a number, a value of our confidence that the results obtained in the experiment were due to the variables of the experiment, the relationship between the variables in the experiment that we predicted with our hypothesis, and that the results were not due to random error or human systematic error. That's what the confidence interval is elucidating.
So confidence interval, according to Wikipedia, is a range of estimates for an unknown parameter, right?
A confidence interval is a range of estimates for an unknown parameter? No, those are just estimates. Confidence has to do with error. Is my phone dying?
No.
My phone was doing something weird before. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes. What I'm talking about is in confidence is that after we make a hypothesis, and this hypothesis has the variables of the experiment and how they are related to each other. And so we do the experiment and we get a result. Now, if that result is close in line with what we predicted, we then do statistics to make sure that that result was not just due to some kind of just fluke, some random error in the measurement device, and that it wasn't due to some kind of human or systematic error where we screwed up doing the experiment. And once we eliminate that, then we have a confidence interval, a percentage. We can say we're 99.9999999 whatever percent sure that the result of the experiment was due to the variables in the experiment and the relationship between the variables in the experiment, and that it was not due to some kind of random or statistical error. That's what the confidence interval is a measure of.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
let me ask.
It's a whole lot of.
Go ahead, Larry.
No, I'm
And
good.
that would also include variables we don't know about. It eliminates the possibility that it was of some variables that we don't know about too.
So let me ask you this. If I made a prediction, if say I had an effect, and then I had a prediction on what caused that effect, and then I measured, and then I went and measured the effect at a whole bunch of times, and it turns out my prediction came true, would you consider that an experiment?
You'd have to, there'd have to be way more detail involved, Jeremy. You'd have to have.
So that's definitely not, that system I just outlined, though, would definitely not be, you would not have done an experiment off of anything I just said.
It's the beginnings. It's a good starting point to develop an experimental procedure.
Yeah, but
no,
that definitely wouldn't be.
It's not a
yeah,
completed one.
Not a completed experiment. Absolutely. I agree. I agree 100% with you. We're going to have a talk with Dr. Bob, me and you, at some point. So be ready for that.
Well,
me and you versus Bob.
I'm sure Bob.
Me and you versus Bob, Jace. We got this. I'm on your side with this one, bro.
But the thing is, Jeremy, I'm just doing some future predicting here. I doubt that Bob did what you're thinking he did.
No. Okay. Yeah. We got it recorded.
But sure, he'd have to, he'd have to tell me.
I mean, yeah, no, I could get the recording of when he was saying this. Yeah. He thinks he's doing experiments right there. So you have an effect. You make a prediction. You go measure the effect. It matches your prediction. You now have a cause. You've now done an experiment to find the cause of that effect.
Well, I would say you have a correlation in that case.
Do we have an experiment?
Depends on how strict you want to be. You're the only thing you can say, whether or not you want to call it an experiment, is that you found a correlation. Even if you want to call it an experiment, you can't say from that you found a cause and effect relationship, but you can say the experiment found a correlation. That would be
so now you think
fine.
We did do an experiment? You think we did do an experiment now?
It just depends on how strict you want to be with your definition of experiment.
Well, how does it detail it in all your books? There must be a definition. There must be a definition.
It doesn't matter in this case, Jeremy, because the conclusion is correlative, and that's the only part that matters.
Jace Hood, there must be a definition for experiment, surely, in all the textbooks, right? There's got to be something.
Yeah, there's a whole book in chemistry that outlines what an experiment is, called the ACS guidebook. But physics and social sciences like psychology and stuff, they define
let's talk about
differently.
Physics. Let's talk about physics. How does physics outline an experiment? Does that follow the experiment I just gave you? Does that follow with physics?
Like I said, to me, it doesn't really matter because the conclusion is correlative, whether or not you want to call it an experiment or not. I feel like the only reason why I want to know if it's really an experiment or not is because you think if you can say to people who don't really know better, if you can say that this isn't really the definition of an experiment, you might be able to win them over to your side easier. Whereas if we do call it an experiment, then it's harder to win them to your side because they're gonna be like, well, this guy did an experiment. But none of that shit matters. Doesn't matter what other layman people think. The results are
You're playing a
correlative,
whole bunch
and
of word
that's the
games
only thing
tonight.
that matters.
You're playing a whole bunch of word games tonight, Jace. I'm not feeling it. Once you found out it was Dr. Bob, your whole tune changed. I know, bro. I know.
Jeremy, I don't care. Tell him he didn't do an experiment. Doesn't fucking matter. You found a correlative result. That's what you should be
Tell Bob he
refuting.
didn't do shit. If I
And
tell
that,
Bob he
see,
didn't have an
you're doing
experiment.
exactly
If I
it.
tell Bob, hold on, Jace. If I tell Bob he didn't do an experiment, do you have my back? Me and you versus Bob.
No, because I'm going to tell him, sure, you didn't do an experiment. You still have a correlative result, and that's all that matters.
Okay, so we agree, no experiment though. We just for the record, this
What?
is all being recorded.
You should really
we
be
agree
questioning
to not
yourself,
do an
Jeremy.
experiment with it.
You should be
What's up?
questioning. You should be questioning why that's so important to you. You really should.
Because he called me because listen to me. Bob said he did an experiment. He was calling me a science denier. He claimed this was as experimental science for this. Okay, that's why I'm questioning if it's an experiment. So I'm glad we agree it wasn't an experiment.
Sure, man. If it makes you feel better.
You got my
inside.
back, me and you versus Bob, no doubt. When we doing this? When you want to? What's a good day for you?
He doesn't sound like he's got your back. I mean, he agrees that it's
Nah,
correlative.
he's got my back. He's got
But
my
when
back,
Bob
bro.
gets in here, I have a feeling that Jason's gonna, lose whatever integrity he had before, and his ethics are gonna go right out the window. And him and Bob are both gonna be calling you an idiot.
Pretty much,
bro,
I've
you
made
should've
my
seen-
position very clear. I don't know how anyone
You should
can
have seen what Zanuck did
misconstrue
one
it.
day. Go ahead, Jace. My bad.
No, I was just saying, I've made my position very clear. I don't really care
Yes.
who it is. It could have been Einstein him fucking self who did this experiment or non-experiment. The result's fucking correlative. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter if it's an experiment or not. It has nothing.
It does.
No fucking value
does.
in arguing.
It does.
So wait a minute, you're
How
saying
have you determined
scientific
that it's
experiment?
correlative?
Sorry. We'll talk
does.
about that in just a
He
second.
said
So
he
you're
had
saying
science.
scientific experiment or not? Like it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter if it's science or not? What do you mean by that?
That doesn't sound very scientific, Jace. It doesn't matter if it's. You were bugging about the word heat and temperature a minute ago. Now you're not worried about if it's an experiment. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Who cares? No, we're not going to be super pedantic with this now, are we?
As long
I
as
know,
it has
Jace.
the
Whatever
correlation that Jason's
floats your
looking
boat,
for.
man. If it makes you feel good inside, I'm all for it. But I do have to take off for now.
This isn't about feelings. We
So
want to know what
he's
you
running
meant by
away.
it doesn't matter if it's science or
yeah,
not.
I've been here for like 3
It
hours,
doesn't
but I'm
matter if
running
it's an
away.
experiment or not.
So I shall talk to you guys later. Adios.
See you, man.
All right, Jace.
Okay. Granted, us laymen don't understand all the definitions of the words, right? Especially when you guys go about changing the definitions, right? About how you can take something's temperature, but you got to weigh it first. Like, that's the first time I've ever heard that. So if that's what's really going on.
Not what I said. Jesus Christ. You guys are like, you really need to self-reflect into why you have to do this dishonest shit. The
I'm not
reason
being
I say that
dishonest.
it's correlative,
I'm
I never
admitting
said
that
you have to measure the mass of something to take its temperature. It's not even fucking close to what I said. But the reason why I said that it's a correlative result doesn't matter if it's from an experiment or fucking not in this case. It's because it's a correlative result. You can't be making any kind of confidence in statements from that to begin with.
Okay, I agree with that, but you missed the first part where I said, look, I didn't know until tonight that in order to measure the heat, you have to get the weight. If I said temperature, forgive me, because up until today, those two words were relatively the same thing. Let me not say relatively. Those two words were synonymous, heat and temperature. Like, what's the heat set at? What are they asking? How much does a house weigh?
That's
No, they want to know
that's
what the heat.
radiative versus thermal.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I'm not going to pretend that I understand this. Apparently, I need to do a little more research on it, and I'm open to learning things that are new, right? So I'm on the same boat with you when we're talking about correlative, because that's exactly what I said to Bob, and that you can't take a correlation and turn it into a causation. So we're in agreement there. I just can't wait for Bob to get here because When you try to explain this to Bob, you're
Yeah.
going to have a real hard time understanding that he has a PhD and he's some kind of doctor when he doesn't know the difference between correlation and causation.
Yeah.
I mean, it
So
makes
Jace,
sense
we
that
do
I don't
agree though that
understand.
that's
Sorry. It makes sense that I don't
Jace,
understand
Jace.
because I'm a layman, right? I dropped out of high school. It makes perfect sense that I don't understand. But Dr. Bob doesn't understand the difference between correlation and causation. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, Jace. I mean, I'm glad we agree that it's only correlation and not causation, because Bob did be claiming to know the cause after this whole ordeal. So we're gonna put the screws to him, bro. Me and you, don't worry.
Thanks, Jace, for helping us out, man. And
Thank you,
we'll have a
Jace.
merit badge for you.
Thanks, Jace. Nice work, by the way. I mean, you're an actual scientist. All right, so this is good news. This is good news. I can't wait to see Bob now.
Dude, he's
Call
going
me
to
a science
squirm.
denier and not have any. You can't call me a friggin' science denier than not have any science.
He's going to squirm like a snail in a salt shaker with 10 magnifying glasses pointed at him.
Even Ruhif knows that this is a logical fallacy. It's affirming the consequent if weight change with latitude and Earth rotation. Even Ruhif knows that statement's fallacious.
But yeah, I've never claimed to know it all, right? I understand that there's a huge gap in my knowledge. I just think that, you know, it's weird when people say that science doesn't prove things. I get it that science is never settled. And you can't say that, you know, heat causes water to boil because in the future things might change, right? Or you might be wrong that heat doesn't cause water to boil. Maybe it's temperature that causes water to boil. I get that, okay? That makes somewhat a little bit of sense to me. But to say that, you know, science, the method, where it's a process of elimination, you can't prove like a hypothesis true or not, like that's a little weird. I have trouble like understanding that, and it sounds like somebody's denying the validity of science to
No,
me.
you just provide evidence, like you said.
Don't worry,
I think-
Zanuck has a hard time understanding additive versus multiplicative.
I don't think so.
All
I
right,
don't think
go
I've
ahead
shown,
and
I don't
Tell us
think
the
I've shown
difference.
any evidence for not understanding the difference there.
Tell us the
go ahead
difference,
and
Zanuck.
differentiate.
Additive? Means you're
Additive
adding
versus
things together.
multiplicative. Go ahead.
Multiplicative is it a factorial system?
Nope.
Adding, you're adding. Incremental, incremental quantities.
Let me take a shot.
Multiplication is a factorial system.
What multiplicative point source object? Go ahead, Zanuck.
A what?
Give me an example of a multiplicative point source object. Probably will.
I heard a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
You.
Example of a point source.
Multiplicative point source object.
A multiplicative point source object. Can you get some more contextual? Can you give me more context to your question?
Just ask of something that has these qualities.
A multiplicative point source.
Yes.
What do you mean
and
by?
I gave you
What do you
a
mean
hint.
by a multiplicative? What do you mean by a multiplicative point source?
I gave you a hint. It's qualitative
A laser.
rather
Okay,
than
a laser.
quantitative.
A laser could be a multiplicative point source.
Okay. All right. You got one. That's good.
Thank you.
That's good. Do you got another example?
Point source of light or point source of energy? An atomic reaction.
Just of a field array.
An atomic reaction.
No, I wouldn't say that would be that wouldn't fit.
Yeah, because you have a point source of this reaction, and then it multiplies via a chain reaction. So any kind of chain reaction in chemistry
And it's
also
an
would be
object.
of
Point
an
source
object. That is an object. An atom
with
that's
qualitative
split.
attributes.
Yeah, an atom split gives off a specific amount of energy and releases energy in a multiplicative fashion as a reaction with other molecules around it. Oh, you went to single. Well, yeah, same concept. Same thing as a laser. Laser starts with a single source of light, and it is branched out in a multiplicative fashion.
All right.
Where's the question
I
come
guess
from?
you passed.
Thanks. Where'd
I
that
don't
come
know.
from?
It popped into my head.
Oh,
Ken Wheeler
you got all
question.
sorts
Come
of
on, dude.
you got all sorts of things floating in that head of yours, don't you?
You guys can't hang out in here though. I'm sorry.
Jason's pretty funny though, isn't he? I mean, you gotta love that guy.
Wait, who can't?
Yeah, Jason is kind of funny.
No, you're funny, Xanax. All right.
Oh, I know I'm
You
funny.
guys are funny. Everyone in the world
We're
knows
funny.
what he
I'm
is
funny for
and how to
humorous
measure it.
reasons.
Listen, everyone in the world,
Hey,
even the
funny
chemist,
how?
if you went to them
Funny
and said,
fucking amuse you?
Yeah, I always measure heat on a scale because I'm not a freaking layman.
yeah,
Like a fucking clown.
Fucking clown show.
That is so funny.
That's the one thing that QE donated to the this whole arena, the clown show.
I don't know, you're talking about clown show. I thought you'd always weigh something when you're trying to figure out how much heat it is.
There's always room for clown show.
There's always room for a clown
no,
show.
we're out of the clown show.
Are we?
The sun is hot, but did you weigh it? Ah, I got you there. You don't weigh the sun. How do you know it's hot? Science doesn't prove anything,
Yo, is
especially if you
Riggs?
don't weigh it.
My bad, Larry. Yo, is Riggs in here? Trying to
Yeah, what's
holler
up,
at the
boo?
kid. That ain't Riggs. That wasn't even close.
I want to talk about it, the instantaneity of gravity with Jace. If he could give me some
So
enlightenment.
this whole
Nah, we ain't doing that.
The
this
Globers
whole
don't really
time,
like.
We
They
ain't
don't like
doing that.
my definition either.
every time in the past, however many years humans have been on the Earth, every time they said the sun was hot and they didn't weigh it, that was actually an incorrect statement. They forgot to weigh the sun before they said it was hot.
Yeah, you heard that last one.
Because of the science definition.
Well, they actually
I'm not
can
saying it's
measure.
wrong. I'm just trying to work it out logically in my
Well,
head.
via the orbits, they can determine how much mass it has, and that would
They can calculate. They can't determine shit. They calculate it, Xanax.
That's determining via
No,
calculation.
no.
Well, you can't say
Xanax,
no.
how
That's not an
many?
answer.
No. If
How many?
you got a fat girl, hold on. How can you say she's hot if you don't know how much she weighs?
Well,
Right.
that would allow you how much. That would tell you how much heat you have.
Right. So let's say you have two females, right? Both of them have
What?
had children. Say you have two females. Both of them, had children
We
since
don't
they got out of high
have
school.
else.
But one of them was not in marching band. She didn't do PE. She had a medical exemption. But the other one actually played volleyball. She played soccer. She played basketball. She ran track. So they're both covered in fat, right? Can you calculate which one has? Can you calculate their weight without knowing those variables accurately? So it's kind of
Yo,
similar
you
to the
know that
question:
guy at the fair?
does Jupiter
No,
have a
Larry.
rocky center?
that's complete.
Larry, you know that guy at the fair? You give him $1 and his I'll guess your weight. And then if he doesn't get close, you get it. That's what they're doing. They're like the guys at the fair that are trying to guess your weight.
And then they get mad when you say, "Hey, you can't question this, right? We're guessing, and science is never settled, but you can't question this."
I don't know what kind of fair you got going, but I never heard of that.
Hey, how many calculations are in a grilled cheese sandwich, Globers?
A lot, bro. A lot. You can't even make a grilled cheese on flat Earth for starters. Okay, they don't even
Well, you
work. Grilled
gotta
cheese don't even work on flat Earth.
That
you
sucks.
gotta weigh the cheese, right?
So
Because if you don't
that's
weigh it,
evidence for the globe right there.
yeah, you gotta weigh it. Make sure that
You get a lot of
it's hot.
mileage out of this one. I can tell right now.
Does
Oh,
our
yeah,
does
I
our
mean-
atmosphere have a temperature gradient, Xanax?
What's that?
Does our atmosphere have a temperature gradient?
Yes.
Okay, and is there any point in that gradient where it inverts?
Very near the surface of cold water, and
Nope.
sometimes at 10,000 feet.
Yeah, there's a certain portion.
Right around 10,000
at a
feet, there can be a temperature inversion. Yeah.
Yeah, at a certain elevation, it inverts for whatever reason. Do you know why that is?
Usually, it's due to the radiation that's actually been trapped in the atmosphere at the lower altitudes, be a cloud lever or just the humidity or something. It'll allow that more heat to be trapped. It won't actually change the density very much, even though it does change because the density altitude is dependent upon temperature. But it will be a decreasing pressure gradient. But the temperature gradient can actually change, and only in one specific area can the density just get dramatically more dense, and that's near the surface of water. That's what we call that a temperature inversion for refraction.
No, I'm not talking about that. I was talking about the 10,000 foot marker that you were depicting.
Yeah, you got like this supposed to go down and then suddenly goes up a little bit. It might be 95 degrees at the surface and then stay that way all the way to 10,000 feet. It might even get a little warm, might even get 100 degrees.
So you're saying your temperature gradient doesn't hold?
The temperature gradient is not a constant 3 degrees per 1,000 feet as the general measure or general textbooks would have you believe.
Are you saying the textbooks are lying to us? Get out of town.
No, that's why they say generally. There's exceptions.
So does the temperature gradient hold true or no?
That's not absolute, no.
So it's not temperature gradient that stays consistent.
The pressure gradient is relatively consistent, but temperature gradient is not.
The pressure gradient stays consistent, you're saying, though?
Because, like I said, near the surface of water.
Because the radiation gets trapped.
Radiation gets trapped.
What's a bigger cause for it?
What's a bigger cause for what?
What permeates through matter, Zanuck?
What's permeates from what?
What's capable of permeating through material matter?
What do you mean permeate?
Like pass through.
No, I can push my hand through sand. Is that permeating?
No, I wasn't speaking in
air.
regards of.
I can permeate. I can permeate and penetrate.
No, I was talking in regards to like something solid.
Yeah, I mean a bullet can go through steel.
I was talking about radiation, Zanuck.
You didn't say that. You just said what permeates through matter, and I go, okay.
I was trying to get you to fucking say it.
See, you made me guess. I had to start guessing. Stupid.
You couldn't Google it, so you didn't know.
I don't Google. I told you that. Even equations I posted on my whatever I remember.
Dude, we don't have to bring you on the Maury show to know that's a fucking lie.
Well, when have last time I Googled anything? If I
Google,
I usually say I'm Googling. If I Google, I usually say I'm Googling.
You do it. So you do Google.
I Google, but I was on
a physics.
I told everybody I was on my physics book when we were talking about temperature and heat.
So
Anyways, what's a bigger cause for? Oh, go ahead.
Does radiation pass through material? Zanny Bar, you there?
Zanny Bars.
It follows the second law of thermodynamics. So the second law of thermodynamics says, actually.
Oh, Zanny Bars. Yo, Zanny Pacquiao. What's a bigger cause for refraction, pressure or temperature?
Pressure.
Then how come, if pressure is a bigger cause for refraction, what's a thermistor do? Can you tell me that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the higher the temperature, the higher the resistance of a particular object, which allows current to flow at a.
What's a thermistor measure?
What's a measure? Temperature.
Not pressure?
No.
Well, I'm just curious because Rumpus is bringing a whole bunch of thermistors, but he's not doing any pressure things, and he's trying to see the refraction, make sure the refraction is good.
It's an indication. If you know what the generally what the pressure is in your area, and then you see temperature, say that's why you have pressure altitude, density altitude based on temperature. You can get a good indication.
But you'd have to measure the pressure in the optical corridor. What's the point if pressure plays a bigger part
then why would you not measure the pressure if you're going to do something refraction based?
It's harder to measure. You can do things.
It's harder to measure. That's why
easier
you're not.
measurement.
That's why you don't measure the pressure, because it's harder to measure.
Yeah, it's more difficult to
What
measure.
do we need to measure pressure? Let's just make sure we're talking about the same thing. What would you use to measure pressure? Maybe this is going to be like the thermometer thing.
A piezoelectric or traditional barometer.
So just a barometer. We don't have to weigh it or anything. Just a barometer.
No, how are you going to weigh? You put air on a
I
scale?
don't know. I didn't know. I don't know that why that would even come into play.
Barometer. Many different types of barometer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that doesn't sound too hard to get a few barometers and measure the pressure. Why is that harder than the temperature? Why is the pressure harder to measure than the temperature?
Because the temperature is more of a direct measurement. The
pressure is so hard to measure that it's not even worth doing if we're trying to do something that is refraction based. You're saying?
Well, it's more
so hard to measure pressure.
It's more. Temperature can vary more than the pressure, and it can be an indication of the density based on the temperature and the pressure.
So now it's not. So why aren't we're doing this scientific thing, right? And we're not going to measure the pressure. That doesn't even sound right. Maybe Rumpus is going to measure the pressure. We'll have to check
as I posted the equation earlier.
Last I knew he was only bringing thermistors.
Yeah, thermistors will.
Does anyone here know about Rumpus's thing? Is anyone even in this room right now? Am I wasting my breath talking to you?
I think.
Yeah,
the temperature.
I'm here.
Jace ran away. Jace ran away earlier.
The density is a more of a viable factor in refraction. This density gradient. I mean, temperatures in there, humidity is in small. They're in the numerators of many of the elements of the equation.
And the density for the density gradient, you need pressure, right?
Well, yeah, pressure for a unit area will be pressure.
I just talked to an air conditioner guy.
If you were doing something refraction based, you would definitely want to measure pressure. But go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, the density variance will be mostly determined by the pressure.
I just talked to an air conditioner guy, and he was explaining to me the BTUs, right, and how the weight is also important when talking about heat. I think I understand it a little better now, because I understand BTUs.
Why was he talking about weight?
Because I was explaining to them that my kid had a temperature, but I didn't weigh him, so I don't know how much heat he had. I was talking to him about that conversation, and he explained BTU. Huh?
Right. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Then you gave you the right answer.
Yeah. So he explained it to me a little better. So.
What about the SEER rating? Did he tell you about that?
Oh,
that's what you want to be asking him about.
I was just thinking like a brisket. If you got a brisket, you smoke it for several hours, the outside of the meat is going to be charred into a bark, but the inside of the meat is just going to be barely up to temperature because of BTUs, right? That makes sense.
Well, the sun is the heat source of Earth, so I mean that's what we should see on Earth, right? Hotter on the outside and then cooler as you get down. What's up, Larry?
You never weighed the sun, Jeremy, so you don't know if it's heat.
Well, I'm just saying with your brisket example, we would is that what we would expect to see on Earth? Hotter on the outside and then cooler on the inside? Because that's where the heat source is of Earth, right?
Well, there's geothermal energy, heat. Well, I guess I shouldn't say heat because I forgot to weigh the Earth, but temperature, right? So there's geothermal temperature from the inside of the Earth, and then the sun gives, temperature from the outside of the Earth.
How's that work exactly where the inside... Is the inside hotter than the outside of Earth?
Compression.
Compression?
Yeah, the way I've heard it described before by Michael J. Smith is the Earth is basically using...
Smith.
Yeah.
Is that a scientist guy or?
No, it's Battle Mod. Well, technically he's a what is that, civil
He's
engineer?
an engineer, yeah, civil engineer.
Right. So the way that he described it, the Earth is a compost, and there's chemical reactions because of the heat and pressure and chemical change.
It's not a chemical reaction. It's just more pressure equals more heat. I mean, that's what it is.
Well, if everything is composting down, then when you have a compost, if you lift it up a little bit, it's actually hot under there because of the breakdown and the chemical change.
It's not a the Earth is not a compost.
So if I have a tank,
So
if I have a tank and pressurize a whole bunch of air in it, that'll just be hotter. That'll be just giving off heat.
Shit, yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
He's not only confident, he said, "Shit, yeah."
Can I heat my house with that, or what's up?
If
How
you put
much
enough
heat is
pressure-
that
you
going to?
put enough pressure in that bottle, yeah, you could.
How
I
much
don't know,
pressure
like
can I make? I'm trying to heat my house for cheap. This sounds like an easy, clean, green way to do this here. How do we get up?
Well, the problem you can't
Let's make
release
some
the
pressure.
You can't release the air in there because it'll cool back down. So you got to use the hot bottle.
Well, heat
So you
radiates.
pressurize
So
the bottle.
that's not
It's super hot. It gets red hot. And just put that in your fireplace, and that'll heat your house a little bit.
It's kind of the point of geothermal energy, though.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of geothermal energy. They use this liquid, glycol. No, not glycol. I forgot the name of the liquid. Anyways, the system in my school, I like the ones with air where it just blows air. That makes sense because then that's like easy. But the ones that use liquid, I'm not a big fan of that. As far as just digging a hole, running some tubes through it, putting a little tiny fan, you got to power. That's fire right there. But the liquid thing's a mess. You have leaks and shit. At least with the air one, like you're good. Seriously, is anyone here still, or?
yeah, I'm
I
just
haven't listened.
thinking it over in my head that my kid, he feels hot. I take him to the doctor, and the doctor's like, "But did you weigh him?"
Again,
I
you
mean,
need
the
that for how
doctors.
much ice. You need that to figure out how much ice you need to cool them down.
Zanuck, how about that? The experiment I posed to Jace. You think that's an experiment we did there? I see an effect. I predict what's causing the effect, and I predict how much the effect will be. I then go measure the effect a whole bunch of places, and I match my prediction. So now the cause. I've just done an experiment on that. Would you agree with that? Zanuck.
Me? Oh,
Yeah,
you did an
yeah,
experiment
yeah.
showing the cause and effect relationship, causation.
Did you hear what I said? We have an
Partially.
effect.
Yeah.
Listen to me. We have an effect. We make a prediction on how much the effect should be in what scenarios. Okay, I presume a cause of the effect. I then go measure the effect in a whole bunch of different scenarios, and I have now just done an experiment showing the cause of my effect. You down with this or what?
Yeah, you're showing that causation can be correlation, or correlation can cause causation.
Do you think that was an experiment we just did?
Well, I don't know what tests you were doing. It all depends on the test you were doing.
I just told you everything we did. This is all we're going to
You
do. We're
said
going to make a
you did some
prediction.
experiments. You said what?
We see it. Listen to me. We have an effect. We see this effect. I make a prediction on what's causing the effect.
Okay.
I then go measure the effect in a whole bunch of different situations or scenarios. And I have now shown that was the cause. I've now done an experiment to show the cause of the effect.
Now you have to quantify
Like that?
it.
Yeah, I mean, you're telling me that you've made a bunch of measurements and saw the effect of those measurements on this phenomena, and now you're saying now we understand the cause of the effect based on those measurements.
Now you have to quantify it.
Hold on. Because we did an experiment just there. Because we went and measured it over and over again, and we had a prediction. Don't forget the prediction.
So you're saying that we can't do an experiment by just doing measurements. We have to actually do something else. Is that what you're getting at?
I'm asking you if did we just do an experiment is the question, sir.
Yeah, that's a type of experiment, observational experiments, or are
That's an
valid.
experiment, and we now know the cause of the effect via this
You
experiment.
can't, yeah, to a certain degree, yes, of course.
Huh. You heard because it was Bob. That's why you're agreeing with this. He's your
I
Glover
didn't
daddy.
hear anything Bob said.
Yeah, okay.
I have never heard this argument before ever.
You heard me talking with Jace just now.
I
Stop
never
lying.
heard this. I was
Why
out.
you always lie? And
I was not listening. I'm seriously, I have no idea what you're talking about. I left when I started. I had to stop. I was laughing so hard, my eyes were.
just stop, dude. That's not even funny, dude. Heat and temperature, really?
No, the way it wasn't like playing. It wasn't like at your expense. It was good questions, but
No,
you
Jace
you
was
play
saying
along,
some
and you're like
stupid
asking him, "Hey,
pedantic.
come on, man! Tell me the truth. What's going on here?" And then it just was
Dude,
going back and forth. It was hilarious. I mean, it was really funny.
Jace was playing some stupid pedantic game. Okay, it was
That's why it was
ridiculous.
funny.
I don't know why
That's why it was
Pedantic
funny.
you thought that was funny. That was
semantics.
a
I mean, I wouldn't
huge
if I
waste
wouldn't
of
have heard it from
time.
the beginning. I would not know what he was talking about as far as like the mass and everything. And unfortunately, at the same time, I was looking at my chemistry or the physics book and saw these equations. Like right when he said it, I was looking right at that equation. I was
Oh,
like,
you
oh,
just
okay.
happened to be looking at a physics book?
No, I pulled the physics book up to give you some definitions. Remember, I was reading them. I forget so quickly. I was reading the definition of heat and temperature and the effects of both. And how to differentiate. Before I opened the book, I talked about what heat was compared to what temperature was. But then I pulled the book out, and as I'm looking at it, he starts throwing these equations out. And then something came up about the mass. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about mass for? Then I started joking with him, like, oh, I know why you need the mass because the total heat is.
Okay, real
You also,
quick, Xanax, you're on a tear, bro. Hold on,
I know,
slow
right?
down, Xanax. I like how you objected with Jace on the true and false thing in science. Now, what does science say about true? The word true and false.
If something is true and when something is false, false, it doesn't pass the mustard test.
That's the scientific definition of false. That's how
Pass the mustard
that's
test.
how they define it. Doesn't pass the mustard.
That's right.
Science.
And the truth passes the ketchup test.
Dude, I can't with you guys anymore. I
I'm
mean,
already at it. I can't do it either. I can't. Dude, my energy station. I'm done. I'm jello right now.
You've been done.
Okay. I can always rally when
seriously,
need to.
bro, this is borderline ridiculous. The shit I got to deal with you guys.
I can pull out the high school
Doesn't cut the mustard.
and see what
You want
it says about truth.
For how pedantic Jace was just being, you're going to tell me in the science world, true false means doesn't cut the mustard, bro? Come on, dude.
Hey, Jeremy, not to change the subject, but you, oh, excuse me. Hold on. Did you ever talk to your math teacher about that whole distancing thing with the square and all that?
I got Kosho redoing it. Don't fret. I'm on it.
Okay.
Kosho's redoing it. We're going to get a square. Nice and easy. Easy peasy.
Just
Lemon
making sure we're
squeezy.
still making some progress.
I heard we're having a karaoke night. Xanax gonna sing Britney Spears.
Oops, I did it again. I rumpused you all with verbal diarrhea.
I'm not that innocent.
Oh, pedantic semantics. Xanax pedantic semantics.
Ketchup and mustard science.
That's right.
If you're doing the pizza when you should be doing the French fries, you're not gonna have a good time.
No ketchup on my pizza.
I'm going through my pics, and you guys won't believe what I found. Did you guys know that NASA has a Walk of Fame thing on the
Oh, yeah,
sidewalk?
the astronauts. Yeah, the astronauts have a star in Hollywood.
Hollywood star, buddy.
Look at that, man.
The astronauts. Yeah. Good stuff.
They don't hide it from you, do they?
Nope.
Nope.
Right in your face. The astronauts.
I spent several hours thinking about imagining having billions of dollars, right? And all the ability just to go buy 50 cars and not even affect you, right? At some point, it must become like anything else, even at our level, we become bored of things.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get the same reaction, same sensation, right? So what do you live for at this point when money doesn't give you the sensation or satisfaction? Now, if you're an evil bastard, I'd imagine that a form of psychological trickery is because it's emotional based, right? So to get an emotional reaction, you have to play the emotional game. And I think when you become unemotional to money, then there's no emotional reward to many things. And you got either two things: a form of philanthropy that does generally help, and then a form of philanthropy that does bring about an agenda.
Wow, that's very.
Well, think about it.
It's amazingly insightful on your part. First thing I've heard out of you that is
Yeah,
that level.
yeah. So the point.
I agree, because right now I'm at the point in my life where suddenly money doesn't matter anymore. Could care less. I mean, I need it. You need it to survive and have fun, but the fun things aren't like they used to be. So what are you really living for, right? Yeah, good point.
Cocaine just doesn't have the same drive as it used to.
You know, physical
So
thing,
basically,
philanthropy thing, banging away with your girlfriend, whatever it takes. And those are things that kind of take over now.
so
Most
basically,
billionaires
what?
say that it was the experience of getting to the top, not being at the top, that was fulfilling.
Yeah, most of those guys, you
So
know.
damn, Zanuck.
What?
Every time I try to say
We were
something.
exactly at the same time. That was not me. Go ahead, though.
Okay, so basically, what that argument entails is that once you get to the top and you have all that power, you want to keep the power, gain more power, but it's not so much about gaining power and keeping power and all that stuff. It's about not letting others have that power. So what you would do is you would feed them a worldview that dictates that there's some sort of cosmic accident. Their life doesn't have any value. And recently, Neil deGrasse Tyson has switched it up. He used to say that we're mold on bread, and then he started to realize that, people don't like it when you tell them this sort of thing. So recently on Joe Rogan, I heard him talking about how special you are, and all the stuff where he's completely did a 180 on you're just mold on bread to you're so special because out of all the possible human beings that could possibly live, you exist when all those other ones don't exist. Therefore, you're special because there's so many genetic combinations and so many different yous that could have been, but you're the you and not them other yous that don't exist and never will exist.
Sounds like something.
He just tries to make people's mind blow. Like, that's all he's there to do. Go ahead, bro.
Just on a side note, if you Google does heat cause water to boil, there's going to be a lot of people that are fucking morons and don't know its temperature or energy.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, when he said you got to weigh it, I mean, that was the first time I ever heard that shit. You don't know the difference between heat and temperature. You forgot to weigh it. Like, that's not a colloquial norm. That's definitely something that exists in the realm of scientists.
Not really. It's heat. Like I said, it's the total energy of a system, total kinetic energy of a system. So, how would you know how much energy in that system if you have without knowing the mass? Kind of makes sense, right? It's
Yeah, if you're talking about BTUs and air conditioners, yeah. But without that frame of reference that you're talking about in a system, how much mass does it have? How much is the complete amount of energy in the system? Yeah, without that little caveat, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you don't know the difference between heat and temperature? Like, no, motherfucker, why don't you tell me? What's the difference between heat and temperature?
And you got it.
So yeah, when you're talking about the total energy in a system, yeah, you need to know how much, like you said, quote unquote mass, or whatever word you want to use there.
Kinetic energy.
Right.
When he said it's a combination of all the
It definitely explains why science isn't settled, because if you can, change the words around like that and
Actually, no,
not
he said all the energy. Sorry, he said the internal energy, the enthalpy, the entropy, everything. That was the total heat in the system.
and that's the definition of heat or total heat in the system.
Right, not just the kinetic energy. Well, total kinetic energy, but he also said all the other energy too.
Entropy, enthalpy.
Well, the entropy is the energy that can't do any work. The enthalpy is the energy that can do work. There's kinetic energy, which is energy that's objects in motion, mass that's in motion. All that added together is the total heat of the system. I think about that one.
I just wish that I could hear J. Ace and Demok get into it one real good time. Anybody got that recorded?
Jason Demock? I don't think that's going to go very.
Oh, that would be great. That would be fantastic, because they're speaking two totally different languages. That'd be a good time.
Where's your demonstration? Does anybody else think Demock sounds like Sling Blade?
He sounds like Wolfman Jack. That movie? He sounds like Wolfman Jack.
Mustard and biscuits.
Gator Goma. You ever seen Sling Blade then?
Zanuck is
so.
Sling Blade.
Sounds familiar, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, it was Billy Bob Thornton.
And Dwight
played the
Yoakam.
main character. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what you doing with that lawnmower blade in your hand, boy? I aim to kill you with it.
It's a really good movie. You should watch it, Danik. Another good one's Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck the blockchain.
Yeah.
Getting out of here. I spec you want them chains knocked off.
QE loves to quote that movie. He's got a little famous quote he does on. Is you is or is you ain't my constituent?
Right. My favorite quote in that whole movie was, what is this meat that we're eating here? He's talking about the soup. He's like, oh, that's the horse. We killed her about last week. I think it's starting to turn. Talk about the meat was going bad. Man. I love that movie. They say it's like a mirror of the Odyssey. Sirens. The three women that were washing their clothes. Don't seek the treasure. It's a bushwhack. I love that movie. I actually have the CD of the soundtrack. And I had this friend, his wife was learning the guitar, and one day I came over, and she started singing Big Rock Candy Mountain, playing it on the guitar. And I was like, not impressed. because I didn't know about the movie. And then later on, when I watched the movie, I was like, damn, she was killing it, and I didn't even praise her. I didn't even say how good it was. I was just like, what are you playing? Big Rock Candy Mountain. If y'all haven't heard that song, it's definitely a good one. All the cops have wooden legs, and the hens lay soft-boiled eggs. Yeah, man, I enjoy these conversations, but they would be so much more fruitful if everybody could be honest. And I say on both sides. I'm sure that there's dishonesty on the flat earth side, although it doesn't seem to be as prevalent, and I could be biased. In fact, I probably am biased, but it's like if you can't prove anything because science doesn't prove things, then what the fuck are you Globers here teaching us for? If you can't prove anything, then basically we're arguing for no fucking reason because none of this can be proven. It's only a certain amount of justification for your belief. And I didn't think science was like that. I never thought science was like that. I always thought that science was the shit because of the process of elimination. So it's like Clue, right? I'm sure you guys have played the game or you watch murder mysteries and like you're trying to eliminate this person. Well, they got a good motive, right? So it's not that guy. And this person didn't have the means because they were unconscious at the time in the hospital. So it wasn't this guy, you know. And it's like this person doesn't have any arms. So he couldn't have stabbed her 15 times in the chest. So it's not that guy. And then it's like, okay, this is the only guy who had done it. And can you imagine a scientist going into court? Science doesn't prove things, guys. And the lawyers are like, but we have a process of elimination. And we eliminated all the other possibilities. And the only one left is this guy. Well, that doesn't prove anything. Well, science says it doesn't prove anything. I mean, if I ever go to court, I'm going to bring a scientist in there, one of these anti-flat earthers. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I got a special witness here, Your Honor. Take the stand. Yeah, this court's trying to prove something. Can you prove things in science? Oh, no, you can't prove things in science. Case dismissed. We got you on video from 3 different angles, but you can't prove things with science, so you didn't commit the crime. There's no proof. There's only justified belief. You can't convict somebody on justified belief. What did he say? Statistical belief? What did J.A. say? I got it pulled up on my phone here. I looked up the Wikipedia. Am I talking to myself?
I'm listening.
Okay. Confidence interval is a range of estimate for an unknown parameter. A confidence interval is computed at a designated confidence level. The 95% confidence level is the most common, but there are other levels, such as 90 or 99, are sometimes used. The confidence level represents a long-run portion of corresponding CIs that contains the true value of the parameter. For example, all the intervals compute to 95% level, 95% of them should contain the parameter's true value.
Hey, DMOC, Jay said that you can't demonstrate anything using a ball.
Man, what the hell does he know? That motherfucker shouldn't open his mouth. He can't prove shit.
All DMOC's got is a sticker ball.
I mean, you take this sticker and shove it up your nose. Where is DMOC here?
That Mock was muted. I unmuted him.
Oh, welcome back,
shit.
DMOC. I was hoping you'd come around today, Democ. How you doing, bud?
I'm good, just eating some taters and biscuits.
Who gives a fuck how I'm doing?
Show me a ball with the water on the gas and a fishing pole.
I think this is the best cigar I've ever smoked in my life.
I'm just wondering why you guys haven't sent me no taters.
Tater.
Democ, you smoke cigars? You smoke cigars, Democ?
Full of weed.
Right?
Well, I'm smoking a bong though, dude, after hearing Extremis choking on his, man.
I smoke blunts.
What kind of weed you got, Stremmy?
Nothing else. I don't smoke cigarettes or anything.
I heard you smoke pickles.
No, that's your job.
I heard you're a pickle puffer.
No, that's subcontracted to you. I said, we don't know nothing about pickles down here, but where he's from, he likes to tickle itchy pickles.
That boy's like some spicy pickles.
Peter Puffers.
Premises, you're hot micing, dude. Can hear you spanking.
Who'd you say I should debate?
Oh, J.
Jay.
I can't be hot micing. I have it pushed to talk. I'm not hot micing.
Did you have to put your wiener down to check?
I mean, I'm doing it right now, but you just can't hear that part. But that's okay.
Mustard and biscuits.
How'd that tennis racket ever go for your buddy? You ever finish that up?
Yeah, I string about, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 rackets a month.
And then you just smack it right over your head right after you're done, or what?
I mean, that's all what flat smacking's about.
Flat smacking. I've smoked a cigar down to a roach. It's the best cigar I've ever smoked. And it's like not even an inch long now. And usually I can't smoke them past like 5 inches. This is a good cigar.
Do you actually inhale it, or do you just kind of like puff on?
Oh, I just puff and blow out. I take a deep breath.
Inhale them. I mean, maybe
Okay.
a hair that you might have to sometimes every once in a while, but you're not supposed to inhale them like that.
I might get a little bit inhaled, but it's not like a direct hit like you would weed.
Right. Like the THC now, you inhale that. But don't hold it in no more than like 3 seconds, or else, you might lose a brain cell.
That's some bad science right there. You know where that came from?
No, I don't know. Just something my sister told me, really. She's like, no
Yeah.
more than 3 seconds. You don't want your face to explode.
So basically, Nixon asked for a scientific report on marijuana, and it came back as harmless. Right? You can go back and see the drug study that they did, and they give this guy like a glass what looks like water, but it's really like THC. And they were like, "Would you like to participate in this experiment again?" And the guy, it's like way back in the day, is like, "Oh, sure, anytime, day or night, you just let me know." So he didn't like the results, so he trashed them. And then he said, "I want a scientific study showing me negative results." So what they did was they took some Colombian grade marijuana and they hooked it up to a gas mask. And they tied the monkey down and they pumped him full of pure smoke for 5 minutes. right? So if you don't have oxygen for 5 minutes, what happens?
You'll die.
You lose brain cells.
You'll pass out or something. Yeah. After
So
15 minutes, you'll be a vegetable, maybe.
yeah, so these monkeys had like, brain damage because they didn't have any oxygen for 5 minutes, right? Because it's not like you normally smoke a blunt like puff, puff, pass. And then like 3 or 4 people, it comes back around and you're like breathing that whole time, unless you're like me and you can iron lung that shit and you don't breathe out till the blunt comes back around. But I digress. But my point is that they asked for bad science and then they published that everywhere that marijuana kills brain cells. And actually, it's been known recently that marijuana protects your brain, especially when you're drinking, right? Because you all know that if you drink a 6-pack every week and then you smoke a blunt and drink that 6-pack, you might get sick and puke, right? Because what does marijuana do? It makes everything better, right? It makes sex better. You could be eating kitty litter and smoke a blunt and be like, this is crunchy. It makes everything better. So if you drink 6 beers normally and then you smoke a blunt, boom, it's like, why did I puke? Oh, it intensifies everything. So that way, marijuana protects you from alcohol poisoning when you're doing heavy drinking, like in a college setting, because you'll puke before you ever get to the point of poisoning.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm definitely pro marijuana.
I was one.
Huh?
I could totally tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's, DuPont fucking really did a number, dude. That's just what happens with these corporations that get so fucking powerful, man. It's like they get to the point where they could just fucking push everybody out, and then they create restrictions within their own industry, and those restrictions aren't necessarily hindering them because they know how to like mitigate it. But as far as like the other potential competitors coming in the industry, it doesn't look too appetizing to want to have to deal with all the bullshit, and it's what the fuck they do.
I do got to say, I got a pretty good buzz going on from the cigar. I didn't start smoking cigars till I turned 40. Isn't that crazy?
What kind of cigar are you smoking? The El Douche?
Well, at first it was Colombian Rejects, but recently I got a hold of this one. Let's see, what is this? 1990 Vintage Toro. Oh, come on. Turn on the light here. That might have the name. Damn, I can't read it. It's too dark. OINT Ointage? Quintage? No. QINTAGE 1990. Maybe that's a OINTAGE. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I know where I got it from. I smoked a cigarette when I was like 19, and it didn't do anything for me, so I never smoked again. And I used to be very against tobacco. I used to be like, oh, that shit's stupid. Why would anybody do that? And someone said, Larry, you're talking about Marlboro. You're not talking about like tobacco from the jungle. Like there's medicinal purposes for tobacco. And then I saw this brain doctor. He said that when you do certain things, it increases your dopamine and you get like a good feeling from it. So like when you smoke a cigarette, it goes up like 2.5, and when you do meth, it goes up like 5. And I'm sure not going to do any fucking meth, but tobacco is pretty much a natural plant. And I've just about
We
smoked
might
this
have
thing.
to edit this. We might have to edit this shit out.
Oh yeah, it's bad. You don't like tobacco?
Nah, I smoke. I was just talking about the other part, but I was also being fun.
Okay.
My sense of humor is a little weird.
That's fine. My sense of humor is way the fuck off compared to most people. My little boy, though, he tells some racist ass jokes, and he's like the most non-racist person. But he'll tell some jokes like something about, how many blank can fit in an ashtray. I'm like, huh? It's like, that is some racist ass jokes. Fucking. And I didn't even laugh the first time. I was just like jaw dropped. Like, oh, like I can't believe my little boy said that. Like, where'd you get this joke from? Like, oh, I heard it on the internet. His sense of humor is like deep, dark, like worse than mine. But I like stand-up comedy. George Carlin, Cat Williams, Robin Williams. Some funny motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, it sucks what happened to that guy.
George Carlin?
No, the other guy, Robert Williams.
Oh yeah. Robin Williams. Yeah. It's what they said happened, right? So if you take a look at George Carlin's last stand-up, he's talking mad shit about Bush's mama. And you know how he was. Like, he was rapping without the beat. You know what I'm saying? And he was talking so much mad shit about George Bush and his mama. I think they got his ass, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, George Carlin, it's the one where he says, "It's a big club and you ain't in it."
What up, Steve?
Hey, not much. How's it going?
Hey, I know Steve. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Larry. How you doing,
Hey,
buddy?
good, bro. I ain't heard your voice in a while. Where you been?
Oh, quiet mostly.
Hmm.
I just don't talk so much anymore, Larry.
Okay, well, good to hear your voice. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks.
Yeah, Steve was actually one of the people that I got along great with over there. What was that Discord channel with Nathan and QE?
Pseudoverse sign.
Yeah. Yeah, I got along good
Got
with
that back
Steve.
up and running. That's back up now.
Mm. Thought I'd go over there and ask him about the swinger effect. See what those anti-ether people want to say about it. I'm just curious because okay, if we assume that what they said is true and they pulled a particle out of thin air and they created electrons and got more energy out than they put in. So either, if that's true, let's just assume that's true. Either A, it's a first law violation, or B, they pulled it from the background medium that we've been talking about this whole time, that science admits that it exists. They just don't call it ether. They call it quantum foam or 0 point energy. But they literally pulled it out of thin air, a partial vacuum. So I'm curious. how that conversation would go, or if I would just get muted and say that, the Schwinger effect is pseudoscience. I guess somebody give me a invitation to science versus pseudoscience, if you got it. My son just sent me a Vsauce short about O.J. Simpson, about his book, I Did It. As soon as I found out it was Vsauce, I turned it off. How does he start his videos? Hey, Vsauce. Like, no, Vsauce is the YouTube channel. I'm not Vsauce. Why do you keep calling me Vsauce? He says, hey, Vsauce, James here, or whatever his name is. What's his name? I don't remember. It's only been about 8 years since I watched any of his videos. You guys need a topic? Want me to come up with a topic? Let's see what would be a good topic. Okay, I got a topic. So I have this theory that the United States of America no longer exists and we are now the United States of Ukraine. Does anybody disagree?
What was the question?
I have a theory that we're no longer the United States of America and we are the United States of Ukraine now. Because what do we get? $100 trillion. What do we get? What do we get out of that deal? Because that's a pretty penny, right?
Oh, man, it's probably just some weird power play.
United States of Ukraine.
Just think if we can take Ukraine over, dude, we're pretty much at Russia's doorsteps at that point.
Yeah, Russia has to win this war. I mean, if we lost, or if Ukraine lost, like, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? They just, remain some of their land taken away. But that's the price they pay for going against I forget what the name of the deal, the treaty deal. What was it, in the early 90s? Gorbachev, tear down that wall. And they were like, okay, we'll tear down the wall, but if you encroach 1 inch on our border, then the deal's off. And it's like, well, we'll just take this Baltic state and that Baltic state, and we'll induct that in the European Union, we'll induct that one in the UN. So we broke the deal, but Russia's the bad guy. So I don't see how Russia can lose this war. How is it possible that they can lose this war and be okay? Because if we, push Russia back, let's say we keep throwing dollar bills at Putin, and they actually push them back somehow. Once they push Russia back and they establish the old borders, well, then we're just going to build more germ labs and more military bases surrounding Moscow. So how's that going to be good for anybody? How's that going to be good for us? I mean, not to mention the whole the Kung Flu, right? And I heard an interesting thing. I'm going to try to say it where everybody can understand it, but so basically, let's say there was a lab, and this lab had a coffee shop, and the people that worked at the lab, they went to the basement because there was a coffee shop down there. And let's say that there was a breakout, like a prison breakout, right? And it broke out in that coffee shop. And, the coffee shop is a lot like any other market, right? So you would say that, oh, the prison break, it came out from the coffee shop. Well, that's because, it was in the coffee shop was where all the employees at the prison went to drink coffee. So they broke out in the coffee shop. It didn't break out in the coffee shop. They broke out from the prison, but the people went to the coffee shop. So it would look like that coffee market would be the origin of the Kung Flu. But really, it would be the prison, right? And then the people that worked at the lab/prison, they went to the coffee market, and then they would get the blame for it, right? Because that's where the cases started breaking out. But it really wasn't the coffee market at all. It was really, the prison, where the prison break was. Anyway, what do you guys think about that? Does that make sense?
I wasn't following
Yeah, I
that
think
well.
it's fake.
It's fake.
Yeah, the Kung Flu or the president coffee shop is all fake.
Yeah, I was busy doing shit, dude. So, but I was trying to hang in there.
It's all good. We're just talking about the market, how they say it came from the market. But if all the employees from the prison lab went to the coffee market, then they would say, "Oh yeah, all these cases found in the market, it must have came from the market." Well, the people that worked in the prison lab went to the coffee market, and that's where it originated from. I mean, this is a YouTube video that I'm quoting. I don't know why I'm having to go through great lengths to disguise my true meaning, but it would make sense that they would call it the coffee market as the place of origin rather than the prison lab.
So has anybody looked into ether flow energy or radiant energy yet?
Yeah, there's a couple experiments you can do by harnessing ground energy by putting copper wires in the ground.
Oh, you're talking about a ground generator, also known as a ground battery.
It's very weak, apparently, but if you do it longer coils, apparently you need as much as you put in. I guess you can't get 1-to-1 on it, but you need to put quite a bit in to get some charge.
Well, it has diminishing returns. So if you set up one ground battery, you get about 2 volts. But if you set up like 6 of them, you're going to have like About 5 or 6 volts, because it has diminishing returns with these ground batteries.
Yeah, not a 1-to-1. Yeah, that's what I was told. Really, I wouldn't. I haven't applied that knowledge.
Yeah, there's this YouTuber. He's a British guy, and I'm always like watching his stuff because he comes up with some cool ass shit, different ways to create, electricity from the surrounding forces and energy of the Earth. He's the one that did it. He has an awesome YouTube channel. Showed us how to make fucking solar panels out of like copper wire and fucking Coke cans, soda cans.
Yeah, you guys are
Yeah,
talking about getting energy from the earth, right?
Yeah,
I'm talking
ground
about a
battery.
whole new different kind of energy that's been withheld from us for about 130 years, I'd say, give or take.
You're talking about Tesla's ethereal energy, right? Deriving from the air. The problem with that is that you still need energy to put in to get energy out. So for instance, if you, I seen a demonstration done with a little 9-volt battery and somewhat of a ad hoc, let's say, it would look like a laser gun, but it would be just a way to converge radio signals into a point. And to do that, you can get a charge, but you still need to produce a charge to interact with the charge in the medium. So, for instance, if a satellite was emitting a signal, technically it's emitting energy. Anytime there's a satellite or any kind of electromagnetic frequency, it's energy, right? So as that travels, you can technically pick it up and see that there's an energy in there, but you can't just harness it without applying energy. So there's this conundrum when it's called free energy. There's sort of this conundrum with it because you need to put a 1-to-1 return. What you put in is what you get out is not necessarily true. I don't think entirely, but I haven't done these experiments. I've only just watched them online.
Yeah, this is really freaked out. This is, and somebody asked me if I was arguing against the ether a couple of months ago. It might have seemed that way.
You did.
But this is something solid that I found out while I was researching. So there's different kinds of stuff here. There's what you're talking about, data, the battery kind of, that kind of ether separated from electric flow. Then there's the other kind of ether that he says comes from the sun and from space, which he harnessed using a certain device that he said he could collect this energy from, which came from the sun and from space, day or night, more in the daytime, obviously, because of the sun. And he was able to power machines with it.
Yeah, so you have to transfer that energy from something, right? So it has to be like the idea is that you put copper wires in around certain metals in a certain atmosphere will produce a magnetic field, which is a form of energy, right? And through that form of energy, you're trying to extract that ether energy. Do you follow what I'm saying? I mean, that's how I understand it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, just correct me. I'm going on.
Well,
my limited
you're almost
understanding
there.
of the
What
world.
he did was he took an electric current and he made it flow through a magnet. And what he realized was he was able to split the current. By accident, of course, he first realized that once he put the current through a powerful magnet, what he saw was on one side, he saw like a bluish electron kind of a flow. And on the other side, he saw like a white flow. It was like a cold energy. And he called it ether flow, radiant energy. It's a total whole different thing. Think of it as splitting electricity, as crazy as it sounds.
I told him you're the new ether expert on the block.
Hardly, bro. This is just a couple of weeks, maybe a month or so research.
So the ether is essentially space time, right? That's just the equivalent.
No, I don't do that kind of thing. I don't do that kind of.
But
I'm
essentially,
talking
that's what it
about
is.
solid stuff that I found, not pie in the sky, empty space, and that kind of stuff. I'm talking about I found something solid, concrete, repeatable.
No, ether is not space time. That's
No,
that's
Well,
that's
it's
no.
if you were looking at inverting an already philosophy, or I mean, obviously, you're going to have to rebuke a philosophy, you're going to have to replace it with another one, a better explanation, right? That's essentially what happened. They're claiming to prove gravity and claiming to prove space-time with probability predictions, right? Because it's essentially what it comes down to is just the best probability from the theory, right? So
No,
just
this
like
has
the
nothing to do with space time, Theta. Nothing to do with
no,
space time.
I'm just saying the philosophy between the blanket, the field that blankets the Earth, whatever it is. You remove you remove our medium of living, and yet there is this apparent acting at a distance, action at a distance process, right? Through the tiniest level. Like the point is that when you're looking at this splitting and observation, again, what are you talking about? Harnessing energy that's already there, but the process of harnessing that energy is going to require an input of energy. That's my point. So it's not like you found something new. The idea is, what energy do you need to input to harness that energy that you're talking about? That would be the solution.
I don't know if we're trying to come up with a solution as much as he was just trying to mention something. And Essie, if you got a video on that, I'll share my screen and play it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll send you something, bro, because I know you're gonna be one of the people that are gonna look at it. I'll send you something real good that you can sink your teeth into.
Yeah, I'll play it on my screen and share it, so everyone that wants to tap into it can look.
Oh, you
Same
guys
time.
want to do it? All right. You ready to freak out? Okay, here goes.
Let's get
Let me
freaky.
find it. Let me find it.
Do you guys know what happens with? Is there an effect with vinegar and copper? By any chance, does that bring any bell to anybody?
Never heard of it.
Maybe I got the. Hold on, I have to go back and look that up.
You're talking about the thing with space time when you have copper and vinegar. You want me to do them like you just did you, Essie?
Yeah, there's a vinegar tensor equation that you should look up.
Vinegar tensor equation. All right, touche.
Here, this is one of them. If you want to play this. This is actual demonstration.
These are actual facts to snack on and chew.
Oh yeah, you can
Sorry,
chew on this.
are you
You
sending?
can. Yeah.
You sending it to me or you posting it?
I posted in live stream.
All
I
right,
guess
I'll click on
everybody.
it.
Yeah. This is mind-blowing stuff, but it might get a little boring, but not for people that
Oh yeah,
are.
this is Eric Dollard. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's brilliant. Yeah, I'll definitely play this.
Yeah,
I
this
might
is
have already seen this
actual
one, but I'll
demo.
play it.
Cool.
This is no frills, no thrills, real deal shit we could do. Real deal Holyfield shit.
This is real deal, bro. This is real deal. No pie in the sky shit here.
But what about the space time now?
Now that's pie in the sky.
Yeah, but this is the ether space time thing Data was talking about.
No, if you were close, I'd slap you. I know you're kidding. You guys want to blow your mind? Watch this.
What does mainstream science say this white
All
shit
right.
is?
I'm gonna share my screen right now. So just click on it. I'm gonna start broadcasting in like 4 seconds.
Cool.
What does mainstream science say this? Well, we're still gonna talk though, right? Or
of course.
Are we shutting this whole thing down?
Well,
What
whoever
does
wants to watch
mainstream
it and
science?
comment on it.
What does mainstream science say this white shit is?
I don't even think mainstream science has a clue, bro, or wants to know.
Like, do they make any claims as to what that is or what?
I really don't know, bro. I honestly.
They gotta have something for it. They have to explain everything. Otherwise, what,
Me, when I saw this, I blew my mind. I said, how is it possible that nobody has freaking heard about this? How is this possible?
So, I can't watch the video right now. Could you give me a short update on it?
Yeah, sure. The video goes through this white ether energy, this ether flow, radiant energy, and actually does a demonstration on it, showing the lamp, showing the circuits. Like right now, he's if anybody's an electrician, you should be freaking out right now. So basically, you're going to see this ether flow energy that I've been talking about. Real proof. And I can tell you that some stuff that it does after that's going to blow your guy's mind. And nobody knows about it. I'll give you a little hint. It can kill germs in the air. Yeah, you heard me correctly.
Oh, imagine if you had something. Imagine if that's what the Great Pyramid did. And it just killed all they were like, yo, we're just going to build this giant fucking thing that kills all the germs.
Yeah, bro.
In the whole fucking land. And we're going to build this thing so big, it's going to kill all the fucking germs in Egypt.
Yeah, I mentioned that because of what's been happening the past couple of years. Imagine this technology, couple of these units in the city, cures everything.
That's
None
what I
of that
mean, bro.
shit
Yeah,
that
you
we.
put that on. Yeah, you put a giant one in every city or something, or just one giant one in the middle of America. Say we do some giant construction project, build a huge pyramid in the middle of America so that it spreads out and just fucking. Then you don't have to have 100 of these things going. You just have one.
Yeah.
That's how you do it right there.
Look, he wanted to broadcast and electricity like Wi-Fi. Just like we have Wi-Fi now. Imagine your house, no wires at all. Nothing.
Oh, dude, you
No
know what
wires.
if you had a wire company, do you know how much money you would pay to stop this from happening?
Well, it already did. JP Morgan saw this coming and he bought out everything has to do with that. Poles, towers,
Sure.
wires, copper. He bought it all, bro. Yep.
Sure, if you're in the wire business, just like if you're in any business and something comes threatens you, you're going to try to, shut it down at least. Like, because I mean, what do you do if you can't sell wires anymore?
Yeah, he already did it. What you said, what you just figured out has been done. Research it. JP Morgan.
Come on, well, you sound like some kind of conspiracy kook.
I know I sound crazy. I know. If only if it
Fucking
wasn't
crazy.
true.
You know how many people would have to be in on that?
No,
Fucking
almost be
janitors
like
at
Santa
JP
Claus.
Morgan. I would know because I'm in the janitorial clique here, and they would have told me.
You would have been in the loop, no doubt.
Yeah, you can't get away with this without all the janitors at JP Morgan knowing. I'm just saying.
I mean, wireless electricity supply doesn't sound that unlikely, right? Aren't there already such
We use
things?
it now.
Yeah.
It's not only is it highly likely, it's used now. Maybe not in this sense, but they are using it with those little things you set your phone or your Apple Watch on.
Yeah, but we're talking about complete wireless. We're talking about no contact at all.
Yeah,
from
but if you
any
had a
distance.
giant one of the, I know if you had a giant one of those things and it was giving off more electricity or something, yeah, you could just bring your phone within range.
Picture like the way you receive from a radio tower your phone signal. Well, picture a couple of those things around, and you just get energy out of it, no matter where you are, your car, your backyard, anywhere. You just turn
Oh
on the
my
thing and
God,
it works.
dude! Do you know how much money oil companies and just so many sectors would lose on that? Like, what do? You're not going to be selling oil anywhere near that anymore. And the batteries, now you don't even need batteries either. You have
That's why they
electric
shut
cars
it down.
just getting
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you have electric cars just being powered on demand, basically.
Yeah, you don't have to plug in your Tesla. You just get it out of the air, bro. This is what we're talking about here. Revolutionary.
That's what's up.
130-year-old technology, bro.
Oh, damn, is Zanik here? I wanted to ask him. Oh no, I think we went through it with Rumpus's whole test. Has anyone seen Rumpus lately? And I was trying to holler at Riggs earlier, but he bounced. I don't know. Is he here right now? I can't look at my phone.
Yeah, Rumpus was around the other day in VC. Next level.
You guys still be fucking with him?
No, in the tech. Sorry, I said VC. He was in the tech. No, he doesn't come in because he wants to show. He wants to show his screen and take over voice and all that crap. So, you know Rumpus, right?
That doesn't sound like Rumpus. What did you catch that thing with Zanik with the heat earlier? What did he say? He said, they were laughing at me because science has heat defined some other way. But then he told me, fuck, what did he tell me that doesn't cut the mustard earlier? Were you listening to that? I said, what does science say about true or false? I said, what does science say about true or false? He goes, well, science says if it's false, then it doesn't cut the mustard. Really?
Zanik, yeah.
After they were just laughing at me because I said heat is temperature or whatever. We're doing this. Jace was doing this little pedantic game, but I've never seen him do before. It's very disappointing.
The Zanik shuffle.
I mean, I expect that out of other people, not Jace, though.
See that shit? Die slow. Just check out the video, guys, man. Check this dude out. Check this energy out.
Is he doing it?
Yeah.
And it's
got
white?
the setup.
Is it white?
Well, it doesn't have the lights now. Now he's doing something else. He's explaining how the machine. When the light bulbs come, I'll tell you if that's what you want to see.
How does he know that's ether, though? How do they know like that is actually ether?
Well, you're going to see because the bulb, first of all, it's going to explain you the bulb. The bulb doesn't have gas in it like the regular bulbs. It has a vacuum, and it has a single coil, has a big gap. He explains it. And you see, like, it doesn't produce heat. It's cold light. And when you put your hand to it, it has like a pushing
Zero
force.
heat. Zero
Heat. This is
That's
cold
not
energy,
even
by the way.
possible.
I'm
It's not
telling you,
even
man.
possible.
Oh, this is
Doesn't sound
freaky. This is.
possible.
That's what I thought, man. Until I
Light with
started
no
researching.
heat.
Reminds me of this magician movie, like Prestige or how it's called.
Hold on. How do you know what the heat is if you didn't weigh it, though? That's the question.
You got to take an angle to it first.
You need an angle and a weight before
And
you can
wait,
know the
yeah.
heat.
Yeah.
No, they were legit trying to tell me, like, you had to weigh in science, you had to weigh things and use a thermometer, and then you would get the temperature or the heat, how much heat it had or something. Absolutely ridiculous. Anyways, and they were laughing at me like I was an idiot.
It's freaked out though. If whoever's an electrician and is watching this, he must be like salivating right now.
They'd be out of a fucking job right now if it was for that. There'd be no electrician. I mean, would you even need an electrician with that?
Nope. Not really, man. No.
I mean, you might need some kind of electrical job to keep the thing going and have stuff that can connect to them and shit. But as far as like just your run of the mill electrician that comes to your house, and I mean, if there's no wires to fuck with, what's an electrician really gonna do?
Yeah, all you need is well, probably the it will work one out of two ways. There will probably be a converter in each house, right? Like drawing the energy and then distributing out to the appliances, or each appliance would probably have its own
No,
thing.
what's the point of
Need
having the thing on the
amplifiers,
house,
right?
bro? You got to have that shit built right in, otherwise it almost defeats the whole purpose.
Hey, you got
Look, I don't know that
amplifiers to
part.
step it
I'm
up and
guessing
all
that.
that, right?
What's up?
I was saying,
Say it
like,
again.
you would probably need amplifiers or something like that to step up and step down stuff for different, you know, like your TV requires different electricity
You,
than your laptop.
you're gonna freak out if I tell you. All you need is a tube. It's tube technology. That's another thing I forgot to say. I know it sounds crazy, man. You're gonna see. He's gonna show it here.
We got a long weekend this week. Oh, it's fucking nice, man. Awesome.
Hey, Jeremy, showing the lamps now.
Is it the white light?
Yep.
What is mainstream science has got to say something about this? Like, there's no way this can go unaddressed.
Yeah, bro. They put it under the rug.
No, they have to say something about it. Like, this is something. What is it?
I really haven't looked into what mainstream has to say, to be honest with you.
The wrong shit. That's what.
I'm still in the awe stage of this. Like, can't believe it. 130 years suppressed technology.
I've seen this dude a lot. Who is he?
What'd you
Dollard.
say?
Who is this? Eric Dollard? Yeah, I've seen him a bunch. Cool. Yeah, he's good. This is good shit.
This dude is a freaking genius, man. You want to see a genius? Forget about Einstein. You're looking at one right here.
Slow down, slow down. Einstein.
This is some of
Look
his
at the
earlier
tube.
stuff.
Look at the tube, Jeremy. Look at the tube. You
I
see it?
can't look. I'm working. I can't look.
Oh
I'm working.
man, this is it, guys.
dope
This is
as
the
fuck.
magic right here.
Yeah, light purple.
This is the vacuum tube. No gas in this tube. That's the difference right here.
Yeah, J.P. Morgan was funding Tesla for a while. Then I heard they found out what he actually wanted to do, and they like shut it down because it was like, yo, there's no way we could. You can't if you're just sending out electricity, like you can't. I don't know how you could
JP
control,
Morgan
like,
blew down his factory, by the way.
yeah,
Blew it
I
up.
mean, think about it. If you did have something that was just sending out electricity, is there a way you could like tap into it and figure out who used what? Like, could you make it so
No,
that
you
you
could
needed
put a meter
code?
on it. That's the whole thing. JP Morgan told him, if I can't put a meter on it, I don't want to know about it.
Yeah. There's no money in giving everyone electricity or killing germs or whatever. Like, you kill germs, how many Lysols and disinfectants and shit are they going to sell? Like, there's so many sectors that would have had a what do you call it?
A hit.
No, a vested interest to not see this come to light.
Oh, yeah. And JP Morgan was one of the 3 top richest men in the world at the time. Like, he could have bought a whole country with his money. Not a country the size of the States, but, you know, a decent-sized country in Europe.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up? How we doing?
Yeah, good man, good. I just heard you guys talking about the wireless electricity thing with Tesla and JP Morgan and that. And you know how you were saying that JP Morgan didn't like it because he couldn't put a meter on the electricity, right?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Couldn't he just charge like a subscription fee to each
That's what I was
house
wondering.
or business or whatever, and based on the amount of equipment that they needed to run, the amount of energy they needed to run all those things, and just sort of base his monthly fee or whatever to that building or that business based on that, and just
you
go
know how
with
they
the
send-
wireless system, because the wireless system, you wouldn't need to run all these wires all over the city and everywhere, and
Yeah, do you know
people would still use electricity. So I mean, yeah, you might not know how much exactly they're using, but you could go by the electrical equipment that they have on site and say, well, if you're using all this stuff and about this much a day, then, well, we'll charge you, say, this much. And that's
what
it.
I was-
You know, like, why would you even need to meter it to charge it, you know?
That's what I
How would
was
you know who's
wondering.
using?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, you know how they send a satellite signal out, you need a code and shit to be able to access it. I'm wondering with this, would you
No, you
it
can't.
doesn't
That's
sound
the
like
whole
it would be
thing.
possible to like put a code on it or anything, and I don't know how you would get away with
Nah,
charging
man.
people. People could just be
Fuck
like,
all
no, I'm
that.
not using it.
No, like fuck all that. They
No,
don't
I'm
charge. I mean, there's toll roads, yes, but like put it into your fucking your fucking sales tax for whatever you're doing. Like you buy shit, your excise taxes like that. Just build it into that.
Into the tax. That sounds reasonable, right? That sounds
You
reasonable.
think
Taxes,
JP
yeah.
Morgan's gonna go with an idea like that? No chance, bro.
Just
You
think
want
like
it
the
at
cost
all.
of all the massive network of wires that you have to run everywhere, like the cost of all that. I mean, if that could
Well,
just
if
be
you're selling
avoided
wires,
He
by
bought it all,
using a
bro.
different system, then
Bro,
yeah,
he
but if
bought
you're
it
in the
all.
business of selling wires, then you don't want this technology to come out, obviously, because you want to sell a bunch of wires.
JP Morgan bought every wire, every pole, everything that had to do with electricity back then. The transmission of electricity. Check it out. Research it.
I
He
mean,
was
obviously,
scared shitless when
obviously, obviously for humanity's sake, yeah, this is much better. Because why the fuck would you want to have all these wires and shit and all this shit laying around when you could just do it like that? However, if you don't give a fuck about the benefit of society and the progression of humanity, and you just want to make money, then you definitely do not want this shit coming out.
Well, I think that's a great argument for why, governments should be able to step in for things like energy production and food production and all the basic things that we need. They should be able to step in and just run those industries in a way that's just whatever's best for everyone, instead of allowing profit motive fuckwit business cunts to come in and fucking have control over some of the most powerful, most important resources that we have.
You think the government has our best interests at heart? The government?
God no. But ideally, if they were operating the way that we all expect them to, then yes, that's ideally, yeah.
Yeah, if we lived in fantasy land, yeah.
Yeah, but all you need to get to that is just remove the money that muddies up all these people's fucking interests.
Are you saying get rid of money? Because I like that. That's actually one of my favorite ideas.
No, just make it so that politicians cannot receive money from anyone, basically.
Obama gave a deal for this company to he gave him the rights or the bid or whatever to print all the like school textbooks or something, and it was like this huge fucking deal, millions, maybe even billions, I can't remember. But after he stopped being president, he wrote a book. That same company gave him like 60 mil for his book or whatever. Does that sound like a legal kickback right there? Like, you can't stop these guys, dude, because they stopped doing these kickbacks with briefcases full of cash. Now they just do it where, like, all right, I'll hook your thing up. You hire my nephew to be the vice president of your company, and he doesn't really have to do anything. Just make up some bullshit job. He's never going to come in, and you pay him a couple $100,000 a year, and we'll call it out. I'll hook you up. You guys hook my nephew up. Or shit like that thing I just said with the book deal. Or maybe Obama's in the Senate. Maybe he's a senator and he votes on some medical shit, and they hire Michelle for $500,000 a year, and her job doesn't even get filled when you go to the White House. They just end her position. She never becomes to work. Yeah,
well, it sounds
like
to me like the problem is with these people is that they don't actually answer to the people who elect them, and that seems to be the problem. If these politicians had to answer to their constituents, to the people that voted for them, then they would have to answer for fucking why they've taken money from so and so, or if they took money from so and so, then why did they pass this fucking law or not pass this law or whatever,
I hear you. There's a lot of conflict of interest when it comes down to it. Bush owned tons of stocks in Lockheed Martin, a company that's going to fucking make a ton of. I mean, if you own stocks in a company that provides defense to America in a time of war, you should not be the guy calling the shots on if America goes to war or not. I'll tell you that. That seems like a huge conflict of interest. They had so much stock. I think it was him or his dad sat on the board.
I remember Cheney. Cheney came straight from being the boss of Halliburton into the fucking White House.
You got guys with tons of Monsanto stock sitting on the board of the FDA. Just wild conflicts of interest. It's crazy that we even let this go on.
I just seen that Nathan Oakley clip where you was on there, Jeremy. wasn't bad, but yeah, I still don't get the like you brought up a good point about drawing the angle on a hill. Like, why do they think that the ground matters when you're talking about an angle? That just baffles me.
Oh, he put that out. That was on a pre-show. I didn't even know if that was going to come out or not. But yeah, like what? I mean, you're saying that you make a horizontal baseline, so that means the ground is flat. Well, what if I can do that same thing on a hill though, or the side of a mountain or something?
Do it on anything. The fucking ground don't matter. I mean, the ground, even in surveying, like we propose, we project out a horizontal line, and then we measure down from that to see what the ground's doing. So whether the ground's curving or flat.
If he told me he made a horizontal baseline, then measured down to the ground from it and saw that it stayed with the horizontal baseline the whole way, I'd be like, yo, that's something right there. It's something I could sink my teeth into. Just saying you made a horizontal baseline, therefore Earth is flat. That doesn't register with me.
He's angle obsessed. They're angle obsessed there.
You can do a lot of stuff with an angle, though, so don't get it twisted.
Bro, they've spent, and I mean, yeah, what? Not with just an angle. I mean, that's
Thank you.
Just
Finally,
one angle.
somebody
Yeah,
gets
no,
it.
I can do.
Finally, somebody
tons-
gets
You can't do shit. You can't do nothing with just an angle. That's just a simple.
How much you want
That's
to
simple
bet?
geometry.
Okay, how much you
What
want
do
to
you
bet I
mean?
can do something with an angle?
Not geometrically, with just an angle.
An angle. I can tell you what's going on geometrically.
Yeah, well, you can't solve nothing geometrically with just an angle. I think that's the point.
If you had a question of is something above or below horizontal, I could fix that. I could solve that with an angle.
What?
If you wanted to know if something was vertical, I could see that if it's vertical with an angle, there's tons of stuff you could do with an angle.
No, not
My
geometrically
bad,
though. I'm talking about mathematically, geometrically. Like you need more than just an angle. I think that's the simplicity of the geometry.
You can do on with an angle. I thought that's what it was. That's what it was about.
No, it's advanced simplicity, man. It's back to the basics and logic, and it starts with Ruhif and all them guys saying how they do all this shit with angles, but they're throwing in assumptions with these angles. And Bev's argument and Buster's song and all that is referring to the fact that geometrically, mathematically, you need more than just an angle to solve anything, and I think that's their whole point.
Somebody's
been
listening.
You can do a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
but
with
we
two
already
angles.
know that SC Montreal, that was already addressed. The fact that you invoke the word angle means you're invoking a system. So it's just sort of like dumb that you use the word angle, which invokes a system, and say, well, you just can't do anything with one angle.
No
Invoking
bullshit.
a
When
system.
Ruhif and them are arguing fucking all this fucking shit with they measured an angle and they fucking solved the world with it and shit. And the point against that is you can't do shit with just that angle. You're gonna have to fucking assume shit. And
What does
that's
that
what
mean? You can't do anything with an angle.
That's
Does that
what
mean
the
I
argument
can't
was
do anything?
against, bro.
Does that mean I can't do anything in reality with an angle? I can't figure anything out. Like, what are you saying when you say this statement? You can't do anything.
You
with
can
an
name
angle?
it.
I can repeat it. I can repeat it, bro. I'm talking about geometrically, mathematically. You need more than just an angle. That's the only point I'm making now.
If I wanted to find out,
disagree with that?
If I wanted to find out if
Well,
something
not
was geometrically,
necessarily, because every angle that you get is devised from some sort of ratio. So if you have a system that the angles, like you get an angle, you get a measurement, well, it's 40 degrees. Well, then what are you taking that 40 degrees from? It has to be a angle to get that angle. Do you
Data. How
understand?
are you arguing against a simple little thing that I'm saying? All I'm saying is that
No.
you need more
Data has
information
a
to go with
beef with
angle.
Bev, that's why.
You don't have a
No, because-
ratio unless you have three angles. Is that what you're going for, Trig?
No,
Well,
I'm just
that's-
saying geometrically, you can't figure nothing out. You need more information to solve
Well, a
anything.
number,
geometrically.
if you did an angle, you're getting that number from already a ratio. That's how the system was devised.
An angle
So
is
if you
not a
have-
ratio, though. That's what I'm
It is
saying.
it is in the triangle or the circle that
And
you're
a
getting
triangle. So
the
guess what that is? That's more than one.
Yeah, I understand that, but
That's my
ideally, when you
point.
ideally your first measurement, whatever degree that is, that's coming from that degree itself is coming from that particular other ratio. That's how you get that number to begin with. So if you're going to measure, if you're going to say angle, that means there's no information then. I can get
you have
an angle
you
with
have a
no
measurement.
information. Hold on. I can get an angle with no information, therefore the angle is useless. Correct. But if I get an angle with information, then it's not useless, right?
Yeah, you need
The angle,
information. That's the whole point.
The angle
is
gives you
information.
information.
An
Because
angle
the
is
angle
not a
gives you a
ratio, though.
degree.
That's what.
The angle gives you the angle gives you a degree, which comes from a ratio. That degree that you get in that angle comes from something else. That's how it's devised. So if you get an angle with no number, no value, no input, then yes, you can't do fuck all with it. But if you get an angle with information, you can do a lot with it. If you get an angle with information, you can do a lot with it.
Okay, well, here's a one point that I want to reiterate, and that is, I hear people say it all the time, and just in general, just on this weird wacky topic, is that an angle is a ratio, and that is not true. An angle is not a ratio unless you have more than one of them.
The angle itself, the information you can get an angle with no information, then it's useless. But if you get an angle with information, that information comes from a system which that angle how that angle is what it's part of. You're taking you're taking one part of a section.
So you have more than one.
That gives you that information. It doesn't matter if you're invoking an angle that gives you information, you invoke a system. So now you have a system to work in. Now, if you have an angle with no information, then the angle means fuck all and you can't do shit with it. But if you're invoking an angle that's got a degrees, that means that degrees is taken from a ratio. Which
Right, that was the argument.
I don't care if you need 3 parts to complete it.
That was the argument against RUIF. It's like, bro, if all you got is an angle, you're not going to fucking prove any of this shit to me mathematically. If all you did is measure an angle, unless you throw in, like you said, data, the other information, all they have is just a fucking angle. That's where the whole thing came from. It was never against Nathan and them, man, ever.
So hang on, are you saying, Data, that when you're saying a ratio, are you saying that because it's part of a 360 degrees and it's part of that's your ratio with an angle?
You know the triangle, the 3, 4, 5, right? That's a ratio. Out of the 3, 4, 5,
well, that's a triangle. That's my point. That's my point.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you went right there because you have more than an angle with a triangle. Tri means 3.
Your first number, the first thing that you measure, if you get information. So if I measure an angle and I have no system to base it on, then I can do fuck all to it.
Everybody knows two lines don't enclose a space, right?
If I look up to something and I have no way to measure the inclination of my view, then I'm not going to have any information and the angle is useless. But if I look up to something and I have a way to reference that position, I'm already going to have a system devised to get the ratio of that inclination. That's how you get the measurement to begin.
More than one angle.
Hold on, for the guy who
you get one, but you get one, but because the system you devised, you devised is usually sitting around that 90 or that 360 or the 180. That's just the system, or the 60. That's just the system that's been devised. So when you invoke the word angle, the word angle and you get a degree measurement, then you're invoking that system and you can do a lot with it.
Okay, the guy who said the guy who said you can't enclose an angle or you can't enclose a space with 2 lines. Can you just real quick define line for us?
Yeah, straightest distance between 2 points. It's sugar cookie, by the way.
What's up? I
know you can't look at your phone. Okay.
So on a sphere, on the surface of a sphere, that would be not true. If you're doing spherical geometry, right? Euclidean geometry, I would agree with you all day, but
that's a curve.
Spherical geometry.
That's a curved line. Yeah, not a straight line.
It's the shortest distance between 2 points in spherical geometry. Yeah,
that would be a chord. I don't think that's the point of this entire discussion.
No. In spherical geometry, there are no chords in spherical geometry.
Well, how do you have a sphere? It's a center point, right?
Spherical geometry. What's up?
There's a center point.
Spherical geometry just deals with the surface of the sphere, so you're not going to be going above it or below
Surface.
it. You got to just stick to the surface. Yeah.
Right. So the surface is derived from.
It's more than that, Jeremy. With spherical geometry, you have to have gravity. Or if you're talking about a basketball or something like that, then you're having to change your zenith or your fucking vector every single time. So it's a little catch. So there's spherical geometry invokes gravity.
Nah, it just deals with the geometry of the surface of a sphere. That's all. No, there's no gravity.
No, Euclidean geometry deals with that. When you start changing vectors and changing pi and all that shit, then you're basically invoking gravity, and you're invoking a new vector for everywhere you're at on that sphere. Euclidean geometry does deal with spheres.
Wrong. There's no
Not all the
gravity in spherical geometry. It's just the geometry of the surface of the sphere. That's all.
Yeah, well, everywhere on that sphere you're invoking up.
No,
You're combining
absolutely
different things,
not.
I think, Brian. But I mean, the sphere. I mean, you're talking about a surface, right? So the surface is the outermost part of the thing. So the outermost part of the thing is a sphere, which has a center, or the radius that goes in
They
all
don't deal with
all
that
the
in
different
spherical.
directions.
There's no radiuses in spherical geometry. It's strictly the
Well,
surface of the sphere.
that's what I'm saying. How do you get the sphere to begin with?
There's diameter
I don't
though.
know, but there's no radius. There's no diameter. There's no.
Yeah,
no
there
nothing.
is a diameter, bro, and the radius is it's inferred
middle.
to. It's inferred, but it's not defined. They didn't have a definition for it. I will give you that.
All right, this ain't my specialty. Let's see a definition for spherical geometry. You guys ready? I'm gonna read it out loud. I'm Googling it right now.
Yeah, all of the research.
Spherical geometry.
Master research.
Spherical geometry is the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. So there's definitely not going to be any diameters, radiuses, none of that. No chords, nothing.
Gotta have radius.
You don't, not with this.
Yeah,
Jeremy, do you
keep
understand
searching,
where a
Jeremy.
sphere?
Keep searching.
Yeah. I mean, the
searching.
sphere. If you want to consider the sphere and a solid object in 3D, like normal Euclidean space, that sphere will have a surface based on the surface is the outermost extremity of an object. So that sphere, in order to be a sphere, has a center point inside that solid object, like a pool ball.
It does,
right?
but it does have a center point. It does. The sphere does have a radius, but in
Right.
spherical geometry, they don't. In spherical geometry, though, they don't deal with none of that. It's strictly stick to the surface. There's no chords, no radiuses, nothing. It's 2D. It's 2D geometry.
Magic.
That's why they take
Eye
it
in
there.
the sky. Yeah, magic.
That's why they take us. They take us to the 2D world, then they'll invoke space time. Take us to a 4D world. Anything but 3D. The reality. Anything but 3D.
I think they do like to confuse spheres with circles, or conflate, I should say.
Anything but the reality, the 3D reality we live in. 2D, 4D, 5D.
Yeah, and they
Never,
also
I don't
like
know.
to chop solid spheres in half and create circles. They love doing that shit.
Right, and then work off of a planar surface.
Exactly.
Or a plane, I should say.
So did anybody watch that video?
Nah, that shit's all lemon bird woo shit.
Yeah, I popped in on it. It was good. I didn't watch all of it though.
Okay, just because Jeremy can watch the video, he poo-poos it. Like, you better watch it after, right? It's in the freaking live
Send me a
chat.
DM. Send me a DM.
No, I ain't sending you shit. We're doing a review on it tomorrow. You better have watched it.
Just send me a
You're
DM.
getting a failed mark.
DM. You want to see me after class? Send me a DM.
You're gonna go to top 11 flat earther.
You're gonna get detention.
11.
No, but seriously, man, that's some serious shit. That's some really suppressed technology, man. Like, we would have a
Montreal, I sent
whole
you something in
different
the
world.
chat.
Sorry?
I sent you something in the chat.
In live chat?
Whatever the yeah, the text chat.
I don't see it, bro. Where? What time?
Yeah, would you guys have some kind of what did DP and Gods and Clary all up and leave Babs or something? Like what happened over there?
Forget about that. I don't even want to get into that.
I like Gods. He got some good shit sometimes. He's the one who did them calls to the fucking he did the
I like
calls to the
God too, but
surveyors.
that day he had something up his butt or something. I don't know. He came in hot.
He don't fucking play, I gotta say that. He will start ripping people. He be coming in he's flaming harder than that Paul Walker crash site for real.
Well, he got into the middle of me and DP were going at it, so maybe he got a little bit of a crossfire there, but shit happens.
I have no idea. I never ever actually met Cleary, so I don't know. I
You
mean, I
never
maybe
met
talked to him once
Cleary?
or twice. No, he
Where the
he was
fuck
in
We're
and
not
Cleary
out
talking
at?
when
about Cleary.
before I
Hold
was
on, we're not
there.
talking about Cleary here.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's just so if all I'm saying is if you want information from me, I don't have it. I don't know what went down, honestly.
Is Cleary down with you guys still? It's good. No, it's not important. It's all gossip anyways.
Yeah, gossip ain't good. Forget that stuff.
Gossiping like some little old ladies.
I'd rather talk about ether energy and radiant
Oh,
flow.
you're the top guy. You heard me telling him yesterday. I don't know if it was yesterday. I was like, "Yo, SC's the top ether guy now. That's it."
Yeah, but you got to understand the kind of ether I'm talking about, right? This is like something tangible. This is while I was researching the other type of ether, I ran into this stuff. So it's different. You can call it the same. It's very, very interesting, man. Because this is actual stuff that you can do, and it has special properties and stuff. I'm just surprised nobody it's not talked. It's been put under. It's been suppressed. Let's put it this way: suppressed technology.
I think that goes to the point earlier is they couldn't figure out how to actually monetize it, so that's why.
Yeah, J.P. Morgan told him because he was financing him. You know that big building with that big mushroom-looking thing that everybody knows. Well,
Yeah.
J.P. Morgan burned it down when he
Yeah,
found out.
wasn't that after he got defunded or whatever, Tesla got defunded, basically?
Well, actually, when he found out that he was going to transmit free energy through the air, Tesla took a hissy fit. he obviously he told him, "Look, if you can't put a meter on it, I don't want it." And the day or two before it was supposed to go online, that big
Tesla
complex.
should have, bro. Tesla should have just lied to him. They're like, "Yeah, we'll throw a meter on this bitch. We're gonna get rich." He knew that's what heads were all about because Einstein had just fucked him right before that. Right, that was right.
Westinghouse.
That was right after Einstein, right? Or not Einstein, Edison. My bad.
I think it was Westinghouse, but yeah, Edison. But I think Westinghouse was the first one that nailed him, like really shafted him.
I thought it went Edison, then this Rockefeller, then this J.P. Morgan thing.
Well, I
There was
think
something in between.
something in there where Edison was willing to go along with that and kind of use it to be able to be monetized because it's alternating current.
I don't think you can put a meter on that shit though. Like, There's no way. If you're just
You
sending
know,
the electricity out, it's not like you can put a code on it or a password or something to where, like Netflix.
exactly. It couldn't be metered. It was like picture like a cloud. Picture like how can I picture you doing a barbecue, right? And the cloud just keeps getting bigger and bigger and spreads everywhere throughout the neighborhood. But this cloud, you're not choking on it. It doesn't harm you in any way. It's energy. You have a machine, your TV, and you just turn it on and it works. It takes the energy from the air, like Wi-Fi. That's what this was. And JP Morgan wouldn't go for that. There's no way he would have went for that. He would have lost everything. In other words, we're talking about electric Wi-Fi. Think of it like that. Like the way your phone is working now, like towers like that, same way. But now your phone it doesn't need batteries, it's getting charged, and it's doing the signal at the same time. Yeah. No way JP Morgan would allow that.
So, SC, I'm at the final stages of publishing Flat Earth data. I posted an image in the chat for you there. I don't know if you saw. It's got spelling mistakes or whatever, but it's final proof. I have to send it off, and Buddy is gonna read it for me and help me. Buddy is doing me a favor. He's gonna help me just find the final stages, right? So this is a proof book.
Oh,
Printed
big
out.
moment here. First time we see actual evidence. All right.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty fun because it should be pretty fun on the idea of just completing it. And I'm not an editor in that way that I'm going to catch all the grammatical errors, but definitely can I talk and tell a story. So it'll be interesting to see who does read it, because you'll be quite surprised on just exactly what's in it.
Well, we know you can talk. We know you can tell a story. Let's see if you can write now.
Yeah, surprised the book's not bigger.
Well, funny enough, it was 100-page more, and it would have been considerably thicker. But I removed I just got some stuff that I was like, it's not really important. It's not really driving the message. It's just more of speculation. And then telling the story. It's more of actually not speculation. It'd be more of like observing the original story, finding the history of that story, and then looking at the two potential causes. And then obviously coming to the conclusion after the two potential causes, that's still going to be philosophy, as man wasn't there to actually witness it, right? So it'll be fun, I think, to just be done with it and move on to something else. And if it does good and people like the writing, then maybe I'll write more.
I'll say I'll buy it.
Well, I think there'll be a Kindle version for $10, and then a hard copy for $20. And the book that you see there is pretty good quality, and the print actually turned out good. Like the images that I have in it turned out well for what it is. And like I said, it's just a proof. So it's a proof of concept. It's there. It's got material in it. I just need somebody brave enough to take it on. And hopefully I found somebody here coming up. So.
So finally, after years, good on you.
Well, I hope you enjoy it. I hope when the first introduction, the first paragraph or the first chapter is called Global Citizen. I think you'll really appreciate it. and I think it can encapsulate a narrative that allows a person to step inside how society is controlled by a narrative. And if you're not taught how to, let's say, have critical thinking, but we don't want to say that. We want to say more like, if you're not given options to discover and you're spoon fed, there's a huge learning stunt. Yeah, it's like a stunts the growth of learning, I find in the research. So for instance, if you take away a form of imagination for a kid, it may stunt his intellectual growth. And anyway, it'd be I think a good read. I hope. Instead of being told where you live, you should figure out where you live, right? And you become smarter for that.
Dicelo, you there?
Oh yeah, what's up?
So what'd you think of the video?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I couldn't really hear too much because everybody was talking. But I was trying to like look at the subtitles.
What video?
Oh, you missed the video, bro.
Yeah, where was it? Where'd I miss it?
Scroll up. It's a video of Dollard, and he explains the ether flow, radiant energy stuff
Yeah, okay, cool.
with actual demonstration.
Ah, we don't get much of that lately.
Can you sum up the video for me? I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, it's 13 past the hour. Basically, this is a new form of energy that's 130 years old. It's called radiant energy, ether flow energy. And it's to do with taking an electric current, putting it through a strong magnet, and what happens is it separates. In other words, you're actually separating electricity here. So what happens is let's call it the regular energy flows one way in the form of blue energy electron flow, and he noticed on the left side, or whatever, on another side, he noticed like a white cold energy, and it has special properties, and he named that ether flow, also radiant energy. In other words, think of it as Wi-Fi electricity with crazy properties like germ-killing properties, and you can transmit it through walls and all kinds of other strain. You can heat a room, for example, with it. So think of everything in your house. Think of every wire that you see around you, gone. No need.
I just came into this combo, but this is we talking about the Tesla Tower.
Yes, that big mushroom thing there that you think of coming out of the building. That, yeah. That's the transmitter.
And so then the transmitter has where does the energy come from that original power like that sends that out?
That's DC powered. It's called spike energy. It's it only works with DC, by the way.
Right.
So it's a generator that produces this special spike energy, and then through coils, it goes into a tube, like a light bulb kind of a thing, that has a vacuum. It has a vacuum, not gas like regular light bulbs, but vacuum. And yeah, you can transmit and receive.
Okay, that's the transmitter.
Yeah, and it has crazy properties. In other words, think of electrical like Wi-Fi, but electricity with special properties. In other words, you can heat a room without it, like without heaters inside. I mean, you gotta
Well, you know
understand
what
that.
they're doing. So SE is right, but SE, do you know that what they're doing with 5G? So what they want to do is by 2030, the idea is you won't have TV screens anymore, flat screens. So they believe with the technology they have now, you'll have virtual screens in your home. So in other words, you'll have devices on your walls that will actually project through the air, like in the manner that you're seeing the electricity that you see now. They claim to have a 5, 6, 7, 8G, whatever you want to claim to be. They have a way to create a screen in 3D space, and you can physically operate with it. So just like you see, like in Minority Report, super shit like that. So anyway, the reason where that information comes from was I was watching a Bloomberg video with financial guys, and this is what they want. So they're by you showing this demonstration is only confirming to me that they have a way to have this particular holographic projection in 3D space with the field that you're demonstrating here.
So when like, because I know I've watched a couple of Witset's videos, and what he talks about is how light light doesn't travel. It just is like the stimulation of the ether and it appears. So is that kind of the same idea where the hologram is, or the ether is being stimulated but with an image?
No, this is different. This is explained as, well, Tesla explains it as separating electricity. You have to think of it that way. I know it sounds crazy, but through a high magnetic field, apparently they can separate the electrical field, whatever that is.
Do you believe that the guy that was mentioning that Bloomberg, do you think that is the evolutionary fourth industrial revolution is where we get rid of the production of flat screen TVs and head towards the technology that you're showing us here?
Oh, this is way bigger than just TVs. This is revolutionary. You have to understand, I just gave a tip of the iceberg. Before I also talked about, apparently now, I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently it has germ killing abilities. So when you turn one of these towers on, what happens is it forms like, think of it as a gas cloud, completely safe. And as the machine stays on, the cloud gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, I forget how much the radius he said was, but it's huge. So anything within that, you can manipulate. You can kill germs. You can use it as electricity. You can power cars, planes, whatever's in that field, you can use it.
How's that going to affect the human body? So I don't even like using my microwave in my house.
It's completely safe for the body. Completely safe.
It's killing germs. That means, does it have a bias to what, like, let's say, what good germs and versus bad germs would be? Because we do have things that we have things in our body that are are supposed to be on our body, right?
What they found was, that's a very good question, actually. What they found was that you can tune it. In other words, you can make it go through steel, or you can make it melt the steel.
Yeah, that sounds like the energy weapon they use.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's part of the Tesla power weapon.
That's why the California fire, like there's like melted cars, but the trees and stuff are fine.
You know that Tunguska event where all the trees got leveled there? You guys ever hear that? They say it was a meteorite. Well, one of the thing is they say that it's part of Tesla's technology now. That's just a rumor. Yeah, you guys should look into it. It's ether flow energy. radiant energy, also known as cold energy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty neat stuff, but fortunately, I think you got a lot of people that are actually anti-ether. Kind of like you got like
Yeah, I know.
anti-flat earther.
Well, look, all I can suggest is that you guys look into it. Me and you, Dicelo, we had our conversations about it, right?
Oh yeah.
And that's part of the reason why I started looking into this stuff.
Like I can say I can agree with the ether. Like I even think that the translation of your energy, like I don't know. Sometimes it feels like I can like my energy as I move through the ether can affect something without touching it. Uh, that's just kind of I don't know what I kind of feel that happens like this like this. I mean not to like psychic abilities and stuff like that, but I think people do like it's like sometimes you can feel like somebody's watching you, you don't see them, so maybe that's what's going on.
Well, think of Wi-Fi, bro. It's something happening without touching. Think of radio. Think of TV, right?
Yeah.
Huh. So this is like a freaked out energy, and it's not just. It was showing before. He had a light bulb. He had this energy, and he had a capacitor, and he was charging it right next to it from a light bulb.
I'm actually interested. I would like to build my own Tesla tower, my own little tower.
You can do it. Well, not the tower. You can do this experiment that I'm talking about. That you can get that white ether flow energy. There's schematics. He has all the diagrams, everything. But you got to be a little bit of an engineer to make that coil. I must say, you got to wind it up. I can't do that. It's like you'll see what I mean at the end of the video. And he uses silver wire coated, and it's like looped around back and forth. You got to see the design. It's like how the hell, man?
Wait, I'm gonna have to wait for my kids to get older before I work on that.
Yeah, and it's all about looping. It's all about loops, coils and loops.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And a tube, a vacuum tube with a coil, like a single coil inside. And the guy has it grounded to a sink. It has to be grounded, by the way.
So the history with Tesla and like it was like Tesla and Edison or something. Was that the other guy? Edison? He
You
electrocuted
broke up there. I heard Tesla, but you broke up the rest of it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you're roboting, bro. But I think I got the gist of what you said. Tesla and somebody else. It was Tesla and J.P. Morgan was the other guy that the billionaire that was financing.
Rockefeller.
And that's the famous tower that JP Morgan blew up.
Have you seen the one in Texas?
There's one of these in Texas?
Not exactly, but I think that when you look at the Reunion Tower in Texas, I think that's what it is. I can't be certain. It's just a speculation that I have, but let me show you some pictures.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's Dallas skyline. You see the
Yeah.
ball. Let's see. Where's the one in Texas? There. This one, south of Texas, south of Dallas, I mean.
Oh, look at that, man.
Yeah. What do you think those are?
Man, I tell you what it looks like right off the bat.
Looks like a high energy device.
Yeah.
What is the
Do you know
point?
what it is, or?
I'm thinking it's a Tesla tower, but look at the one on top. That is part of the Dallas skyline, right? I think it's called the Reunion Tower. It's got like a little bit of real estate at the top of the tower, like enough for a restaurant, I think is what used to be up there. I don't know what's up there now, but you can go look off the side of it and get a pretty good view up there. But when I was 18, I first learned to drive. I went to Dallas. It was like one of the first things I did. And we rode up the elevator, but back in those days, pre 9/11, you you could go up there and ride down for $2. Well, we didn't have the $2 cash because we put all the money in gas, and we walked down the stairs, bro. We walked down all those flights of stairs, and yeah, it's pretty
How
interesting.
high is that thing?
It's pretty good ways up there with quite a few flights. I was
Yeah.
18 in the best shape of my life. I was grueling exhausted going down the stairs.
Hell yeah. Now that looks like a commercial thing, right? Like a building. But the one on the bottom, now that's a whole different ball of wax there. That looks like a freaking something like seriously built, not a toy.
Let me find you an article.
Could be just a radio tower, right? But man, the shape of it is quite similar to the Tesla.
I did some industrial fencing work for a power company, and I asked the guy who was in charge of us, and I asked him about Tesla. I go, do you think because what they did was they maintained like power lines that go up and down California, and he was rambling on all this different the the power and the voltage and all the things that are going through these lines, just everything about all the system that he was in charge of. And I asked him if Tesla if they had gone with Tesla's model instead of Edison, we wouldn't have all these wires everywhere. You guys wouldn't have a job. You wouldn't have these major power lines running up and down the state. You wouldn't have to take power lines over mountain range, stuff like that. And he was like, "What's Tesla?"
Yeah, nice. Tesla tower, huh? Well, looky here. Nice find there, Larry.
Yeah, bro, I'm native to the land.
And Gleam too, I see, is on it.
For Texas, I wonder what the purpose. What's going on in Milford?
kind of breaking up there, bro. It's hard to hear you.
Well, the mission statement of this tower that was built in Texas. Our mission is to bring surface wave technologies to the market in a safe, environmentally conscious, and reliable manner, improving living conditions across the globe. There are populations in the world that don't have access to electricity. These experiments are successful. This could mean environmentally conscious way to provide electricity means of communication. It is exciting time for Texas. VizViv is bringing the technology of the future in our backyard and has assured nearby citizens that their experiments will not have harmful effects on them.
Nice. Scroll down and look at all the pictures there. Look at all the tower, the radiant stuff. It's a good find there, Larry.
Thanks, bro.
Wasn't it Poppy, like one of the Bushes, who was like head of the CIA or one of the people who raided Tesla's and got a lot of his data and stuff? So it would make sense if that technology popped up in Texas first, you know.
Wouldn't that be something, huh? On the news, households in Texas rural community are lighting up their appliances without wires.
We also have the Biloxi River, which has dinosaur and man footprints side by side.
You got that in Texas?
Yeah, the Biloxi River. I'll find it for you.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that was there. That footprint, that's pretty interesting.
I'm not really sure if the website that I'm posting is going to be like pro or against, but I'm just showing you what to look up. This is one of those things where people come from everywhere to see it, but Smithsonian said that it was like nothing to see here. You know how the Smithsonian is. See right here, badarchaeology.com.
I've seen those. I just didn't know that was in Texas.
Yeah, Glen Rose, Texas. It says even creationists admit that some of them are fakes. So I guess here's the other side of the coin. You decide which you think is true.
What the fuck?
Oh, another interesting Tesla fact. He claims there's faster than light speed. Just FYI. If that wasn't enough mind-blowing stuff.
So here's a thing that not everybody's going to like, but over 50 times archaeology proved somebody in the Bible with confirmed authentic inscriptions. So these 50 archaeological digs confirm that those people actually existed. The one that caught
There's
me the
definitely.
most. Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, you first, bro.
Yeah, the one that caught me off guard the most was Nineveh. They got the gates of Nineveh, right? And on the gates of Nineveh, it depicts like people getting their arms lobbed off and their head, and hung and all sorts of weird things. Like, basically warning the people, like, you better obey the law in Nineveh. Like, if you come here, like, we don't fuck around. So I was thinking about that. And it's like, that would explain why he rather, throw himself off in the ocean and take it up with the fish than go to the place of Nineveh and preach the good news of God's law to those people, because they were extremely violent according to their own gate. They were like, it explains why he didn't want to go. It's like, no, I don't want to go, God. I'd rather not. I'd rather go into the belly of a large fish. So I don't exactly understand the whole large fish in 3 days and all that stuff, but apparently he didn't want to go to Nineveh.
Must have been a badass place if a belly of a fish was better.
Come on, fucking move it! Oh, God.
Open mic, bro.
Fuck sake, man.
So what do you have to say about all this, eggshells? Oh, it's not in here. What will you say when the speed of light is broken, ballers? Will you cry? Will you question it? Will you accept it?
Oh, for fuck's sake, man! The fuck is going on here?
They already did tests in a vacuum and found out the speed of light wasn't constant. Single photons.
Yeah, but we're talking about several times the speed of light, bro.
Oh, that's crazy. No, that's crazy. Riggs, you there? Riggs, you there? And trying to holler at Riggs all day.
So, Jeremy, imagine your earbuds, right? Never running
Oh,
out of
dude.
power.
That'd
Never
be
running out of
fire if
power.
I never had to change an earbud.
Ever. Never.
That's so,
No
that
lost
would be
signal.
so dope. Bro, we'd be so much farther advanced right now if we had that technology. Like, we'd be moving so much faster. Just think, no one ever runs out of gas or electricity anymore. Just the hassle, the headache, the amount of free time we would have freed up. No more wires.
Never refueling your lawnmower, your weed whacker,
Yeah, bro.
your car.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, dude. I can't even imagine the amount of headache that would have been solved with this. How much more efficient we'd be. It's crazy. The production of wires alone would be, I mean, we'd be so much more efficient. It's crazy. I can't even imagine.
And by the way, just the loss of energy through the wires, right? This thing here, there's no loss of energy whatsoever. By the time the power comes from the power station to your house, I think I forget how much percentage is lost in the wires. A crazy amount, bro. A crazy amount through heat, right? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the efficiency when it comes to the actual production of the and you know sending out the electricity, but I can't. I mean, just the amount of energy we put into producing wires and all the fucking lines, dude. They got to send trucks. You know how many trucks go out every day because fucking power to fix power lines? I constantly see the guys on the side of the road fixing that shit. We just had this talk the other day. The amount of shit, time, and energy that goes into just that, dealing with the power lines.
Yeah, yeah. No need for wire repairing, nothing. No wires in your house whatsoever. And this
Just
energy
the
can
wires
be
that are inside
regulated.
this. I mean, you might need wires inside the stuff. Other than that, though, yeah, nothing.
Yeah, just
Like
in
there's still
the
wires
coil.
inside the earbud or whatever, but other than those wires, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not
yeah.
going to be calling an electrician to fix my fucking earbud.
Ever. No, you never have to power it. Well, I'm sure it'll break down through wear and tear like anything else, right?
Well, they've got planned obsolescence built into it, yeah. But other than that,
yeah, yeah. far as power is concerned, you never have to plug in another appliance. Imagine that, ever.
Everyone's cell phone that dies and shit, and all the fucking cell phone wires. Yeah, man. When we went to Florida on the trip, before we even left the city, I had spent, I don't know, like $35 on fucking iPhone chargers because we were somehow, everyone was short and shit.
Yeah, I can't believe it's 130-year-old technology being suppressed.
Dude, that shit would be dope. What if that's what the pyramid did? That'd be crazy, right?
That would be really something, bro. Yeah.
Riggs, you there? I've been trying to holler at Riggs all day. I heard him on another live stream. I wanted to comment on something he said. Ooh, I'm so exhausted right now. I was just fucking with my coworker so bad. We were pushing this giant rack through the halls of the school, and he was steering it. I'm like, yo, you steering this thing or what? He's like, yeah, I'm steering it. He was in the front. I was pushing it from the back. But you could kind of steer it from the back like a little bit. It took mad strength to do, but it was doable. So every time he tried to turn it, I would fucking like turn it the other way. We're both completely out of energy now because of those shenanigans.
You get a chance, watch that video, Jeremy. It'll be worth your while.
You both wore out because of those damn shenanigans.
Yeah, bro, I got no fucking energy left because of those shenanigans now. It was worth it, though. My shenanigans knows no bounds. I'll tell you that right now. Like I told my people, if I ever hit the lotto or something, the first thing I would do is crash my car into their car and then buy them a new car. Like, it wouldn't be just as easy as me buying them a new car. You know what I mean? Like, oh, just buy your friends a new car or whatever. No. I would have to do something crazy with it first.
Right. So not insurance fraud.
No, not insurance fraud. No, I wouldn't even make a claim. Not even making a claim on that. Just fucking scrap that shit. Who said that?
You don't know my voice by now.
Riggs?
Is that Riggs? I was just
It's
calling
Sugar
out for you.
Cookie.
Oh,
That's all
Sugar
good.
Cookie. You sound like
Yeah.
Riggs. And I was just calling for him.
I've heard that before, actually.
Try again.
Not now. Now that you talk more and Riggs actually talked just there, then yeah, not now, but
Yeah, not so much,
first.
huh?
Listen, I wanted to holler at you, bro. I heard you on the live stream to fight the flat Earth, and no, you got it right. That rail in the water
You
thing
talking to me?
that they had specially bent to match the curvature of the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
I
called
found
it right.
the
You
PDF
couldn't
for
remember
him.
you couldn't remember where that argument died. It was here. This is where the Glober argument's
Yeah, it
going to
was
die.
here.
Yeah.
It was with Kool-Aid. That's the boat guy. Yeah, so
Yeah.
okay, so the David, I think it's David Taylor Basin or whatever it's called. So I looked into this quite a bit, actually, down to the laser specifications and like how they calibrate it and how they use it and everything. What they do is they take 25-foot segments and then they just measure to a reflector. That's it.
Yeah,
So
no, this
every
is
25 feet, they re-verify level, and because they're assuming there's curvature there, they're assuming that they're flat according to the curve. So they're putting flat surfaces on a spherical shape is what they're doing.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrible globe proof. But yeah, we fucking crushed that argument here. This is the place where the globe arguments come to die. Not whatever you were doing over there with those guys. I don't know what the fuck was going on, but
Well, like it just sucked because like he brought it out of nowhere. I didn't remember Kool-Aid's name. I was like 5 edibles in, and I had just hit the bong, and I was like, everything was blank. Everything was blanking out. But I just remember that shit being a horrible fucking proof. I just had to tell him.
yeah, that's terrible. He don't even use that shit no more. You guys let Fight the Flat Earth get off easy on that shit. Come
Well,
on,
yeah,
man.
I did. I didn't have my information with me. I wasn't trying to debate, to be honest.
Edibles are dope, though. I feel you. That's the move.
Man, it was the move. That was the move.
I mean, Fight the Flat Earth. That's what I'm saying, man. Fight the Flat Earth, dude. These guys ain't nothing McToon. These guys ain't got no special globe superpowers. If anything, they're worse than the guy. Think about it. They've been debating like goofball ass fucking no name flat earthers that we never heard of off of like fucking Facebook or Twitter or some shit, right? Whereas Kosho and Zanuck and Rumpus and all them guys, they've been going up against the best flat earthers this whole time. Us not here on Discord. So obviously they're going to be way better than McToon or Fight the Flat Earth or some shit. Them YouTubers, they got no clout, bro. If you ain't been in this in the trenches in Discord, you got nothing.
That's what I tell Witsit all the time. I'm like, the people who are like really about this community, they're hanging out in the ditches with us. You know, like they're on Discord, like putting their nuts on display all the time.
Yeah. So why is Flat Earth and McToon fucking mopping the floor with you guys over there?
I mean, that's debatable. It's debatable. I mean, I guess I have to know where you're coming from.
I don't know, just listening back to it doesn't look good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's his show, so he's gonna act accordingly, you know? So he's in control of the mute, he's in control of the show. It's his show. So just how it goes.
Hey, you can still body him on arguments, though.
Yeah. I heard, I don't know, man. Honestly, I'm not too picky about it. Like, the Matrix is going to support what it wants to support, you know? It is what it is. Like, we can't get views the same way that he does. And it has nothing to do with our information. The information's solid. It's just a matter of censorship. So.
Yeah, they really fucked us on that algorithm. However, TikTok's algorithm is on point. They are giving you exactly what you want. If you're into Flat Earth, you are going to get Flat Earth shit. Guaranteed.
Yeah. Well, Jeremy, you know what? You gotta start making some 2 or 3 minute TikToks. Then I guess I don't even have an account.
Got time for all that. I don't even know how TikTok really works and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's real simple. So what you do is you prop up your phone, right? You just find like a wall or something to prop your phone up on, or like a car tire, right? Then you back up and you just start getting sturdy. You just start dancing. You know, you say flat earth, and you dance some more, and then that's it.
No, I ain't doing it. I don't even know what the fuck you just said. What? What the fuck, Riggs? Are you on an edible? Are you high right now?
Bro, yeah. I need to be. I'm still feeling some residual from yesterday. I had like half a packet yesterday. I was fucking wasted.
I got some dope ass fucking chocolate bars, bro.
Yeah, well, they were on sale, man. So I grabbed a grip last time I was in the shop. So been feeling pretty good.
What are you in, Texas?
I'm in New Mexico.
Oh, no.
Same difference. What I heard anyway.
Just south of Colorado, is that it?
No, near the Mexico border.
Oh,
Yeah, not that way. It's legal
I
in New
didn't realize New
Mexico.
Mexico was one of the. I didn't realize New Mexico was like that.
Yeah, they went recreational like last year, I think.
Same thing with
And
New York.
now
New York
they've set up provisions so that the city can vote on whether or not people can smoke recreationally, like outside. So there's like you can hang out with your dog and like sit on a barrel or whatever the fuck, and just like smoke out in public. It's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Like it's like smoking bar.
That's different than alcohol because, I mean, a lot of places you can go buy a beer, but you're not supposed to drink it on the sidewalk.
Yeah,
No, they're gonna put
you
an end
actually
to
have
that
more
smoking out.
freedoms with smoking than alcohol. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
In
they're
some
gonna put an
places.
end to that. Trust me, they're gonna put an end to that smoking outside shit real quick when somebody starts complaining because some gangster guy's smoking a blunt next to their baby or some shit. People get stupid with it.
No, they set it up so that you have to be like within a certain distance. Like there's provisions.
You have to be further than a certain distance from babies.
Yeah, from like children and like schools and shit like that.
And doors, doorways, probably.
Awesome.
Just like regular smoking.
Boom.
I'm guessing.
All right, gentlemen, I'll be back in a bit. I gotta eat something.
All right, Rex. Yeah, he tried bringing that rail shit a couple times, and we fucking shut that shit down. Night.
What rail shit?
The fucking rail. They tried. I don't know. It's some like 100-foot or 300-meter rail or some shit that they're trying to say is curved to specifically match the curvature of Earth, and they put it in the water, and it matches the curvature of Earth, and it matches the water.
Yeah. I remember that. Why do they keep trying to bring that crazy ass shit up?
The people that know what's going on stopped using that. But see, Fight the Flat Earth and them guys, they don't know what's going on in the arena, so they're not aware of that's what I mean, man. Them YouTubers ain't shit, bro.
So it's like
he ain't
the
got no
equivalent
special superpower, Glover superpower, son. Heads think he's nice like that. He's all right. He's probably he's pretty good. You definitely don't want to be having like noobs and shit go against them because they will get rocked. But
well, it's like what's that one? That Nat Geo thing where they had that thing like, oh, look at the helicopter and look at the thing that's over the horizon, but then it's not over the horizon, and then the helicopter's obviously fake footage and all that.
Is that the one Rainey caught him with the fake ducks or birds or something?
Yeah.
Oh, even the Glovers admit that was fucking that was faked.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Glovers, everyone at Gems. You can go to Gems right now; they'll all admit that shit was fake.
Well, yeah, not to mention that there's water behind that buoy and all that. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Jeremy, that basin that basin is about a mile long. It's just under a mile, and it has
it's
maybe
a whole mile. No, how long is the rail though?
Yeah, there's like 3 different pools, and what it is, it's like there's a rail on each side of the pool, and then there's like an apparatus that kind of like rides the rails. It's like a platform that rides the rails all the way along the whole mile, like a train.
So So, oh, this is. I thought it was only a few hundred meters or something, a couple hundred meters.
No. Well, there's different types of pools. So I think there's like 3 pools, and what they do is they test different speeds of water or boats. Well, I'm not sure actually if it might have a paddle system. I'm not sure. But what they're doing is they're measuring and documenting the wave patterns and like the flow of the boat. So that's where they design warships. So they want to make sure it's going to flow and how it steers and all that shit. Like how it handles.
So they make little model. They make little model boats and then put them on that rail.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
So how is that being used? I've never understood how that is used to prove a curve.
So the reason is it's because they've got this fucking museum, and the museum wants to sound cool, so they put in their documentation. Oh, we used it was so precise they had to use the curvature of the Earth. Blah blah blah. You know how it is.
Yeah.
And then when you actually look at the documentation and the calibration of the laser to the reflectors and all that shit, what they're really doing is they're using 25-foot segments, and they're just measuring to each reflector. So they move the rail and then they measure the reflector. They move the rail, they measure the reflector. So they're just measuring these segments. And then we're measuring the segments for straightness compared to the water level and the top of the rail. So this has nothing to do with a curved Earth, but what they're doing is they're saying that since they measured every 25 feet, they're creating more flat spots on a curve. So they're measuring the curve. It's not that there is a curve. They think that they're measuring a curve. You see what I mean?
Yeah, no, we went over this shit in depth, bro. Yeah, Kool-Aid tried bringing this at least 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't remember you guys going over it, but I did go over it, and I do have some documents. And when I did bring it up to Kool-Aid, who likes to talk about boats, no offense to Kool-Aid, I love Kool-Aid. He's a good guy. But yeah, he fucking, this sucked for him because it totally destroyed Zork.
No offense, your argument sucks.
Yeah, well, he doesn't bring it up anymore, so how about that?
Yeah, because we fucking body that shit, because this is where the Glober arguments come to die, right here in Earth Awakenings.
Was that a little promo? Is that what that was?
I'm just saying, I'm not saying we're the best, but we're the fucking best.
Jeremy got promoted to sales advertising.
Who's advertising? Who's even listening to this? It's fucking the same people.
Hey, what's the structure like, Jeremy? What's Gio holding out on?
What's up?
What's that commission structure like? Is Gio holding out?
Yeah, no, I get paid top notch for this.
Per viewer.
Yeah, we got 5 viewers. Woohoo!
Woo!
Maintaining a 5. It's it's on a ladder structure.
Sometimes we get like 10, 20, 30 viewers, I think Gio said once. So though, who do you think's really watching this? It's dudes from Gems that don't want to come into our live stream. It's
honestly, bro, I see the live stream. I see anywhere from like 5 to 30 people in the live stream pretty regularly.
Yeah, that's dope. I'm saying it's just insane. I feel like it's just like no new people. Like we need to get new people somehow. Or something. We got to do something, man. Let's go somewhere in 2023. What do you guys say?
It's not hard to do, to be honest. But I don't see anyone making a concerted effort, It's also like I would invite people, but it's not my server, and I can't guarantee the treatment of people that I would invite. So like it's like I have no authority here anyways, right? So there's no way I can you know, I don't know. Like when I give someone my word and like I show them something, like they're gonna come in, you know, and I want to be able to guarantee their experience to some extent.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, bro. We try to mod it as good as possible. So, you know, we got the name calling and the shit show down to a minimum from what was going on before we started doing, you know. You guys remember
Well,
what
okay.
Well, the other
Hey,
part of that is they don't have to jump in a VC.
yeah, but I guess I will say, Jeremy, you are kind of lax, bro. You are kind of lax, and it could be a little tighter. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I mean, we get complaints that it's too tight, and you know, yes, some people do complain. You're not the only one that said that it's too lax, and I mean,
Little
try to
lax,
find some
little
happy
lax.
medium.
Well, look, you're gonna get complaints of all kinds, but who are they coming from? If Bacon complains, who cares? If fucking Zanuck complains, who cares? You know, but everyone else is complaining about them. So, like, you got to weigh your, you know what I'm saying? You got to weigh it out a
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah, no, I hear you. Who are the complaints coming from? I hear that. We try to give the people what they want. You're never gonna make everyone happy, though. So you know.
Yeah, it's not about like picking a side. It's just about keeping the peace. Like, I get a lot of flack from the flat Earth side just because like I'm pretty non-biased. Like I will go after anybody if they're like saying the wrong thing, and not in like a bad way, but like I'll be like, hey, by the way, like this is actually not correct. Blah blah blah. I'll just correct them or whatever. And they really don't like that. Like think I'm attacking flat Earth or something. I'm like, no, dude, I'm not here to like coddle you or like attack you or nothing. I'm just letting you know. You know, like
It's like, hey,
sometimes
you might,
it's just good to
yeah, it's
refine
like
our.
you might be saying some stupid shit. Just correct.
Yeah, I'm not trying to tell them they're saying stupid shit, but like, you know, this is a lot of information and I don't expect anybody to fucking remember everything, you know? Like if I am saying something wrong, I would hope somebody jumps in and like lets me know because I would do the same.
Now
Yeah,
there's
definitely,
some smart words right there.
definitely.
Right. I meant like more tactfully than that, but the general idea, yeah.
Yeah, I
We've
think
been trying
maybe
to.
that's one of my problems is that like I'm not like maybe I should execute a little more patience because I do have trouble with tact sometimes. Yeah.
We all need a little more patience. I hear you, and shit gets really hot and heavy in this. So yeah, patience is key here. I lose my patience too all the time, mostly with you fucking guys and Xanax.
Jesus. I'm very patient waiting for you to say something like that makes any kind of sense, Jeremy.
You're waiting for
touche.
Jeremy to say something that makes sense? You said sugar cookie?
Yeah, that's just the testament of how patient I am.
Touche.
Busting his chops.
Bro, 8 hours on a stream, dude. There's not enough hours in a day. I like the content and shit sometimes, but I can't do 8 hour streams, dude. There's not enough hours in a day, bro.
Yeah, that doesn't happen all the. You're talking about Bev now?
I woke up,
About
that shit was
next
still
level?
going. Yeah, bro. I woke up, that shit was still playing. I'm like, oh my god, I just missed fucking 7 hours of it in my sleep.
Yeah, that's like a little abnormal there. Yeah, I don't
I
know how
still
he
never
does it.
finished it, so I probably will never will. I can't
I was
make the
there part of
content.
it. I think I fell asleep on some of it too. Like, I mean, you know, it's like
Yeah, heads are taking like
I
power
stayed
naps
up
and shit in the
late,
middle.
woke up early. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Like here, you wake up, you fall asleep. Yeah. I heard you snoring a couple of times, Jeremy.
Yo, I thought my mic was. I was like, holy shit! I woke up today. I'm like, yo, was my mic open that whole time? Was it? Was it open that whole time?
A couple of times it was open. I think I fell asleep a couple of times myself during shows. I'll be honest. But only in extreme occasions, you know, you wake up like 5 in the morning and, you know, the show is still going on 9, 10 at night and you're like, out cold.
Yeah, I know I've been muted for that thing, but it wasn't during a live stream. Just hanging out.
Yeah, I remember that one. Sugar Cookie passed out during a live stream. Is somebody snoring?
Was it during a live stream?
I think it was.
Well, it started. It started before the live stream, and then I probably started snoring.
It happens, bro.
Yeah.
Did you call Sugar Cookie for backup in case Gods and DP came back?
Sugar Cookie? No. You know I don't need backup.
I think I typically get along with everybody that's in there. Wow. Typically, I would say.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Yeah.
Shit, even me and Bustro go back and forth off, just hanging out on the server about different things, about music and stuff like that.
Buster's cool. I like Buster. Hey, Buster. His music shit, but I mean, he's cool.
Well, them fighting words.
I'm just fucking around. He's.
I know.
Yo, we got Issa. You better tell Buster to step his game up because we got Issa over here. So
His music is fucking fantastic.
Uh-huh.
tell Buster Issa's coming for that ass.
Hey, fuck you, SE.
Fuck you, Turnip.
Yeah, fuck you, Turnip.
Yeah, fuck you, Sugar.
I wasn't white knighting for SE. I'm just saying, fuck you, man.
No, I'm white knighting for him. I mean, no, I'm not.
That's
All right,
Turnip. Hello, by the way, everybody.
Yeah,
what's
fuck
up,
you.
Turnip?
Yeah, translate. Hello. Turnip says hello.
And fuck you too, Leaky.
I second that. Fuck Leaky.
Yeah, I third that. Fuck Leaky.
Fucking Floridians and shit.
I didn't mean to step on you earlier either, Leaky, just so you know.
It's all good, man. All good.
Well, I sure the fuck did.
My fucking granddaughter earlier, dude. Nobody's saying that. It's funny. Short. She had a little helium.
Where are you?
It's like a star, and it hovered fucking all day. Like I guess I don't know if it was the second, third day, whatever she had it. It just hovered in my kitchen, and I was walking by. It made me think of like Coriolis and bullshit like that. But she come over the next day, and it was like starting to. It was like barely at the ground. Like if you hit it, it would float a little bit, but it wouldn't quite maintain its it wasn't neutral, just floating wherever you put it. And she come in there. I'm out here working on my batteries and shit. And she comes out. She's like, Papa, my balloon ain't flying. She said it's tired. She's like two.
Yeah.
Talking about it. She said the balloon's tired.
You should have told her the gas molecules lost all their energy. They fell down and went boom boom.
I couldn't talk, bro. It was so fucking funny the way she said it.
That's hilarious.
The balloon's tired.
That's fucking great. Good stuff. Good stuff. I live for those moments.
Somebody say Coriolis.
Oh boy.
I mean, how could you not think that when you walk by and see a balloon just sitting there in the middle of the fucking room, bro? Just sitting there. I mean, it's weird.
I think
really.
relative density shit before I think that.
Yeah.
The balloon's not supposed to have Coriolis. It's just sitting there.
I think that too, but I think like if I set that outside and sit it rotate like a clock, or depending on my latitude, the side of my latitude, shouldn't it rotate, or should it just sit there like it does in reality?
I mean, according to them, it should rotate or something. I would think if they left a reference frame on the ground. I don't know. I can't keep up with their bullshit.
No, if it went up high enough, it would be out of sync with the Earth already. And
I
the
don't know if
Earth would
y'all
be moving it.
if y'all remember, man. Bob and Zanuck had disagreed about some Coriolis shit, and Jeremy kind of pinned them at each other. You know, like, well, which one is it? And it was a while back. And
Zanuck fucking folded on me.
Yeah.
He fucking caved with the quickness.
And then
Unbelievable.
about a week later, he fucking jumped right back, dude. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
We just brought that up last night, and Bob said, first Bob was like, I don't know if it's Coriolis. Then Zanuck talked him into it and said, yeah, it is. The thing is, the kicker is, the first thing he said was, I don't know who caught it, but this was months ago. It was me and Bob in here. And I laid that scenario out for him. He's like, no, that's not Coriolis. That's just a visual effect or optical illusion. I forgot how he phrased it. But I'm like, yo, that's what Coriolis is. It's just an optical illusion. And even all the Globers at Gems right now will deny that scenario is Coriolis. Even though rocket scientist, that guy rocket scientist at Gems, the guy in charge of space, he has told them that when you do the math, you get a non-zero Coriolis value, which means there's the Coriolis effect is there. And they still deny it. You know why? Because it shows that. Because that scenario shows that there is no force and it is just an optical thing.
Wait, what scenario are you talking about?
Yeah,
there is no Coriolis because the Earth is stationary. Coriolis is a real thing. It's a real effect that you would see if you're putting the ball on the little disc that spins. That's Coriolis. It's not about what Coriolis is. It's about, do we have a Coriolis effect with airplanes and the ground when we're flying? And no, we don't. They want to say we do, but we don't. We don't have it because the Earth is stationary. So there would be no force. There would be no Coriolis, and there's no corrections. And pilots are never trained to make corrections.
That's what I was going to say. It's not a force.
Well, yeah,
my scenario was
Coriolis wins or something.
My scenario was, you got two guys in a park. They're throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line, right? Then a construction crew comes in and puts a roundabout in between them. A kid gets on, starts spinning, and he's viewing these guys throwing the ball back and forth. He's going to obviously see the Coriolis effect because the ball is going to appear to deviate, not go in a straight line. Yeah, he's going to see a curved path, but really the ball's going in a straight line. It's the Coriolis effect. Rocket scientists did the math for it. We know it's the Coriolis effect. But the point is that shows there's no conservation of momentum going on. There's no force. Nothing's happening. It's just a visual effect.
There is conservation.
You know how
momentum.
long I've been saying that, calling it a visual effect? You know how long
Like
I've been
2 weeks.
have
You
a
started
meme.
saying that like 2 weeks ago.
Really?
I'm just playing. I remember you were saying that way back.
Hey, that scenario conserves momentum.
Yeah, for the ball
there is-
being thrown in a straight line, but there's nothing changes though. Like when the guy gets on the roundabout and sees it spinning, nothing changes with the ball. The ball still has the same momentum that it did before the kid got on. Like the fact that the kid can now see the Coriolis effect, nothing changed.
It has a straight
What
trajectory.
is you're trying to get to?
What's up?
I don't see what you're trying to get to.
Nothing. I'm just pointing out how the Coriolis effect works.
Yeah, but sound like you try to make a point about conservation of momentum that is different than what we usually claim. I don't think there's any difference there.
People claim the Coriolis effect is the conservation of momentum, but in this scenario, we have the Coriolis effect and the conservation of momentum. Yeah, but it's not conserving any different momentum than when the guy was throwing it in a straight path. So before the kid gets on the roundabout and sees it appear to deviate, was the Coriolis effect there? Because the ball has the same conservation of momentum before the kid gets on the roundabout and after he gets on the roundabout.
Yeah. In that rotating frame, there is Coriolis in that rotating frame. If you want to, you can invoke the rotating frame without the kid and without the roundabout.
I know.
It's just yeah. And like if the kid is viewing the ball making a curved path, and he can't explain why it's making a curved path from that frame of reference, that's because it's conserving momentum in the inertial one.
Yeah, the ball physically, nothing's physically different about the ball. When the guys are throwing it in a straight line, they're just throwing it in a straight line back and forth. Nothing physically changes with the ball. It's still conserving the same amount of momentum it was before. Nothing's changed. They still just throwing it in a straight line.
Yeah, but hang on. I think that this conserving momentum thing is getting thrown out just to say it. It's going in a straight line.
My scenario also shows that there's no force on the ball. There's no force.
In the
going in a straight line.
In the kid's reference frame, there's a pseudo force, right? Because in their frame of reference, it's a curved path, so there's an acceleration there. So there's a pseudo force, right?
Pseudo force, not a real force, some made up shit. That's not actually happening because we know the ball's just going in a straight line.
That's not what they mean to know that. No, that's not what they mean.
Same force.
I think Jeremy said it best earlier, where it's a visual effect rather than any type of force.
Yeah, it's a visual effect. The force is made up for what the force would be if there was a force on it making it deviate. That's where they get the force from. The conservation of momentum thing it's the same before and after. Like there's just nothing going on here but a visual effect.
But it's not about defining what Coriolis effect or force is. It's about, does it happen on the Earth with airplanes?
Why with airplanes?
Because that's where you claim there's conservation of momentum.
Or balloons. Or
yeah, but like the example of the roundabout that Jeremy came up with. It's great to explain a situation in which the rotating frame is not interacting with the path of the ball. That's not the case for airplanes, right? The airplane flies in the same thing that is rotating, right? The whole atmosphere is rotating on the globe model, and let me just finish that. So the Earth, that includes the atmosphere. So if the airplane is flying through the atmosphere, using the atmosphere to fly, then it is interacting with the thing that is rotating, unlike the example that Jeremy brought up. And that's relevant. That changes things.
So are you one of the ballers that would say that? Would you say that the ball? Are you one of the ballers that says the atmosphere like fixes it so that it just seems like the Earth is stationary, and that's why they can train pilots to fly over a stationary Earth, and so the atmosphere just keeps it in that same reference frame, even though you have to admit it's in a separate reference frame? Not inertial.
No, I wouldn't put it like that. No.
You're one of the guys that says you actually have to make corrections to somehow match the new tangential speed.
I wouldn't say that either.
Oh, no corrections necessary, but you're on a spinning ball. How's that possible?
Oh, why wouldn't that be possible?
Well, because you have a higher tangential speed when you're heading
answer a question with a question. He's just reversing it onto you.
Well, but I didn't make that claim. He's asking why is that not possible, or how is that possible? If I don't see any,
you have a gradient of tangential speeds. Don't worry about what he says.
I can't answer.
Stick to the subject. You have a gradient of tangential speeds.
The sophistry is high with Bacon.
The reason is, I've been through this with him many times. Bacon, a gradient of tangential speeds is your problem. That's why it's different than a stationary.
Yeah, tangential speed changes. That's right.
Yeah. How are you going to deal with that? You're not going to have to correct for that?
So the tangential speed is the speed that at different parts of the Earth as it spins are at different speeds. Like at the equator, you're a certain speed. As you go away
miles
from
at
the
the
equator,
equator, and it tapers up towards the North Pole or South Pole. Tapers up and tapers down.
Right. So that's the tangential speed. Okay.
Yeah,
Just trying to follow you guys.
Sideways eastward velocity of 1,000 at the equator. So if you started at 500 miles per hour, and we're assuming that the plane goes in the air and it's already moving sideways eastward with the Earth at 500 miles per hour, even though it's out of sync automatically because it's already in the air and it's in a separate reference frame, so it's not in sync with
that
the
wouldn't
Earth.
that wouldn't mean it's out of sync. It's our first mistake.
Don't talk over me, Bacon. You can correct me after I'm done. When your plane goes up in the air, it's going to be automatically out of sync with the Earth because it's in a non-inertial reference frame as opposed to the inertial reference frame, which is the spinning ball below it. Now
Like
it's
when
going
your
to be
feet are
fine.
like when your feet are on the ground.
He
Like
asks
when
you
your
not
feet
to
are
be
on the ground.
interrupted, dude.
Okay.
Well, when
Yeah.
it's
Well, I'm
clear
just
on the
I'm just
ground,
I'm just asking you a question. So when your feet are on the ground,
Yeah, but
that's
I
your
try to ask a
inertial weight.
question too, but doesn't want to be interrupted.
I'm sorry.
Let him move
I'm sorry.
on.
Stop
if he wants to
interrupting, Bacon.
clarify something, that's fine. If he wants to understand this, I'll explain it to him. Bacon, you just want to try to shoot down whatever I say, but you can have your chance.
I wanted
Go
to.
ahead.
The reason I interrupted you that time is why I think it's more productive to have a ping
It
pong
doesn't matter.
conversation.
You interrupted. You are interrupting.
Yeah, I interrupted the interruption so Perspective could continue with his point.
Anyway, let me just continue. I kind of went over this actually because we were listening to a replay of. That was so funny. Actually, I sent this to you, Jeremy. You're talking about Bob and Zanuck disagreeing. It was hilarious because this scenario they didn't have an answer for, and I'll get to it. But it's just so funny. They were just fumbling over their words. They couldn't fucking answer it.
Dude, they said they were laughing at you, bro. They said they were they were
right.
here in here laughing
you
at you
listen
the
to it.
next day. They were like, "New
You listen to
perspective is so
I
dumb."
sent it to you. Yeah, see, that's what they had to go to because they're like, you just don't understand. And then Zanuck even was like laughing at himself at one point. He's like, because they're not. He did like that, so he has no answer for it, and that's what they kept doing. Oh yeah, you just don't get it. It's left and right in the northern hemisphere, and they couldn't understand that when you're headed west southwest, that left and right are not east and west any longer. Well, actually, they must understand that, but Bob just kept saying left and right. Oh, you don't. What do you mean? What's left if you're going west southwest? That's not east any longer. So Bacon, if the plane is flying west southwest, right? How is it going to correct for the 500 miles additional tangential speed it needs when it gets to the equator when it only started out with a minimum 500, right? When it started out, it had a considerable minimum of 500, but now it's flying towards the equator, but it only went west and south. How does it get eastward momentum if it never flew east?
Right. Yeah. If you try to treat that the most simplistic way possible, like only taking into account the tangential velocity, the airplane, if you just try to fly it straight with no reference, it would end up curving. But as soon as you try to
Persian on, I'm wondering how does it get eastward momentum when it never flew east? Because when you fly just south, then they can say,
It's already
it corrects this much eastward, so it gets that tangential velocity.